When I woke up, I found myself being sucked to my yang energy by a woman in red. I thought I was dreaming, but I never expected that everything happening before my eyes was actually real. This is a world of chaos and demons, a world where evil spirits are reborn. Humans are just blood-eating toys in front of demons. After I accidentally killed a rat demon, I discovered that I could improve my cultivation by absorbing the spirit of the demon. From then on, the world lost a little constable who had his yang energy drained by the fox demon every day, but gained a demon-killing man who killed demons without blinking an eye. In the dim room, the creaking sound of the bed was louder than my head. Suddenly, my waist and head ached, and everything hurt, as if I was being trampled by thousands of troops. The moment I woke up, my mind was filled with one thought. It's over. I have traveled through time. I used to be Ji Ming, with the courtesy name Boing. I was just a small constable in Xiu County, Huaizhou, Tang Dynasty. I was a handsome young man praised by everyone and well-known in the surrounding area. As a result, the big boss of Beishan, the legendary fox demon mountain master who was at the peak of Kaimai realm, actually took a fancy to me and took me in as his lover. Thanks to the fox demon's appreciation, my life took off like a rocket. In just 2 years, I went from being a small constable to the county magistrate of Xiu County. Although I don't have any official rank, I have the support of the fox demon behind me. Who dares to offend me? The county magistrate has to be respectful when he sees me. But this happy time was like a bubble, which would burst at the first touch. Because the great sage's weapon was released. As soon as the great sage left, the world was in chaos and demons were rampant. Without the great sage's restraint, the usually restrained monsters revealed their true forms and treated humans as blood food at their feast. What about the original owner, Ji Ming? He treated flirting with the Beishan fox demon as a serious job and served as an accomplice of the fox in the county town. Ji Lang. A tingling call interrupted my thoughts. I turned around and saw a beautiful figure reflected in the bronze mirror in front of the window with her back to me. The person was wearing a scarlet dress, combing her long black hair, and occasionally looking back. The person in the mirror was so breathtaking. Fox demon, so beautiful. No, isn't this the big boss from Beishan? I was instantly terrified and got goosebumps all over my body. But then I calmed down again, thinking that it was the 15th day of the lunar month, and the fox demon had to pay her food as usual, so she came to me. This waist pain is also because of exercise too vigorously. What's wrong with Jilong? The fox demon in the mirror narrowed his eyes and asked with a little concern. Nothing. I quickly wrapped myself in the quilt and pretended nothing had happened. I sweated too much, and the wind was a bit cold. It's all my fault, she smiled with her hands covering her mouth, with a hint of tenderness and apology. I thought I would leave early tomorrow morning, so I asked for it a few more times, which actually made Jilong weak. You are so timid. Your whole family is timid. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, but I was still humble on the surface. It will take at least 1 month and at most half a year to break through to the Danding realm at the Ancestral Temple. These are 3 bottles of low-grade qi-nourishing pills. 1 pill every half a month. After 3 times, Ji Lang will definitely be able to break through to the 2nd level of qi condensation. She tied up her long black hair and took out 3 small jade bottles from her sleeve. I quickly put on a flattering smile and nodded repeatedly to express my gratitude. She looked at me with satisfaction and continued to instruct me. Although Lao Hei is here, Ji Lang should be more careful when I am not here. If you encounter provocations, be tolerant. As for asking for blood food, don't be stingy and wait for me to come back. Lao Hei is the guard dog demon of Beishan and is at the 3rd level of Kaimai realm. This kind of little monster can also be the king in this world, such as giant longs in the south and the wild boar forest in the east. One is an eel monster with 7 levels of meridians opened, and the other is a wild boar monster with 6 levels of meridians opened. The ancestral breakthrough mentioned by the fox demon is about to reach the Danding realm. Before leaving, the fox demon leaned over and kissed my forehead, breathing softly. Ji Lang, take care of yourself. Watching her back gradually going away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I knew in my heart that the days ahead would be difficult. Although the original owner Ji Ming was doing very well, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Once the fox demon discovers the difference in my behavior, the consequences can be imagined. Just like before, I just shuddered and clearly felt a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Come to think of it, why haven't I seen the golden finger yet? I couldn't help but mutter. As we all know, time travelers always have to have some cheats, right? Especially for a lone hero like me, who has no parents and no love. Could it be that my cheat is the grandfather in the ancestral ring? Thinking of this, I jumped out of bed and hurriedly searched for the original owner's belongings. However, I searched through all the boxes and cabinets. My hands were worn out, and I didn't even see the shadow of an old man. Just then, there were a few taps outside the yard, and a dog head popped out from the low wall. Master G, are you up? When I walked out of the room, I saw the guy who was looking around, wearing a policeman's hat and with a lewd smile on his face. His name was Nyo Bang, and he was one of the original owner's confidants. Something wrong? I looked at him coldly. Nyo Bang was stunned by my cold attitude and thought I was angry because I woke up. He said carefully, "The Taoist priest in yellow robe sent a message asking you to bring blood food to the land temple in the north of the city this morning." As he spoke, Nyo Bang took out 3 golden whiskers from his arms and handed them over. Taoist priest in yellow robe? Isn't this the rat demon that is cultivated to the 9th level of chi condensation? It is said that this rat demon is obsessed with Taoism and has recently been practicing some kind of evil magic, using living people to make elixirs, and they must be girls of 13 or 14 years old. The reason is that the elixirs made by girls of this age are the most effective. Looking at those 3 golden hairs, a chill welled up in my heart. What a mess the world is. I understand. You can leave first. I put away the mouse hair and suppressed the anger in my heart. In the northern suburbs of the city, a horse-drawn carriage was speeding along the official road, raising clouds of dust. The driver was me, Ji Ming. As for what's in the carriage? In fact, I do not want to become a lackey of demons, but the world is like this. I am just a mere chi condensation realm person, without a system or a grandfather to back me up. How can I stand up righteously and eliminate demons? But then again, this fox demon will eventually see the flaw, and then, after all, what she is interested in is the body, not the soul. I tightened the reins and shook my head. I couldn't rely on this fluke mentality to gamble my life. To survive, leaving this hellhole was the top priority. About a quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrived in front of the land temple. The temple had been in disrepair for a long time. The statues were broken, and the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, looking like a ruin. "Is Lord G here?" A shrill voice came from the temple, and then a yellow-haired rat demon, less than 3 feet tall, walked out. While chewing something, the guy held a bloody bone in his sharp claws, with 2 broken fingers hanging on it. This is a human hand. When I saw this scene, disgust and anger rushed to my head. I had seen the brutality of these monsters from the original owner's memory, but this time I saw it with my own eyes, and the surging emotions were still unstoppable. "Hey, this blood food is pretty good." The rat demon climbed onto the carriage, opened the curtain, and poked the girls in the carriage with a stick. Its eyes flashed with greed, and it looked at the unconscious girls with a sneer on its lips. Just then, my voice came from behind me coldly. "Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied? How can I not be satisfied with the blood food sent by Lord G?" The rat demon responded hurriedly, but his eyes were still fixed on the girls. He was still fantasizing about something, not knowing that death was approaching. I gripped the long knife tightly and thrust it in without hesitation. The blade thrust back and forth, and blood gushed out of the rat demon's abdomen like a fountain. It looked back blankly, its eyes full of disbelief, as if it wanted to say something, but only blood flowed out of its mouth. "As long as you were satisfied." I looked indifferently at its eyes, which were gradually losing their luster. As the rat demon fell, a sense of satisfaction rose in my heart, just like a working dog beating up a dog leader who had exploited him for a long time. In one word, awesome. At this moment, a few words suddenly floated in the air. Killed chi condensation level 3 rat demon. Spiritual essence plus 99. Cultivation level plus 1. Spiritual points plus 1. Current cultivation level. Chi condensation level 3. 276/300. Available spiritual points 3. I rubbed my eyes and found that the lines of words not only did not disappear, but became clearer. I laughed out loud. It turns out that the system really exists. Although I came a little late, at least I was not absent. Taking a closer look, I found that the background panel that appeared in front of me was extremely similar to the timing manhwa game I played in my previous life. Although the content was slightly different, the settings such as spiritual essence and spiritual light points were clear at a glance. Name, Ji Ming. Cultivation. Chi condensation level 3, 276/300. Available spiritual points 3. Martial arts 0. Swordsmanship 0. Body skills 0. Physical skills 1. Yang pure Yang body 2 skills, none skills, demon subduing sword skill, not yet started. Yang. When I saw this attribute introduction, it suddenly dawned on me that it seemed that the reason the original owner was favored by the fox demon was not just because of his good looks. 2 years ago, when the fox demon took the original owner as her lover, she was only at the 6th level of opening her meridians, and her cultivation was not even as good as that of Jianlongzi, the eel demon. But 2 years later, she made rapid progress and reached the peak of Kaimai realm. All this is probably related to the original owner's pure Yang body. Now that I knew I had such a treasure on me, I became more aware that I had to hurry up and leave Xiu County. Otherwise, when the fox demon broke through the Danding realm, I would really become meat on the chopping board. If we kill this rat demon today, the yellow-robe rat demon will definitely not let us go. If it comes to our door, the consequences will be disastrous. I was thinking about how to escape, but there are more urgent things at hand. I stared at the words and made a decision. I don't have many spiritual points, so I have to focus on the attributes that can quickly improve my strength. Sword skill 03. Sword skill of subduing demons. Not yet started, greatly accomplished. As the points were added, a burning pain rushed into my mind, accompanied by a large amount of swordsmanship information. It felt like I had practiced swordsmanship for decades, and my body unconsciously revealed the sharpness of swordsmanship. Just as I was immersed in the pleasure of improving my strength, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps in the distance, followed by a roar. Gee boing. Hearing this deafening roar, I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in a Confucian robe rushing towards me with great momentum. I recognized this man. He was the chief clerk of the county government, Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu, an official whose name sounded literary, actually came at me in a rage. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. However, I also understand the reason for Yang Xiu's anger. After all, the original owner, Ji Ming, had relied on the power of the fox demon to secretly seize power and forged a deep hatred with Yang Xiu. In order to take revenge on him, the original owner cruelly chose Yang Xiu's sister as blood food and gave it to the Taoist in yellow robe to make elixir. Yang Xiu's fist came at me with anger. I wanted to dodge it as usual, but the power of this punch was obviously beyond normal. I grabbed his wrist and tried to throw him down, but I was shocked by his brute force. It turned out that this civil servant had a cultivation level that was not inferior to that of a warrior. Seeing that the situation was not good, I relied on my newly acquired experience in swordsmanship and cleverly took a step back using the force, quickly removing Yang Xiu's strength. Yang Xiu missed his target and crashed heavily onto the deck of the carriage, knocking him unconscious. At this moment, he looked stunned. He obviously didn't believe that Ji Ming, who had relied on elixirs to accumulate his cultivation, could actually avoid his attack. Yang Xiu propped himself up, apparently intending to continue, but he suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. Looking up, he saw the yellow-haired rat demon lying on the carriage, with several bloody wounds on its abdomen clearly visible. Yang Xiu's face was full of disbelief, as if everything in front of him was beyond his understanding. I sensed his gradually gathering hostility, so I tentatively said, "This was not done by me. Do you believe it?" Yang Xiu did not respond, but stared at the long knife behind me. Although I tried my best to hide the blade, the dark blood on the tip of the blade exposed everything. Damn! I cursed in my heart and quickly hid the knife behind me. Just as the two of us were in a stalemate, a slight sound of a dead branch breaking came from behind the land temple. We turned our heads at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. A fat toad spirit was sticking its head out from behind the temple wall, its eyes full of fear. The monster actually has helpers. If I let this guy run back to report the news, I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. There was no time to hesitate. I raised the knife in my hand and rushed towards the toad spirit. The toad spirit reacted quickly, its eyes widened, and it jumped away on its hind legs. However, I focused and threw the blade. The knife shadow flew through the air and accurately pierced the toad monster's abdomen. Then, the toad spirit fell heavily to the ground and instantly lost all life. Killed the Chi condensation level 3 toad spirit. Spiritual essence plus 99. Cultivation level plus 1. Spiritual point plus 1. Current cultivation level. Chi condensation level 4, 375/400. The system's prompt sounded in my ears, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't added points to improve my swordsmanship level before, I'm afraid I would have let this guy get away today. I turned back to Yang Xiao and asked tentatively, "Want to discuss something?" Yang Xiao frowned, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. He just witnessed me killing two monsters, but he obviously still had countless questions and doubts in his heart. "Why?" Yang Xiao finally spoke in a low voice. "Why do you want to kill this rat demon?" I didn't know how to answer for a moment, but after thinking for a moment, I decided to respond half-truthfully. "Now, I just want to slay demons and be a good person who saves the world. Do you believe me?" Yang Xiao snorted coldly, obviously disdainful. He certainly wouldn't easily believe my sudden awakening. Believe it or not. I shrugged indifferently and turned to walk towards the carriage. As he looked at my back, Yang Xiao's expression kept changing, and he was obviously weighing the pros and cons. I was secretly on guard in my heart. Although the distance was far, and he had not yet intended to kill me, I still remained highly alert. "You won't kill me?" Yang Xiao finally couldn't help but speak. I said, "I just want to slay demons and eliminate evil." I stopped and whispered to Yang Xiao with my back turned. Then I added, "Oh, by the way, your sister is in the carriage with two other girls. As for how to arrange them, I think, Brother Yang, you don't need me to say anything more, right?" I explained calmly, turned to look at Yang Xiao, waved my hand, and said goodbye. After leaving the land temple, I did not go home, but went straight to the county government office. Along the way, my mind was constantly thinking about what I had just gained. The functions of the system have been roughly understood, and a bold guess has gradually formed in my mind. Perhaps there is no need to leave Shiwu County immediately, but there is more room for utilization. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the county government office. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a middle-aged man in a light blue, round-necked robe walking towards me. He was none other than the county lieutenant of Shiwu County, Jiao Min. Although Jiao Min has a nice name, when the original owner first hooked up with the fox demon, this gentleman surrendered to her without hesitation and became a loyal lackey of the fox demon. When Jiao Min saw me, he almost lost his pace, panting, and said hurriedly, "Oh, Master Ji, you're finally back. Something big happened. Say it." I simply replied with one word. Brothers from the police station came back from patrolling in Shilapu in the south of the city and said they saw the demon masters from Longza suddenly come to cause trouble. This morning, they even took away more than a dozen villagers. Jiao Min was so anxious that he was out of breath. "Master Ji, do you think we should ask the demons in Beishan for instructions and ask them to send some people out?" Obviously, this is the idea of dealing with it according to the old rules. As long as I go to Beishan to make a report, the fox demon will send demons to negotiate, and compromise or deterrence depends entirely on the demon's means. But now I have a better plan. "Got it? I'll be there soon," I responded calmly, walked straight through the lobby, and headed towards the backyard of the yamen. Jiao Min hurriedly bowed and respectfully watched me leave, with his butt raised higher than his head. Looking at his flattering look, I sneered in my heart. After entering the backyard, I pushed open the door of the side room. This room was the file room and martial arts library. Because there were not many files and martial arts in the government office, they were simply combined together. My purpose is to verify the previous guess. Can I directly obtain the corresponding techniques through the cheat code when upgrading skills? I walked to the bookshelf and casually pulled out a book called 13 Swords of Layered Waves. This book on sword techniques is the most common basic techniques in Shiwu County, and it is perfect for verification. I flipped through a few pages at random, and a prompt immediately popped up in my mind. A new technique, 13 Blades of Layered Waves, has been detected and can be included. Do you want to include it? As expected, I was overjoyed and confirmed the inclusion immediately. Inclusion begins. Please quickly browse the complete technique. Although I still need to read it myself, it is very close to my guess. I quickly read the entire book of sword techniques from beginning to end, and a few minutes later, a new prompt appeared. Successfully included. 13 Swords of Layered Waves. No entry, great achievement. In an instant, a large amount of information about the 13 blades of the waves flooded into my mind. The strange thing is that as my swordplay skills level increased, I no longer felt the discomfort I had before. On the contrary, this swordplay was now child's play for me, as if I had practiced it for years. I couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It seems that my golden finger is more powerful than expected. This feeling is like a senior high school student who is used to doing mock exams and suddenly got a primary school test paper. Next, I continued to look through other martial arts, and soon 3 new items appeared on the panel: sword, stick, and gun. But unlike the knife skills, other skills were not successfully included. I realized that the prerequisite for the golden finger may be to light up the corresponding attribute first. Thinking of this, I did not hesitate and allocated the newly acquired spiritual points to my body skills. Body skills: 0 8 trigram steps. Getting started. Dragonfly skimming the water. Getting started. I felt as light as a swallow, and I tried it casually, and I was able to move between the bookshelves like a dragon playing in the water. Although I was just a beginner, this kind of agility was enough. It seems like it's time to go to Shilapu. I made up my mind, quickly sorted out the file room, and left the county government office. This time, I did not follow the old practice of bringing a large number of yamen runners, but only let 2 of the original owner's confidants carry some gold and silver jewelry and follow me to Shilapu. Although the 2 were puzzled, they did not dare to ask more questions and could only follow orders. However, looking at their expressions, they seemed to be fantasizing that if the demon was willing to negotiate, they would be able to enjoy a delicious meal cooked by a village woman. At the entrance of Shilapu village, I looked from afar and saw that, as the intelligence said, 2 toad spirits were squatting in front of dozens of villagers, and under the memorial archway, there was a rape snake spirit that was more than 2 meters long and as thick as a tree trunk. The snake spirit had an extraordinary aura and was obviously a difficult character to deal with. 5th level of chi condensation. I thought to myself, a cold light flashing in my eyes. Shilapu, with a population of 73, is considered a large village. Originally, because this place was close to the county town, under the protection of Master G, people could still live a relatively stable life. Although they have to offer a few blood offerings every year, it is still much better than the fate of those remote villages that are targeted by demons. But yesterday, I saw Long's gang of demons suddenly come here, eat 2 old people as soon as they entered the village, and this morning they captured more than a dozen strong men. The villagers were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs went weak. Now their lives were completely at an end, and they didn't even have a chance to breathe. Just when everyone was in despair, I appeared at the end of the trail. The villagers looked at me with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. When I saw their expressions as if they were grasping at the last straw in despair, I sneered in my heart. They hate and fear me, but at the critical moment, they can only place their hopes on me. I rode my horse slowly towards them, with 2 constables following behind me. The rat snake at the entrance of the village immediately put away its ferocious face, smiled, and walked forward. Lord G has come in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. The snake demon's smile was stiff, and his words kept swallowing in and out with a fawning look on his face. If it were someone else, the snake demon would have pounced on him and bit off his neck, but he knew that I was the human of the Beishan fox demon. It's the snake vanguard. I chuckled and bowed, but I already had a plan in my mind. I held the hilt of the knife, glanced at the villagers, and asked casually, Snake Vanguard, did you report to the government office when you came to Shilapu to ask for blood food this time? A cold light flashed in the snake demon's eyes, but he quickly restrained his expression and whispered, Don't blame me, Lord G. The general gave the order urgently, and I didn't have time to report it. He spoke carefully, with a hint of flattery. I nodded, with a tone of false politeness in my voice. Snake Vanguard, you are too kind. If General Baibo needs anything, just let me know in advance, and I will make arrangements. I heard that you have already taken more than a dozen people away from Wolapu, so why do you want to capture a few more people from Shilapu now? My words may sound polite, but the meaning is obvious. The snake demon looked gloomy, but he didn't dare to retort. He smiled dryly and explained, It's really... The general's wife just gave birth. Her body is weak and blood is deficient, and she needs a lot of blood food to nourish herself. I see. I raised my eyebrows and sneered in my heart. These demons have found a plausible excuse. I pretended to think deeply for a while, then said, How about this? I'll make the decision on behalf of my wife and give the general 30 blood food. Upon hearing this, the snake demon was immediately delighted and quickly bowed to me to thank me. I nodded calmly and added, However, we still need to select 2 or 3 people from each village for these 30 blood eaters. You should understand the principle of drying up the pond to catch fish. After the selection is completed, I will personally send them to see Longza. The snake demon was happy to agree, and had a little more respect for me in his heart. He actually thought that I was an informed and interesting person. We left Shillapa together. On the way, the snake demon and I talked and laughed. He was in high spirits, but I already had murderous intent in my heart. When we were approaching a hilltop, I suddenly pretended to be curious and pointed to the distance. Huh, what's that? The snake demon looked in the direction of my finger, completely unguarded. At the moment when he was distracted, the knife in my hand flashed, and with a cold light, the snake demon's head was split in half. Blood gushed out, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Looking at the blood on the ground, I smiled coldly. This kind of monster deserves to die under my knife. The toad spirit and the constable following behind me obviously hadn't figured out the situation yet, so I immediately shouted, He has issued an order that any demon outside the North Mountain who steals blood for food will be killed without mercy. The two constables were awakened by my shout, and in panic they drew their swords and pounced on the toad spirit. I sneered in my heart. Do these two really think they are heroes who come to catch monsters? I raised my knife again and jumped up. I swung the blade swiftly. In the cold light, the heads of the two constables rolled to the ground. At this time, the two toad spirits were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that I would kill even my own people. But I didn't give it any chance to react and used Bagua Step again. In just a moment, my knife had already cut through the necks of the two toad spirits. Then I heard a series of voices in my ears. Kill the 5th level of Chi Condensation Snake Demon, Spiritual Essence plus 165. Kill the 3rd level of Chi Condensation Toad Spirit, Spiritual Essence plus 99 times 2. Cultivation plus 1. Spiritual Points plus 1. Current Cultivation. 5th level of Chi Condensation, 338/500. After killing the 3 demons and 2 of my confidants, I was not in a hurry to leave. After all, this was a risky matter, and I might be exposed if I wasn't careful. So I pretended to walk forward for a distance, then circled back and quietly returned to the crime scene, hiding in a patch of grass. I didn't know if anyone or a demon was following me in secret, but it was better to be safe than sorry, as this was a matter of life and death, so I had to be extra cautious. I waited in the bushes with bated breath for about a quarter of an hour. Seeing that no one or any demon was following me, I felt a little relieved. After confirming it was safe, I did not go back to the county town directly, but rushed to Jianlong's in the south. From the moment I encountered the toad spirit, I had a plan to escape. However, an ordinary 3rd-level Chi Condensation toad spirit was not enough to convince the yellow-robed Taoist, and it could not support the explanation I gave. Fortunately, that stupid snake demon gave me a perfect opportunity today to come up with a plausible explanation. In Shillapu, I had already selected 3 young girls and originally planned to take them back to the city. However, something suddenly happened in the government office, so I left them in the village. As a result, the rat demon came to pick up the person at the agreed time, but the whole plan was disrupted by Yang Xiu's sudden arrival. In order to cover up the truth, I made up a story for the Taoist in yellow robe. I originally planned to let the rat demon go to lead the people, but Yang Xiu discovered it and tried his best to stop me, forcing me to stay and deal with it. The snake demon's sudden intervention became my breakthrough. I can tell the Taoist in yellow robe that the snake demon challenged the authority of Beishan. Not only did it occupy Shillapu, it also killed the rat demon. In order to protect myself, I was forced to confront the snake demon and nearly lost my life. Although there are some holes in this story, it is enough to deal with those demons with low IQ. As for the county government, I also have a plan to deal with it. But before that, I have to visit a general's wife. General Baibo's wife, the tree frog spirit. Although this lady is not a demon from Beishan, her status is not low. She is a powerful character at the 7th level of Chi Condensation. Under normal circumstances, I would never rashly provoke such a big monster, but it is said that she has just given birth and is very weak, almost to the point of being alive. This is a perfect opportunity to strike. After half an hour's trek, I arrived near Jianlong's. In order not to reveal my whereabouts, I hid my mount. Then I sneaked in on foot and quietly found a bush to ambush. After waiting for half an hour, I caught a frog spirit that came out to look for food. This guy was only at the 1st level of Chi Condensation, so I easily subdued him and forced him to tell me where the general's wife was. More importantly, I learned that General Baibo was not in the cave at this time, but was outside collecting blood food. This is a godsend opportunity, don't miss it. After learning about the situation, I dealt with the frog demon on the spot. In order to ensure the success of the sneak attack, I put all my newly acquired spiritual points into my body movements. The bagua step and dragonfly skimming the water immediately broke through to the minor success realm, and my speed increased significantly again. Without much hesitation, I rushed to the cave as quickly as possible. There was no one around, so I took a deep breath and quickly dived into the cave. Who? A deep female voice came from the depths of the cave. My heart tightened, but the knife was already in my hand. With the help of my agility, I flew through the cave corridor at high speed and approached the opponent before he could react. The demon-subduing sword technique was used to strike out with great force and speed. Ka! With a crisp sound, the blade in my hand tore through the tree frog demon's head. I didn't stop and swung my sword several times, killing her completely. Then, I heard a series of voices ringing in my ears. Kill the Chi Condensation, level 7 tree frog spirit, spiritual essence, plus 231. Cultivation, plus 1. Spiritual points, plus 1. Looking at the information appearing on the system panel, I gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Who wouldn't be nervous to go into the demon cave alone and kill a big demon? Although I was afraid, the stakes and rewards were enough to make me determined to take the risk. As it turned out, my bet was right. Just as I was about to evacuate, the sound of water caught my attention. I took a closer look and found a small pond in the corner of the cave, which was filled with black tadpoles as big as an adult's fist. It turned out to be the young of the tree frog spirit. Gripping the long knife tightly in my hand, I chopped it down towards the pool without any hesitation. Kill the uncondensed frog monster, spiritual essence plus 1. 成三16. These uncondensed little monsters can also provide spiritual essence. I was ecstatic, looking at the densely packed tadpoles in the pond, estimating that there were at least 1 or 2,000 of them. If I kill them all, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. I made a prompt decision and swung my long sword, slashing wildly. Each strike had the power of 13 strikes, not only powerful, but also extremely coherent. As I swung my 13 swords, a huge gap was created in the water. This is the 13 waves of the Great Accomplishment Realm. The spiritual essence harvesting prompts that kept popping up on the screen made my blood boil. Half a quarter of an hour later, almost all the tadpoles in the pond were killed by me. Spiritual essence plus 1,721. Cultivation plus 2. Spiritual essence plus 2. Current cultivation. Chi condensation level 7. 526 over 800. There were still some tadpoles in the pond, but they were scattered and it was time-consuming and laborious to kill them, so I didn't dare to stay for long. I added 1 spiritual point to my body skills, allowing bagua step and dragonfly touching water to break through to the great perfection, and then I immediately evacuated the cave. Along the way, I quickly shuttled through the jungle, my heart beating fast, my breathing heavy, and I did not stop even when I was exhausted. After a long time, I finally returned to the place where I hid the horse. I jumped on the horse and galloped madly into the distance. It was not until I escaped from Jianlong's for 20 or 30 miles that I found a wild hill, dismounted, and gasped for breath. The tension and depression made my whole body numb, but a happy smile appeared on my face. This kind of adventure is much more exciting than secretly running to the boss's house to comfort the boss's wife. However, I didn't stay in it for too long. After my breathing stabilized, I quickly calmed down and thought about the troubles I would face next. I looked in the direction of the county town, thought for a while, drew my sword, and slashed my back and thighs twice. The bright red blood instantly soaked my clothes. I climbed back on the horse and galloped towards the county town. On the other side, after Yang Xiao settled his sister Yang Qian and the rescued girls, he returned to the county government with mixed emotions. After hearing that Shilapu was attacked by demons and more than a dozen villagers were abducted this morning alone, Yang Xiao was furious but powerless to do anything. Yang Xiao's current strength is only at the 5th level of Qi condensation. If he encounters a small demon, he can still deal with it, but once he faces a big demon in the late stage of Qi condensation or even the open meridian stage, he has no chance of winning. What's more, he cannot reveal his identity and true strength now. Yang Xiao and his sister have spiritual veins, and their cultivation speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. Yang Xiao and his sister were appreciated by a nobleman, who gave them different mental methods and sent them to this dangerous place to be tested. Within 2 years, Yang Xiao and his companions must survive on their own in this place where demons are rampant. They cannot rely on their family for protection and must not be killed by demons. Only then can they become disciples of a noble person. Time was running out, but Yang Xiu was full of confidence. A month ago, he had already mastered the mental method and his cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of qi condensation. Although Yang Xiu's sister was slightly inferior, she had enough time. As long as nothing unexpected happened, their trial would be successfully concluded soon. But now, the person he hated the most, Ji Ming, who made him unable to let go, suddenly behaved abnormally. Why did he suddenly kill those two monsters? Yang Xiu's thoughts were in a mess, and he was extremely confused. Just when Yang Xiu was puzzled, a cry of surprise broke his thoughts. Something happened. Something happened to Lord Ji. A constable ran in from the outer hall in a panic, panting. Yang Xiu stood up suddenly and rushed out of the room, only to see that the county lieutenant Diao Min and the county magistrate Li Qingtian had also arrived at the outer hall. What's going on? Diao Min asked harshly. Master Ji, he was injured by the monster, the detective said in a panic. What? Diao Min's face turned pale instantly. Ji Ming was a member of Beishan Fox Demon. Who dared to touch him? Where is Lord Ji now? Diao Min asked anxiously. At the south gate, the constable said nervously. Go to the south city gate quickly. Also, call the best doctor immediately. If anything happens to Lord Ji, none of us will have an easy life. Diao Min roared. Everyone followed the order, and Yang Xiu couldn't help but follow the large group. Along the way, doubts and guesses kept flashing through his mind. When they reached the south city gate, Yang Xiu saw through the crowd a white horse parked beside the city wall, its back covered in blood. He recognized this horse as Ji Ming's exclusive mount. And in the shade not far away, there lay a dying figure covered in blood. It was Ji Ming. What's going on? Yang Xiu analyzed everything quickly in his mind. Diao Min hurried to Ji Ming and asked anxiously, Master Ji, what happened? How did you get so badly injured? Cough, cough. Ji Ming coughed violently, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He used all his strength to grab Diao Min's hand, panting softly. Yes, Longzhe, they occupied Shilapu and also snatched away the blood food given to the Taoist priest in yellow robe. Even the Taoist boy was also killed by them. After saying this, Ji Ming lost consciousness and fainted. Jian Longze? Diao Min's face changed drastically. This name was like a bolt from the blue, and his mind went blank. After a moment's silence, Diao Min came to his senses and immediately ordered the Yamen runners to send Ji Ming home and told the doctor to treat the wound as soon as possible. Yang Xiu was observing all this silently from the side and had a new guess in his mind. I woke up in the middle of the night. Although I had been unconscious, the quack doctor's treatment made it difficult for me to sleep well. To be honest, I didn't intend to really faint. Those knife wounds were just superficial injuries and wouldn't leave serious consequences. But in order to set up this game, I had to endure these performances. With my concentration, I endured the doctor's troubles and finally waited until late at night. I slowly cleared my mind of distracting thoughts, opened my eyes, and quickly opened the system panel. Name, Ji Ming. Cultivation. Qi condensation level 7, 526/800. Available spiritual points 1. Martial arts 0. Sword arts 3. Body arts 3. Physical arts 1. Physical body and bones. Yang. Pure Yang body 2. Possessing pure Yang Qi and blood can temper the body, and there is a chance that the skills and martial arts will produce Yang attribute mutations. Skills. None. Skills. Subduing demon sword. 13 wave sword. Drag sword. Dragonfly skimming. 8 diagram step. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful that there weren't any good skills in the county government's arsenal that could be used to add points. Otherwise, I would really like to add this only bright spot to martial arts. Although killing monsters can improve your cultivation now, these superficial realms will sooner or later become bottlenecks. It may not matter in the Qi condensation realm, but when it comes to the meridian opening realm, if there is no appropriate practice to guide it, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, I added this little bit of inspiration to physique. In an instant, a warm current surged in my abdomen and quickly spread throughout my body. At first, the heat was mild, but soon the temperature began to rise, and the burning pain gradually spread. My body became stiff, and I could hardly move. I thought to myself that this was not good, but I endured the discomfort and tried to control the heat flow in my body. But the burning sensation became stronger and stronger. I felt as if I was surrounded by flames, and my whole body, seemed to be pricked by countless needles. How could this happen? I roared in my heart. Just when I was about to be unable to bear it and fell into a coma, the burning sensation suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable feeling of relaxation that spread throughout my body. I quickly sat up and checked my body, and the next moment, my face suddenly changed. This? My voice trembled unconsciously, and my eyes were full of fear. I looked down at my arms and saw that my skin was covered with shocking cracks, just like cracked earth. Not only my arms, but the skin on other parts of my body was also covered with these cracks. Just when I was at a loss, I suddenly heard a click, and the crack began to fall off like an eggshell. Before long, the skin on my arms and other parts of my body had returned to normal. No, not restored to its original state, but better. I remember that I still have some scars from my youth on my right arm, and although the knife wound on my back has only just healed, it should still be somewhat painful. However, at this moment, all the scars have disappeared, and the knife wounds no longer hurt. When pressing, I only feel a slight itch, as if the wounds are healing at an extremely fast speed. Is this the second-level physique? I clenched my fists lightly, feeling a strength I had never felt before and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. My self-healing ability and strength are several times stronger than before. I also became extremely sensitive to my surroundings and could even sense the slightest movements of mosquitoes within 10 meters. It's a pity that this lousy county government doesn't have any bodybuilding exercises. Otherwise, my physique could be further improved. Although I felt a little regretful, I knew that I had gained a lot this time, especially killing the tree frog spirit at the 7th level of chi condensation and the pool of immature little demons, which stabilized my cultivation level. Now, relying on my 7th level of chi condensation cultivation, 3-stage body, and sword skills, plus the improvement of my 2nd level physique, I have the confidence to face off against a demon at the 9th level of chi condensation head-on. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. It's almost time. Beishan should have received the news. I don't know if my guess is correct. As for the toad, the clues I left behind are obvious enough. They should be able to see them, right? Early the next morning, when I was getting ready to wash up, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sir G, the Taoist priest in yellow robe has come down the mountain in person. He has already arrived at the lobby of the yamen. You are requested to hurry up, the county constable reported loudly. Sure enough, it was just as I expected, but I didn't relax my vigilance at all. Although it was not unexpected that the Taoist in yellow robe came in person, it was not certain whether the subsequent events would develop as I imagined. Even if the worst happens, and the Taoist in yellow robe finds out that everything was directed and acted by me, with my current cultivation and strength, leaving Shu County is no longer a luxury. After thinking for a while, I followed the constable to the county government office. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Jiao Min and Li Qingtian guarding there. Master Ji, the Taoist priest is inside. Please come in quickly. Jiao Min's eyes were complicated, as if he was examining me. Thank you, Lord Jiao. I nodded to him calmly and walked into the lobby. I heard that Lord Ji was injured. A sharp voice came, with a hint of majesty and mockery in the tone. The one who spoke was a rat demon covered with dark yellow hair and with hideous scars on his face. It was the Taoist in yellow robe. It's just a minor injury. Thank you for your concern. I bowed in return, and my eyes swept over the tall and burly body of the rat demon. He exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. The power of the 9th level of the chi condensation realm demon was indeed extraordinary. Speaking of which, Lord Ji's injury this time was caused by me. The Taoist in yellow robe slowly stood up and walked in front of me, his voice apologetic. If I could send a few more men, Lord Ji wouldn't have suffered this unprovoked disaster. Master, you are too kind. If anyone is to blame, it's Jian Longze and his gang. They even dared to act so presumptuously under the madam's jurisdiction. I pretended to be angry, clenched my teeth, and said angrily, "That's right." When the Taoist in yellow robe heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Madam is kind and doesn't want to cause any more trouble, so she left those 2 mountains alone. But I didn't expect that they would be so ignorant and take advantage of it. Oh, right. The Taoist in yellow robe suddenly seemed to remember something and continued to ask, who was the beast that hurt Master Ji? They were the vanguards under General Bai Bo. I answered through gritted teeth. This time, the seizure of Jianlong's was planned by General Bai Bo. I embellished the speech I had prepared before and then narrated it. I heard that General Bai Bo's wife had just given birth to a child, so I specially sent some blood food to show my friendship and gratitude to the wife. But I didn't expect that General Bai Bo would be so greedy that he even killed the Taoist child. It turned out to be that toad. The Taoist in yellow robe's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his eyes, which were originally filled with anger, now became full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, I sneered in my heart. I originally planned to spend more time talking to this mouse and provoke it to cause trouble for General Bai Bo, so that both sides would suffer losses. But it seems that there seems to be a feud between these two monsters. The fact is, just as I guessed, there is an old grudge between the Taoist in yellow robe and General Bai Bo. In the early years, the Fox Demon realm was not high, and the three mountains at that time had frequent conflicts with each other in order to compete for the resources of Xiu County. The Taoist in yellow robe, therefore, had a fierce fight with the toad. He could have killed the toad in that battle, but the toad was covered in pustules and would be corroded by the poisonous rain if he was not careful. In the end, he was the one who got half of his face poisoned by the toad. Recalling the fierce battle, a hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the Taoist in yellow robe, and he slapped the wooden table in front of him. Snap! The solid wooden tabletop cracked. I was amazed at the power of this rat demon. However, the current situation seemed to be developing in the direction I expected. You just said that General Bai Bo's wife gave birth to a child not long ago, the Taoist in yellow robe suddenly asked. I pretended to be stunned, then nodded vigorously. Okay. The Taoist in yellow robe said okay 3 times in a row, and the ferocious smile on his face looked particularly vicious. This toad relies on the support of the Yellow Dragon King to act lawless and even disrespectful to my wife. Then the Taoist in yellow robe sneered. Today, I will kill her wife and crush her evil offspring, so that they will know that in Xiu County, it is Madam who has the final say. It is us in Beishan who have the final say. Nearing noon, the Taoist in yellow robe had gathered a dozen rat demons in the early and middle stages of qi condensation and headed straight for Jianlong's. Naturally, I followed closely behind, but not just to join in the fun, but to make sure everything went according to plan. If that toad still stayed in the cave and the Taoist in yellow robe noticed something, I would have to add fuel to the fire and push the matter to an irreconcilable point. Of course, it would be easier if the toad found the clues I left and left Jianlong's. With just a little encouragement, I can get the rat demons to kill all the remaining little demons in the cave, and then I can easily harvest a large amount of spiritual energy. Half an hour later, I rode at full speed, following the group of rat demons, and finally arrived at Jianlong's. The Taoist in yellow robe captured a little demon and asked about the location of General Bai Bo's cave, then rushed there with his men. We arrived in front of a wide cave entrance. The Taoist in yellow robes held a big knife in his hand and roared, "Bai Bo, little thief, get out of here!" This roar echoed in the cave, causing the surrounding birds to scatter. After a while, 2 toad spirits jumped out of the cave. When they saw us, they immediately showed their ferocious faces. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the general's cave? Don't you want to live? But before it could finish its words, the Taoist in yellow robe swung his sword and chopped it down fiercely. The 2 toad spirits were hit by the powerful force and flew out like cannonballs, smashing heavily into the stone wall. The Taoist in yellow robe stepped forward, clasped the head of one of the toads with his 5 fingers, and said in a fierce voice, "What rank do you have? How dare you challenge me?" After saying this, the Taoist in yellow robe threw the toad's spirit away like garbage. The toad demon was so frightened that his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "My king, please spare my life. General Bai Bo, he is not in the cave. Not here." The yellow-robed Taoist's eyes darkened. "Where did he go?" The toad's spirit trembled. I don't know." Before he finished speaking, the Taoist in yellow robe raised his hand again. The toad spirit was so anxious that he almost cried and quickly added, "I remember. General Bai Bo said this morning that he wanted to find trouble with a yellow-haired rat." As soon as the words came out, the toad's spirit shuddered all over and looked up at the hideous face in front of him with trepidation. The Taoist in yellow robe sneered slowly and said, "Take a look at me. Do I look like that yellow-haired mouse?" As the toad monster opened its mouth, the Taoist in yellow robe slapped it hard with his palm, smashing its head into a pulp. "You little thief Bai Bo, I didn't bother you, but you targeted me first." The Taoist in yellow robe gnashed his teeth and roared, "Boys, follow me in." Kill every living thing in this cave today. After saying that, the Taoist in yellow robe rushed into the cave, first with a knife in hand, followed by the rat monsters with sharp roars. I followed along, naturally, and watched from the back. It was not yet time for me to contribute, so I just had to act according to circumstances. The remaining monsters in the cave were all low-level monsters, and the battle was almost suspenseful. The Taoist priest in yellow robe led his men to sweep through the cave and soon slaughtered all the monsters in the cave. Master Ji, the Taoist in yellow robe, walked up to me and said solemnly, "I'm going to take my men back to Beishan first. This battle is dangerous and you are still injured. If I fight with that little thief by bow, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of too much. You should go back to the county government first." The mouse suddenly became so cautious, obviously realizing that he couldn't let anything happen to the mountain owner's sweetheart. However, if I really left at this moment, wouldn't all my previous arrangements and efforts be in vain? "Master, you can't go back." I decisively changed the subject. "Why?" he asked, frowning. "That toad is going to Beishan to cause trouble for you. If you are not in the cave, he will leave after venting his anger." I said seriously, "If the Taoist priest goes back now, he will miss you on the way and will definitely come back empty-handed." When the Taoist in yellow robe heard what I said, his face darkened, and he obviously understood the possibility of what I said. Then, the Taoist in yellow robe thought anxiously for a moment, and then asked, "What should we do?" "Ambush and wait for the enemy to tire themselves out," I suggested. "If the toad can't find you when he returns to Beishan, he should come back here. We can ambush him outside the cave and wait for him to enter the cave before rushing in and killing him by surprise. Besides, this cave is still 3 or 4 miles away from the waters of Jianlongs. As long as the Taoist can trap him, there is no need to worry about alerting other big monsters." The Taoist in yellow robe thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, let's follow Master Ji's plan." We cleared all traces around the cave and then hid in a bush 100 meters away. On the other side, after General Bai Bo came up empty-handed in Beishan, he returned home as I expected. A few hours later, in the evening, General Bai Bo finally appeared in front of the cave. He had a gloomy face and took out 3 golden rat hairs from his arms, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. "You old yellow-skinned thief, you better not let me catch you, otherwise I will make you taste the pain of a myriad of poisons corroding your bones." General Bai Bo gritted his teeth and whispered, then put away the rat hair and filed in with his men. As soon as they entered the cave, the Taoist priest in yellow robe came out from the bushes with the rat demons, his eyes flashing with hatred. "Children, follow me, kill." Chapter 10. Demon Ceiling Slash. After General Bai Bo returned to the cave, he was planning to take a rest and go to Beishan again tomorrow. But before he could sit down completely, a burst of killing sounds exploded in the cave without warning. He turned around suddenly and saw a rat demon with a body half a meter tall and a scar on half of its face, holding a machete and slashing towards him ferociously. Fortunately, he had not yet handed the weapon to his men, and although they were caught off guard, years of fighting enabled him to block the murderous machete in the first moment. Clang! With a dull crash, General Bai Bo's entire body began to retreat uncontrollably, and the hand holding the long fork began to tremble as well. After the first slash, the Taoist in yellow robe did not stop, but adjusted his posture immediately and chopped out the second time with great force. When General Bai Bo saw this, his mind suddenly tensed up and he kicked his 2 strong and powerful thighs forward violently. Bang! Almost at the same time, the machete fell heavily. General Bai Bo's legs almost brushed against the blade and flew backwards from both sides. General Bai Bo, who was already angry, became crazy after being ambushed twice in succession. It would have been fine if this yellow-skinned rat had killed his wife and children, but he actually wanted to kill himself. How dare he? How dare he? D. General Bai Bo roared and swung his steel fork wildly forward. At the entrance of the cave, Ji Ming saw that the yellow-haired mouse and the toad were both bloodthirsty, and the stone in his heart finally fell. However, this time the plan was so successful and its implementation was so smooth, and the little toad played an indispensable role. Unfortunately, he was crushed to death by a yellow-haired rat. Ji Ming sighed softly, then collected his thoughts and looked towards other places in the cave. Since this cave had been cleared in advance, General Bai Bo did not gain much advantage in terms of quantity. There were only 7 or 8 more toads. Ji Ming drew out his long sword, rushed to the edge of the cave, and slashed at the 2 toads next to him. Clang! Kill the toad spirit with 2nd level of Qi condensation. Spiritual essence plus 66 times 2. The rat demon, who was about to be defeated, was delighted when he saw the 2 toads that were besieging him being killed by Ji Ming. He quickly cast a grateful look towards Ji Ming. However, before he could say thank you, a cold light suddenly flashed across his neck. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it anymore. After dealing with the 3 little karami, Ji Ming quietly moved to another corner. He didn't make it too obvious. Every time we fight quickly and try to kill with 1 blow. That's all. In just a few breaths, he had killed nearly half of the little demons in the cave. The rest can actually be killed, but both the yellow-haired mouse and the toad still had a lot of strength left and were not even injured. In order not to expose himself, Ji Ming directly withdrew from the battlefield and stayed not far from the cave entrance. Because he had just killed more than 10 little demons in a row, Ji Ming's realm had already broken through to the 8th level of Qi condensation, and his available spiritual energy points had also increased by 1 point. After just a little thought, Ji Ming decided to add spiritual points to his swordsmanship. In fact, what Ji Ming wanted most was to improve his physical strength, but the current environment obviously did not allow it. As for the body method, level 3 body skills, the great accomplishment of the 8 diagram step, and the dragonfly skimming the water are completely sufficient. Even if the toad and the yellow-haired mouse suddenly join forces to deal with him, he will be able to protect himself. So, adding it to the knife skills is the best option right now. Sword skills methods 3-4. Buzz! Ji Ming only felt as if his head was hit hard by something. The violent impact made him a little dazed, and the scene in front of him began to become blurry, and he even had tinnitus. Ji Ming clenched his teeth, trying his best to stay awake. If all his efforts were wasted because of adding points, he would cry to death. That's all. Ji Ming gritted his teeth, not knowing how long he had been holding on, perhaps a few breaths, or perhaps nearly half a quarter of an hour. The discomfort caused by the addition of points finally disappeared completely. Ji Ming had a feeling. It was as if he had been living with a knife for decades. His life, his entire being, was filled with nothing but the knife. Not only that, his understanding of swordsmanship did not stop at the knowledge instilled in him by the system. He had his own insights and ideas. For example, the demon-subduing sword technique and the 13-wave sword technique. He could dismantle them and see the flaws and shortcomings in them with just 1 glance. See, as long as he is willing, these 2 sword techniques can be further improved. Demon-subduing sword technique, spell technique perfect. 13 waves of swords, spell method perfect. Learn a new sword technique. Demon sealing / spiritual medium. Call. Ji Ming tightened the knife in his hand, his eyes flickering. For a moment, he felt that he could kill monsters like yellow-haired mice and toads at will. Especially when he saw the yellow-haired rat chopping around with a machete, his eyes couldn't help but show a bit more disdain. That's it? Also worthy of using a knife? But Ji Ming still held back. In fact, Ji Ming has now reached the 8th level of Qi condensation, and his realm is not much different from that of the Taoist in yellow robe and general by bow. Combined with his physique, body movements, and swordsmanship, in a head-on fight, no matter who the Taoist in yellow robe or general by bow is, they will definitely not be his match. The reason why I suppress my inner impulse is actually out of caution. Bang! At this time, a loud noise was heard in the cave again. The Taoist in yellow robe and general by bow have been separated from the close combat. The 2 men held their weapons, their chests heaving due to the fierce fighting. There were wounds of varying sizes on his body. Especially General Bibbo. His left arm was chopped off in half, and the bone was visible. General by bow stared at the Taoist in yellow robe and said in a deep voice, "You rat, you are so cruel to force this general to this point. But that's all you have." As soon as he finished speaking, General by bow took a deep breath, and then his body continued to expand like a balloon being inflated. The same is true for abscesses on the back. When the Taoist in yellow robe saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this scene, as it had happened before. This toad is preparing to spray poison. Run! The Taoist in yellow robe roared immediately. This toad's abilities aren't that great, but the pus and poison in it is extremely terrifying. Even someone at the Kaimai realm wouldn't dare to resist it. However, as long as he can avoid the pus, the toad will definitely die. It happened in the blink of an eye. As soon as the Taoist in yellow robe moved, all the abscesses on General Bai Bo's back burst open. A large amount of venom splashed in all directions like rain. Many rat monsters let out shrill screams the moment they were infected by the venom. Although the Taoist in yellow robe reacted first, he was still inevitably contaminated by the poison. The poison corroded his right hand holding the knife, and 2 fingers turned into bones. Adi! The Taoist in yellow robe roared angrily, and instead of retreating, he turned around and rushed straight towards General Bai Bo. Seeing this, General Bai Bo also jumped high with a steel fork in hand. This strike determines both victory and death. However, this is just their wishful thinking. How could Ji Ming let them fight to the death? Chapter 11. You are noble. You are amazing. Clang. At the same time when the Taoist in yellow robe collided with General Bai Bo, a clear and deafening sound of a sword suddenly burst out in the cave. Immediately afterwards, General Bai Bo saw a young man rushing towards the yellow-haired mouse with a dazzling light. Before he had any time to react, the bright light rushed past his neck at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. General Bai Bo rolled his dark eyes and wanted to take a step back to kill this presumptuous young human who dared to swing a knife at him. But soon, he found that his head had already moved towards the young man, but his body seemed to be still in the same place. The Taoist in yellow robe opposite saw General Bai Bo's head inexplicably slip off his neck and was about to show a look of surprise, but then the world in front of his eyes spun dizzily, as if he suddenly lost his footing and fell into the abyss. As he fell, he vaguely saw his own body from the corner of his eye and saw the blood gushing out of his neck like a fountain. Kill the toad spirit at the 9th level of Qi condensation. Spiritual essence plus 333. Kill the rat demon at the peak of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Spiritual essence plus 333. Cultivation plus 1. Aura plus 1. Current cultivation. Qi condensation level 9 for 82/1000. After receiving the prompt from the panel, Ji Ming's eyes flickered slightly. The power of this newly comprehended sword technique, Demon Sealing Slash, was far beyond his expectations. The Great King is dead. At this time, I don't know which little demons suddenly spoke, and the cave, which was originally noisy with clanging sounds, suddenly became as silent as death. Seeing that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, Ji Ming also withdrew his gaze from the panel. He glanced at the group of little demons, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why did you stop? Keep going. It's him. It's him. It's him who killed the king. Run. Run. The source of the initial sound, a black-haired rat, pointed at Ji Ming and cried out in fear. Tisk! Ji Ming's eyes were gloomy. He casually made a knife flower and tapped the ground heavily with his toes. The next moment, his body shot out like an arrow, just like a dragonfly skimming the water. Clang! A flash of cold light streaked across the night sky like a meteor and flew through the cave. The few little demons running in the front were beheaded on the spot. The head flew around, making a dull rolling sound. The little demons who were running away behind him stopped and looked at the young man who looked like the god of death with horror in their eyes. Master Ji, please spare my life. One of the rat demons finally couldn't bear the burden anymore and fell to its knees on the ground with a thud, knocking its head repeatedly. Ji Ming walked up to him slowly and slashed him with a knife. Another huge rat head rolled down. Spare my life? Those people who knelt before you begged for mercy a lot, right? With this in mind, he no longer had the mood to tease these little demons. He handed out the 13 waves of swords layer by layer, but before the stack was full, the screams in the cave had completely stopped. The initial stage of Qi condensation? Vulnerable. Spiritual essence plus 644. The spiritual essence pool is full. The excess spiritual essence has been cleared. Please break through as soon as possible. Cultivation plus 1. Aura plus 1. Current cultivation. Qi condensation perfection. /10001000. Can't break through automatically? Ji Ming's face changed slightly. He thought that as long as he had the golden finger, everything would be easy and he would only need to fight monsters. Now it seems I was thinking too simply. Even with a golden finger, one cannot overcome the hurdle of martial arts. But I think so. After all, the Qi condensation state just revolves around the innate true Qi. As long as one can feel the existence of that innate true qi, one can continue to condense and strengthen it. But if one wants to reach the state of opening meridians, if there is no method or guidance from others, and one has to rely on one's own exploration, it is impossible to succeed or not. Even if one can succeed, it is unknown when it will happen. This system is a bit, even better than my destiny. Ji Ming sighed silently. He had originally been thinking about using his newly acquired spiritual points on his body and physical body. After all, the improvement brought by the level 4 swordsmanship has made his strength soar, and he can even easily cross the realm to slay demons. If both the movement skills and the physical body have broken through to level 4, perhaps it would be possible to condense the chi to open the meridians? But now it seems that these 2 points are better added to martial arts first. Let's go back to the county government first. As for the meridian opening technique, maybe we can try to use the connections in the county government. Also, the dog-eat-dog drama between Beishan and Jianlong's may come to an end here. Although the guard dog is quite old, his mind is not muddled at all. After Jiao Min sends the message, he will most likely become suspicious and even directly suspect me. Call. Ji Ming let out a long breath and rubbed his eyebrows. He is at the 3rd level of Kaimai realm. Even if his sword skills, body skills, and physical body are all raised to the 5th level, he still won't be able to contend with him, right? Ji Ming casually threw the knife in his hand next to the corpse of a little demon and walked out of the deep cave directly. Only, before leaving, he did not forget to throw a few torches into it. After walking out of the cave, because the Lingyun pool was full, Ji Ming no longer had the idea of hunting other little monsters, so he planned to return to the county directly. But before he had taken a few steps, the hairs on Ji Ming's body suddenly stood up. Without any hesitation, he used the dragonfly skimming technique and shot towards the bushes not far away. At the same time, Ji Ming used his palm as a knife, gathering strength to seal the demon and slash. It's me! Just when Ji Ming was about to deliver his strongest blow at the cost of his injury, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the bushes. Look closely. It turned out to be Yang Xiao. Ji Ming immediately stopped his killing move, but his body showed no intention of stopping. Until a few seconds later, bang! Ji Ming grabbed Yang Xiao's throat and smashed it hard against the tree trunk behind him. The violent impact and vibration caused the big tree behind him, which was as thick as an adult's waist, to shake off its green leaves. A cough, cough, cough. Yang Xiao coughed twice, and bright red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Ji Ming looked at him, squinted his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You can even block this. You hit it really well." Yang Xiao tried to break free, but Ji Ming's arms were like iron clamps that were anchored in place, and he didn't move at all. After several unsuccessful attempts, he simply gave up. "No matter how deep I hide, I can't hide as deep as you. You killed 2 great demons at the peak of chi condensation with your own strength. Ji Boing, you really put in a lot of effort for today." Yang Xiao's tone was not without sarcasm, but more of it was disgust. A gentleman does not save. He could have just chosen to protect himself, but he didn't. Instead, hundreds of innocent lives were used to pave the way for him. Now that you have killed 2 great demons in the chi condensation realm, do you feel that you have committed a serious sin and want to offset your sins? How ridiculous! Looking directly into Yang Xiao's eyes, Ji Ming seemed to see through the angry young man's imagination and couldn't help but sneer. "Mocking me? You are noble. You are amazing. I just don't know, Lord Yang, as noble as you are, how many people in Shu County can you save without a dienture like me?" Yang Xiao's pupils trembled. He stared at Ji Ming, wanting to say something, but at this moment he didn't know where to start. Ji Ming felt amused when he saw Yang Xiao like this. Of course, he did not excuse the original owner. After all, judging from the memories he inherited, the original owner did not think so much. He simply wanted to survive no matter what the means, even if many people will be sacrificed because of myself. Ji Ming dismissed the thoughts in his mind and immediately looked at the angry young man in front of him, saying playfully, "Last time in the Land Temple, you kept your mouth shut in exchange for your life. This time, what are you going to use in exchange?" Chapter 12 Zhou Tian Jun My Method. Yang Xiao looked at the somewhat evil young man in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked, "What do you want? What do you want?" Ji Ming hummed for a moment and said with a smile, "With the 5th level of chi condensation, You were able to block my full-strength attack just now. I guess it's because you practice some superior martial arts techniques, right? Take it out and let me see it. You're dreaming. When Yang Xiu heard this, his face changed. If he really handed over the skills, not only him, but also his sister, and even the family behind him would be implicated. Even if I die today, I will never hand over the secret method left to me by that noble man. Seeing Yang Xiu refuse so easily, Ji Ming was not surprised. As an angry young man, it is normal to be stubborn. So, Ji Ming smiled and said, if you don't want to give it to me, forget it. At worst, I can kill you first and then take out my anger on your sister. Speaking of which, I quite like this little girl. She's so pretty and has a nice personality. Ji Boing. Before Ji Ming could finish his words, Yang Xiu suddenly shouted. He stared at me with bloodshot eyes, veins popping out on his forehead, and gnashed his teeth as he said, if you dare to touch a hair on my sister, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. TSK, 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 TSK. I'm so scared, Ji Ming said with a smile in a tone that looked extremely annoying. When Yang Xiu saw this scene, he became even more furious. He struggled hard, using up almost all his strength, but he still couldn't move at all. This feeling of being manipulated at will, but unable to resist, made him feel desperate. Yang Xiu still chose to bow his head. I'll give. His voice was so thin and tinny that if Ji Ming hadn't upgraded his physical body and strengthened his five senses, he wouldn't even be able to hear it. That's right. Ji Ming casually withdrew his right hand and said with a smile. As early as when he was in the Land Temple, he had doubts about that punch, but later he was busy adding fuel to the fire, and Yang Xiu kept his mouth shut about what happened that day, so he didn't pay much attention to this kid. But I didn't expect that this kid didn't learn from the last lesson at all. He actually came to my door again quietly, and he was so easy to control. It was simply a blessing from heaven. How does the saying go? If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. Now that it has been delivered to our doorstep, we should naturally cherish it. Bring it here. Ji Ming stretched out his hand in front of Yang Xiu and waved. The latter looked at him coldly and said unhappily, how could I possibly carry something like this with me? Ji Ming thought it made sense. After all, if he really had it with him, he could just rob it. Why would he go through all this trouble? Then take me to get it. Ji Ming stood with his hands behind his back, with a warm smile on his face. Yang Xiu felt that the smile was disgusting, but he didn't say anything and walked silently towards the county town. That's all. After nearly an hour's journey, the two arrived at a simple courtyard in the outer city of Shiwu County. Although the yard was a bit run down and many things were old and worn out, the inside was kept in good order and was extremely clean. A person who pays attention to others. Ji Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just as he was thinking about it, Yang Xiu had already opened the door of a nearby room. Just as he was about to go in, Ji Ming grabbed the back of his neck and reminded him softly, don't play tricks. If you don't kill me, I'm going to kill your sister. Yang Xiu shuddered. He did have the idea of launching a sneak attack on Ji Ming, but after hearing this, he finally chose to give up. Soon, he took Ji Ming to the corner of the room and then took out a yellowed but clean, thread-bound book from behind the wardrobe. Zhou Jun My Method. Ji Ming took the book of martial arts, held the back of Yang Xiu's neck with one hand, and slowly read it from beginning to end with the other hand. Soon a prompt popped up in front of me. The meridian opening exercise, Zhou Jun My FA, spiritual medium, was detected. Is it included? It's actually on the same level as the demon ceiling slash that the golden finger helped me comprehend. This guy has something. Ji Ming chose to include it without any hesitation. Inclusion successful. Zhou Jun My Method. Not yet started. Seeing that the money had been secured, Ji Ming did not embarrass the young angry man any further. He threw the technique back and asked again, are there any others? I'm not very interested in this technique. Don't go too far? Seeing how greedy Ji Ming was, Yang Xiu became even more angry. This is the only one, love it or not. Ji Ming stared at Yang Xiu's eyes for a long time, then smiled and said, No. Why are you angry? Okay, it's getting late. I should go back to the government office to report on my duties. As for what you saw today, it's still the same old rules. Ji Ming waved his hand and did not take the martial arts book on the table. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly out of the courtyard. Yang Xiu glanced at the martial arts on the table, then looked at the back, and for a moment he was a little confused. It was not until Ji Ming completely left his courtyard that he slowly came back to his senses and could not help but murmured, "What does he want?" This confusion only lasted for a moment, and he soon returned to normal, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. He glanced in the direction of the bed, and then put the book Zhou Tianjun My Fa back into the closet. After leaving Yang Xiu's house, Ji Ming went directly to the inner city. As usual, he would first inflict some wounds on his body, some of which were even near key parts such as the heart and throat, to highlight his own tragedy. Then, when approaching the inner city, he temporarily concealed his breath and reversed part of his true energy, making himself look dying and likely to die at any time. After seeing this scene, the county government's bailiff did not think much about it and directly sent Ji Ming back home, and then called the best doctor in the county to help Ji Ming treat his wounds. This whole ordeal lasted the entire night. At this point, the report is completed. The other side, in a dark cave in Beishan, a giant dog demon wearing a black robe and with thick black hair on its chest was half lying on a stone chair. In front of him, there were two good-looking human women kneeling, helping him gently hammer the two thick dog legs. "You mean, the Taoist priest in yellow robe died together with General by Bo?" "Exactly." Jiao Min leaned forward and whispered. The news was brought back by Lord Ji after he escaped at the risk of his life. There shouldn't be any problem. The dog demon's face darkened slightly. He casually grabbed the woman in front of him, and without waiting for her to scream, he tore off her head and stuffed it into her bloody mouth, making a series of crisp, bone-breaking sounds. Another woman nearby fainted on the spot after seeing this scene. Deputy Mountain Master Jiaomin continued, "Now that my wife is not here, not only did Long Zhe occupy Shilapu without permission, but he also killed the Taoist priest in yellow robe. This behavior is simply too much for me, Beishan. Do you think we should send troops?" "That's enough." Before Jiao Min could finish, the dog demon interrupted him and said in a deep voice, "I have other important matters to attend to these days, so it is not convenient for me to leave the mountain. As for meeting Long Zhe, I will make plans after Madam comes back. You go back first and report any news in time." Jiao Min opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed his words back. He bowed deeply to the dog demon, then left the cave. Seeing that Jiao Min had left, a hint of coldness appeared in the dog demon's green eyes. The two great demons at the peak of Qi Condensation Realm died together, and all the little demons under their command also died. However, this news was brought back from Jianlong's by a mere cultivator at the second level of Qi Condensation at the risk of his life. Chapter 13. Breaking Through the Realm and Opening the Meridians. At midnight, all the doctors invited by the county government had left one after another, and Ji Ming was the only one left in the courtyard. He opened the panel and added all the 2 new spiritual points he had earned to martial arts. It was almost the same as the previous sword skills, body movements, and physique. It was a sudden enlightenment that made people dizzy and a little nauseous. Then all the negative states and negative emotions dissipated one after another, and were replaced by a kind of enlightenment that cleared the clouds and saw the sun. The pattern has been figured out. Martial arts, 02. Gongfa, Zhodian Jimai Fa. Not yet started getting started. It's just entry level and not minor success? Ji Ming looked at the prompt on the panel, a look of surprise evident on his face. I thought that with each level increase in an attribute, the proficiency in the corresponding skills and techniques would increase by 1 level. But now that his martial arts had been upgraded to level 2, his Zhou Tian Jinmai Fa was still at the entry level. Could it be related to the level of the technique? Ji Ming had a rough guess. He looked at the column for techniques again. The demon sealing slash he had just mastered was also of mid-level spiritual grade, but for some reason, there was no proficiency level behind it. Judging from the user experience alone, Ji Ming feels that the proficiency of the demon sealing slash should be higher than the demon subduing sword technique and the 13 waves sword technique. At least, when he used the demon sealing slash, he had a feeling of doing whatever he wanted, as if it were a piece of cake. The demon subduing sword technique can also do it, but it is still a little bit lacking. Forget it, don't think about it for now. Breaking through the realm and opening the meridians is the primary task, and we can talk about other things later. Ji Ming quickly put aside all distracting thoughts and began to digest the entry-level Zhodian Jinmai method. Although the proficiency is not high, it is enough if one only wants to break through from the Qi condensation stage to the meridian opening stage. I don't know how long it took, but after some digestion, Ji Ming finally understood the principle of opening the meridians with the Zhodian Jinmai method. To put it simply, when the true qi is circulating in the body, the breathing method is used to suddenly stop the true qi. Because the breathing stops too suddenly, the speed of the subsequent true qi will change drastically under the action of inertia, thus forming a huge impact force in the meridians, vibrating the meridians and achieving the purpose of opening up the meridians. This method is somewhat similar to the water hammer effect. Only, without the continuous attempts of predecessors. Who would have thought of it? Even if they thought of it, how many people would dare to try and succeed? Although the method is simple, it is not easy to do it. If it is not done properly, the meridians may be damaged at best, and at worst, the head may be cut off or even death may occur on the spot. The amount of true qi, the speed of circulation, the position of stopping the qi, and the time of releasing the qi are all very important. Each of the 8 extraordinary meridians is completely different. Fortunately, Ji Ming has just started and has mastered the key to opening the run and do meridians. Buzz! As Ji Ming took a deep breath, the first round of Chongmai began. According to the instructions on the formula, after circulating the true qi for 9 cycles, Ji Ming suddenly forced the true qi into the Ren meridian, and then with lightning speed, he detained the true qi in front of the Jiwei point. Boom! The huge impact force made Ji Ming's whole body tremble, even though every step was done according to the requirements of the magic formula, and Ji Ming even strengthened his body before that. However, the pain brought by the pulse shock still made him frown, and his face turned pale. This feeling was like someone was grabbing the middle of my chest tightly with their hands, and then pulling it suddenly, and the area from the throat to that extremely hard part was strongly affected. Fortunately, the first pulse shock ended successfully, and 1/3 of the Ren meridian was opened. Ji Ming was also sure that his deduction was correct. And with the first success, the remaining 2 shocks of the Ren meridian will not be too difficult even if they are different. That's all. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, the east was already starting to get light, and Ji Ming successfully opened up his Ren meridian, officially entering the stage of opening his meridians and strengthening his body. Cultivation +1, or a +1. Breakthrough a great realm, additional spiritual points +1. Name, Ji Ming. Cultivation. Kaimai stage. Renmai 0/1000. Acupoint intersection progress. 0/11. Available spirit points 2. Martial arts 2. Knife. Spell 4. Body skill 3. Physique skill 2. Ayang. Piuryang Badi 2. Exercise method. Zhoutian Junmai method. Skills. Demon subduing sword technique. 13 waves sword technique. Demon sealing slash. Dragonfly skimming the water. 8 diagram step. Is this the Kaimai realm? Ji Ming clenched his palms, and at the same time, the vital energy in his body circulated. Just by opening up the Ren meridian, the qi in my body has been condensed to this extent. If Ji Ming's true energy before was flying catkins and floating silk threads, then now it has become thick fog and red clouds. With my current state, even without the blessing of a physical body, sword skills, and body skills, I can kill that yellow-skinned rat with just one sword, right? That's right, it's a massacre. Even though Ji Ming had just broken through to the Kaimai realm, the strength of his true qi was far from comparable to that of the peak of qi condensation. The two seem to be one step closer, but in fact they are a chasm. If it didn't have such absolute crushing power, how could a great demon in the Kaimai realm suppress the several or even dozens of little demons in the late qi condensation realm under his command? Today they may make you their king, and tomorrow they may eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Unfortunately, breaking through a major realm only made my true energy more condensed and powerful, but there was no improvement in other aspects. But it makes sense. I have only opened up the Ren meridian now, but the 9 acupoints have not been opened up yet. It is already very good to have such an improvement. As he spoke, Ji Ming turned his attention to his own attributes. The breakthrough to the new realm directly gave Ji Ming 2 points of inspiration, which was the biggest gain of this breakthrough. After a little thought, Ji Ming added the first bit of inspiration to his swordsmanship. Please complete the sword heart into the spirit before adding points. The sword enters the spirit? Ji Ming looked at the prompt on the panel and was stunned. Isn't the threshold for using this cheat code too high? Although the threshold was high and Ji Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, he did not dwell on it too much. The most urgent task is to seize the time to improve my strength. Sword skills as a means of attack can be improved the most, but the level 4 swordsmanship combined with the demon sealing slash can kill a big monster in the Kaimai realm without breaking the blade. After a little thought, Jiming added the 2 points of spiritual light to his body and flesh respectively. As for martial arts, although this attribute is very important, it is of no use to Jiming at this stage. What's the use of having a high level of martial arts understanding? There is only this one book of exercises, and even if you comprehend it to perfection, you will still remain at the Ren Meridian, and not a single acupoint has been opened up. Just like that, after some more hard work, Jiming's physical skills and body both broke through. Stepping into the 4th level of body movement not only allowed Jiming to perfect his proficiency in the 2 body movement skills, but also allowed him to comprehend a new body movement skill, Phantom Mystery Technique. Spiritual level medium quality. As for the physical body, not only has the perception ability within a range of 10 meters been improved to 30 meters, but the physical strength and power have also increased significantly. Jiming tried pinching his arm with his fingernails, but even though he had used 70% to 80% of his strength and even incorporated some sword skills, it only left a shallow mark on it. With this level of defense, even if one were to withstand a powerful attack from a late-stage chi condensation cultivator, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? A hint of joy finally appeared on Jiming's face. The resentment about not being able to upgrade his swordsmanship also disappeared. Just when he was about to test the increase in strength again, he suddenly collected his thoughts and looked towards the gate. Although the door to the room and the gate to the courtyard were closed and his vision could not penetrate, the slightest movement allowed him to accurately locate the location. Just in time. Chapter 14, Who Do You Choose? Although Yang Xiao was very reluctant to have any contact with Jiming again. But now the Taoist priest in yellow robe and General Bai Bo were both killed by his scheme. Although Beishan didn't see any action now, it was obvious that Longzhou was seeking revenge like crazy. There was news of disappearance at showtime last night. It was said that Xinyo village in the south of the city, Zoshi village, and Shilapu where an accident happened not long ago were all attacked by monsters. Especially in Shilapu, dozens of villagers were killed, and the village was burned down to ashes. There were even 5 bloody human heads hanging on the archway at the entrance of the village. Thinking of this, Yang Xiao couldn't help but clench his fists under his official robe. 2 years. 2 years at most. When he returns after completing his studies, he will definitely kill all the demons in Shou County. Don't leave anyone behind. Call. Yang Xiao let out a long breath, then raised his hand to knock on the door. But just when he raised his hand halfway, someone patted his shoulder without warning. At the same time, a clear yet terrifying voice came from behind him. Although the sound was not loud, it was like a thunderclap exploding in Yang Xiao's mind. How is that possible? Even if he didn't pay special attention to what was behind him, but with the method of nourishing the mind in that mental method, ordinary people would be able to sense it when they were within 5 feet of him. How'd he do that? Yang Xiao couldn't help but think of the day when he was discovered by Jiming outside General Bai Bo's cave. He found that the registrar in front of him was becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Hey, isn't this Lord Yang? Jiming still had that signature warm smile on his face. He put his arm around Yang Xiao's shoulders and led him directly into the courtyard, regardless of whether the latter was willing or not. To be precise, it's drag. But Jiming didn't mind at all and asked with a smile, "How come Lord Yang has time to visit my humble abode today? And you came so early in the morning? Could it be? I suddenly remembered that there are still a few manuals at home that you haven't given me? Master Yang is so polite. Can you be more shameless?" When Yang Xiao heard Jiming's last 2 sentences, his face became extremely gloomy. Soon, Jiming Qiang dragged him into the living room and even closed the door after he entered the room. "What on earth are you going to do?" Being forced to sit on the bench by Jiming, Yang Xiao could not help but ask with a cold face. "I should be the one asking you this." Jiming Wei lowered his eyes, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then added another glass for Yang Xiao. "It's so early in the morning, and there's still half an hour before the vendors in the county town set up their stalls, but Lord Yang is still lingering at the door of my humble abode. What's the intention? Of course I have something to ask you." Yang Xiao's tone was slightly cold. Then he took the water that Jiming poured for him and took a big sip. "Puff. Sour. Why else do you think I would pour you tea?" Jiming put down the teacup in his hand and asked. "Just get straight to the point." Yang Xiao looked at Jiming like this, and his forehead bulged. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said, "I see Long Zhe has already taken action. Chinyo village and Zoshi village were attacked one after another. And also, Shilapu. Yang Xiao took a deep breath, and his voice trembled slightly. Dozens of people in the entire village were killed, without exception. The entire village was burned to ashes by those demons. When Ji Ming heard this, his eyes trembled slightly, and his hands on his knees also clenched. Longzhe's revenge was faster and more violent than he expected. Damn it! Seeing Longzhe's revenge this time, whether it is aimed at Beishan or not, it will be a catastrophe for Xiaowu County. Ji Ming closed his eyes tightly and rubbed his eyebrows hard. What are you going to do? Yang Xiao's low voice came from the side. Have no idea, Ji Ming said without thinking. Have no idea? Yang Xiao suddenly stood up and slammed the table in front of him with his palm. The terrifying force blew away the teapot and teacups. Those people died because of you. And you tell me you didn't know? What else? Ji Ming glanced at Yang Xiao and said, Anything else? If not, please report to the government office. After saying that, Ji Ming ignored the angry young man and walked straight out of the living room. Ji Boying. Seeing that Ji Ming had no intention of intervening, Yang Xiao finally got angry. He stood up and blocked Ji Ming's way, glaring at him and saying, If it weren't for you, how could Shilipa be massacred by demons? If it weren't for you, how could hundreds of people in the village be buried by demons? They all died because of you. How can you say these 3 words? Master Yang, please be aware of your status. It is not your turn to tell me what to do and how to do it. Ji Ming spoke indifferently, his tone noticeably colder. He casually pushed the angry young man aside and said as he walked away, This Jinsher has things to do, so I won't chat with Lord Yang anymore. Stop right there. Yang Xiao wanted to step forward to stop him, but before he could take a few steps forward, Ji Ming stomped his right foot lightly, and a piece of gravel flew past his ear in an instant. Master Yang, don't make the mistake. Ji Ming didn't look back. Only the cold voice echoed in the small courtyard. Yang Xiao's body froze in place. At this moment, he seemed to smell the breath of death. 30 miles south of the city, a dozen mutilated corpses were scattered beside the winding path. The dried and coagulated blood reflected the remaining light of the setting sun, making the entire trail appear bright red. Close to the village entrance, several tall figures with human bodies and snake heads sat side by side. Some used human heads as pots of blood to make wine and drank freely. What's more, he pressed the woman's head tightly with his hands and kept rising and falling in his arms, even though the woman had already expired and had no life left. Besides, in front of these snake monsters, dozens of ordinary villagers were crawling tremblingly, like lambs to be slaughtered, not knowing when it would be their turn. Pooh! As if feeling a little bored, the snake demon who was chewing the bones slowly stood up. He glanced around at the villagers in front of him and finally focused his gaze on a woman with 2 children. As if he had thought of something, he gently stuck out his snake tongue and an exaggerated arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked up to the woman, lifted her chin with his hand, and asked with a smile, These 2, are they your children? Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned pale. She didn't care about the pain on her cheek caused by the snake demon's sharp nails and kept begging, My king, please spare me. My king, please spare me. Please, don't hurt my child. Don't hurt my child. Just let my child go. I will do anything you ask me to do. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. When the snake demon saw the woman crying, the curve of his mouth became more exaggerated. I won't hurt your child, but you have to play a little game with me. If you play well, I will not only let your child go, but I might let you go too. When the woman heard this, she was immediately delighted. As long as her 2 children could survive, she would do anything. Only, before she could express her gratitude to the snake demon, she saw the latter throw a dagger and said sinisterly, Don't you have 2 children? Now, I'm giving you a choice. Kill one of them, and you can take the other away. How is it? Is it a good deal? No, no. The woman immediately knelt down in front of the snake demon, kowtowed, and begged, Don't hurt my children. If you want to kill someone, just kill me. As long as you can release my 2 children, I will do anything you ask me to do. As she spoke, the woman picked up a dagger from the side and stabbed herself in the neck without any hesitation. Perhaps after she dies, her child will die too. But at least this was better than watching her 2 underage children die in front of her. Only, the woman's idea was still too naive. How could the snake demon let her get what she wanted? In just a blink of an eye, The dagger that the woman had worked so hard to get was taken away. At the same time, the thick snake body bound her tightly, making her unable to move at all. Don't push me. If you dare to make me unhappy today, I will eat your 2 children in front of you. Not only will I eat them, I will also eat them from their arms and thighs bit by bit, turning them into human sticks, making their lives worse than death. Of course, if you can play with me, what I said before will still count. I promise not to touch you or your other child again. Choose. Don't let me lose my patience. You only have 3 breaths of time. If you don't make a decision after 3 breaths, then both of your children will die. 3, 2, 1. 3 breaths of time passed in a flash, and the snake demon stared at the mother and asked loudly, "Tell me, who do you choose?" Chapter 15, Ambush. I choose your mother. Clang. Under the blood-stained red clouds, a flash of silver light suddenly flashed. Without waiting for the snake demon to react, it pierced through his thick neck. Who? When the other snake demons saw their companions being killed, looks of shock and anger suddenly appeared on their faces. At the same time, their true chi began to circulate rapidly, and their cultivation in the middle and late stages of chi condensation was instantly revealed. Only, with such skills, he's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Ji Ming. Ji Ming did not pause at all. He kept changing the bagua steps and instantly got in front of the snake monsters. Then he drew his sword and slashed them. With just one strike, the 3-headed snake monster was cut in half on the spot. Kill the Chi Condensation Level 7 Snake Demon, Spiritual Essence plus 231. Kill the 6th level of Chi Condensation Snake Monster, Spiritual Essence plus 198. Behead. Looking at the notifications of spiritual energy arrival that popped up one after another on the panel, Ji Ming's face showed no joy. He glanced at the devastated village chief, smelled the bloody smell wafting around him, and asked in a deep voice, "Are there any other demons in the village?" Everything happened so fast that the villagers who were waiting to be slaughtered by the demons were unable to react for a while. After Ji Ming spoke for a long time, an old man stammered and said, "No, no more. These 4 snake demons were all killed by you." Ji Ming nodded slightly when he heard this, and then said, "Find a place to hide, anywhere except the county town and other villages. Give me some time, and I'll let you go home again." After saying this, without waiting for the villagers to react, Ji Ming turned around and left. As of this morning, there are a total of 5 villages attacked by demons. The Huaynachong in front of him was the last one he visited. In 5 villages, Ji Ming killed a total of 13 demons. Among them, there are 3 small demons in the early stage of Chi condensation, 6 small demons in the middle stage, and 4 in the late stage. A total of 2,310 points of spiritual energy were used to open up 2 Ren Meridian acupoints. This was a very gratifying harvest, but Ji Ming just couldn't be happy. After returning to the county town, Ji Ming ordered a pot of wine from a tavern he passed by that had very little business. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he took a big gulp of wine. The drink was strong and bitter, and it felt like swallowing a razor blade. But Ji Ming just frowned slightly. Then he picked up the wine jug and continued to pour the wine into his mouth until the wine in the jug was empty, not a drop left. He dragged his heavy body, fell heavily on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, before daybreak, Ji Ming had already woken up and went out with a broken waist knife in his hand. Kill the demon. Ji Ming did not go to the county government to inquire about the news because there was no need. All you need to do is catch a little monster on the road and interrogate it briefly to find out where Jianlong's is. Just like yesterday, Ji Ming only learned from Yang Xiao that Qinyo Village, Zoshi Village, and Shilapu were attacked. But after a fierce battle, they discovered that A. Wainachong and Yaxingli had also encountered monsters. Therefore, going to the Yamen to inquire about the news is a complete waste of time. It is better to go to see Long Zhe first and then sweep around one by one. Besides, Ji Ming is seriously injured now, so it is not appropriate for him to appear in the Yamen. Although I don't know what Beishan's specific attitude is, it has been the 3rd day and there is still no movement from Beishan. It is very likely that he has seen something. As Ji Ming hurried on his way, he murmured, "We must seize the time to earn spiritual essence and open up acupoints. It would be best if I could fill up my run and do meridians before the dog demon comes down the mountain." After breaking through the Kaimai realm, the spiritual energy for each level up is still the same as the 9th level of Chi condensation, which is 1,000 points. But each time you advance to the Kaimai realm, You only open up one acupoint, and no spiritual points are given. Ji Ming estimated that if he wanted to obtain spiritual points, he still had to open up the major meridians. There are 11 acupoints in the Ren meridian. If you want to open up the next major meridian, the Du meridian, you still need nearly 9,000 spiritual essences. The road ahead is long and arduous. As his mind was racing, he had already arrived at Jianlong's. With just a little perception, Ji Ming accurately captured the demon's trace. A four-legged lizard at the fourth level of qi condensation. Ji Ming just pointed his toes and crossed a distance of several feet in an instant, then flashed into a bush. Bang! A punch was thrown. Suddenly, a lizard as big as an adult flew out. Ji Ming quickly followed, grabbed one of the snake demon's front legs before it landed, and then swung it forward violently. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking was followed. The severe pain made the lizard open its mouth wide, but before it could scream, Ji Ming quickly grabbed its bloody mouth and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and a big hole was immediately created in the wet swamp. To be honest, it's hard to make mistakes with such a long mouth. Ji Ming muttered silently in his heart, then stared at the lizard in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you answer well, I'll spare your life. If you answer badly, I'll cripple all four of your legs and turn you into a snake stick, leaving you wishing you were dead but unable to live." The little lizard, relying on his little cultivation, usually only knows how to bully ordinary humans who have no cultivation. Now he met a monk who was far stronger than himself. Just a little threat made him burst into tears and lose control of his genitals. After a short while, Ji Ming got the news he wanted. "Young man, I have told you everything that should and shouldn't be said. Can you let me go now?" The snake demon looked at Ji Ming eagerly and begged. "Certainly." Ji Ming chuckled and loosened his iron-like grip. Upon seeing this, the lizard immediately kowtowed and expressed his gratitude. Then he ran hurriedly towards the distant swamp. Only, before he could walk far, a sound of breaking air came rushing over and went straight through his huge head. "I only said I'd spare your life once, but I can say I'd spare your life a second time. You ran too slowly, don't blame me." Ji Ming sneered, and then rushed towards the villages that the snake demon mentioned. In the next few days, Ji Ming kept repeating the previous operations, and it worked every time. Only, because the demons sent out during this period were killed repeatedly and silently, and the villagers were also transferred. Ji Ming got the news from the little demon, and was furious when he saw Longza, the eel who claimed to be the Dragon King. They secretly increased the number of demons that attacked the village, and even set up layers of siege on the outskirts of the attacked village. There were 5 big demons above the 7th level of qi condensation alone, just waiting to catch the turtle in the jar. Good idea. If Ji Ming had not broken through to the Kaimai realm, or had just broken through, he might have fallen into their hands if they plotted against him. But after these few days of fighting, Ji Ming's Ren Meridian has been fully developed, and 10 of the 11 acupoints have been opened. The degree of qi condensation is no longer what it used to be. Combined with level 4 body skills and swordsmanship, as well as level 3 physical body, let alone a dozen or so little monsters with uneven cultivation and no combat awareness, even if they have all achieved perfect qi condensation, what can that do? After receiving the news, Ji Ming still followed the old rules. He first spared the life of the little demon who passed the information as a token of gratitude, and then took the second life to show his determination to slay the demon. Shamanling, there was some anticipation in Ji Ming's eyes. After today, you can officially enter the Du Meridian. Chapter 16, Woman in White. It was noon and the sun was scorching. Ji Ming found a hilltop with slightly higher terrain, leaned against a dense and lush Kohlrateria tree, looked down at Shaman Ridge halfway up the mountain, and drank a bottle of unknown liquor bought from the tavern. Long before he traveled through time, Ji Ming was not interested in alcohol. He would have a sip of alcohol during festivals to help liven up the atmosphere, but it was mostly beer and liquor. As for the liquor, perhaps it was because he had been acting like a grandson for too long at the boss and the client's dinner table, and Ji Ming felt annoyed watching them. But after returning from the lust rush last time, Ji Ming didn't know whether he had a brain cramp or something, but he actually had the idea of drowning his sorrows in alcohol. It was still as unpalatable, but for some reason, after taking a sip, Ji Ming unexpectedly felt a lot more relaxed. From that day on, Ji Ming drank 2 kilograms of milk almost every day. As for whether it will hurt the body, not to mention that true qi can drive away the alcohol smell. Even if it does nothing, is the level 3 physical body really just a decoration? Gurgle. After taking the last sip of wine, Ji Ming put the gourd back on his waist and stood up shakily, holding on to the trunk of the luan tree next to him. Looking at the demons hiding in the ravine outside Shangmenling village, Ji Ming grinned and spoke incoherently with his tongue tangled. In broad daylight, the demon should be slain. After saying that, Ji Ming held the knife in his right hand, bent his body, and swooped down the steep hillside like a swift. The distance of several hundred steps was easily crossed in the blink of an eye. The demon who was lying in ambush in the ravine couldn't help but look up when he heard the noise behind him. The next moment, they saw an ink-like figure in the dazzling sunlight, like a god descending to the earth, dragging thousands of feet of light and crashing down. Bang! With just one strike, the 2 chi condensation level 7 toads were broken into several pieces on the spot. Before the blood mist that burst out could completely disperse and fall, the second knife had already followed. Even the big demon at the 7th level of chi condensation was vulnerable, let alone the small demons around who were not even at the 5th level of chi condensation. The knife flashed, and they were completely dead before they even had the chance to make any sound. This is the run meridian of 10 apertures, the insurmountable gap in the chi condensation realm. After dealing with all the monsters, Ji Ming shook the blood off the blade, then carried the knife on his shoulder. Without hiding, he walked in as if he was in an empty space. Soon, in the quiet Shangmenling, screams were heard one after another. Kill the 4th level chi condensation gecko spirit, spiritual essence plus 132. Kill the 8th level of chi condensation purple viper, spiritual essence plus 264. Behead, cultivation plus 1, aura plus 1. Current cultivation level. Opening the 2nd level of meridians, do meridian. Acupoint progress, 2 ninths. There are only 7 more acupoints left to complete the run and do meridians. By then, even if we face the guard dog, we will be able to defeat it, right? Ji Ming closed the panel, and his face, which had been silent for many days, finally showed a hint of joy. He looked at the empty village in front of him, then walked toward the house, knocked on the door, and just like before, after giving a few brief instructions, he left. As for whether these villagers would do, as he said, that's not Ji Ming's business. That's all he can do. After leaving Shangmenling, Ji Ming no longer had the desire to slay the demon and prepared to return to the county town. After getting a pot of wine, he would go home. As for the newly earned spiritual points, the old rule still applies. Add them to the physical body first. Improving his martial arts aptitude now can only allow Ji Ming to comprehend the Zhoudianjimai method more thoroughly, but it cannot directly improve his strength. In order to prevent the dog demon from coming down the mountain, Ji Ming decided to lift his physical body first, which would give him a better chance of saving his life. Ji Ming thought so. But at this moment, an uncontrollable roar of beasts came from the deep mountains and woods nearby. Judging from the momentum alone, the source of this voice is probably at the Kaimai realm. Ji Ming's expression suddenly changed. There are 4 great demons with open meridians outside Shiwu County. Putting aside the Beishan fox demon that had already left, and the guard dog, and the eel demon whose voices were completely different then, the owner of this voice can only be the wild boar king of the wild boar forest. But isn't the wild boar king entrenched to the east of the county? Why did you come to Qingnan? Seeing the sound getting closer, Ji Ming didn't have time to think about it and walked straight down the mountain. But soon, Ji Ming discovered that on the hillside on the right, there was a snow-white figure like a white crane quickly shuttling through the jungle. When Ji Ming discovered the other person, the latter also saw Ji Ming. "Down you!" the man shouted. It turned out to be a woman. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming pretended not to hear and quickly changed direction, trying to distance himself from the woman in white. But the latter seemed to have no intention of letting Ji Ming go. "Wait a minute, fellow Taoist." The woman in white took a few light steps and covered dozens of feet in a few breaths. After a short while, she caught up with Ji Ming and walked side by side with him. "Fellow Taoist, please help me keep something. I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed." After saying that, the woman stuffed the grass into Ji Ming's arms without caring whether Ji Ming agreed or not. Then she paused slightly and rushed off in another direction. Ji Ming's heart tightened as he watched this scene. Too fast. This woman's speed was far beyond his reach, even if he used his full strength to perform the phantom tracking technique. You know, Ji Ming's current body movement has already broken through level 4. Although Bagua steps and dragonfly skimming the water are low-level body movements, they are also at the perfect level. As for the phantom tracking technique, it is of the middle spiritual grade, and the proficiency is also at the perfect level. But even so, his speed was far slower than that of the woman in white. And judging from the other party's appearance, it seems that he still has a lot of strength left. Call. Ji Ming let out a long breath, quickly gathered his thoughts, and dived down the cliff. When we returned to the county town, it was almost curfew, around 7 p.m. In fact, Ji Ming could have come back earlier, but out of caution, he walked around outside for several rounds to make sure that there were no traces left before going back to the county town. As usual, we would go to the tavern first, get a pot of their signature liquor, and then go home. In view of today's breakthrough, Ji Ming rewarded himself with an extra half-pound of cooked meat and a bag of peanuts. When he returned to the courtyard, Ji Ming found that there were many young men in Taoist robes at the door. Ji Ming's face darkened. Why don't you come earlier or later? Why do you come just when I want to eat meat? Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, Ji Ming still greeted him with a smile and said hello from afar. Hey, isn't this Lord Yang? I just bought some wine and meat today. Sir Yang, how about we come in and have a few drinks? Yang Xiu looked at Ji Ming's smiling face. Although he felt a little disgusted, he hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, Can. Oh, that's such a pity. Congratulations. Ji Ming originally thought that Yang Xiu would refuse. After all, their two meetings had ended unpleasantly, and he had prepared a good speech. But this guy didn't play by the rules and actually agreed. Damn it, do you have any shame? Although Ji Ming was very unhappy in his heart, he still had a smile on his face and politely took Yang Xiu into the courtyard. After placing the wine, meat, and peanuts on the table, Ji Ming found 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and sat opposite Yang Xiu. Ji Ming is a rough man who doesn't know any etiquette. Sir Yang, please feel free to do as you please. Ji Ming filled 2 bowls with wine, then picked up his own and drank it all in one gulp. Yang Xiu looked directly at Ji Ming and asked, instead of drinking from his own bowl, Those demons were all killed by you? Chapter 17, Heaven and Earth Pulse. Yang Xiu stared into Ji Ming's eyes, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, but more of it was an indescribable complexity. He doesn't seem that disgusting. After Ji Ming left that day, Yang Xiu thought that this registrar would keep himself out of trouble and would not care about the lives of the people outside the city. Now it seems that he was wrong again. Not only did this registrar not abandon the people, he also killed all the invading demons with his sword. In the past half-month, dozens of demons must have died at his hands, right? Just as Yang Xiu was thinking this, Ji Ming's next words made his eyes, which had already relaxed, become sharp again. I don't know what you're talking about. Ji Ming drank his wine by himself, then picked up a piece of cooked meat and tasted it with relish. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who could do this. Then think about it more. Ji Ming responded vaguely while chewing meat. That's right. As if he had thought of something, Ji Ming suddenly put down his chopsticks, stared at Yang Xiu, and said seriously, Lord Yang was beating and smashing things in my room that day, and he destroyed a lot of my good things. Considering that Lord Yang also cares about the people and that he cannot vent his anger, I will not pursue the matter. Master Yang, just compensate me with some silver. You. Seeing Ji Ming sitting upright, Yang Xiu thought he had something important to say, but he ended up telling him this. The young man in Confucian robes couldn't help but clench his fists and almost walked away with his sleeves swung. How many? It's not much. Just give me 4 or 5 taels of silver. Master Duo? Yang Xiu stared with his eyes wide open, almost wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. All that garbage of yours isn't even worth 100 coins at most, and you're asking me for 4 or 5 taels of silver? That's an old item left by our ancestors, not the garbage you're talking about. Besides, we are colleagues. Ji Ming, can't cheat you Lord Yang, right? Yang Xiu's face was full of black lines. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a few pieces of silver from his arms. Judging from the total amount, it was less than 2 taels. That's all. There's nothing more. It's a little less, but it's more than enough to compensate for the furniture, and the rest can be exchanged for 7 or 8 meals of wine and meat. Thinking of this, Ji Ming didn't hesitate and directly swept the silver to himself. Then he picked up a peanut and started eating it happily. His mood seemed to have improved a lot. It was already late at night when Yang Xiu left. This guy was originally very reserved and refused to eat or drink, but after he lost money, he started scrambling for food, as if he wanted to eat back the money he lost. Childish. Ji Ming packed up simply, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to add some physical strength. As soon as his spiritual points ran out, Ji Ming couldn't help but groan, and his cheeks, which were originally slightly flushed due to being tipsy, instantly turned pale. At this moment, it seemed as if countless flying needles were poured into the dantian, and then scattered in all directions, spreading to the limbs and bones at an extremely fast speed. Pain! It's so painful. It's like gnawing at your bones and pulling out your marrow, and thousands of blades are stabbing your body. This is Ji Ming's only feeling now. He thought this pain would be the same as before, coming and going quickly. But that doesn't seem to be the case this time. As time went by, the pain in my body not only did not decrease, but instead became more and more severe, and there was even a hot current like boiling water constantly flowing through my body. At this moment, Ji Ming's face turned from pale to red. He hunched his body, hugged his arms tightly, and curled up like a cooked crayfish. He clenched his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and because his breathing was too heavy, a lot of saliva overflowed from the tips of his teeth. Time passes by little. In this inhuman agony, Ji Ming kept fainting, waking up from the pain, fainting, and waking up from the pain. This cycle repeats countless times. Finally, as there was a crackling sound inside the body like firecrackers, the pain like scraping bones and extracting marrow completely dissipated. Ha. Ji Ming slowly stretched his body and lay down on the cold floor tiles in a big letter shape. He didn't care about the mixture of saliva and tears still on his face and the wet clothes on his body. He gasped and laughed a little crazily. Just like that, Ji Ming just stood there grinning foolishly for a while before he completely regained his composure. He rubbed his eyebrows, then closed his eyes and began to feel his body's condition. As soon as he calmed down, Ji Ming felt something was wrong. Ji Ming quickly circulated his qi throughout his body. After a short while, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, 10 major meridians? Under normal circumstances, a warrior who has reached the 7th level of Kaimai realm can open up a total of 8 meridians and 75 acupoints. Then the 12 main meridians are dredged and the 5 internal organs are connected, thus completing the whole body training. But at this moment, 2 more major veins appeared in Ji Ming's body. 2 major meridians run through his chest and back respectively, and even connect to 108 additional acupoints that are completely different from those recorded in the exercises. Ji Ming was busy opening the panel again. Name, Ji Ming. Cultivation. Open Meridian Level 2, Governor Meridian, 411/1000. Acupoint Intersection Progress. February 9th. T on my intersection progress. 0/36. Earth Vein Intersection Progress. 0/72 plus. Available Spirit Points, 0. Martial Arts, 2. Knife, Spell 4. Body Dharma 4. Body Method 4. Ayang, Piyuryang Badi 2. Exercise Method. Zhoutian Junmai Method. Skills. Demon Subduing Sword Technique. 13 Waves Sword Technique. Demon Sealing Slash. Dragonfly Skimming the Water. 8 Diagram Steps. Phantom Trace Technique. Are these 2 newly opened veins called Heavenly Vein and Earthly Vein? Although I have never heard of it, it is possible that I am not knowledgeable enough. Perhaps those famous families, sects, and dynasties will have relevant records. Ji Ming murmured softly, not dwelling on the matter too much. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should mean that you can add some more, right? Ji Ming focused his eyes on the plus sign behind the ground vein, and then his mind moved slightly. Soon, the same point-adding prompt sound as when playing Mario rang out. Clunk, 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 clunk. The plus sign flashed rapidly, and in a short while, the progress of the Earth vein had changed from 0/72 to 1370 seconds. At the same time, the true energy in Ji Ming's body quickly flowed into the newly opened acupoint like a dredged river. As these 13 acupoints were filled one by one, the true qi in the meridians became more condensed and thick, until all 13 acupoints were filled, and the solidity of the true qi was enhanced to twice as much as before. Good boy, double the blessing. Doesn't this mean that my 1-level meridian opening is equivalent to a normal warrior's 2-level meridian opening? When all 10 major meridian gates are opened, Wouldn't it be equivalent to the 14th level of meridian opening for a normal warrior? No. I have an extra 33 acupoints, so it should be the 17th level of meridian opening. Thinking of this, a gleam of light appeared in Ji Ming's eyes. As long as he can kill more demons in the future and cultivate the Dew Meridian to perfection, his realm will reach the 4th level of Kai Meridian. His realm is even higher than that of the Watchdog. Moreover, he has the support of 4th level swordsmanship, physical body, and body skills. How could the Watchdog, who has only opened his meridians at the 3rd level, be his opponent? Just as Ji Ming was immersed in the joy of the breakthrough, he suddenly sensed something and his face changed slightly. In the dim night, at the gate of the courtyard, a woman in white was looking at him with a smile. Chapter 18. I understand. Ji Ming suddenly felt fortunate that he had not thrown away the unknown grass before. As early as when the woman in white stuffed the grass into his arms, he had planned to stay out of it. But, judging from the movements displayed by the opponent, Ji Ming was still a little hesitant. Now it seems that it is a good thing that I hesitated at that time, which allowed him to bring the grass back. Because, at this moment, Ji Ming actually felt the fear from the woman in white, even though she did not reveal any aura. I apologize for disturbing you so late at night. The woman in white bowed slightly to Ji Ming and asked with a smile, "Is it convenient to go in?" Ji Ming came back to his senses and immediately responded, "Of course, please come in, fellow Taoist." After saying that, he turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Soon, Ji Ming brought the woman in white to the living room, and after making her a bowl of tea that was not stale, he took out the grass from his arms. It was a little wilted and had a lot of sweat stains on it. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Ji Ming asked somewhat awkwardly. The woman in white couldn't help but smile when she saw this. "It's nothing. Thank you for your help in keeping it." As she spoke, she took the grass, then took out a wooden box from somewhere, carefully put the grass in and sealed it. After doing all this, the woman turned her gaze to Ji Ming and said, "I've said before that I'll reward you handsomely after the task is completed. Is there anything you need?" "I need techniques, the more the better." Ji Ming muttered silently in his heart, then shook his head and refused. "It's just a small favor, don't worry about it. Although the person in front of me is beautiful, there's a little bit of mischief in her eyes and temperament, and she doesn't look like a bad person. But the human heart is unpredictable. In a world of chaos and demons, evil spirits are reborn, and there is deception everywhere. Naive people will not live long. Well, although the person in front of me doesn't look very old." Seeing Ji Ming politely refuse, the woman was not surprised, so she took out a luxuriously bound book from somewhere, pushed it in front of Ji Ming, and said, "I accidentally saw you carrying a sword before, and I felt a barely perceptible but extremely spiritual sword energy from you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a pure sword cultivator, right? I was in a hurry to leave, so I didn't bring much with me. I found this sword technique by chance. Although it is a fragment, it is equivalent to a spiritual level top-grade sword technique. I hope you won't despise me. Top-grade spiritual level? Isn't that even stronger than the demon ceiling slash?" Ji Ming still didn't answer. "I'm just helping to bring the pearl grass. No matter how precious that grass is, it can't be worth as much as a spiritual level martial arts book, right?" Seeing that Ji Ming did not move, the woman just smiled and drank the tea in the cup to show her sincerity. Then she stood up and said, "I won't disturb you from resting for now. Also, I have rented a small courtyard next door and will be staying there for a while. I can be considered your neighbor. I hope you will take care of me in the future." After saying this, the woman in white bowed slightly, then turned and left. When she was near the door, she turned around suddenly. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Zijin, the Zijin of Qingqing Zijin." Ji Ming looked at the woman's receding back, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Ji Ming, the sun and the moon are bright." After the girl left, Ji Ming sat at the table alone. He placed a beautifully bound book of knife skills in front of him, and after a little thought, he finally decided to read it. Soon, a reminder for inclusion will pop up on the panel. A new technique, sacrifice life, has been detected. Should it be included? Included. Ji Ming's mind moved slightly, and soon a new prompt popped up. Inclusion successful. Sacrifice your life. Not yet started. Not yet started. Ji Ming stared at the prompts on the panel, with a look of confusion on his face. Level 4 swordsmanship. Although Ji Ming has never compared his skills with others, But based on the knowledge about swordsmanship in his mind, he believes that his understanding of swordsmanship is enough to make him a qualified sword practitioner. He could see through techniques like the demon-slaying sword technique and the 13-wave sword technique at a glance, and practice them to perfection. It's a bit obscure, like the demon sealing slash. Although it has the benefit of proficiency from a self-created technique, even if it's not self-created, with a little bit of comprehension, one can still achieve great proficiency, right? What the hell is this? When he was flipping through it just now, he also read the content inside, and it was not particularly difficult to understand. Isn't it just risking your life and using all your strength to strike with a single blow? How difficult is that? Is it because this sword technique is incomplete, so I can't get started? Jiming couldn't help but think of what Li Zijin had said before. Apart from this, Jiming really couldn't think of any other reason. Thinking of this, Jiming couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But he was soon relieved. He already had the golden finger and had also extorted a spiritual level skill from Yang Xiao. What else did he want? People should be content. In the next few days, Jiming went out early and came back late every day to slay demons and monsters, just like before. The spiritual essence also grows little by little with the passage of time. As for Li Zijin, who lived next door, although Jiming would only see her when he came back in the evening, but after spending a few days together, the two of them became familiar with each other. There were even a few times when Li Zijin invited Jiming to dinner after he came back from slaying demons. In my 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've been invited to dinner by a girl. Although he was tempted, Jiming still refused. That day, Jiming came back from slaying a demon outside. As usual, after saying hello to Li Zijin next door, he returned to the room carrying a wine jug. But today Jiming was not in a hurry to drink. Instead, he sat at the table, staring at the panel in front of him. Cultivation. Open Meridian Level 3, Chongmai, 121/1000. Acupoint Intersection Progress. February 14th. Tian My Intersection Progress. 0/36. Earth Vein Intersection Progress. 2270 seconds. Available Spirit Points 1. Finally, I have entered the 3rd level of opening my meridians. Counting the blessing from the Earth Veins, I now have a total of 44 acupuncture points opened, which is equivalent to the 4th level of great perfection of the normal warrior's meridian opening. With my current cultivation level, it's more than enough to deal with that dog demon, Jiming murmured in a low voice. But then again, more than half a month has passed since the yellow-haired mouse was killed, and this dog demon has not made any moves until now. This is indeed a bit abnormal. Logically speaking, whether or not this dog demon suspects me, it should have taken some action. After thinking for a while, without any result, Jiming didn't think about it any further. With his current state of mind, he no longer needs to worry about the dog demon coming to his door. In fact, for Jiming, it would be better if the dog demon could come to the county government. After collecting his thoughts, Jiming added the newly earned spiritual points directly to martial arts. Although these days he has improved his proficiency in the Zhoudianjimai method through his own understanding and learned how to open the Chomai and Daimai. But in the process of slaying demons, Jiming found that he always had an inexplicable feeling of depression when he used the demon-slaying sword technique and the 13-wave sword technique. It feels like there is a stone pressing on the chest, making people feel very uncomfortable. Jiming suspected that the problem was with the 2 sword techniques themselves. When he broke through to level 4 of swordsmanship, he discovered that these 2 swordsmanships had many flaws, although he felt that he could perfect them with a little deduction. But after actually practicing it a few times, I found that it was not the case at all. After thinking for a long time, Jiming suspected that this was related to his understanding of martial arts. So, this time, Jiming did not hesitate at all. Regardless of whether he could get it or not, he put it into his martial arts understanding first. Martial arts, 2-3. As the prompt flashed before my eyes, my brain seemed to be instantly hit by something. Although it was painful and nauseating, Jiming found that his mind seemed to have entered an unprecedented empty state. Gradually, the information about swordsmanship, body skills, physical skills, and martial arts that he had learned before flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope, over and over again. Finally, at a certain moment, it was like a streak of light suddenly flashing across the night sky, or like the sound of a bell ringing in the distant mountains. He understood. Chapter 19 Beishan Watchdog. Zhou Tianjin My Method. Minor success, major success. Demon slaying sword technique, demon killing, sword technique. 13 layered wave, swords layered wave, sword technique. 3 prompt sounds sounded in succession in Ji Ming's mind. At the same time, the contents that were originally so familiar that they could not be more familiar were rearranged and combined at this moment, forming a brand new content. There is no need to explain much about the Zhodianjimai method. After it is mastered, the 8 meridian opening methods and the essentials of acupoint detection will be fully mastered. Although Ji Ming had already deduced the flawed demon-slaying sword technique and the 13-wave sword technique, he was unable to break through due to the last step. Now, with a sudden realization, the 2 sword techniques have been perfected. The demon-slaying sword technique is no longer just about slaying demons, but has the power to eliminate all demons. Don't underestimate this momentum. When 2 people are fighting against each other and their strength is equal, this invisible and intangible thing can play a decisive role. As for the 13 waves of swords, after being perfected, it also possesses sword power, and it is no longer necessary to stack a full 13 swords to deliver the strongest attack. With this momentum, each of Ji Ming's strikes will be stronger than the previous one. Theoretically, if conditions permit, after Ji Ming stacks up enough swords, he can seemingly kill even an alchemy realm enemy. Of course, in actual combat, this kind of thing is just something we can only think about, not to mention why the other party would stand still and let you chop him. The strong men in Danding Realm are real people with endless means and unpredictable methods. What can a mere cultivator in Kaimai Realm do even if he really stands there and lets you chop him? Maybe before the knife is swung out, it will hit you first. But then again, how come I haven't mastered the art of sacrificing my life yet? This time, my understanding of martial arts has reached a new level, and I have even comprehended the momentum. Even if this sword technique is only a fragment, I can at least master the basics, right? Forget it, forget it. If you can't figure it out, then don't figure it out. In the end, Ji Ming could only sigh, close the panel, and drink by himself. The next day, it was not yet fully light. Ji Ming went out early as usual. Although his current strength is no longer enough to fear the dog demon, there is more than one powerful demon in the Kaimai realm outside Shu County. Besides, that old eel will come looking for me sooner or later. It's time to slay the demon. But just as Ji Ming was about to leave the city gate, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Looking back, he saw Yang Yuan, wearing a light green official robe, walking quickly towards him. Ji Ming paused, and then he saw the young clerk speaking in a serious tone. Go! Don't come back after you leave today. I just got the news from the county government that the guard dog will come to the county today. Leave now before he enters the city. Is it finally here? There was a bit more anticipation in Ji Ming's eyes. What are you still standing there for? Go! Seeing that Ji Ming was still not making any move, Yang Xiu became anxious and shouted. With your current strength, as long as you are a little careful, it won't be difficult to escape from Shiwu County. But if you stay, you will surely die. I can go, but what about you? What about Shiwu County? Ji Ming looked at Yang Xiu with a flat tone, and no emotion could be heard. The dog demon came down the mountain this time, either for me or to see Long Zhe, but no matter which situation it is, it will be a disaster for Shiwu County. Yes, no matter which situation it is, it will be a disaster for Shiwu County. Yang Xiu fell into silence, and his eyes dimmed a lot. But soon, the young registrar's voice sounded again. Besides, I don't have to leave. Yang Xiu looked up in confusion, and then he saw Ji Ming showing that iconic smile that once disgusted him, and said with a bit of confidence and disdain, "It's just the 3rd level of meridian opening." After saying this, Ji Ming circulated the internal energy in his body, and then used his fingers as a knife, lightly pointing at the air in front of him. It seemed as if nothing was happening, not even a breeze. But Yang Xiu, who was standing in front of the fingertips, suddenly had his pupils contracted. Open meridian realm? Knowing that the dog demon was about to enter the city, Ji Ming naturally would not leave the city again. After being out of town for so many days, isn't this what I've been waiting for? Not long. Ji Ming brought Yang Xiu to the county government office. Before he entered the door, the 2 Yamen runners guarding the gate were stunned at first when they saw Ji Ming. Then they showed surprise and hurried forward. Master Ji, are you healed? That's about right. Ji Ming nodded and then asked, Where is Master Jiao? In reply to Lord Ji, the county lieutenant went to the North City gate early in the morning, saying that he was going to meet a distinguished guest. Oh, are you going to meet the distinguished guest? Ji Ming chuckled, then took Yang Xiu and walked straight towards the inner hall of the yamen. The yamen runner looked at Ji Ming's back in confusion, scratched his head, and muttered quietly, "Why do I feel that Lord Ji is a little strange today?" He actually wanted to say that Ji Ming's words today sounded a little weird, but out of fear, he subconsciously changed his words even though he was talking to himself. After all, he's the real god of Shou County. When did you break through to the Kaimai realm? At this moment in the inner hall, Yang Xiu looked at Ji Ming, who was making tea for him, and couldn't help asking, "I forgot. It seems like a few days." Ji Ming replied casually, but his tone was not perfunctory. "How many days?" When Yang Xiu heard these words, he suddenly lost his composure. Even he has only reached the peak of the 8th level of qi condensation and has not yet entered the 9th level. But what happened to Ji Ming? He was clearly only at the 2nd level of qi condensation before, and even though he had broken through to the perfect qi condensation when he was in the Earth Temple, how long has it been since then? In less than a month, his pulse was opened. Was Ji Ming also sent here for examination by some noble person? Although he felt a little unbalanced, Yang Xiu couldn't help but continue asking. Although you have broken through to the Kaimai realm, the dog demon is at the 3rd level of the Kaimai realm. It has at least 20 acupoints. Its chi level is far beyond that of a cultivator who has just entered the Kaimai realm. Are you really sure? Ji Ming just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. Just over 20 questions. Time passed little by little. The sky was already bright, and the water in the teapot was almost drunk. At a certain moment, Ji Ming's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped. Yang Xiu, who was sitting opposite him, was slightly startled, and then he saw Jiao Min leading a burly figure in a black robe with a human body and a dog head walking towards the gate. The watchdog of Beishan, a great demon with 3 levels of opening meridians. Yang Xiu took a deep breath and clenched his hands. He has seen many cultivators in the Kaimai realm, including many guards in his family. But it was indeed the first time for him to see a great demon in the Kaimai realm. Moreover, with an 8th level cultivation of Qi condensation realm, he was facing a 3rd level meridians opening monster. It's impossible not to be nervous. Finally, under the leadership of Jiao Min, the dog demon arrived at the door of the inner hall. After seeing Ji Ming, the dog demon showed its sharp white teeth and grinned. "Brother Ji, long time no see. Chapter 20, are you going to die?" Although the dog demon's voice was not as sharp as those of the mice, it still made Ji Ming feel like it was noisy. However, he was not in a hurry to show off his face. Instead, he squeezed out a sincere smile, bowed his hands to the dog demon, and said, "I've met my brother. Brother is coming to the county government office, but why didn't he even know about it? You fool. You didn't even have time to prepare properly." The dog demon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then said with a smile on his face, but not on his face, "Brother, why are you so polite? Not long ago, I heard that Brother Xian was injured by those parallel importers from Jianlongzhe. Come, let Brother Wei take a look and see if there are any hidden diseases left behind." After saying that, without waiting for Ji Ming to respond, the dog demon took a few steps forward with his thick hairy legs, then stretched out his sharp black claw and reached towards Ji Ming. But just when his dog claws were about to land on Ji Ming's shoulders, the dog demon's expression suddenly changed. Black hair suddenly popped up on his body, and he suddenly took a step back. Ji Ming held the knife in front of him, showed that harmless smile, and pretended to be innocent. "Brother, aren't you going to check my body? Why are you backing away?" The dog demon had a gloomy face. He stared at Ji Ming's fingers and said through gritted teeth, "Opening meridian realm. What else?" Ji Ming retracted his fingers, raised his foot, and stomped hard to his side. The low table that was originally used to make tea instantly broke into pieces. At the same time, the knife on the table bounced high. Clang! Ji Ming gripped the hilt of the knife, unsheathed the sharp blade, then lightly tapped his feet and rushed towards the dog demon like an arrow. Seeing this, the old dog did not dodge, but just took a step back. At the same time, the 2 black dog claws turned into a pair of giant human hands covered with black hair. It grabbed a yamen runner behind him and smashed towards Ji Ming fiercely. Upon seeing this, Ji Ming turned the blade and slapped the flying yamen runner away. At the same time, a huge black-haired paw came slapping down fiercely. Boom! Ji Ming had no time to retract the blade and could only use the handle of the knife to hit it. A huge force exploded instantly between the 2 points. The man and the demon flew backwards. Ji Ming dragged the long knife in his hand and cut a groove several feet long on the ground. Then he slammed heavily into the wall to stop. The terrifying impact not only made Ji Ming groan, but also caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the wall behind him. Look at that old dog. After the collision with Ji Ming, although he also flew backwards, he quickly stabilized his body in the air and released the force, then slowly floated down and stood tall. This blow. The difference is obvious. The old dog looked at Ji Ming with a ferocious smile on his face. Brother G, you hit it really well. I have reached the 4th level of meridian opening. If it weren't for the elixir my wife gave me, which allowed me to open 2 acupoints in a row and reach the 6th level, and if she hadn't been keeping an eye on you, I might have really fallen into your hands today. You were the one who killed that stupid mouse, weren't you? He could have killed him directly, but he deliberately tricked him into meeting Longza, and even killed the toad right under the nose of that old yellow eel. TSK. Brother G really had good intentions. Ji Ming didn't say anything, but stared at the old dog in front of him. He knew that the dog demon was cautious and suspicious, but he didn't expect that the other party could be so cautious. The 6th level of meridian opening is complete. Call. Ji Ming exhaled a breath of foul air, and at the same time, the true energy in his body circulated rapidly. Although there is a gap of 2 small realms, but with the sword skills, physical body, and body movement, I may be able to fight. With this in mind, Ji Ming was no longer careless and did not hold back any effort. He immediately used the ghost shadow tracking technique, and at the same time, the internal energy in his body had reached its peak, and he slashed down fiercely at the old dog's head. The dog demon saw this, and instead of getting angry, he laughed, picked up the knife from the Yaman runner beside him, and started fighting with Ji Ming. Ding! 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 The 2 blades collided repeatedly, splashing out iron filings and sparks. Jiao Min and other Yaman runners were so frightened after seeing this scene that if it weren't for the iron filings flying past their cheeks and scratching them painfully, they might not have come to their senses by now. Run! Run quickly! This was their first thought after waking up. At this moment, they wished their parents would give them a few more legs. As for Yang Xiao, when he saw Ji Ming and the dog demon fighting again, although he was also shocked, he did not leave. Instead, he hid himself in a corner, holding 2 sharp and delicate daggers in his hands, staring closely at the fighting man and monster. As long as he found an opportunity, he would launch a sneak attack. Roar! At this time, the dog demon let out a roar. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but for some reason, after several exchanges of swords with Ji Ming, although the opponent's strength did not increase, his offensive became more and more fierce. Every time the knife fell, he felt a strong threat, and this threat was constantly intensifying. Clang! Another heavy blow of the sword came down, and the dog demon finally couldn't bear the burden, and the long sword in his hand broke into 2 pieces. His face showed horror, and he quickly retreated backwards, but he was still a step too late. The sharp blade passed in front of him at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Clang! The sharp blade instantly left a shocking wound on his right arm, deep enough to see the bone. Ah! You deserve to die. The dog demon let out a painful and angry roar. Ji Ming retracted his body and stood with a knife in his hand. If a few more blows had been dealt to the dog demon's right arm would have been completely severed. What a pity. Thinking of this, Ji Ming was about to draw his sword again, but his hands suddenly froze. The dog demon took out an egg-sized scarlet pill from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth. The next moment, his dark eyes instantly turned dark red, and at the same time, the ferocity on his face became more and more ferocious. The white teeth were clenched together, revealing bright red gums and sticky saliva. Roar! The dog demon roared again, stretched out its claws, and its bulging muscles instantly burst the black robe on its body, with wisps of scarlet blood mist seeping out of it. Ji Ming frowned, gave up the idea of confronting the enemy head-on, and quickly moved to the side using his skills. But the dog demon has entered a drug-induced state, and both its strength and speed have increased dramatically. Although he still couldn't catch up with Ji Ming, his frequent attacks turned the area within a 10-foot radius around him into a forbidden area. In a short while, Ji Ming was forced into a dead end. Another blow came down. Ji Ming had no room to dodge and had no choice but to take the attack with his sword. Clang! With a heavy slap from his claw, the sword in Ji Ming's hand instantly broke into 2 pieces. But the attack of that claw did not weaken at all. After a while, the remaining half of the blade fell heavily on Ji Ming's chest. Boom! With a muffled thud, the wall behind Ji Ming collapsed in an instant, but his body did not stop retreating. Instead, he continued to fly backwards until he broke a pillar outside that was as thick as an adult's thigh, and only then did he stop completely. The dog demon rushed out of the inner hall, jumped high, and its huge body blocked out the sun. He clenched his claws together and then smashed down hard. When Ji Ming saw this scene, his eyes were filled with despair. Are you going to die? Chapter 21, Kill the Dog Demon. The breath of death instantly surged into Ji Ming's heart. At this moment, time seems to become particularly sticky. The dog demon could have rushed towards him in an instant, but it was frozen in midair. Ji Ming could clearly see every detail on his body, even his own dazed and desperate reflection in those dark pupils. Oh! Ji Ming laughed at himself. I clearly already have the golden finger, and everything before was going as I imagined. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape death in the end. I really can't accept this. Thinking of this, the confusion and despair in Ji Ming's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a strong unwillingness and a hint of ruthlessness. You want me to die? If I die, you won't be able to live either. Boom! Ji Ming ignored the pain in his body and circulated the true qi in his body to its peak again. The 3 major meridians were completely opened, and the 44 acupoints were like 44 pressure pumps, all open the moment the true qi rushed through. Ah! Ji Ming let out a long roar, and after squeezing the true energy in his body to the extreme, he suddenly jumped up. The speed was so fast, and the force was so great that it not only crushed the floor tiles into pieces, but also created a circle of air waves filled with swirling dust. Since we are all going to die, then we all have to die. Successfully comprehended the principle of sacrificing one's life. Sacrifice your life to kill. The remaining not yet started great success. Boom! Ji Ming didn't pay any attention to the prompts on the panel. At this moment, he just wanted to kill the other person. He used all his strength in this blow, a blow that pushed his body to the limit, and it collided with Lao Go's fists with a loud bang. The terrifying force of the knife even made the surrounding air become extremely sharp. In just a moment, the old dog's pair of black-haired fists were blown into a bloody mist. Even the bones shattered and flew everywhere. The dog demon widened his eyes, unable to believe that the knife in front of him came from the hands of a cultivator at the 4th level of opening meridians. But what if you don't believe it? The knife had pierced through his hands and landed heavily on his chest. Sizzle. The remaining half of the blade cut the old dog's body into 2, like cutting tofu. The spurting blood fell like heavy rain. Yang Xiao, who had been hiding in the corner, looked at 2 figures, one big and one small, in the air, and his pupils couldn't stop trembling. Is there really only the 4th level of meridian opening? The old dog had already perfected the 6th level of meridian opening. After swallowing the unknown blood pill, the aura in his body instantly surged. In terms of the strength of his true energy alone, it was probably not weaker than the great meridian opening realm where the 8 major meridians were completely opened and all the acupoints were opened. But even so, Ji Ming still killed him. And this was after he lost the initiative and was seriously injured. It's no wonder that Yang Xiao couldn't believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. The scene before him was truly unimaginable. Bang! Bang! At this time, 2 muffled sounds of varying intensities came from the front. Yang Xiao calmed his mind, but saw Ji Ming and the dog demon falling to the ground one after another. He rushed forward quickly. I saw that the burly dog demon had been split into 2 halves starting from the shoulder, revealing a bunch of foul-smelling and bloody internal organs. As for Ji Ming, falling to the side, seemingly completely motionless, Yang Xiao quickly picked up Ji Ming and lightly touched his neck with his fingertips. There's still a pulse. Not dead. Yang Xiao was immediately delighted and quickly picked up Ji Ming from the ground and walked quickly towards the door. But before leaving, Yang Xiao turned his head slightly, glanced coldly at the Yamen runners who were like stray dogs, and said in a deep voice, "Go get the doctors, as many as you can get. If I don't see anyone in half an hour, every one of you present here will die." After saying that, Yang Xiao swept his right foot towards the gate, and the gate, which was already of poor quality, instantly broke into pieces. The flying wood chips were like daggers. accurately cutting through the necks of the Yamen runners. Only a trace of blood was left, and no vital injuries were caused. The bailiffs stood there in a daze, their eyes dull and their faces expressionless, as if they were in a daze, and it took a long time for them to recover. When Ji Ming woke up, he found himself lying on the bed. The room was very familiar. It was his own. Nothing had changed. The only difference was there was a strong smell of medicine in it, and a hint of the fragrance of pork ribs and lean meat porridge. Pork ribs and lean meat porridge? Ji Ming sensed something, and soon he discovered that there was someone in the kitchen. The other person is cooking pork ribs and lean meat porridge. Who could it be? Yang Xiao? Ji Ming couldn't help but think of the angry young man's face. Just as I was thinking about it, the man came out of the kitchen. As the footsteps got closer, the door finally opened. Ji Ming was about to mock this angry young man, but soon he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Ah, are you awake?" A sound like the gentle swing of wind chimes rang out in the room. Li Zijin, dressed in white, walked towards Ji Ming with a bowl of freshly cooked hot porridge. "When your friend first brought you back, I saw that your breathing was disordered and there was no qi left in your body. I thought you would be unconscious for at least 4 or 5 days, but I didn't expect that you would wake up in less than 3 days." Li Zijin put the hot porridge aside. She did not leave, but moved a stool and sat beside the bed. Her watery eyes kept staring at Ji Ming on the bed, her eyes full of curiosity. This was the first time that a girl stared at him like this. Even though Ji Ming's temperament was no longer the same as before, he still felt very uncomfortable. Just like that, after a long while, the girl's eyebrows slightly frowned, and her exquisite nose also wrinkled. "Strangeness. Can I take your pulse?" Li Zijin suddenly spoke, but soon she felt that this was a bit offensive and quickly added, "I was just a little curious and spoke quickly. Please don't mind me." After saying that, she picked up the porridge next to her, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it lightly, and handed it to Ji Ming. Ji Ming was stunned. When did the relationship become so good? "Don't you want a drink?" The girl put down the spoon and asked. "I can do it myself." Ji Ming propped himself up. Although he was still in pain, he only frowned slightly, and his expression did not change much. After all, this little pain is nothing compared to the added points to the physical body. Seeing this, Li Zijin handed the bowl over, then stood up and said, "Then I'll be out first. Just put the bowl aside when you're done. I'll collect it later." After saying that, she left the room directly. However, after leaving Ji Ming's courtyard, a hint of resentment appeared on Li Zijin's face. "It's okay that you were on guard against me on the first day, but you're still on guard against me now. If I wanted to harm you, you would have died countless times." Humph! Master is right. People outside are cunning and should not be trusted or made close friends. Speaking of which, Li Zijin recalled the breath he felt when he brought porridge to Ji Ming just now, and murmured in a low voice, "Was that breath just now pure yang energy? It would be nice if I could take your pulse. If it is really pure yang qi, then this young official is no simple matter. With the tempering of pure yang qi and blood, if he can take the path of pure body, refining in the Danding realm, he will hopefully achieve a golden body." Golden body. Li Zijin raised the corner of his mouth and then returned to his own courtyard. At the same time, in the empty room, Ji Ming looked at the pork ribs and lean meat porridge in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then drank it. "There is no need for the other party to harm me. If there was any need for him to harm me, I would have died countless times in these 3 days." Ji Ming picked up the bowl and took a sip, but soon his brows furrowed slightly. "Sweet. Pork ribs and lean meat porridge can be sweet. Never mind, it tastes pretty good and isn't that unacceptable." Ji Ming sighed, then gulped down the entire bowl of porridge. After putting the bowl down, Ji Ming was about to take a look at the rewards of killing the dog demon, but soon he felt a hot current slowly spreading in his abdomen. Ji Ming's face immediately darkened. Is there really something wrong with this porridge? Chapter 22. He succeeded? There is something wrong with the porridge. But it was not what Ji Ming imagined. After the warm current spread in the body, there was no sign of poisoning. Instead, it strengthened Ji Ming's qi and blood, and even had the effect of nourishing his body. Although the nourishing effect was minimal and other people might not be able to detect it at all, Ji Ming now possessed a level 4 physical body, and his perception ability was far beyond that of ordinary people, so he was able to capture this energy accurately. When did pork ribs and lean meat porridge have this effect? Also, Although the meat inside tastes very similar to pork, the texture and taste are indeed completely different. Is it because of the cooking method? Ji Ming murmured for a moment. Then he calmed his mind and opened the panel. Kill the 6th level of the Open Meridian Dog Demon. Spiritual Essence, plus 1998. Current cultivation. Kaimai level 3, Chongmai 119/1000. Acupoint intersection progress. 4/14. Tianmai intersection progress. 0/36. Earth vein intersection progress. 2472. This dog demon actually has so much spiritual energy. Although I had expected that the spiritual essence given by the Kaimai realm demon would be a lot, I didn't expect it to be so rich. Nearly 2,000 spiritual essences were equivalent to what he would gain in several days. All right, Ji Ming suddenly remembered the epiphany he had when he killed the dog demon. His eyes turned towards the technique column. Sacrifice your life and kill, remnant great success. It doesn't even show the rank, and the proficiency is only at the highest level. Although when Ji Ming swung the knife, there was no other thought in his mind except killing the dog demon. But that feeling of crushing everything in its path is still shocking when he thinks about it now. Even though he was wielding the sword, the power is nearly twice as strong as the demon sealing slash when it is swung with all one's strength. This sword technique is powerful, but I still don't seem to have mastered it completely, or it hasn't reached perfection yet. Ji Ming used his fingers to form a knife and swung it several times towards the side. Although it had the momentum of a knife, for some reason, it always felt a little off. Is it because I don't have that feeling of risking my life now? He frowned slightly and said, if that's the case, the threshold for using the sword technique is too high. I wanted to use it as a trump card, but now it seems that I'd better forget it. But Ji Ming couldn't help but think of Li Zijin. He remembered that she said at the time that this sword technique was comparable to the top spiritual level. Now it seemed that it was more than that. The demon sealing slash is already a mid-grade spiritual sword technique. The life-sacrificing slash is so much stronger than the demon sealing slash. It is impossible that it is only one level higher. Just for helping her keep a blade of grass, she gave me such a precious sword technique. And even these few days, Ji Ming shook his head, gathered his scattered mind, and then focused all his attention on the demon sealing slash and the phantom tracking technique. This desperate fight with the dog demon gave him a new understanding of swordsmanship and body movements. Especially the demon sealing slash. Ji Ming vaguely felt that it could be combined with the dialing sword technique. As for the phantom tracking technique, although it is fast enough, it is only applicable in an open space environment. If we were indoors like before, with too many constraints and obstacles around us, the advantages of the phantom tracking technique would disappear. On the contrary, the inferior Bagua step is better. However, the essence of Bagua steps lies in the movement and layout of the 5 elements in Bagua. Speed is not an advantage, and there is no time to dodge when facing large-scale attacks. If you can combine the phantom tracking technique and the Bagua steps, taking advantage of the strengths of each, then you will have a lot of room for development even indoors. As his mind slowly calmed down, Ji Ming began to review the details of the battle with the dog demon in his mind. His martial arts understanding, sword skills, and body skills were brought to the extreme at this moment. Finally, as time slowly passed, after his brows switched back and forth between frowning and relaxing countless times, at a certain moment, the results deduced in Ji Ming's mind were like beads of different sizes, finally connected by a golden thread. He suddenly opened his eyes, and although he didn't move, the joy in his eyes was announcing that he succeeded. Learn a new technique. Layered Wave Sealing Demon Slash, Spiritual Upper completed. Learn a new technique. Phantom Bagua Step, Spiritual Upper perfect. Finally, the fusion was successful. If I could have mastered these 2 techniques, then what would it matter if the dog demon was on drugs? Even if we fight head-on, I'm still no match for him. But with his clumsy body, you can't get close to him with the Phantom Bagua Step. If we can find the right opportunity and insert the Layered Waves and Demon Sealing Slash, we can wear him down to death. So, even though I'm only a 5th level warrior now, my combat capability is no weaker than that of a 7th level demon. No, the panel shows that I only have the 3rd level of opening meridians. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Ji Ming's mouth. Now that the dog demon is dead, he will wait until he recovers from his injuries and flatten the North Mountain. Although they are all little demons in the Qi condensation realm, there are enough of them, and the cumulative breakthrough to the 5th level of Kaimai should be enough. By then, in Shiwu County, except for the Beishan Fox Demon who had already left, who else could be his opponent? Over the next few days, Ji Ming stayed at home to recuperate. During this time, Yang Xiu brought the county doctor here several times. One was to report Jian Long's movements and the attack on nearby villages, and the other was to discuss with Ji Ming about the reorganization of the county government. As for Li Zijin, just like before, he delivered a bowl of meat porridge to Ji Ming on time every day. During this period, out of curiosity, Ji Ming finally learned from Li Zijin that the pork used to make the porridge was not ordinary pork, but wild boar spirits slaughtered from the wild boar forest. Moreover, Ji Ming also learned that the meat of many monsters is edible, but the poison needs to be removed before eating, and the slaughtering process also requires extremely advanced technology. It must be a fatal blow, and it can only be a fatal blow. It cannot be any other part of the body, such as beheading or cutting in half. After sealing the throat, you must quickly shave the meat before the demon dies. Be careful not to injure the meridians during the shaving process. Otherwise, the blood will overflow and the meat will be contaminated. The process is cumbersome and the operation is extremely complicated. It is also because of this that few warriors would think of eating demon flesh. In this way, after 5 days of rest, Ji Ming's injuries had recovered by more than half. Although his strength is not as good as before, it is more than enough to kill the little demon in the Qi condensation realm. That day, Ji Ming went out early in the morning, preparing to go to Beishan to slay the monster, and happened to see Li Zijin, who was also going out. "You are?" Li Zijin saw Ji Ming going out with a knife on his waist and couldn't help asking. "Demon slaying." "Demon slaying?" Li Zijin was stunned when he heard this, and there was something strange in his eyes when he looked at Ji Ming. From the first day she met Ji Ming, it seemed that he was either slaying demons or on his way to slay demons. Although humans have a grudge against demons, there is no need to do this, right? "Are you healed?" "Not completely healed, but it's enough to deal with the little demon in the Qi condensation realm." "Well, I'm going to the wild boar forest today. Do you want to come with me?" "No, I'm going to Beishan." "All right, that..." When Ji Ming was about to go out, he suddenly stopped. He turned and looked at the woman in white not far away, his eyes clear. "Thank you." Saying thank you now? Li Zijin complained in his heart, but had a smile on his face. "You're welcome. It's just a few bowls of porridge." "Not just porridge." Ji Ming shook his head slightly and said sincerely and solemnly, "In that sword technique, if it weren't for that sword technique, I might have died." After saying that, Ji Ming bowed deeply to Li Zijin, then turned and left. He didn't promise anything. It's not the right time yet. It won't be too late to talk about it after all the demons in Shiwu County are eliminated. However, what Ji Ming didn't know was that after hearing his next sentence, Li Zijin froze in place, his face full of shock and confusion. It was unknown how long it had been before Li Zijin came to his senses and said in disbelief, "He has mastered it?" Chapter 23, Kill the Demons, if there are any. 20 miles north of Shiwu County, there is a mountain called Beishan, and in the middle of the mountain there is a forest called Qinglin. The green forest never withers all year round. The summer sun does not invade. The winter snow does not come in. There are mountain springs winding through, and birds and animals live in groups. It should have been the best feng shui site, but because of the chaos caused by demons, it has since become a forbidden area. Ji Ming was dressed in a green suit, with a long sword on his waist and a fine horse under his crotch. He slowly galloped into the green forest from the path. The forest was exceptionally quiet, with the sound of horses' hooves colliding with the gravel on the path echoing in waves. After a while, the noise alarmed the demon's resident in the forest. Master Ji, a dog demon at the 3rd level of Qi condensation, came over following the noise. When it saw that it was Ji Ming, a look of surprise appeared on its face. "How come Master Ji has time to go up the mountain today?" The dog demon was not unfamiliar with Ji Ming. To be precise, there was no demon in the entire Beishan who did not know Ji Ming, the lady's favorite lover, whose status is comparable to that of a mountain guardian monster. Ji Ming stopped his horse and said to the dog demon, "The deputy mountain master has ordered to gather all the brothers in Beishan immediately and attack. To see Longza, go and inform the other brothers, 10 demons in a group, gather at the foot of the mountain." The dog demon was stunned when he heard this. "Attack Jianlongza?" "Not long ago, I heard that the Taoist priest in yellow robe was killed by Jianlongza. Is the deputy mountain master preparing for revenge?" "Master Ji, wait a moment." I will go and inform the other brothers." The dog demon ran towards the mountain without any hesitation. Looking at the back, Ji Ming's mouth corners slightly raised. Haha, so easy to cheat. Fortunately, there is no internet in this world, and Beishan has not established an intelligence organization. Otherwise, I should have started slaying monsters by now. The dog demon spread the news quickly. In just half an hour, the originally quiet Qinglin gradually became lively. Many little demons have formed teams and started to go down the mountain one after another. After another half an hour, almost all the monsters in Beishan have gathered. Looking at the nearly 300 little demons in front of him, Jiming couldn't help but clench his hands hidden in his sleeves, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. "Master Ji, where is the deputy mountain master?" At this time, a great demon in the late Qi condensation realm saw that the watchdog was gone and asked. "The deputy mountain master has left the city this morning and should be in Shilapu, south of the city now." This time, Jianlongzi launched a massive invasion of the villages in the south of Xiu County. 7 or 8 villages have suffered, especially Shilapu. Not only were all the villagers killed, but Jianlongzi also burned the entire village to ashes. Seeing that Longzhe had previously assassinated the yellow-robed Taoist, not only did he not show any reaction, but now he has even invaded and occupied the villages in Xiu County on a large scale. This move shows that he has completely ignored my wife, and even less our Beishan. I think they just want to take advantage of Madame's absence to completely annex Xiu County, to avenge the loss of land 2 years ago. He has evil ambitions. Without the Madame's restraint, his behavior is now clear. He deserves death. Ji Ming spoke in rapid succession, first answering the watchdog's question perfunctorily, then changing the subject and creating hatred. After a short while, the demons who were originally doubtful were completely incited by Ji Ming, and they were all furious and gritting their teeth. There were even quite a few demons who just cursed loudly, using the most unpleasant words possible. They were not curious at all as to why their deputy mountain master did not go up the mountain himself, and why he went to Shilapu alone. "Brothers, don't be impatient," Ji Ming shouted loudly and put his hands on the ground to stabilize the situation. "When I came here, the deputy mountain master had already made arrangements. For this attack on Jianlong's, our Beishan troops will be divided into 7 groups to first recover the lost territories of Jigong Mountain, Langsingli, Zijiatang, etc. Then wait for more news, gather our troops in Wadong, and head straight to Jianlong's." As he said that, Ji Ming divided the nearly 200 demons in Beishan into 7 groups according to their realm strength, and sent them to the 7 villages that had recently been invaded by Jianlongzi. Looking at this group of demons rushing down the mountain in a menacing manner, Ji Ming sighed silently. "It would be great if I could get it all in one go, so I don't have to make so many trips." Although the cultivation levels of these demons were not high, Ji Ming could easily kill any one of them if he fought alone. But a cultivator at the Kaimai realm will eventually have to consume the true qi in his body. As long as the qi continues to flow, the knife in his hand will naturally not stop. But Ji Ming now has only 3 major veins, plus the ground veins. There are only 4 of them. Although there are more than 40 acupoints, he can only kill 30 or 40 small monsters with all his strength. After the qi is exhausted, you must breathe again and then condense the qi. It's okay if it happens once or twice, you can just about hold on, but if you run out of breath 3 or 4 times in a row, even an Iron Man can't stand it. This is the time that these demons are willing to give Ji Ming to breathe and condense his energy. If a real fight breaks out, they will probably rush forward desperately as soon as they see Ji Ming dying. After clearing the North Mountain, Ji Ming rode his horse around and arrived at the launching first with one of the demons. Just as Yang Xiu had reported before, launching had been occupied by Jianlongzi, and there were not many monsters, only 10 in total. The highest realm is only the 7th level of qi condensation. Ji Ming could easily clean up the monsters of this size, but he did not rush to do it. Instead, he found a hidden place to wait for Beishan to arrive and consume them first. Although doing so will result in the loss of some spiritual energy, it can greatly reduce one's own consumption. That's all. In just about a quarter of an hour, the team from Beishan arrived. There are more than 20 demons, which surpass Jianlongzi both in number and realm. With Ji Ming's previous instigation, many demons in Beishan instantly went into a frenzy after seeing the demons in Jianlong's. Regardless of the fatigue from the long journey, they rushed in directly. Seeing that Longza and Beishan had always been at odds and the revenge for the loss of land had not yet been taken, he naturally became furious when he saw the Beishan monster. A war between the two sides is about to break out. Ji Ming, like a ghost, quietly penetrated the battlefield, first harvesting from the edge, and then continuously consuming inwards in circles. That's all. In just a quarter of an hour, more than 40 demons on both sides were killed inexplicably. Especially the monsters on the Beishan side. They never figured out until their death why they had such a big advantage. But in the end, they still died together with Jianlongza. Kill the 4th level Qi Condensation Weasel, Spiritual Essence plus 132. Kill the Qi Condensation level 7 Dog Demon, Spiritual Essence plus 231. Behead. Looking at the prompts that popped up on the panel one after another, as well as the 4 newly opened acupoints, Ji Ming was quite satisfied. He killed most of the more than 40 demons on both sides. This was a very rich harvest. After finishing the work in Lanhangli, Ji Ming immediately rushed to Lijiazwang, Zijiatang, Jishuadan. Until the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the magpies flew south, and 6 villages were swept one after another. Wherever the eyes looked, there were corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. The corpses of demons were everywhere and rivers of blood. On this day, the largest of the 3 mountains pressing down on Shou County collapsed, and the villagers of those 7 villages will never forget this day. Wherever Chingy goes, he is sharp and will slay demons wherever they appear. Chapter 24 Chongyang Body. When we returned to Shou County, it was already the ean hour of the next day. The morning dew made the blue bricks on the county government road wet. The breeze that blows from time to time even brings a slight coolness. Ji Ming originally wanted to buy a bottle of wine to satisfy his craving, but the store was closed so early in the morning, so he could only swallow his saliva and return to the courtyard. When he was near the door of the house, Ji Ming looked towards the small courtyard next to him. Seeing that there was no light on there, he walked into his room and closed the door. Name, Ji Ming. Cultivation, 5th level of Kaimai. Chongmai, 55/1000. Acupoint intersection progress, 8/16. T on my intersection progress, 0/36. Earth vein intersection progress, 52/70. Available spirit points, 2. Martial arts, 3. Knife, spell 4. Body dharma, 4. Body method, 4. Ayang, Piyuryang Badi Dua. This is what we harvested from yesterday and overnight. Nearly 200 demons not only allowed him to break through 2 realms, but also opened up 60 acupoints. Including the previous 40, Ji Ming's true Qi strength is now far beyond that of ordinary warriors who have opened their meridians to the 7th level of perfection. Even when the true Qi is running to its peak, its solidity has reached the point where it can turn into a liquid state. This is something that only the strong ones in the Danding realm can do. The so-called Danding realm is to use the body as the cauldron, the Qi as the medicine, and the spirit as the guide to condense the 9 transformation golden elixir in the Purple Mansion after opening up the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. Therefore, the Danding realm is also called the 9 transformation golden elixir realm. In order to condense the golden elixir, the first step is to transform the true Qi into liquid and store it in the Purple Palace. If you can give me a golden elixir mental method, can I try to condense the golden elixir now? Ji Ming couldn't help but think. But soon he shook his head. Dan ding, there is not just one word Dan, there is also a word ding at the end, and this tripod refers to the physical body. It is true that Ji Ming is now able to transform his true Qi into liquid. However, the 12 meridians and the internal organs have not yet been tempered and strengthened. How can such a weak body serve as a cauldron? Although the principle is simple, it is harder than climbing to heaven. How easy is it to strengthen the 12 meridians and the 5 internal organs? Otherwise, why are there so many warriors who stop at the 9th level of opening meridians throughout their lives and are never able to enter the Danding realm? It's simply that the foundation is too difficult to lay and the basis is too difficult to build. However, Ji Ming doesn't have to worry too much. He just needs to continue slaying monsters and he will have an endless supply of spiritual energy. The only uncertainty is the amount of spiritual energy. After all, it takes a full 1,000 spiritual essences to open up an acupoint now. There are a total of 75 acupoints in the 8 meridians, plus the 36 heavenly meridians. If it is fully opened, it will require a total of 111,000 spiritual essences. and this can only allow Ji Ming to break through to the 7th level of qi condensation. The next 3 levels will probably be even more difficult. Why think so much? Ji Ming suddenly felt that he had strayed from the topic. Hasn't it been less than a month since I came here? In such a short time, I have already opened the 5th level of meridians. How much time will it take to break through the Danding realm? After collecting his thoughts, Ji Ming focused his gaze on the newly added spiritual point. There is nothing much to think about. First, upgrade your martial arts to level 4, and use the remaining amount directly on the pure yang body. The level 2 pure yang body has not yet played any role. It may have already taken effect, but Ji Ming couldn't feel it. Physical constitution is a very mysterious thing. Without any relevant introduction, he doesn't know what it is used for. Anyway, the probability event after the brackets has not been triggered yet. Thoughts flow. Ji Ming's martial arts has broken through to level 4. Zhou Tianjin Pulse method has since reached perfection. The process is disgusting and makes you dizzy like motion sickness. But after that energy passed, my brain entered an unprecedented ethereal state. Extremely clear. Ji Ming even felt a touch of spiritual feeling. After breaking through level 4 of sword skills, body skills, and physical body, you cannot add more points to upgrade. You need to complete the prerequisite, entering the spirit before you can add points later. But how to enter the spirit? Ji Ming still has no clue. The original owner's knowledge was there, which caused him to never hear about it. Now that his martial arts understanding has improved, he has found a sense. Although it can't help him enter the spirit, it gives him a general direction, which he can try to explore later when he practices or slays demons. Maybe you can succeed just by trying it? Ji Ming smiled slightly, and then looked at the pure yang body that had never added any points but had level 2 attributes. Yang, pure yang body double yang body 2-3. Boom! After adding some spiritual light, almost instantly, a stream of heat suddenly spurted out from the Dantian. Exactly the same as when you first added points. After the heat emerged, it instantly spread all over the limbs and bones. The only difference is that this time the heat flow is more intense than last time. Ji Ming could even feel a fire burning inside his body. Fortunately, Ji Ming had experienced inhuman torture when his physical body was at level 4, so he did not feel much pain from this simple burning sensation. He calmed down and checked his body at the same time. Gradually, he discovered that the internal injuries left over from the previous battle with the dog demon were now slowly healing. Etc. Ji Ming suddenly thought of the introduction on the attribute panel. Pure yang qi and blood can strengthen the body. He thought again of the knife wounds on his back caused by the incident, and they seemed to be healed by this warm current. So, what can heal my body is not the physical strength, but pure yang qi and blood. Was it just a coincidence that he recovered after adding some points? Or was it that he just happened to activate the pure yang qi and blood? And this time, I was severely injured by the dog demon, but I was able to recover so quickly. Is it also because of my pure yang energy and blood? Ji Ming's eyes flickered slightly. If my reasoning is correct, the yang attribute has not only the tempering function, but also the self-healing function. In other words, this self-healing function is actually included in the tempering function. If that's the case, in the future, when the physical body and the pure yang body are fully developed, wouldn't that mean that one can be immortal? As he was thinking about it, the heat in his body began to slowly dissipate, and the internal injuries left by the dog demon also completely disappeared during the previous tempering process. Ji Ming mobilized the internal qi and circulated it through the body, and found that his body had completely recovered to its peak condition. In fact, after this tempering, his physique seemed to have been strengthened a little bit. Moreover, Ji Ming had a feeling that if it was just an ordinary knife wound and no vital parts were hurt, he would be able to recover quickly. This recovery ability seems to have become controllable rather than appearing randomly. Thinking of this, Ji Ming immediately picked up the knife and hit his wrist. It was too light and didn't even cut it. Do it again. Ji Ming increased his strength and finally opened a cut more than 3 inches long on his wrist, and blood gushed out instantly. But soon, the spilled blood began to coagulate slowly, and at the same time the cut was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's true! Is this Chongyang body? Ji Ming couldn't hide his surprise on his face, and he thought of the protagonist in the anime before he traveled through time. The other party also possesses Chongyang body. Although my Chongyang body is far inferior to his, as long as it is upgraded to a high enough level, Can I be like him and be immortal as long as one of the Yang bodies is still there? Just as he was thinking, Ji Ming suddenly noticed movement at the gate of the courtyard. He collected his thoughts, stood up, and opened the door. Then he saw Li Zijin walking towards him carrying a food box and a big gourd. When I heard the noise in your yard at Inshur, I knew you were back. Every time you came back before, you would bring a pot of wine. I guess the wine shop wouldn't be open at this time today, so I went to the wine shop first and brought you a pot of wine. After saying that, Li Zijin threw the gourd in his hand directly out. Ji Ming reached out to take it. He opened the spout and took a sip. It was the one he often drank. Thanks. Ji Ming thanked him and then took a few big gulps of the drink. I'm addicted. I feel uncomfortable if I don't use this thing for a day. Li Zijin smiled and walked into the living room with ease. While placing the food boxes, he said, "There's something I might need your help with." Chapter 25. Using Force to Gain Advantage. Ji Ming's action of drinking the wine hesitated slightly, but he quickly took another big gulp. It's finally time to return the favor. What's up? Ji Ming sat opposite Li Zijin holding the gourd. He didn't say anything and just picked up a bun and started eating it. Remember the grass I asked you to keep? Ji Ming looked up and saw Li Zijin continue to say, "That is the rare and top-grade spiritual herb Yunshin grass, one of the main ingredients for refining Yunshin pills. It not only has the effect of strengthening the soul, but can also help demons gain wisdom when it is fully mature. Can it still open your mind? The vast majority of monsters are not very intelligent. Guard dogs and fox monsters are a minority after all. Otherwise, Ji Ming's little plan would not have gone so smoothly. For demons, opening their minds is like opening their spiritual veins for humans. Their aptitudes undergo a qualitative leap. No wonder the wild boar roared so angrily, and even did not hesitate to leave its territory and chase all the way to Jianlong's. There are 2 plants of Yunshin grass, both in the back mountain of the wild boar forest, and I have obtained one of them. As for the other one, I want one too." Li Zijin looked at Ji Ming and got to the point. Now that the wild boar demon has taken away a piece of Yunshin grass from me, he is furious and will definitely be more cautious in guarding the back mountain than before. If it was just this wild boar spirit with the 6th level of meridian opening, I could easily deal with it, but there is an even older wild boar spirit in that cave with the 8th level of meridian opening. If possible, I hope you can help me lure out the wild boar spirit with the 6th level of meridian opening, and leave the remaining one to me. You just need to hold off the wild boar for half an incense stick of time. I will come to support you after half an incense stick of time. There is actually a powerful demon in the Kaimai realm? Ji Ming's eyes darkened slightly. According to the news from the Fox Demon, there are a total of 4 powerful demons in the Kaimai realm in Shiwu County. I didn't expect there was another person hiding in the wild boar forest. I thought Jianlongza was a bigger threat, but now it seems that the most dangerous one is the pig. How about it? Li Zijin looked at Ji Ming with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Will you help me? Can. Ji Ming agreed without any hesitation. A wild boar spirit with 6th level meridian opening. With his current level of cultivation, even if the opponent takes drugs like the guard dog, he can easily deal with it. Seeing Ji Ming agreed so quickly, Li Zijin's face was slightly surprised. That's a great demon with a 6th level of opening meridians. Can you do it? What does it mean to be able to do it? Ji Ming's originally calm expression suddenly darkened after hearing Li Zijin's question, and he said in a somewhat cold tone, "Don't ask, just ask." After saying that, Ji Ming tapped the table with his fingers, breaking off a few barbs. He picked out the thinnest one and covered it with his true qi, then flicked his finger at the blue stone threshold under the main entrance of the courtyard. Call out. The wood chips flew past and actually penetrated directly into the blue stone. Li Zijin suddenly stood up from his seat, then ran to the gate of the courtyard, staring at the wood chips stuck in the blue stone slabs. Control the sword with force. And master the sword? Oh. Seeing the girl's incredible look, Ji Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and even the wine in the gourd became sweeter. This sword's force is so subtle that it is the result of comprehending the sword's heart into the spirit after reaching the 4th level of enlightenment. Among martial artists in the Kaimai realm, it should be considered upper middle level, right? Fortunately, Li Zijin didn't know what Ji Ming was thinking. Controlling the sword with momentum and using momentum to achieve precision are 2 completely different things. The former is simpler and can be done easily after mastering the momentum of the sword. As for the latter, even if one is a cultivator at the Danding realm, If he does not have enough aptitude, he can only sigh in despair. After breakfast, the two reached a cooperation agreement. The time was set for the night 3 days later. Ji Ming was responsible for luring away the wild boar king that appeared in the open, and the rest was left to Li Zijin. Ji Ming felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. The two of them could go into the cave together and each kill one on the spot, which would save both time and effort. However, since Li Zijin had already made his decision, it would be inappropriate for him to interfere too much. Just follow the arrangements. After sending Li Zijin away, Ji Ming returned to his room. He tilted his head back and took several gulps of wine until he was slightly tipsy. Then he put down the jug and fell asleep. It was not until the evening that a knock on the door was heard outside the yard, and Ji Ming slowly woke up from his sleep. The one knocking on the door was Yang Xiao. Seeing Ji Ming walk out of the room, he walked into the living room as familiarly as Li Zijin and poured himself another glass of water. Before adding water, he lifted the lid of the kettle and smelled it, making sure there was no sour smell before pouring it into the cup. TSK. Really holding a grudge. News came this morning that a major battle broke out in Jigongshan, Zhejiatang, and other 7 villages near Jianlong's last night, and hundreds of demons were killed or injured. You did it. Yang Xiao looked at Ji Ming, as if he was asking a question that he already knew the answer to. It's not all me, Ji Ming said casually. What do you mean? Someone is helping you. Yang Xiao thought of the woman in white in the courtyard next door. Ji Ming shook his head. No one helped me. I killed half of the hundreds of demons that died. The rest were killed by themselves. Hiss. Why didn't I realize that he was so annoying before? Yang Xiao's forehead was bulging with veins. He drank the water in the cup and stood up and said, I just came here to confirm. Just know that it was you who did it. After saying this, the young clerk turned around and left without any intention of staying any longer. That's right. Ji Ming also put down his teacup and said to the young man's back, the demons in Beishan have been eliminated, and Qinglin, that piece of feng shui treasure land, can be reclaimed. Yang Xiao froze in place. Have all the demons in Beishan been eliminated? I thought it would take 2 years to accomplish this, but unexpectedly, only half a month has passed. So, everything you have done in the past 2 years has been for today. Yang Xiao felt a little uncomfortable. It's not that I don't want to see Xiu County gradually get better. This feeling is as if after 10 years of hard study and going through untold hardships, you are finally sure to be admitted to Tsinghua University. All you have to do is wait until the day of the college entrance examination, and then you can realize your ambitions. But at this time, the principal suddenly tells you that because you study hard and have excellent grades, you have been included in the admission quota and you do not need to take the college entrance examination. The result is the same. The process is almost the same, but the feeling it gives people is completely different, especially for those who are eager to prove themselves, or those who have enough confidence and arrogance. Call. Yang Xiao let out a long breath. He turned around and looked at Ji Ming. His tone was rarely so cold. I see. Thank you. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Ji Ming. This moment, Yang Xiao seemed to have broken some shackles, and his state of mind changed accordingly. Although he didn't push down the mountain himself. But isn't it a blessing to be able to witness the fall of that mountain? Chapter 26, Demon Hunting Division. 3 days passed in a flash. During this period, Ji Ming was not idle, but continued to deduce and comprehend based on that feeling. At the same time, he learned about swordplay through fighting and constantly searched for that subtle feeling in actual combat. Although I still haven't found it, I'm becoming more and more proficient in using my strength to gain advantage in details. If we use the level of the golden finger to divide proficiency, then he should now be considered fully accomplished. I just don't know if I can achieve the state of sword heart, entering the spirit after practicing it to perfection. Ji Ming stopped practicing, glanced out the window, and saw only a last ray of afterglow in the west, so he got up and went out. At the same time, in the next courtyard, Li Zijin had also changed into a snow-white outfit and walked out of the house. She wore a high ponytail that reached her waist, revealing a flawless and smooth forehead. Her lively eyes shone like stars, and her fair, oval face made her look not only heroic but also otherworldly. Ji Ming was slightly distracted, but soon recovered. He glanced at Li Zijin's empty hands and frowned. Unarmed, I've already brought it. Li Zijin turned his palm over, and suddenly a silver dragon-patterned spear appeared in his palm. Aren't you a martial artist? Noticing Ji Ming's strange look, Li Ziwei explained softly. The universe in the sleeve is one of the Taoist storage methods. It's not very expensive. You can buy one like mine for only 1,000 taels. Silver? Gold? Ji Ming suddenly felt offended. He retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Let's go." The wild boar forest is called a wild boar forest, but in fact it is a mountain range that stretches for nearly 20 miles. Although the territory is large, its resources are far inferior to Beishan and Jianlong's. Ji Ming leaned on the handle of his knife. He didn't say much along the way, but he drank a lot of wine. A gourd contains 5 kilograms of wine. It was filled up when he went out, but the wine was almost gone before he even reached the wild boar king's cave. Of course, since one is drinking, one naturally needs something to go with the wine. Ji Ming's something to go with his wine is very simple. It is the monsters he sees along the way. When you see a monster in the early stage of qi condensation, take a small sip. When you see a monster in the middle stage of qi condensation, take a big sip. If you are lucky enough to encounter a big monster in the late stage, then you have to take another big sip. With a 4th-level physical body and a perception of 100 meters, Ji Ming would immediately detect the slightest movement around him. Li Zijin, who was standing behind him, smacked his lips in amazement. It would be a shame for someone like you not to join the Monster Hunting Bureau. Li Zijin, carrying a spear, caught up with Ji Ming and said with a smile, "Monster Hunting Division? What is that?" A look of confusion appeared on Ji Ming's face. "You've never heard of the Monster Hunting Division?" Li Zijin was a little upset. "Aren't you the county magistrate? How come you don't even know about the Demon Hunting Division? You should ask Ji Boing from a month ago about this matter, not Ji Boing from now." Ji Ming silently complained in his heart. From the time he traveled through time until now, he has been either slaying demons or on his way to slay demons every day. How could he have the time to learn about the Demon Hunting Bureau? Seeing that Ji Ming didn't seem to be joking, Li Zijin was completely speechless. But after thinking about it, I feel it is normal. Ever since I met this guy, he has been slaying monsters. Even this time when he was going to seize the Yunshin grass, he was going to slay a few monsters along the way. There were even 2 times when he took a detour to look for 2 great demons in the late qi condensation stage. Seem? All he had in mind was slaying demons and, well, drinking. Li Zijin sighed silently in his heart, and then began to explain the Monster Hunting Bureau to Ji Ming. The so-called Demon Hunting Bureau was a special demon hunting organization established outside of the 6 independent ministries and 24 bureaus of the Tang dynasty, and was directly under the command of the current emperor. It is now managed by Su Qin, the former Minister of War, and General Ping Shi. As for the mission and responsibility of the Demon Hunting Bureau, there is only one, which is to hunt down and kill all demons in the territory of the Tang dynasty, no matter their cultivation level or where they come from. All demons must be killed, and all demons must be killed. This organization sounds quite impressive, and it suits me quite well. Ji Ming took a sip of wine, not hiding his longing in his words. Yeah. When Li Zijin heard Ji Ming say this, he completely opened up. Moreover, the monster hunting department is different from other departments in the Tang dynasty. It is not only completely open to the outside world, but also has almost no restrictions on the people under it. As long as you complete the tasks assigned every month, you can receive offerings from the monster hunting department, just like those nominal worshippers of the sects outside the imperial court. Well, compared to being a nominal worshipper, the requirements of the demon hunting division are lower. As long as you have reached the meridian opening stage, regardless of your qualifications, age, or background, you can become a member. So, easy to get in? Ji Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. Doesn't that mean that the demon hunting department is in chaos? It's not messy. Li Zijin continued to introduce. The monster hunting division has only one mission and responsibility: to hunt down and kill monsters. Although it is easy to join the monster hunting division, if you want to receive offerings from the division, you need to hunt down and kill monsters. Otherwise, even if you join the division, you will only be a monster hunter in name only and will not receive any substantial benefits. For someone like you who spends all day either slaying demons or drinking or slaying demons, it's perfect for you to be a demon hunter. Although the contribution points of Qi Condensation Realm monsters are very low, if you keep killing them like this, even if you kill only Qi Condensation Realm monsters, you will be able to acquire a spiritual level top-grade martial art of Kaimai Realm in 2 months at most. Can I still change my martial arts skills? Ji Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Compared to his previous yearning, he was now eager to try. Certainly. Li Zijin raised her delicate chin and said leisurely. Not only can you exchange for martial arts, skills, weapons, elixirs, and talismans, as long as you have enough contribution points, as long as the Monster Hunting Bureau has them, you can exchange for anything. Is that so? Ji Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Before, he only thought about leaving Shiwu County. As for what to do after leaving Shiwu County, he was very confused. It seemed that there was nothing to do except slaying demons. So, Ji Ming later had the idea of becoming a ranger, killing wherever he went. As long as he knew about the surrounding demon forces before arriving at each place and was careful and prudent and did not deliberately provoke big demons, he would not have to worry about being killed by the demons instead of killing them. Now it seems that the Demon Hunting Bureau is a good place to go. There are no restrictions. As long as you slay demons, there are many benefits. Isn't this tailor-made for you? How about it? Just as Ji Ming was distracted, Li Zijin had already come up to him, with his hands behind his back, his upper body leaning forward, staring at him with his big watery and spirited eyes, and asked, "Are you interested in becoming a demon hunter?" Ji Ming did not answer, but asked, "Are you a demon hunter?" "Not exactly." Li Zijin took a half step back, leaning on his spear, and said, "It's barely half a point. Is there still half?" Ji Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the quirky girl in front of him for a few more seconds. "You haven't told me yet whether you want to be a monster hunter." Li Zijin's clear voice rang out. Ji Ming murmured for a moment and said, "I think so." "What do you mean by probably thinking about it?" The girl wrinkled her nose slightly, but soon she felt relieved and took off a jade pendant from her waist. "This jade pendant is a deposit for your help this time. Whenever you want to join the monster hunting division, you can bring this jade pendant with you. As for now," Li Zijin turned and looked towards the hill not far away and said softly, "Kill the monster first." Chapter 27. The Enlightened Old Wild Boar. According to the plan, Ji Ming would take the lead and lure out the Wild Boar King, who had opened the 6th level of meridians. So, when they were near the foot of the mountain, the two parted ways, and Ji Ming went up the mountain alone. He held the wine jug, shook it, drank the last sip of wine, and then carried the sword on his waist and slowly walked into the Wild Boar King's cave. Only 2 or 3 shrill screams were heard in the cave, followed by a roar. The terrifying roar not only shook the entire cave, causing rubble and ashes to fly everywhere, but also frightened the birds within a few miles and caused them to flee in all directions. Not far away, after seeing the commotion here, Li Zijin's fair and pretty face lost its playfulness and became more solemn. She gripped the spear tightly in her hand, her eyes sharp and focused. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Why haven't you come out yet? Did something happen? Just as Li Zijin was hesitating whether to rush into the cave, he saw a black figure suddenly rushing out. Behind the inky figure, there was a pig demon with a mane all over its body and 2 ferocious fangs, one long and one short, hanging from the corners of its mouth. "Roar! Stop right there!" The roar of the pig demon exploded in the deep mountains. Ji Ming, who was running in front, had a slight smile on his face. When he was about to enter the cave, he wanted to beat the pig demon and then leave. But after he really entered the cave and saw so many little monsters inside, as well as the high platform deep in the cave used to store silver and jewelry, he changed his mind again. So, after entering the cave, Ji Ming quickly killed those little monsters and went straight to the pile of treasures. When the Wild Boar King first saw Ji Ming, he subconsciously thought that he was also here to seize the Yunshan grass. After all, one of the grass had already been taken away. But unexpectedly, after entering the cave, Ji Ming went straight to his duobayatai. That was the hard-earned money he had collected from the human race over the years. In that scoop, they not only took away a large amount of silver and money, but also took away the night pearls that they had brought back from other places. The Wild Boar King had 2 hobbies in his life. One was to eat people, especially women with tender skin and meat. The other was to collect jewelry, gold, silver, and all kinds of treasures. Seeing Ji Ming snatching away his most precious night pearl, how could he not be angry? This is too much bullying. Just like that, Ji Ming didn't do anything. Not only did he make the Wild Boar King go into a state of frenzy, but he also robbed him of a lot of money for wine. In the distance, seeing that Ji Ming had successfully led the Wild Boar King away, Li Zijin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't waste any more time, walked around the cave with a gun, and ran straight to the back mountain. The snow-white figure was like a deer in the woods, quickly shuttling through the mottled shade of the trees. After a while, she rushed out of the jungle and came to a small pond. Under the moonlight, the surface of the lake sparkles. In the middle of the pond, there was an open space that could only accommodate one person. On the open space, there grew, where is the Yinshin grass? Li Zijin was just about to take action. But at this moment, he discovered that the open space where the Yinshin grass was supposed to grow was now empty. Are you looking for the Yinshin grass? At this moment, an old and rough voice came from behind. Li Zijin turned around slowly, stared coldly at the hunched wild boar with broken teeth, and said, "Did you eat?" "Yes." The wild boar smiled slightly and said, "I have carefully nurtured this divine herb for 30 years. Although it is not fully mature, it is enough for me to successfully awaken my wisdom and condense my demon soul. It's a pity that you picked the other one. Otherwise, my stupid son would have become wise." Li Zijin put away the cold expression on his face and smiled a little more. She gently turned the spear in her hand, and the sound was like two pieces of ice hitting each other, crisp and rich in texture. "Just eat it. Compared to that divine grass, I am more interested in you, the great demon who is already awakened." The girl is really fickle. When the wild boar heard this, he didn't show much anger on his face, but smiled and said, "But with the girl's strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me. Just because you are smart?" Li Zijin looked at the old pig demon in front of him with a strange look on his face. "Yes, just based on my wisdom." There was still a faint smile on the wild boar's face, but at this moment, a sound of flowing water came from the pool behind Li Zijin. It seemed like something was coming out from inside. She turned around suddenly, and the next moment, she saw a giant eel with 2 long whiskers and covered in mucus, looking down at her with the bright moon above its head. "Of course it's not enough just me, but if Brother Long is included, what are your chances of winning?" The old pig demon laughed and spoke, and at the same time, the aura on his body began to slowly condense. He originally had only the 8th level of meridian opening, but now he actually stepped directly into the 9th level. The eel in the pond also gathered its internal chi, and its peak 7th level cultivation was instantly revealed. He did not rush to attack Li Zijin, but looked at the old pig demon and said in a deep voice, "For this human woman, I gave up my revenge for the land grab at Beishan, and my men suffered heavy casualties. After this battle, I hope that you will not break your promise, brother." It's natural. The old pig demon's aura had already reached its peak. He put away the smile on his face, hooked his claws, and said indifferently, "Let's do it." Boom! Before he could finish his words, the old wild boar and the old eel attacked at the same time. Li Zijin, who was in a dilemma, did not hide his strength anymore, and he raised his aura to the peak in an instant, showing off his 6th level of Kaimai cultivation. At the same time, the spear in his hand made long roars, which seemed to contain the rhythm of a dragon. As the shot was fired, a blue dragon roared. Just as a cold light suddenly appeared, the gun shot out like a dragon. Bite! The spear collided with the old wild boar's sharp claws, making a sound of metal collision. The physique of monsters is inherently stronger than that of humans. Opening the 9th level of meridians not only strengthens the internal organs, but also greatly improves the tendons, bones, and skin. Things like teeth and claws are no weaker than ordinary weapons. The old pig demon didn't gain the advantage in this attack, but he didn't care at all because at the same time, the eel demon also attacked. Li Zijin was caught off guard and could only use the impact force generated by the collision with the old pig monster to turn over and stab at the eel again. It's just that the latter didn't really seem to want to fight her. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, he gave up and dived into the water, splashing countless waves. There were many stones mixed in the waves, which, under the heavy beating of the eels, shot towards Li Zijin like arrows or hidden weapons. Ding, 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 ding. There were several crisp sounds in succession, and Li Zijin blocked all the flying stones, but at the same time, the old wild boar attacked again. Li Zijin was a little angry during the fight, because she could obviously kill both big monsters individually. But now, the guerrilla attacks from the front and the back left her helpless. And, judging from the other party's appearance, he had no intention of fighting with him to the death, and seemed to be just delaying time. Etc. Delaying time? Could it be that? Are they waiting for the wild boar that was chasing Ji Ming? Thinking of this, Li Zijin's face suddenly turned ugly. She had seen Ji Ming's cultivation level before, and it seemed that he was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of opening meridians. Although he had mastered the power of the sword, It was impossible for him to cross the border and kill the 6th level of Qi condensation demon. Being at the same stage of opening meridians, the warrior's true Qi and physical body are slightly inferior to the demon's. Not to mention 3 or 4 small realms, which is equivalent to opening up 3 more major meridians. No, we have to make this a quick decision. Li Zijin tightly gripped the spear, his eyes becoming exceptionally cold. She turned her palm over, and a yellow talisman suddenly appeared on her palm. The old wild boar was about to take action, but when he saw the yellow talisman, his face suddenly changed. No, stop her. If we can't keep her here today, both you and I will die. After saying that, the old wild boar no longer had any intention of delaying time. As for the eels in the water, after struggling for a while, they seemed to have made some kind of decision. Buzz! At this moment, the yellow talisman in Li Zijin's hand suddenly floated up and then burst into a dazzling golden light. The next moment, an extremely sharp and terrifying aura suddenly spread around with Li Zijin as the center. In a short while, the old wild boar and the eel were all covered. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the terrifying energy not only cut the surrounding trees in half with great force, but even the surrounding air became distorted. When Li Zijin saw this scene, his face turned cold. She had wanted to rely on herself for this experience, but she didn't expect that she would end up using the talisman she was most reluctant to use. Well, as long as he is not dead, it is still worth it, Li Zijin murmured in his heart and immediately prepared to leave. But at this moment, a sharp claw suddenly appeared in his face. Li Zijin's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body suddenly retreated backwards. But at the same time, something blocked the way behind him. She knew what it was without even looking back. How is this possible? Seeing your brother's talisman, which is comparable to the full force of a cultivator at the half-step Danding realm, didn't actually kill them. Puff! With no way to retreat, Li Zijin could only withstand the joint attack of the two monsters. A mouthful of blood gushed out of her mouth, and then she fell heavily like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 28, See If I Dare. Ahem! Li Zijin coughed up blood again. His beautiful face was now pale due to the serious injuries. Although he no longer had the agility as before, he still had a kind of pitiful beauty. It's a pity that the two demons only wanted her life and had no intention of showing any mercy to her. The old wild boar and the yellow eel approached Li Zijin step by step, one in front and one behind. Especially the yellow eel, which stared at Li Zijin with eyes as gloomy as water, as if it wanted to eat it alive. You're the one who deserves death for forcing me to use my last dragon scale. The eel made a sinister sound and gnashed its teeth. The reason why he and the old wild boar were able to remain safe and sound under the yellow talisman just now was all thanks to the scale shed from the dragon in the soul-enriching realm that he picked up in his early years. It was precisely because of this scale that this little yellow eel, who was originally only in the early stage of Qi condensation, grew stronger little by little until today. He became the new dragon king of the entire Giantlongs. Although the energy in this scale has long been negligible, he still regards it as a treasure. Now that his scales were broken because of Li Zijin, he was naturally furious. Don't worry, the eel continued, his face like a venomous snake, full of ferocity. Later, I will make you open your eyes wide. Open your eyes wide and watch your body being devoured by me bit by bit. In order to prevent any more trouble, Brother Long, it won't be too late to kill this human girl first before eating her. The old wild boar gave a reminder out of caution. Oh, this girl is already in this state. What else can she do? My elder brother is too cautious. Huangshan didn't care, but although he said that, his body was quite obedient. He quickly approached Li Zijin, preparing to destroy the opponent's meridians first, and then torture him slowly. Call out. Just when the eel's spirit's body was about to touch Li Zijin, a sharp sound of a knife came rushing from a distance, so fast that it even produced a sonic boom in front. The eel's pupils suddenly contracted, and it quickly withdrew its body. But the streak of light was so fast that it instantly penetrated half of his tail. Hiss! The eel cried out in pain, and a changeable look appeared on its face. Who is it? He looked in the direction of the source from which the knife came. I saw a young man carrying a huge wild boar head and walking towards this side slowly. Ah! At this moment, the old wild boar, who had been very calm, suddenly burst into a roar. My child! Ah, I'm gonna kill you. Kill you. The old wild boar let out a heart-wrenching roar, and his anger rushed to his heart. The blood rushed directly to his eyes, turning his originally cloudy eyes into a dark red. At the same time, the old wild boar, which originally had a pig's head and a human body, also completely transformed back to its original form. Ho-chi! 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 He breathed heavily through his nostrils, and at the same time, his hind hooves were slightly bent to gather strength, with one hooves fixed while the other was paddling the ground. Finally, when all his energy had reached its peak and his hind legs were ready to move, the old wild boar suddenly swooped down. The huge movement was like an earthquake, rushing towards him quickly. However, just when the old wild boar was about to hit Ji Ming, the latter dodged and avoided it perfectly with an extremely extreme posture. The old wild boar missed its attack and fell flat on its face. The huge impact force was like an old ox plowing the field, leaving a deep groove on the ground. TSK, it's a shame not to use this technology for farming. Ji Ming spoke slowly. He turned his back to the old wild boar and did not look back. He continued to walk towards Li Zijin leisurely. Roar! The old wild boar was already grief-stricken over the death of his son, and now he was insulted by Ji Ming. He was completely furious. He roared again and continued to charge at Ji Ming. Ji Ming still didn't look back, but when the old wild boar was about to rush to him, he jumped again and avoided it perfectly. At this moment, he felt as if he was playing Ma Lu and beating Zhu Beiji without any injury. What about the second stage of frenzy? I've already seen through all your actions. Not to mention, I now have a more powerful body movement than Ma Luo, Phantom Boa Step. Soon, Ji Ming has already arrived in front of Li Zijin. Looking at the bloodless girl lying on the ground, Ji Ming couldn't help but sigh. He then threw the pig's head away, and then picked up Li Zijin in her shocked and astonished eyes. I can't beat two of you at once, so I'll take you back first. Well, Li Zijin respunda balatadli. She stared at the young man's profile, and for a moment, she felt as if she were in a dream. She even doubted the authenticity of the scene before her. Just as she was watching intently, Ji Ming's voice came at an inopportune time. Don't stare at me all the time. It will affect my performance. If I accidentally step on the wrong place, we won't be able to move forward. Upon hearing this, Li Zijin was stunned at first, then smiled brightly. Ji Ming accidentally caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly he lost consciousness for a moment, and his movements became a little slow. Just when he was about to land, he accidentally slipped. Both of their expressions changed. Li Zijin stared at him and said angrily, "Are you serious?" It was already early morning when we returned to the county town. After Ji Ming sent Li Zijin back to the courtyard, he did not return to his own courtyard, but went back to the wild boar forest. He hadn't finished speaking before. He really can't beat the opponent if he's 1 against 2, but the opponent also can't beat him if he's 2 against 1. If we could turn a 1-on-2 situation into a short 1-on-1 situation, it might take some effort to kill the wild boar, but the yellow eel can definitely be killed easily. The reason why he wanted to send Li Zijin back to the county first was not because he was worried about exposing his own strength, but because he was afraid that the two cunning monsters would take advantage of his inattention and use Li Zijin to threaten him. My condolences, brother. Behind the mountain of the wild boar forest in front of a small pond, the yellow eel transformed into a human, patted the old wild boar on the shoulder, and comforted him. However, how could the old wild boar, immersed in the grief of losing his son, express his sorrow? He heaped up handfuls of soil. Buried inside was his son's head. Until the last handful of dirt fell, the old wild boar's eyes became even colder and sharper. Haven't you always wanted to build a Wu County? I'll give you a chance. The old wild boar looked at the small mound in front of him and said in a grim voice, "Follow me to attack Wu County. The place will be yours, but I only want that couple." The eel's expression changed slightly. He was moved. Wu County was his pain, and he would not feel at ease until he recovered it. But there was also fear. The young man's movements before were too terrifying. He looked at the old wild boar and whispered, "That young man is probably stronger than that woman. You and I. It's just relying on his good physical skills." The old wild boar snorted coldly. If he was really capable, why didn't he just kill us last night? It's just that I'm not sure, and I don't dare. When Huang Shan heard this, he seemed to think there was some truth in it. And he was very close to the two men before, and the young man said in person that he could not beat two of them at once. Thinking of this, the eel was ready to agree to the old wild boar's request. But at this moment, a slight sound of footsteps was heard in the woods in the distance. Look back. A young man came with a knife. He had a warm smile on his face, looking so harmless, and then he spoke slowly. I hope you are well. Chapter 29, Killing the Eel Spirit. The mountain breeze blew by, and although it was noon, it brought a unique coolness of autumn. Ji Ming's voice was not loud, but it kept echoing in the ears of the eel spirit and the old wild boar. The two monsters stood there in a daze, as if petrified. They never expected that the young man would actually go back and come back. The eel's body was stiff, and its hands, which had taken human form, were tightly grasping its sleeves. If Ji Ming had not come, he would really believe what his elder brother said. After all, he also heard the young man in front of him say that. But at this moment, he was a little shaken. Really don't dare? Ho ho ho! Next to the mound, the old wild boar was also clenching his fists and his body was shaking. Not fear, but anger. Heavy breaths continued to come out of his nostrils, and his fierce eyes gradually turned blood red. How dare he? How dare he? The aura of the old wild boar swirled around, and soon reached its peak, causing the bristles all over its body to explode like countless barbs. However, he did not rush towards Ji Ming as he did before when he saw him. Just as Huang Shan thought, if Ji Ming hadn't come over, he would have thought that the other party was scared, but now, he was also unsure about the strength of the young man in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, the wild boar asked tentatively, You killed my son. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Your son. Ji Ming tapped the hilt of the knife with his fingers, and then pretended to be confused and said, Which one? The eel was a little dazed for a moment. Was there something wrong with his ears? What did this young man just say? Which one is it? How could he ask that? Click, click, click. The old wild boar remained silent. His hands were clenched so tightly that they creaked, and his eyes were gloomy. He opened his mouth and hesitated several times, but in the end he suppressed his anger and asked in a low growl, Are you making fun of me, Your Excellency? What else? The eel opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He rolled his throat and twisted his stiff neck to look at the old wild boar behind him. At this moment, the latter's eyes were bloodshot and his body was shaking uncontrollably. He didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. What on earth gave this human boy such confidence that he dared to challenge two great demons in the late stage of opening meridians at the same time? What? Why don't you do anything? Ji Ming dragged his long sword and approached the two big monsters leisurely. Are you afraid? Tisk. There was a hint of contempt in Ji Ming's eyes. Compared to you, an old man, your son is much more courageous. Even though I beat him to a pulp, he never thought of begging for mercy and even cursed at me. I was so angry that I cut off his tongue on the spot. Guess what happened? Not only did your idiot boy not stop, he even spit at me. If he had half the sense you have, I would have spared his life, but he wants to die, so I have no choice but to grant his wish. Ji Ming shrugged, then picked up the long knife, pointed at the old pig demon, and smiled. Come, kowtow to me, and then say loudly, Your silly son died a good death. Thank you for disciplining him. Ho ho ho! The old wild boar was breathing heavily. With every word Ji Ming spoke, his breathing became heavier. By the time he finished the last sentence, his breath was completely hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were clenched so tightly that veins on his forehead bulged out in a terrifying way. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Ah! This is intolerable. This is intolerable. The old wild boar let out a shrill roar, and its aura rose significantly from its previous peak state. The terrifying power even made the eel monster next to it tremble. Seeing that the old wild boar had completely lost his mind, Ji Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You can't run away like this anymore, right? In fact, when he killed the wild boar king, he did not even beat its limbs into a pulp. In order to save time, after pulling the wild boar king out of the back mountain, he seized the opportunity to attack him in the face and then slashed him with a knife. The latter was caught off guard and ended up beheading himself on the spot. Including the time it took to enter the cave to grab the treasure and the time it took to run out of the back mountain, it was less than 50 breaths. The reason for saying this is simply to provoke this old wild boar, to make him lose his mind with anger and fight to the death with him. Otherwise, if the two late-stage opening Meridian monsters could not be defeated and wanted to escape, he would not be able to stop them. Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, the old wild boar transformed into a monster and rushed towards him. Ji Ming immediately performed the phantom bagua step, while at the same time, the internal chi circulated and the sword in his hand burst into life. After dodging the old wild boar's charge with an extremely subtle posture, he swung his sword and slashed at the back of the opponent's neck. Clang! When the knife fell, there was a dull sound of metal collision. Although this sword did not hurt the old pig monster, Ji Ming had already used the layered waves demon sealing slash. If one knife doesn't work, try again. Layer upon layer of sword force is superimposed. The sword does not stop. The force does not stop. No matter how tough and thick the old wild boar is, how many blows can it withstand? How much force can it withstand? Before long, Ji Ming had successfully stacked 8 sword strikes with his body skills. The old wild boar also felt something was wrong at this moment. He didn't care much about the first few blows, but starting from the 4th blow, every blow felt like 1,000 pounds of force pressing on his shoulders. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do something. The old wild boar looked back at the eel spirit who had not made any move and cried out in shock and anger. Upon hearing this, the latter seemed to have just woken up from a dream and began to circulate his true energy in a frantic manner. But soon, he hesitated again. Although Ji Ming and the old wild boar had already fought for several rounds, the two sides seemed to be fighting back and forth. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ji Ming still had some strength left, while the old wild boar was at the end of his rope. Seeing the eel spirit hesitate to move forward, the old wild boar became even more angry. He roared, "Hurry up and do it! You and I are both in the late stage of Kaimai. No matter how powerful this young man is, he is definitely not our opponent. When we join forces, even if we can't defeat him, he can't leave us here. If you don't take action now, I will die here, and you will never get that divine herb again." Yinshin grass. After hearing these 3 words, the eel's spirit was finally moved. Money can move people's hearts. People can die for money. Isn't it the same for demons? Especially the rare natural treasure like Yinshin grass, which is related to the enlightenment of wisdom. That's Danning Avenue. Moreover, if the old wild boar was killed by that young man today, wouldn't he be remembered by him? As long as he is still seeing Longza, no. Even if it is Shiwu County, the other party will find him sooner or later. Get started. We must take action. Although this young man still has some strength left, as long as he acts according to circumstances and responds carefully, can he really fight 2 great demons in the late stage of Kaimai at the same time? Hiss! Thinking of this, the true energy in the eel spirit's body also reached its peak. After compressing its body to the limit, it suddenly bounced up. The next moment, it swooped towards Ji Ming like an arrow. Only, just as he was about to rush to Ji Ming, the latter's face did not show any panic or solemnity, but instead, there was a strange smile. Fell into a trap. Buzz! A crisp sound of a knife and a bright light suddenly appeared. Ji Ming was seen twisting his body with the phantom bagua step and suddenly turning the dialing demon sealing slash, which had already reached 9 layers, around. The true energy in the body instantly poured out at this moment. Clang! The knife has just been raised, and the momentum is already there. Thousands of sword forces were applied to his body, instantly freezing the eel monster in place. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Sizzle. The long sword in Ji Ming's hand fell heavily. As soon as the eel spirit met Ji Ming, it was split into 2. Chapter 30 Spirit. The old wild boar watched the eel being cut into pieces by Ji Ming's knife, and his bloodshot eyes finally regained a bit of clarity because of fear. This knife is so terrifying. He suddenly felt fortunate that the eel's spirit acted in time. Otherwise, if the knife had landed on him, even though he had already perfected his body, he would have been seriously injured. Gurgle. The old wild boar swallowed hard, without looking at the evil god again, turned around and rushed towards the distant jungle. Want to leave? Ji Ming couldn't help but sneer when he noticed the movement behind him. Why do you think I stacked so many knives on you? Because you are old? You don't take a shower? Isn't it just that your speed is slower than that eel? Moreover, when Ji Ming was fighting with the old wild boar before, he had been suppressing the internal energy in his body, controlling the momentum of the sword, and also deliberately slowing down the speed of stacking the swords. The purpose is to put enough pressure on the old wild boar while giving him hope of a comeback. If he had used all his strength at the beginning and pushed the sword's power to its peak, he might have been able to kill the old wild boar after wasting some time, but the eel monster would have escaped. Ji Ming had been enduring and waiting for the eel spirit to take action. Finally, the moment has come. Ji Ming retracted his sword and at the same time mobilized the internal energy again. With the strength and pressure from nearly 130 acupoints, coupled with the level 4 body movement skills, Ji Ming's speed reached an extremely terrifying level. In just a few breaths, Ji Ming had caught up with the old wild boar that had left earlier. Clunk, clunk, clunk. 3 swords were swung out in succession, instantly superimposing 3 layers of sword power. The old boar's eyes widened. So fast. He has been hiding his abilities? The old wild boar had no intention of fighting back, let alone the courage to do so. If I fight back at this moment, it will slow down my progress, and it will be too late to leave then. Only, in Ji Ming's eyes, he was still too slow. It didn't make much difference whether he fought back or not, especially since he was deliberately provoked by Ji Ming and was furious. Now that he had let out his anger, his body began to deteriorate. As for picking up that breath again, from the moment he gave up on avenging his son, he was doomed to never do so again. That's all. Ji Ming chased after the old wild boar, slashing it with his sword again and again. With every strike, the old wild boar's speed would slow down. When the 9 layers of sword power were stacked up, the old wild boar was finally unable to bear the burden, staggered, and fell heavily to the ground. The huge body dug a big hole in the ground, and Ji Ming also followed closely at this moment. Mercy! The old wild boar cried out in surprise as he looked at Ji Ming holding up his long knife. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Ming slashed down heavily with the knife. This old wild boar, with the 9th level of meridians opened, was beheaded on the spot. At this point, the 3 huge mountains pressing down on Xiu County have all collapsed. Kill the eel spirit with the 7th level of meridian opening, spiritual essence plus 2,331. Kill the 9th level wild boar spirit with the meridians opened, opening wisdom, spiritual essence plus 2,997. Wild boar spirit soul essence detected, spirit down, can be absorbed. Spiritual spirit? Transformed into a demon? Ji Ming couldn't help but think of the settings in Black Myth. Let's absorb it first. Ji Ming's mind moved slightly, and suddenly an invisible vortex emerged from above his head. Invisible but felt. Buzz! The vortex was spinning at high speed, and not long after, Ji Ming felt something rushing out of the old wild boar's head and then sinking into the vortex. The wild boar spirit's essence has been absorbed, spirit down, and can be condensed or swallowed. Condensation. Consume 1,000 spiritual essences, condense the essence, and transform it into a wild boar spirit. The spirit retains the wild boar spirit's talent before death. Wild boar spirit's talents in lifetime, none. Devouring. Devour the wild boar spirit soul and obtain 100 exclusive soul essences. Is this the function of spirit? It's one more option than in Black Myth. Ji Ming looked at the prompt on the panel, murmured something, and then directly chose to swallow. As for why it doesn't condense, what's the purpose of condensing it? Multiple soul pets? Swallowed successfully, soul-specific spiritual essence plus 100. As the panel prompt sounded, Ji Ming first felt something disappearing from his body, but then an extremely strange feeling arose from the back of his head. It feels a little itchy, a little numb, and a little cool at the same time, but more of a floating feeling. It was as if someone had suddenly used a soul extractor on me, and my whole body was startled. Soon, this feeling gradually disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened, and there was no physical change. Is this the end? So, what is the use of this so-called exclusive spiritual essence? Ji Ming scratched his head in confusion, then casually picked up the leaves that had fallen from the tree and landed on his back. The wild boar forest is not as good as the North Mountain. It's only autumn now, but the leaves have already turned so yellow. Ji Ming muttered silently. Then he prepared to get up and return to the county town. But as he walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Ji Ming paused and frowned. In his mind, he began to recall the process of devouring the wild boar spirit's essence. He had a feeling that he must have missed a detail after absorbing the essence. A very important detail, but he couldn't remember what it was exactly. Ji Ming recalled it over and over again, from obtaining the spirit essence to completely consuming the spirit essence. Then he brushed off the leaves on his back and stood up to return to the county town. etc. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through my mind. Leaf. Yellow. How do I know it's yellow? Isn't that leaf on my back? I didn't even see it, so why am I so sure that the leaf is yellow? Inertial thinking? Wrong. Ji-Ming suddenly changed direction and ran back to the tree he had been standing under. The old wild boar's body was still there, and so was its head, but Ji-Ming did not look at them. Instead, he stared at the place where he had stood before. There are many yellow dead leaves there. But Ji-Ming found the piece that had fallen on his back before with just one glance. And he was extremely sure. Spiritual essence absorption successful. God, Soul Realm, and Soul Sea Strength 100/1000. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Ji-Ming was slightly startled. Then he suddenly understood. The reason why I can see the falling leaves on my back is because of my soul. The original owner's memory contained some fragments of information about the soul. It seems that after a cultivator in the Danding realm condenses the golden elixir, a wisp of independent consciousness will be born in the golden elixir. This wisp of consciousness is called divine consciousness. As the golden elixir continues to be refined, the spiritual consciousness will become more and more powerful. Until the golden elixir is completed at the 9th level, the spiritual consciousness will also turn into the spiritual soul. The so-called spirit and soul are transformed from the spirit and soul fetus. Once a cultivator possesses a divine soul, it means he has entered the realm of divine accumulation. So, the Yinshan realm is also called the Daotai realm, or the Yuanying realm. So, I have now activated the soul that only the strong ones in the soul condensation realm have. No, the soul can leave the body and look down upon the world. The sensing range can be as small as a few miles or as large as dozens of miles. But I can't even separate my soul from my body. I can't even find the soul in my body, let alone expand my perception range to several miles. So, I am still a divine consciousness now. Ji-Ming murmured softly, then thought of something and quickly opened the system interface. The next moment, all the doubts in his mind were answered. Chapter 31: A Distinguished Visitor. Name: Ji-Ming. Cultivation: Open Meridian Level 6, Yangqiao Meridian, 39/1000. God, Consciousness First Level, 100/1K. Acupoint Intersection Progress, 3/12. T on my intersection progress, 0/36. Earth Vein Intersection Progress, 66/70 seconds. Available Spirit Points 1. Martial Arts 4. Knife, Spell 4. Body Dharma 4. Body Method 4. Yang, Chongyang Body 3. It is indeed divine consciousness. Unfortunately, the content about the soul in the original owner's memory is too fragmented and not systematic at all. Although I now have spiritual awareness, I don't know what its specific function is. Seem? Just to make the perception of the physical body visible? In fact, this ability is also very good. Although the physical body can accurately capture the movements around it, most of the time, we don't know the source of the movement, or we are guessing based on experience. If visualization can be achieved, this problem can be easily solved. Perhaps, after I join the Demon Suppression Division, I can try to find relevant records. Maybe there are special techniques. I just don't know how many demons I have to hunt to afford such a skill. Ji-Ming murmured, then set his eyes on the newly earned spiritual light. The spiritual consciousness cannot be strengthened, and currently it seems that it can only be upgraded by relying on the exclusive spiritual energy in the essence, so it is self-evident where this newly earned spiritual light should be added. Of course, Ji-Ming can also keep it. When he has completely comprehended the Tao heart and entered the spiritual realm, this spiritual light can be directly added to his swordsmanship, body movements, and physical body. These 3 attributes are the ones that can best improve actual combat capabilities at this stage. It would definitely be right to add it on top. But Ji-Ming couldn't tell when the breakthrough would come. Maybe with a little luck and a flash of inspiration, it would happen in 2 days. Or maybe he would get stuck at a certain level and could last for months. Besides, you can earn 1 spiritual point every time you advance to a higher level. At worst, you can just kill more monsters. Yang Chongyang Body Xiang Body, 3/4. Purple Yang Body. Open up the Purple Palace at the Purple Palace Acupoint. Absorb the innate purple energy, refine the body, and have a high probability of causing the practice skills and techniques to produce Yang attribute mutations. Just like before, after adding points, my whole body felt like it was burned by fire. Although it was painful, it was nothing compared to the pain of adding points to the physical body. However, unlike the previous burning of the meridians, this time the burning area seemed to be on the chest. Especially the position of the second rib is particularly obvious. Is this the Zifu Palace? Ji Ming rubbed his chest, feeling the faint warmth coming from it, and couldn't help but murmur. This time, I killed 3 powerful monsters in the Kaimai realm in succession. The harvest is quite good. Not only has he awakened his divine consciousness, but he has also opened up the Purple Mansion Palace, especially the spiritual consciousness. Once I cultivate it for a while and thoroughly understand its function, my strength will be able to reach a higher level. By then, I will be the top star in Kaimai realm. Since all the big monsters in the Kaimai realm in Shu County have been killed, the remaining small monsters in the Condensing Chi realm have become scattered, some hiding, some escaping, and they are no longer the same as they were before when they gathered together to form a mountain. Therefore, during this period of time, Jiming basically stayed in the county town, drinking, practicing swordsmanship, and comprehending martial arts. Not sure if it was because of bad luck or something, but Jiming had collected a lot of purple energy in the Zifu Palace during this period of time. The panel also said high probability, but there had been no changes in either his skills or techniques. Instead, he became more and more proficient by taking advantage of every opportunity and went further and further. As for spiritual consciousness, Ji Ming has discovered 3 functions after some exploration. The first is to make perception visual. Furthermore, he was able to achieve inner vision, allowing the circulation of true qi to be smoother. With this function, Ji Ming opened up 2 acupoints in succession by himself without relying on spiritual energy. Finally, it is about multitasking. The divine consciousness can carry Ji Ming's awareness and has independence and absolute obedience. It will not interfere with Ji Ming's judgment or distract his attention. In addition, multitasking not only allows you to comprehend 2 martial arts at the same time during practice, but also allows 2 consciousnesses to comprehend the same martial arts from different directions, taking advantage of each other's strengths. During battle, having an extra consciousness will allow you to pay more attention to the surrounding environment and observe the enemy more comprehensively. With the ability to do 2 things at once and his level for enlightenment, Ji Ming has now pushed the Zhou Tianjinmai method to the level of great perfection. On this day, Ji Ming was sitting in the yard basking in the sun and drinking wine as usual, while he was constantly practicing sword techniques in his mind, trying to feel what it meant to be meticulous. Drink less alcohol, it's bad for your health. Li Zijin came over from the next yard, holding a food box in his hand. She walked to the rocking chair and reached out to grab the wine jug, but Ji Ming cleverly dodged her. Li Zijin couldn't help but pursed his lips and ignored this guy, and walked towards the living room with the food box. Ji Ming smiled slightly, took another big sip, then stood up from the rocking chair and defended himself. What I drink is not wine, but life. You don't understand. Yes, you, Master Ji, understand best. Li Zijin rolled his eyes, served himself a bowl of rice, then ignored this guy and started eating. Ji Ming didn't care and took out the bowl and chopsticks from the food box skillfully. Just as he was about to serve himself some rice, he heard footsteps outside the yard. Without looking back, and without even using his spiritual sense, Ji Ming knew it was Yang Xiao who came just by thinking. Ever since the 3 mountains collapsed, Lord Yang has come to his yard every day. At first he was reporting various trivial matters, but later he came over to eat. After all, every time Yang Xiao came, Li Zijin would invite him to sit down and have a meal before leaving. Later, Lord Yang used this small courtyard as his canteen. Bah! Shame on you! Like Ji Ming, Yang Xiao walked into the living room and took out a set of bowls and chopsticks from the wooden cabinet next to him. They were for his exclusive use. Every time after eating, I would put it back in its original place after cleaning it, although there were a few times when Ji Ming secretly moved it to a different place and hid it. I have basically finished my work in the county. Thanks to you for bringing back a lot of treasures from the wild boar forest. During this period of time, I have exchanged those treasures for food, which is enough for the people of the whole county to survive this winter. In addition, the Shilapu area has also been repaired. It will be back to normal in 2 or 3 days at most. I will not take care of other minor damages. Our human and financial resources are limited. This is all I can do. Yang Xiao was eating while reporting vaguely. Ji Ming couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. He glanced at Yang Xiao. The latter put down his bowl and chopsticks, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, Tomorrow, a distinguished person will come to Shou County. You can come to the county government office then. I will tell that noble man everything you have done during this period. This is a rare gift for you. Yang Xiu looked at Ji Ming deeply and finally chose to change his words. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Chapter 32, Shanqing Sect. Yang Xiu left after finishing his meal. Only Li Zijin, who was cleaning up the dishes, and Ji Ming, who was drinking a little wine, were left. From the looks of you, are you planning on going over tomorrow? Li Zijin glanced at Ji Ming, who fell into the wine jar, and asked softly. I had guessed a little bit before, but I'm not interested, and it's not suitable for me. Ji Ming held the wine gourd in his hand and said leisurely. But since he has said so, it would be embarrassing for him if I don't go. Find a reason to reject me in person tomorrow. Otherwise, we won't even be friends when we meet again in the future. The corners of Li Zijin's mouth slightly raised. In fact, she didn't have any good feelings towards those sections. They were all old-fashioned people who valued their lives, and their disciples just wanted to take care of themselves. Maybe you are full of enthusiasm when you first enter, but after staying in there for a long time, your enthusiasm will slowly cool down. When Yang Xiu invited Ji Ming just now, she was still a little nervous. I'm worried that Ji Ming will also become one of those so-called mountain people. Now it seems I was overthinking it. He is still him. He is who he is. I remember when we first met, I thought this guy was serious and suspicious. But after spending some time together, I realized that although Ji Ming was a bit bad, he still had a lot of evil in his heart. But that is basically used on demons. He doesn't seem to care about people, no matter if they are around him or not. It seemed that there were only demons in his eyes. Well, and wine. Another day has passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Ming still didn't have a keen mind, nor did he make any changes to his skills. He went out early in the morning, filled his gourd from the tavern, and then slowly headed towards the county government office. I passed by a fried pancake stall on the road. The man running the stall was an old man who looked to be over 70 years old. He was wearing a brown vest with a yellowed white shirt underneath. The fried cakes were not expensive. You could get one for 1 copper coin, and they were bigger than your face. If you added 2 copper coins, you could also get 2 pumpkin balls and a bowl of hot soy milk. Do you want to eat fried cakes? Ji Ming silently played an old trick in his mind, then took out 3 copper coins and sat down next to the stall. After a while, the old man came over with a fried pancake, some pumpkin balls, and a bowl of soy milk. Ji Ming took the pancake, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Old man, this cake smells so good. Why haven't I seen you setting up a stall before? Thank you for the compliment, sir. The old man laughed and explained. I used to set up a stall, but there wasn't much business, so I stopped doing that later and stayed at home to farm. Well, some time ago, Lord G from our county government wiped out all the demons in the 3 mountains. That's why we have more people here. So I started to sell things here too, to make a little money to support my family. TSK. I heard that this Master G is quite extraordinary. He is only 23 or 24 years old, but he has already reached the peak of Kaimai realm. In the past few days, many storytellers in the restaurant have been telling the story of Lord G slaying the demon, and some have even composed a poem about it. I have a bad memory and can't remember everything. I only remember the last 2 sentences, which are also the 2 sentences that everyone talks about the most. What's your name? Wherever Chingy goes, he will show his sharp edge and slay the demons wherever they are found. The old man talked a lot, and his face was beaming. Ji Ming bit the fried pancake, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Comfortable. However, before he could feel comfortable for long, the old man added indignantly. Sir, you said they all have the surname G, so why is the Diensher in our county government so rude? Not only does he serve as a gigolo for the demon, but he also sends ordinary people like us to the demon as blood food. He deserves to die. Fortunately, when Lord G arrived, he killed the registrar as well. He died well. It's a pity that I wasn't there, otherwise I would have spit on his corpse. Cough! Ji Ming almost choked, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this is all the work of that angry young man. It's a good intention too. But what the old man said later was not wrong. The previous Diensher was indeed dead, and I was the one who killed him. After eating and drinking, Ji Ming slowly walked to the county government office. Yang Xiu had already been waiting in the back hall, and his hidden sister Yang Qian was also there. Seeing Ji Ming arriving early, a rare smile appeared on Yang Xiu's sarcastic face. Only, after meeting Ji Ming, he suppressed this smile. He thought Ji Ming didn't see it. In fact, as early as at the gate, Jiming had noticed Yang Xiu's every move. You never thought that I am a person with spiritual awareness. In this way, Jiming waited bored in the county government office for the whole day. Finally, in the evening, the distinguished guest arrived. He was an old man wearing purple clothes with gold patterns. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but his face was ruddy and he looked full of energy. However, his expression seemed a little cold, and his eyebrows were extremely sharp, giving people a feeling that strangers should stay away from him. Meet Elder Wu. Yang Xiu and his sister quickly stepped forward and bowed to the old man as juniors. The old man responded slightly, his face still expressionless. Run the mental method, and let me see. Yes. Upon hearing this, the brother and sister did not dare to slack off, and immediately practiced their own mental methods according to the old man's instructions. Seeing this, the old man stretched out 2 fingers, tapped the Baihui acupoints of the brother and sister respectively, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, you too are qualified to join the Shanqing sect after you have mastered these 2 mental methods." Upon hearing this, the brother and sister were both delighted. Although the two knew they were already stable when they first started learning the technique, they were still excited when they heard the old man say it himself. The Shanqing sect is one of the 3 orthodox Taoist sects in the Tang dynasty, also known as the Didao sect. Anyone who can join the Shanqing sect can at least reach the Danding realm. For example, the one in front of you is the great elder of the outer sect and also a powerful person at the peak of the spiritual realm, Elder Wu. At this time, Yang Xiu bowed slightly and whispered to the old man, "Disciple has something to report." "Explain." Yang Xiu immediately recounted Ji Ming's story, especially how Ji Ming broke through to the Kaimai realm from the 2nd level of qi condensation in just a few months. He then recounted in detail how Ji Ming had killed the dog demon and the wild boar king. Although it is narrated in a straightforward manner without any artistic techniques, these few things alone are enough to make the old man look at it in awe. "Are you Ji Ming?" The old man walked up to Ji Ming and asked. "The boy is Ji Ming." Ji Ming bowed slightly and saluted. This old man gave him a very dangerous feeling. Although there was no aura emanating from his body, just one glance from the other party made him feel as if he had been seen through from head to toe. It is not easy to cultivate to the Kaimai realm at such a young age and even kill a great demon in the late Kaimai realm. The old man nodded. He did not doubt the truthfulness of what Yang Xiu said. There was no need to. Is it true? He is not yet so old that his eyesight is blurry. Of course, cultivation is cultivation, and talent is talent. They are 2 different things. The old man flipped it casually, and suddenly an ancient mirror inlaid with 5 colored gems appeared in his palm. At the same time, an old and powerful voice came from my ears. "Pull your chi to your fingertips and tap the mirror lightly." Is this a treasure for testing qualifications? Ji Ming looked at the ancient mirror and was eager to try it out. Then, he gathered a strand of true energy at his fingertips as the old man said, and then lightly tapped the mirror. As his fingers touched the mirror, a cool feeling instantly spread throughout Ji Ming's body, as if something was penetrating into his body. At the same time, ripples appeared on the mirror's surface like water. The ripples spread to the 5 gems at the same time, and then Chapter 33, leaving Shiwu County. And then nothing happened. After the ripples spread, the ancient mirror returned to its original state and nothing appeared. There is no spiritual vein? After seeing the feedback from the mirror, the old man couldn't help but groan. I thought that since Ji Ming had cultivated to the Kaimai realm in such a short period of time and was able to cross the border to kill monsters, he must have 1 or more spiritual veins. Regardless of the quality, as long as you have the spiritual vein, your subsequent cultivation will surely improve by leaps and bounds. The spiritual veins can sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The qi condensation realm and the meridian opening realm may not be able to sense it, and even if they can sense it, it will be of no use. But when it comes to the Dan Ding stage, when one uses the body as the cauldron, the smell of medicine, and the spirit as the guide to refine the 9 revolutions golden elixir, the effect of spiritual power begins to manifest itself. Spiritual power can not only accelerate the condensation of the golden elixir, but also improve the quality of the golden elixir and produce elixir patterns. Although they are all 9 transformation golden pills, their quality varies. Otherwise, we are all in the Dan Ding realm. Why are you more powerful, but I am not? In the Shanqing sect, I first look at a disciple's character and then his aptitude. I don't need to say much about my friend's character, but since your aptitude is not suitable, I cannot change the sex rules without permission. Seeing the old man take back the ancient mirror, there was a hint of coldness in his words. Jiming knew that he was not favored. This result was expected. If the original owner had a spiritual vein, he wouldn't be in this state. As for myself, apart from a little disappointment, I didn't have any other emotions. I have a golden finger. Why would I need a spiritual vein? Since the old man had already refused, he didn't need to find any more excuses. Thank you for your help in verifying my qualifications. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Jiming bowed slightly to the old man and immediately left the county government office. Yang Xiao wanted to catch up and say something, but his sleeve was pulled by his sister. He glanced at Elder Wu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and in the end he could only sigh. That night, Yang Xiao and his sister followed the old man and left Shiwu County. Jiming sat at home, drinking silently to see the angry young man off. At this point, there was no full-time official in the county government except for a group of newly replaced Yamen runners. County Magistrate Li Qingtian and County Lieutenant Diao Min were thrown into death row for colluding with demons, awaiting their fate by the court. The Dianshi Ji Ming had the greatest illness and was executed on the spot. Chief Clerk Yang Xiao resigned as he was not worthy of the position. These were all arranged by Yang Xiao. Doing so might not be a good thing for Shiwu County. After all, they could not guarantee the character of the next official. But neither of them is a saint, and this is all they can do. Now the demons in Shiwu County have been basically eliminated. The remaining ones are either hiding or fleeing. They are no longer a threat. It's time for me to leave. Jiming sipped his wine and murmured silently in his heart. In fact, the three huge mountains pressing down on Shiwu County have not been completely knocked down. The Beishan Fox Demon is still there. But Jiming didn't dare wait for her to come back. Even though he has opened more than 130 acupoints now, he is comparable to a warrior who has opened up the 13th level of meridians before body training. But the Kaimai realm is the Kaimai realm. It is almost impossible to cross the border and kill the Danding realm by relying solely on one's own strength. One golden elixir can break all the laws. That's not just a casual statement. I knew you were drinking. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Li Zijin came over carrying 2 jars of wine and a food box. You went to the restaurant? Jiming couldn't help but ask as he smelled the aroma that was gradually becoming stronger. Yes, now that you have killed all the demons near Shiwu County, it is natural that restaurants and other places will open. It opened today, and there was a discount. I bought some because the smell was pretty good. Li Zijin walked into the living room and explained as he took out the dishes packed by the restaurant. She took out 2 more bowls and filled them with wine. I heard from the guy that these 2 jars of wine have been buried underground for 5 or 6 years, and there has been no chance to take them out. Now, thanks to you, Master Ji, they can finally see the light of day. Try it. Jiming took a light sniff, and judging from the aroma alone, it was indeed much better than what he was drinking now. But wine that's 5 or 6 years old shouldn't be cheap, right? Although he had robbed a lot of money from the Wild Boar King before, he basically gave it all to Yang Xiao later, and only kept about 10 taels of silver for wine. Otherwise, during this period of time, the signboard in the tavern would have to be sold for 20 to 30 kilograms. Thinking of this, Jiming smiled slightly, then picked up the wine bowl and took a big sip. Call. So intense. Is it about 40 or 50 degrees? It is not easy to brew wine of this degree under such conditions. How about it? Li Zijin looked at Jiming with expectant eyes. Good. Jiming drank the wine in the bowl and praised it generously. In fact, he can't tell whether alcohol is good or bad. He drinks only because he likes the feeling of alcohol paralyzing his body. Although the alcohol content of the wine in front of me is high, it is only a little uncomfortable when it passes through my throat. Once it really goes down my stomach, there is only a warm, soft, and numb feeling. It was as if a beautiful woman was leaning over your arms, gently breathing out the fragrance of orchid. This wine is really good. Seeing Jiming agreed, Li Zijin couldn't help but take a sip with a gleam of enlightenment in his eyes. The two of them drank 2 bowls each in silence and gradually became drunk. Li Zijin's face flushed slightly, but she did not use her true energy to dispel it. Instead, she whispered to Jiming, I'm leaving tomorrow. Jiming responded lightly, but didn't say anything, and he didn't know what to say. Seeing his look, Li Zijin couldn't help but curl his lips and took a big gulp of wine. The two were silent for a moment, as if they felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, and Li Zijin couldn't help but speak again. And you? After you leave, I will go to the monster hunting department. Why do you have to wait until I leave? I won't rush over if you're here. The girl couldn't help but dodge her eyes after hearing this. Although she puffed her lips and said nothing, the corners of her moist lips were slightly raised. So that's how it is? The night is slightly cool, but the wine is warm. The two sat opposite each other. Although there were no more words spoken, the words just now were worth more than 1,000 words. At least, this is what Li Zijin thinks. On the official road from Huaizhou to Weizhou, Ji Ming was lying on the cargo bag of a flatbed truck, drinking wine and resting his eyes. More than a month has passed since I left Shiwu County. At first, Ji Ming planned to slay the monster while traveling, so as not to delay either. However, ideals are great, but reality gave him a big hole. Less than 3 days after leaving Shiwu County, Ji Ming got lost. Not only did he fail to kill a single demon, but he also starved himself for 7 or 8 days. If it had not been late autumn and there was no shortage of birds and beasts storing food in the deep mountains and forests, Ji Ming would have been the first Kaimai realm cultivator to starve to death. Fortunately, they met a few hunters going up the mountain and were able to return to the county town. It just so happened that a big merchant in that county was going to Weizhou to deliver goods. So Ji Ming offered to be the bodyguard for the merchant for free, as long as he could get a ride and be provided with food and wine every day. Although the boss had already hired a bodyguard, he still agreed to Ji Ming's request out of kindness. Brother, I heard at the restaurant before that a genius appeared in Shiwu County. It was said that he broke through from the second level of Qi condensation to the Kaimai realm in less than 2 months, and even killed 4 great monsters in the late Kaimai realm. I don't know if it's true or not. He broke through the realm and opened his meridians in the early stage of self-condensation in 2 months. There are only a few such geniuses even in the various states, not to mention killing a great demon in the late stage of opening meridians right after breaking through the realm. It's fine to just listen to this, but don't take it seriously, junior sister. The people who spoke were a young man and woman dressed in gorgeous clothes, disciples of the sect. The man was called Yu Dongpeng, and the woman was called Lin Ziyin. These two people were encountered by chance on the caravan's way to Huaishui County yesterday. It seemed that they had come down the mountain to gain experience or to complete a mission or something. As a result, he was too young and, like Ji Ming, got lost as soon as he went out and was severely beaten by reality. The caravan boss was a good man. He felt sorry for the young brother and sister and invited them to join the caravan. However, as a senior brother, Yu Dongpeng was not very grateful. Just because someone in the caravan made fun of them for being lost, Yu Dongpeng almost wanted to kill them. Actually, this matter is also Ji Ming's fault. They were both lost, and when the people in the caravan teased Ji Ming did not get angry. Instead, he joined in the fun and made fun of himself. These people were naive and thought that all young people would get along well with Ji Ming, but they almost lost their lives as a result. You know, Yu Dongpeng is a cultivator at the Kaimai realm. If he really starts fighting, no one in the caravan can stop him. At this moment, when Ji Ming heard their conversation, a strange look appeared on his face involuntarily. This place is nearly 2,000 miles away from Shiwu County. How can I still eat my own melons? What's that expression on your face? Just as Ji Ming was complaining about himself, the male voice that was quite gentle a second ago suddenly turned cold. Chapter 34, Tribulation Cultivation. How did this guy survive until now? The corner of Ji Ming's mouth twitched slightly, and he made up an excuse. I just accidentally fell asleep and had a nightmare. Are you making fun of me? Yu Dongpeng's expression suddenly darkened. He had disliked Ji Ming for a long time, especially when he first joined the caravan and his junior sister Lin Ziyin would glance at him from time to time. Lin Ziyin has been practicing beside him since entering the mountain gate, and she admires him very much. And he also has a good impression of Lin Ziyin. I wanted to use this experience of going down the mountain to further enhance the relationship between us. But who would have thought that we would get lost just after leaving the mountain gate? Just get lost. A man and a woman alone in the wilderness can quickly heat up their relationship. If they encounter some minor dangers, they can stand up for themselves. Maybe the scenes recorded in novels about folk markets will happen. As a result, before he could prepare himself properly, he met a caravan on the road. Lin Ziyin just stepped forward and asked for help, and the damn caravan boss agreed immediately. Just join the caravan. But why is there someone like Ji Ming in it? Not only is he fair-skinned, but he also carries a gourd and a knife every day, acting like the knight that Lin Ziyin likes the most. Damn it all. Everyone in this caravan deserves to die. Thinking of this, the young man's eyes became increasingly gloomy, and the internal energy in his body was also circulating slowly. Brother, at this moment, a clear and ethereal voice suddenly came from the side. Immediately, Yu Dongpeng felt someone pulling his sleeve. When you go out, be careful with your words and actions. Don't speak rashly and bring yourself to death. The young man snorted lightly, then rode his horse to the side. I'm sorry, senior brother is not usually like this. I don't know what happened today, but his temper is a bit off. Please don't mind it. When Lin Xin saw her senior brother leaving, she quickly stepped forward to apologize to Ji Ming. No problem. Ji Ming nodded slightly. There are so many people here now, he doesn't mind this little thing. But if he were to meet him in the wilderness, he would have to teach him a lesson. If you still can't learn it, then go reincarnate and start over. Just like that, Ji Ming lay back on the deck again, drinking some wine while trying to comprehend what it meant to enter the spiritual realm. That's right. After a month, Ji Ming still hasn't realized what it means to enter the spiritual realm. Even though he had now achieved great perfection in the art of using force to penetrate the subtleties of existence, he still had not found the way to this mysterious method. As I was thinking about it, before I knew it, it was already evening. The caravan found a piece of open space and began to set up tents and make fire to cook. Ji Ming also came over and helped the cook prepare today's dinner. His cooking skills are actually pretty good. After all, he was a working dog before, and his food and accommodation were not provided. He couldn't afford to order takeout, so if he wanted to eat something delicious, he had to cook for himself. Over time, my cooking skills improved. Master Ji's cooking skills are amazing. I'm already drooling just by smelling the aroma. The caravan boss Chen Yuan came up to Ji Ming with a smile on his face, and without caring how hot the dish was, he picked up a piece of stewed radish and put it into his mouth. Hiss, hiss, it smells good, it smells good. Master Ji also knows how to cook. Lin Xin had come over at some point and looked at the young man next to her with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Of course not. Before Ji Ming could speak, the cook in the caravan spoke up. Master Ji's cooking skills are better than mine. Take this stewed radish, for example. I don't know how he cooked it, but it tastes even better than meat. So amazing. Lin Xin's eyes were full of stars. A trifle, Yu Dongpeng, who was standing by, almost bit his back teeth off when he saw his junior sister admiring him so much. He glanced at Ji Ming coldly and said with disdain, "You are a warrior after all. It is ridiculous that you don't polish your foundation and practice hard while you are young, but instead try to get involved in these unorthodox ways." As Yu Dongpeng's voice rang out, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Chen Yuan sighed silently in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought this ancestor into the caravan. Ahem, that what? Finally, Chen Yuan coughed dryly, breaking the somewhat cold atmosphere, and said with a smile, "Eat quickly, or the food will get cold." "Oh yes, yes. Eat, eat." Upon hearing this, the other members of the caravan quickly followed suit. They did not contradict Yu Dongpeng. They all knew that this young man was no ordinary person and was from the mountains. They were just ordinary people and could not afford to offend him. "Hey, he's eating." Just when everyone was planning to eat quickly and rest early, an untimely voice suddenly came from afar. Looking back, I saw a group of evil men with ferocious faces, dressed like bandits, walking towards this side. The man in the lead had a burly build, carrying a sword as tall as a person. He exuded an aura that revealed that he was a great cultivator at the Kai Mai realm. Tribulation repair. This word popped up subconsciously in Ji Ming's mind. The robbers are like mountain bandits. They're all extremely vicious and cruel people who specialize in robbing merchants along the way. Today, the Tang dynasty is plagued by evil spirits everywhere, and there is not much energy to deal with those lawless elements. As time went by, the number of lawless criminals increased, and they became more and more rampant, gradually forming a scattered but formidable force. The Jieshio. Hello, all of you good fellows. When Chen Yuan saw the group of people appear, he immediately took out a bag of money that he had prepared long ago from his arms. How could they, who travel long distances for business all year round, not know about the existence of Jieshio? The appearance of this group of people tonight was expected. If they didn't show up, it would be a bit abnormal. He trotted over to the burly man in the lead with a smile on his face, holding the purse in both hands and handing it over respectfully. "It is my honor that you, my good men, can take time out of your busy schedule to visit my caravan. I hope you can accept this small token of my appreciation. Oh, the evil man in the lead couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. He took the purse, weighed it twice, and threw it behind him. Then he patted Chen Yuan Mao on the cheek and said with a smile, "You are quite sensible. In that case, I won't disturb your enjoyment of dining. Brothers, let's go." After saying that, the strong man turned around and left with everyone. However, before they could take a few steps, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. "Did I let you go?" The leading villain paused slightly, turned his head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Anything else?" "No, no, no." When Chun Yuan Mao saw the other party turn around, he was frightened. He quickly ran to Yu Dongpeng, clasped his hands together, and pleaded, "Sir, less trouble is worse than more trouble. Please don't. Just shut up." Without waiting for Chun Yuan Mao to finish speaking, Yu Dongpeng interrupted him. His eyes were cold, and he said in a serious tone, "It's because of the connivance of you businessmen that these people have become more rampant and arrogant. Today, I will not indulge them." He just casually drew out the long sword from his waist, and the internal energy circulated slowly. Doesn't Junior Sister like swordsmen who drink and ride horses to eliminate evil? Today, let her see what a real swordsman is. Yu Dongpeng gathered his aura to its peak with a sword in his hand, and he had the momentum of a single man standing against 10,000. "Leave the things behind, kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy, and I may save your life today." Ha ha. The sturdy man in the lead had a sullen face, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. He twisted his neck twice, making a crackling sound, but he did not rush forward. Instead, he spoke loudly. "Brothers, who will go meet this young man who saw injustice and drew his sword to help?" "I'll do it." As soon as the sturdy man finished speaking, a tall and thin man with a wretched and cunning appearance stood up. He was also at the Kaimai realm, but seemed to have just broken through not long ago, and his aura was not too strong. Yu Dongpeng couldn't help but sneer when seeing this. He dared to challenge him at this level? Just as I was thinking about it, the other party rushed towards me. Yu Dongpeng did not dodge and continued to stand with his sword drawn. Soon, the tall and thin man had already rushed in front of him, holding two hooks, jumped high, and let out a sharp roar. "You are such a jerk, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert? Kneel down." Yu Dongpeng shouted coldly and also jumped up, smashing down with the long sword in his hand with a force of 1,000 pounds. Clang! There was a sound of metallic collision, and the tall and thin man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Yu Dongpeng succeeded in his attack, and without any hesitation, he chased after him. However, just when he was about to catch up with the tall and thin man, 4 or 5 figures suddenly appeared beside him. Their realms are not high. They're only at the late stage of chi condensation. Those people did not rush forward, but swung out the grappling hooks. The sharp long hook completely covered the small area in an instant. Although Yu Dongpeng reacted immediately to dodge and knock away 2 grappling hooks, the other grappling hook still landed on him accurately. The sharp barbs pierced through Yu Dongpeng's flesh in an instant. Ah! Senior brother. Chapter 35, Action. After being pierced through the body by the hook, Yu Dongpeng immediately let out a shrill scream. But those robbery cultivators did not give up. Another strong man in the late chi condensation stage rushed out, holding a long stick and stabbing it hard in Yu Dongpeng's dantian. Puff! Just one hit. Yu Dongpeng vomited blood from his mouth, like a dead dog, and completely lost his ability to fight. Senior brother. When Lin Zine saw this scene, her eyes suddenly turned red. She wanted to go forward, but was surrounded by a group of chi condensation realm escorts under Chen Yuan Mao. Yu Dongpeng wanted to die, and he had no right to interfere. But the girl had good intentions, and he couldn't just watch her die. "You, let me go. Girl, you can't go over there." Chen Yuanmao walked up to Lin Zine and persuaded her. There are more than a dozen heroes in that group, and several of them are at the Kaimai realm. Your senior brother is no match for them. What use will it be for you to go over there? But, it's nothing. Tell your brother to lower his head and apologize to those heroes. Maybe he can still survive. The other side. After Yu Dongpeng was severely injured, he fell directly to his knees on the ground. The leading villain walked up to him, tapped Yu Dongpeng's unruly face with a knife, and sneered. "Did you hear me? Now count on me and apologize. If I'm happy, I might really spare your life." Yu Dongpeng's blood and chi were already disordered. After hearing the evil man's words, he became furious and his blood surged up uncontrollably. What are you talking about? Quickly kowtow to my brother and beg for mercy. You're dreaming. Yu Dongping spat at the tall and thin man who was shouting and said in a cold voice, even if I die today, you can't make me bow my head. Senior brother. In the distance, Lin Zin's face was already pale. Yes, how could a proud senior brother like him admit his mistake? Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a tough guy. The tall and thin man sneered and then showed a bit of ridicule. I just like to chew on hard bones like you. You don't want to kowtow? Good, very good. Having said that, he walked away from Yu Dongpeng with a wave of his hand. A dozen robber cultivators behind him immediately rushed forward and surrounded the caravan. Since you refuse to kowtow, I will wait until you kowtow. From now on, I will kill one person every 3 breaths until you kowtow. If you still don't kowtow, I will keep killing. When I kill them all, I will break your hard bone. Yu Dongpeng was not moved at all when he heard this. These bitches deserve to die, and it's their honor to be buried with me. 3, 2, call out. Before the tall and thin man could even utter the word one, a sound of breaking air suddenly erupted in the venue. The next moment, then I saw that there was a hole on the tall and thin man's forehead at some point. The blood hasn't spilled out yet, and you can even see the other side through the hole, which is only the size of your little finger. In the distance, the villain who was about to watch the show suddenly changed his expression when he saw this scene. He tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Who? The sturdy man stepped out suddenly and shouted loudly. His cold eyes quickly swept over everyone in the caravan, and finally, fixed your gaze on the bonfire with a casserole behind the crowd. There was a young man sitting cross-legged, drinking wine and eating. Radish? You guys continue. Jiming picked up a piece of radish and put it in his mouth, mumbling. I'll protect the people in the caravan, and the little girl. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want with them. It has nothing to do with me. The villain stared at Ji Ming. Seeing the other party's nonchalant look, as if he didn't take him seriously at all, he hesitated. Although the death of the tall and thin man was suspected to be unexpected. If it were him, he would be able to do the same. In addition, he had more than a dozen people present, and the lowest of them was in the late Qi condensation stage, not to mention the 2 middle stage Kaimai cultivators who were there to help. With their combined strength, the opponent will surely die unless he is at the Dan Ding realm. Master Ji. At this time, Lin Zin ran to Ji Ming and begged, please save my brother. Ji Ming glanced at the girl and said softly, I have no obligation to save him. The reason why I killed that man just now was because it was my duty. I am the escort hired by Shopkeeper Chun. That man wants to kill the caravan members, so I can't just sit there and watch. As for you, Ji Ming paused, his tone becoming a little cold and distant. You should be thankful that you still have some principles and manners. Having said this, Lin Zin's eyes dimmed. How could she not understand what Ji Ming meant? The other party has already said this much. If she begs again, it would be like repaying kindness with enmity. Boom! Just at this moment, the evil man who had been doing nothing before suddenly attacked and committed the crime. At the same time, 2 other monks in the Kaimai realm swooped down. Hurry up! Faced with the sudden change, the caravan did not fall into chaos. Chun Yuan Mao, the shopkeeper and leader, immediately gave an order and asked the bodyguards and the team to join the battle. In fact, from the moment the tall and thin man wanted to kill them, he had already prepared to give it a try. Now that we have Ji Ming as a variable, maybe there is still a way to survive. Come and die! The villain roared, and the big knife in his hand came down like a mountain, and he actually mastered some sword power. The powerful blow reached Ji Ming in just the blink of an eye. Bump! Just when the big knife was about to fall on Ji Ming, the latter's body shifted slightly to the side at an extremely strange angle. At the same time, a crisp sound of swords being drawn was heard. Clung, clung. Ji Ming drew his sword from its sheath and, without any hesitation, chopped it casually on the back of the villain's sword. The terrifying sword force poured out from this moment, like a waterfall pouring down. This blow not only buried the villain's sword completely into the ground, but also sank half of the villain's legs. You are just a beginner in swordsmanship. How dare you show off your skills in front of me, who has mastered the art to perfection? After the first knife, there was the second knife. The dialing demon sealing slash was handed out. The power increases by 1 more point. Save me. The villain felt the stinging pain in his hand, and immediately cried out in surprise. Upon hearing this, the other two Kaimai realm cultivators immediately chose to besiege Wei to save Zhao and launched a fatal sneak attack on Ji Ming. However, they are too slow. Ji Ming has now mastered not only his sword skills, but also his body movements. With a few flashes, he perfectly avoided the joint sneak attack of two Kaimai realm monks. Clang! The third knife fell. The villain's hands were completely shaken apart, and the tiger bones were covered in blood. He stared with disbelief and was about to say something when the fourth knife fell. Clang! The knife came out like falling moonlight. The villain opened his mouth and his whole body was split in two. Chapter 36 Assessment. The strongest leader was already dead, so the remaining stragglers were no match for Ji Ming. Although the two cultivators in the middle stage of Kaimai realm were very powerful, they were like a firefly compared to the bright moon in front of Ji Ming's nearly 140 acupoints. In a short while, more than a dozen robbers were killed. The deadly situation was averted in an instant, and there was not even a single injured person in the entire caravan. Qin Yuan Mao looked at the scene before him as if it were a dream. Is there smoke coming out of my ancestral grave? It was just an unintentional act, but it actually helped me so much. If Ji Ming was not here today, but only that pair of senior brothers and sisters, the 32 escorts of the caravan would probably all have died here. Thank you very much for saving my life. Xin will never forget it. Qin Yuan Mao was just about to thank Ji Ming, but Lin Xin beat him to it. But Ji Ming did not agree, but moved away to avoid Lin Xin's greeting. The latter's eyes trembled slightly, and even his body froze in place. You won't even accept my thanks? Ahem. At this time, Qin Yuan Mao coughed slightly, walked to Lin Xin's side, and said softly, Miss Lin, your brother is still injured. Take him to a clinic to get him treated. Don't let him get any chronic illness. Looking for a clinic? Lin Xin was stunned at first when she heard this, but she quickly understood. She looked deeply at Ji Ming's back. No matter whether he was willing to accept it or not, she would remember this kindness. Thank you, shopkeeper Chen, for your reminder. With this in mind, Lin Xin bowed to Qin Yuan Mao again, and then left the caravan with Yu Dongpeng, who was like a dead dog in the distance. Well, Qin Yuan Mao looked at the backs of the brother and sister and sighed silently. The little girl is actually quite pitiful. I hope she won't encounter any accident. After traveling on the official road for another 3 days, the caravan finally arrived at Weizhou City. Ji Ming also officially parted ways with the caravan. Before leaving, Qin Yuan Mao took Ji Ming's hand and stuffed a bag of silver into his arms. Very heavy. The minimum amount is 50 taels. Ji Ming originally didn't want to accept it, but Qin Yuan Mao stuffed it into his arms, saying that the wine in Weizhou was a bit expensive and he couldn't afford it without some money. These words really frightened Ji Ming. After saying a few polite words, he hurriedly accepted it. After separating from the caravan, Ji Ming first picked a tavern with an ordinary facade and decoration. He didn't dare to go to the expensive ones. He filled his wine jug with wine, and then got up and went to the monster hunting bureau. After selling the wine, Ji Ming realized that he had been cheated. The alcohol in Weizhou is not expensive, and is even cheaper than in Xiu County. Take the one in Hulu, for example. It was much better than what he drank in Xiu County, but the price per caddy was 5 cents cheaper. No wonder he is the shopkeeper, but I am just a beast of burden. Ji Ming laughed at himself. Qin Yuan Mao was the first shopkeeper he had real close contact with. There is nothing wrong with him no matter how he behaves or what he does. His ability to read people's expressions is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The most important thing is the other person's vision. The fact that the caravan had such a smooth journey is the best proof of this. Of course, this is just an evaluation of Qin Yuan Mao. Ji Ming didn't think that his boss, before he traveled through time, would have such ability. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be even more so in the future. Just over half an hour after drinking, Ji Ming arrived at the legendary Weizhou branch of the Monster Hunting Division, which was independent of the 6 departments and 24 bureaus and directly under the current emperor. The branch of the Demon Hunting Bureau is very large, even larger than the Weizhou government office. The entire venue is transformed from 5 four-courtyard buildings, with high eaves and winding corridors, which is very spectacular. At this moment, countless people were coming in and out of the side doors on both sides of the front yard, making it extremely lively. This scene instantly reminded Ji Ming of the Civic Center before he traveled through time. When he went to apply for Social Security, the front door of the Civic Center was also like this. I heard from Zijin that the demon hunting department has a special reception desk. You only need to register at the reception desk to take the assessment and become one of them. Well, according to what she said, as long as I hand over a token when signing up, I can get a good job in the demon hunting department. Ji Ming touched the token in his arms and immediately shook his head. I'm afraid that so-called good job is not an idle job where you just eat and die all day long and do nothing. This kind of position is suitable for those who need status and like to take a break. But it's not suitable for him, Ji Ming. His original intention of joining the monster hunting division was to kill monsters. Otherwise, why are you here? Ji Ming followed the crowd into the front yard, and then found the reception desk according to various instructions in the yard. There are also many people inside. The reception desk is not only for welcoming new members into the Monster Hunting Bureau, but also a place for internal staff to do business. Ji Ming wandered around inside, and after waiting for a while, he finally came to a counter. There was an old man behind the counter, not the nice customer service representative I had imagined. The old man has white hair and beard, and his forehead is covered with wrinkles. Although he is old, his eyes are bright and sharp. If I were to describe him in one word, it would be a sharp gaze. Fill in your identity information first, then go to the west room of the second hospital for assessment and grading. Without waiting for Ji Ming to speak, the old man took out a booklet from under the cabinet and handed it to him. How does the old man know what I am going to do? Ji Ming took the booklet and asked while filling it out. The old man couldn't help but sneer and said unhappily, "Wait until you sit in my position for a few months, and you will be able to do it too." Ji Ming was speechless for a moment, thinking that his question was a bit stupid. Soon, Ji Ming finished filling in his information. The old man took the booklet, glanced at it, and said slowly, "Your name is good, but I don't know if your life is as strong as your name. Go test it." The old man closed the booklet and called the next person. The Demon Hunting Bureau recruits people regardless of qualifications, age, or background, but the prerequisite is to reach the Kaimai realm. Therefore, the first level of assessment is the realm. The test is very simple. You pass the test if you circulate your chi to hit the stone pillar, and it makes a sound. Ji Ming didn't understand the principle, but he passed it anyway and got an exclusive token. There are 3 levels of assessment in total. As long as you can successfully pass the first level, you can directly join the Monster Hunting Bureau. As for the second and third stages, they are specially set up to screen talents. If you have a clear understanding of yourself and know that you are not a genius, you can choose not to participate. But out of curiosity, and also wanted to take a look at the 2 levels specially set up for geniuses, Ji Ming resolutely chose to continue to challenge them. As a result, Ji Ming regretted it as soon as he entered the room. The room was simply decorated with a giant bronze mirror inlaid with colorful gems. This is an enlarged version of the one used by the elder of Shanqing sect. As expected, when Ji Ming touched the mirror with his fingertips, ripples appeared, and then nothing happened. The third level is set in a 5-story attic. You need a queue to get in. There weren't many people, so it was soon Ji Ming's turn. But just as Ji Ming entered the building to find out what the test content was, a bell suddenly rang from all directions. Chapter 37, Level 3. Namo Heluidin, Dualui, Namo Alai, Balukadi, Shibalaya, Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, etc. Waves of Sanskrit chanting came from above the attic in front. Ji Ming looked around and saw that there was no one, so he walked towards the attic. As Ji Ming slowly walked up the stairs, the originally vague Sanskrit sound became clearer and clearer. Although he didn't understand what was being sung, the Sanskrit sound made Ji Ming feel empty and peaceful like never before. Soon, Ji Ming had already stepped into the second floor. The layout is exactly the same as downstairs. The only difference is that there is a Buddha statue and an old monk in meditation in front of the attic. What kind of assessment is this? Ji Ming looked at the old monk's back, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Could it be the gatekeeper? Do I need to fight him to pass the test? This seems to be how it was written in all the novels I read before. Although he was not sure whether it was what he was thinking, Ji Ming still silently mobilized the internal energy. That's all. Ji Ming just stared at the old monk like this, until his thoughts went from being solemn and tense at the beginning to being distracted and wandering in the sky, and the old monk didn't move at all. Well, if everything is okay, I'll go up first. Ji Ming finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked softly. Seeing that the old monk still didn't move, he couldn't help but curl his lips and went straight to the third floor. The layout of the third floor is the same as the previous 2 floors. except that the Buddha in the middle has been replaced by an immortal who looks like a fairy, but whose name cannot be told. In front of the immortal Lord was an old man meditating quietly with his head lowered. Jiming glanced at the old Taoist priest and saw that he was just like the monk before, not making any moves, so he continued to go up to the fourth floor. The Buddha is in the front, so the fourth floor might be dedicated to a Confucian saint, right? Jiming thought as he walked. Well, there is no need to think about it anymore. The fourth floor is the Confucian saint. It is different from the statue of Confucius I saw before traveling through time. He was also an old man, but a little thinner, and he was not wearing a Confucian robe, but an official robe. As for the posture, it is not about placing the two palms on top of each other, with the left hand outside and the right hand inside, with the palms facing inward, but one hand holding a scroll and the other pointing to the sky. In addition to the scholarly air that comes with Confucianism, there is more of a kind of domineering and self-centered attitude. If Jiming had not seen that there was a scholar sitting in front of the statue and that the old man was not wearing the dragon robe of the emperor, he would have suspected that the other person might be one of the emperors of the Tang dynasty. Clang! Another bell rang. Jiming had already passed the fourth floor and arrived at the last floor of the small attic. The empty floor only had a long table, an incense burner, and an old woman sitting there. Unlike the monks, Taoists, and scholars before her, the old woman was not sitting there without any movement. Instead, she was leaning over a long table, holding a fine bristle brush, seemingly writing something. Sit down for a while. Wait until I finish writing. It will be ready soon. Noticing someone coming up, the old man's gentle voice rang out. Yes. Jiming bowed slightly to the old man, then found an open space nearby and sat cross-legged. In this way, after waiting for less than half a quarter of an hour, the old woman picked up the scroll on the table and blew gently on it. After the ink stains were completely dried, she slowly rolled up the scroll and put it into the bamboo tube. Jiming, right? The old woman's gentle voice sounded again, with a peaceful smile on her kind face. She nodded and said, "It has been 23 years since the establishment of the Weizhou branch of the Monster Hunting Bureau. You are the second person to reach the top and the first person I have personally witnessed since I took up residence in this building." What the hell? Jiming listened to the old woman's words with a confused look on his face. These stairs are not difficult to climb. When I came up, I didn't feel any obstacles such as double gravity or the laws of nature. Why doesn't anyone come up? Don't dare. The Weizhou branch has been established for more than 20 years. Even if there are only 10 people taking the assessment every day, there are still tens of thousands of people. It would be fine if only 1 or 2 people didn't dare to do so, but how could everyone be like this? As if she noticed Jiming's confusion, the old woman smiled and explained. Remember the chime when you entered the door? That's called the heart bell. Wherever the bell sounds, it's from the heart. Only a strong person in the soul condensation realm can violate it. The vast majority of demon hunters, under the cleansing of the heart bell, either worship Buddha to save themselves and cross the sea of suffering, or visit Taoist ancestors to avoid disasters by practicing inaction, or imitate the ancient saints to cultivate themselves and accept the will of heaven. For someone like you, you neither worship Buddha nor Taoism, nor do you worship the saints. I, an old woman, will take you to see them once. Okay, it's getting late. The old woman took another long scroll from the side, moistened her brush with ink, and said to Jiming in a gentle voice, "I've said everything I need to say, old lady. You can go down now." Yes. Jiming stood up, bowed to the old man, then turned and walked downstairs. But halfway through the walk, he suddenly froze. So, what exactly was the test for this final level? By the time Jiming left, the old woman had sealed the second scroll. She put the 2 scrolls together, put a seal on them, and signed the character Jia in the blank space in the middle. After leaving the small attic, Jiming returned to the reception desk with the token he obtained in the first level. It was the same old man as before. When he saw Jiming handing over the token, he smiled and took out another booklet. "Come on, fill in all the necessary information. Then read the following notes carefully and choose between the monster suppressor and the monster catcher. Remember, once a contract is entered into the file, it cannot be changed. Think twice before you put pen to paper." The second booklet is a contract, somewhat similar to the employment contract before the time travel. As for the demon-suppressing person and demon-catching person mentioned by the old man, there are 2 identities within the Demon-Catching Bureau. Among them, the demon-suppressing person is often stationed in a county lord's city, and his main responsibility is to hunt down and kill local demons. He will not be bound by the tasks of the branch, but the price is that he is not allowed to leave his post without permission unless there is a transfer order from the branch. Monster hunters are not bound by any place or location and are free to come and go as they please. But they are subject to the management of the branch they are in and are required to complete a fixed task assigned by the branch once a month. In addition, there is also the monster catcher. Compared to the first two, monster hunters are neither restricted by local location nor by the management of their branch and can be said to be truly free. However, in order to become a monster catcher, one must surpass the threshold of the Danding realm, and one's strength must also be among the best in the same realm. Otherwise, it will be useless even if one enters the Danding realm. If possible, Ji-Ming would rather be a monster catcher. But now, Ji-Ming silently wrote the 3 words Monster Hunter on his contract. The old man took the contract and sealed it with wax. Leave your contact address and you can go. The contract review will take 2 days to complete. Once the review is passed, someone will notify you. Ji-Ming thought about it, wrote down the name of an inn he saw when passing through the main city, and then left. But just as he was about to leave the reception hall, 2 young men in gorgeous clothes slowly walked towards him from behind. One of the young men suddenly stopped when he saw Ji-Ming. "Brother Yu?" The young man next to him saw his companion stop and couldn't help but speak. Yu Dongping's face was gloomy, and there was a strong, murderous intent flashing in his cold eyes. "Brother Chen, haven't you always wanted to ask for a 5-essence pill? Do me a favor. I'll ask Master for the elixir on behalf of Brother Chen." Chapter 38, Identity Tampering. 2 days passed in a flash, and news came from the Monster Hunting Bureau that the review had been passed. In the past 2 days, Ji-Ming has visited almost all the pubs and restaurants in the main city of Weizhou. Except for some extremely expensive wines, Ji-Ming has basically tried all the wines in Weizhou. Of course, while drinking, Ji-Ming did not forget to inquire about the news of the monsters. He even bought a map and marked the locations of the monsters on it. Ji-Ming has already made up his mind that once his identity as a monster hunter is confirmed, he will use Weizhou as the center and clear out all the monsters on the map one by one. I guess, after killing all the Kaimai realm monsters on the map, he should be able to break through to the Danding realm, right? By then, even if the fox demon succeeds in breaking through and comes to him, he will have nothing to fear. While I was thinking, Ji-Ming had already arrived and started to go through the entry procedures. This time, he was not received by the old man, but by a young girl who was probably less than 20 years old. The girl's tone was very gentle, and her words were very pleasant to the ear. This is what a receptionist should be like. Just as Ji-Ming was stunned, the voice of the little girl in front of him sounded softly. "Sir, this is your identity token. A formation has been engraved on it. When you kill a demon in the future, the token will automatically absorb some of the demon's blood and generate a record of the demon slaying and record the corresponding contribution points." Ji-Ming was quite curious about how the Monster Hunting Bureau recorded contribution points, but he didn't expect it to be this method. In addition, your mission territory has been allocated. It is in Langyu County. Ji-Ming frowned slightly. What does mission territory mean? Am I not a monster hunter? Monster hunter? The girl was startled for a moment, then quickly picked up the file to check. After checking it twice and confirming that she had not read it wrong, she said softly, "Sir, the file says that you are the demon suppressor. Did you remember it wrong?" Upon hearing this, Ji-Ming's brows furrowed even more. He took the file handed over by the girl and found that under the contract he signed 2 days ago, the 3 words Monster Catcher had suddenly changed to Monster Suppressor. What's going on? Remember wrong? Impossible. What I wrote that day was definitely Monster Hunter. Someone tampered with it? Who could it be? The old man? Sir? The girl's voice sounded again. If you have no further questions, you can pay at the end of the file. In addition, after you officially become a demon suppressor, you can go to the Eastern Baggage Depot to receive a set of standard official uniforms and weapons. Of course, you don't have to go if you don't need them. Ji-Ming quickly collected his thoughts, signed his name at the end of the file, and turned away. Once an identity is entered into the file, it cannot be changed. Even if he doesn't want to accept it now, it will be useless. However, compared to his own identity that was changed without his permission, Ji-Ming wanted to find the person behind it. The only person who can be suspected at the moment is the old man. Ji-Ming, with a sullen face, walked towards the counter where he had taken the assessment 2 days ago. However, before he got close, he found that the person behind the counter had been replaced by a middle-aged man in his early 40s. "Excuse me, sir. Is the old gentleman behind the counter still here?" Ji-Ming walked up, greeted the middle-aged man, and asked politely, "You mean Mr. Yang?" The middle-aged man glanced at Ji Ming and found the identity token on his waist. Then he replied, "Mr. Yang received a transfer order the day before yesterday. He has been transferred away. As for where exactly he was transferred to, I'm not sure." Transferred away? Ji Ming's face darkened again. This matter doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought. But he had just arrived at the Monster Hunting Bureau and hadn't even officially started working there, so there was no chance he'd offended anyone. If I had to find a suspect, Ji Ming could only think of two at the moment. There was Mr. Yang, who handled the procedures for him, and the old lady who was sitting on the top floor of the attic. Apart from this, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would change their identity. Forget it, I'll just be a demon suppressor. As long as I break through the Danding realm, I'll have the chance to become a demon catcher. It won't be too late to investigate this matter then. Besides, this may not be all bad for me. Ji Ming took a deep breath, thanked the middle-aged man behind the counter, then left the reception desk and went to the baggage depot. At the same time, on the west side of the second courtyard, on the top floor of the attic, the old woman was sitting upright on a futon, almost the same as when Ji Ming came before, and seemed to be writing something. The difference was that this time the scroll under the old woman's pen was replaced with letter paper. In addition, there was a beautiful woman in her 30s kneeling next to the long table, helping to make tea and serve water. The beautiful woman was wearing a sky blue dress and had her hair in a Japanese bun. She was introverted, gentle, and elegant, giving off a sense of a virtuous wife from a wealthy family. At this moment, a bird flew in from the window without warning, circled in the house for a few times, and then flew out quickly. "He's already here?" The old woman put down the brush in her hand and looked out the window. "Exactly." The beautiful woman nodded slightly, and her graceful voice sounded softly. "He also went to look for Old Man Yang, but Old Man Yang had been transferred away by me in advance, so he didn't see him." The old woman responded softly. "May I ask, madam, what are you going to do with the Chun family?" The beautiful woman continued to ask. The old woman did not answer, but continued to look out the window. After a long while, the old man slowly withdrew his gaze, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was asking a question. "Do you think it's too early for him to go to Langya County? Perhaps I should wait until he reaches the Danding realm before sending him there." The beautiful woman heard the old man's words, and she knew what he was thinking, so she said, "Those who can pass the 3 tests are either mediocre or genius." He was able to come out of Shou County and break through from the early stage of chi condensation to the middle stage of meridian opening in less than 2 months. This has already proved that he is not a mediocre person. But he has no spiritual veins. The old woman sighed softly and said with some regret, "Without a spiritual vein, after the alchemy furnace, you can only take the path of pure body refining. This path is difficult and not easy at all. Besides the king of Jingbei, there is no other warrior on the mountaintop in the Tang dynasty." The beautiful woman smiled and handed a cup of brewed tea to the old man. Since he is a genius, he cannot be judged by common sense. Maybe he can become the second peak-level person in the Tang dynasty, just like King Jingbei. The old woman couldn't help but smile when she heard this. "I hope so." As for the Qin family, the old woman took a sip of tea, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly appeared on her originally amiable and kind face. "Oh, you got so proud of yourself after winning the gold medal for monster hunting that you forgot your last name, and even dared to change the monster hunting files without permission. Since they want to die so much, then let them do so. Order the Weizhou government office to immediately search and confiscate the Chun residence. As for the Chun family's golden demon catcher, if he is willing to stay in the demon hunting division, he can be spared the death penalty and demoted 1 level. If he is not willing..." The old man paused for a moment, as if the air had frozen. The beautiful woman looked at the old man's eyes. Her heart trembled slightly, and she silently prayed for the Chun family's gold medal demon catcher. "I hope the other party can recognize the current situation and not ruin his own future." "I understand." The beautiful woman responded softly, stood up, and prepared to leave. But, just as she was about to go out, the old woman called her, etc. "If I remember correctly, this matter is related to an outer disciple of Yuqing's sect, right? Don't move that person yet. Every wrong has its perpetrator. We will help deal with the Chen family, and we will leave him to Ji Ming." Chapter 39. The Name of the Sword, Mo Lin. "My lord, this is your official uniform." In the baggage depot, A young girl handed the demon-suppressing official uniform that she had carefully selected to Ji Ming. She had been in the baggage depot for more than half a year and had received many demon hunters and demon suppressors. But this was the first time she had seen someone with a look like Ji Ming. Just one glance made her heart flutter. How could there be such a handsome person in the world? He looks like he came out of a vernacular novel. I wonder what kind of weapon you usually use, sir? The woman spoke softly, her clear voice sounding like the singing of an oriole. Although the standard weapons are ordinary weapons, they are made of the best refined iron. During the forging process, a lot of leftover materials from casting magic weapons are mixed in. Whether in terms of quality or strength, they are far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. Even if you have your own weapon, you might as well choose one as a spare. Are the standard weapons of the Monster Hunting Bureau so good? A look of surprise appeared on Ji Ming's face. He originally thought that this standard weapon would be similar to the swords used in the Yamen. It would be no problem to chop down small monsters in the Qi condensation realm, but it would be somewhat difficult to chop down big monsters in the Meridian opening realm. During the time when Ji Ming was slaying demons in Xiu County, he had already broken more than a dozen swords. Fortunately, he later mastered the art of controlling the sword with force, which reduced the loss. Show me the knife. My lord, follow me. It turns out that this adult likes knives. The girl smiled slightly, then took Ji Ming to another warehouse. Soon, the two arrived at a warehouse the size of a small gymnasium. It was filled with all kinds of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. There are even many strange weapons with weird shapes that have never been heard of or seen before. Even if it is just the type of knives, there are dozens of them, such as goose feather knives, sabers, nine-ring knives, mother and child knives, horizontal knives, straight knives, etc. Influenced by the anime before the time travel and his current habit of using a sword, Ji Ming prefers the Tang horizontal sword type. Just when he was about to pick up a sword at random from the horizontal sword area, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the bottom of the shelf out of the corner of his eye. Ji Ming squatted down and looked at the knife lying horizontally at the bottom of the shelf. A look of surprise appeared on his face. This knife, why does it look like the same one that Yang Yuan pulled out from the clouds when he was in Dharma form? The difference is that Yang Yuan's knife is curved, while the one in front of him is straight. The whole body is dark and bumpy, as if it was a blank that was forcibly taken out of the foundry before it was completely completed. It is only in the shape of a knife. What happened to this knife? Why did it become like this? Seeing Ji Ming's eyes set on the knife at the bottom of the shelf, the girl felt no exception. Basically, everyone who came to pick a knife would notice this knife. She explained softly. This knife was originally made by the weapon refining Grandmaster Zhang Xuanjiu. The material used is a piece of meteorite iron from outer space. Originally, this sword had the potential to become a top-notch spiritual weapon, but when Grandmaster Zhang was forging this sword, he happened to encounter a demon attacking the city. After the demons invaded the main city, they discovered that Grandmaster Zhang was forging this sword, and they became greedy and wanted to take it for themselves. But how could Grandmaster Zhang be willing to forge a sword for a demon? Not only did he destroy all the spirituality on the sword, he also hammered the entire piece of meteorite into scrap iron, and it became what it is today. As for Grandmaster Zhang, when the demon saw that the spiritual weapon that was about to be obtained was destroyed, he was furious and killed Grandmaster Zhang. Is that so? After hearing the story of this knife, Ji Ming was also a little sad. Zhang Xuanjiu's name was recorded in the original owner's memory. He was once the most famous weapon refiner in the Tang dynasty. His subordinates had forged dozens of top-grade spiritual weapons and even cast more than half of the immortal weapons. Pity, such a weapon refiner eventually died at the hands of demons. Ji Ming gently stroked the blade and felt a slight piercing pain in his fingertips. Although it had become scrap metal, it still had its edge. This alone made it better than all the weapons in the warehouse. As if she had noticed what Ji Ming was thinking, the girl couldn't help but remind him. Sir, although this sword was once a top-grade spiritual weapon, it has now become scrap metal. Although its quality is much better than other swords, it is too heavy and is not suitable for use by cultivators in the Kaimai realm. Besides, this knife will be a hindrance to the owner. Sir, why don't you look at something else? So evil. When Ji Ming heard the girl's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He didn't doubt what the girl said. If this knife had no flaws, it would not have survived until now and would have been picked up by someone long ago. But for some reason, Ji Ming had an indescribable feeling when he touched the knife. It was as if he was supposed to come here today and choose this knife. Ji Ming pondered for a moment, then put his hand on the hilt of the knife, gripped it, and lifted it up. Wow, it's really heavy. For an ordinary meridian opening monk, holding this knife is just like a child swinging a large diameter rebar. It's not the man who is playing with the knife, but the knife that is playing with the man. But Ji Ming has opened up more than 130 acupoints and has also cultivated his energy to perfection. Whether it is the strength of his true energy or the level of his swordsmanship, he is far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators who have opened their meridians. Ji Ming picked up the knife, walked to the open space next to him, and shook it casually. Suddenly, a ethereal and distant trembling sound rang out, like the sound of nature. Then the sound changed from ethereal to dull, like an undercurrent surging, and like thunder rolling in the sky. He held his arm and the sword horizontally, gently aimed the blade at the iron frame below, and then flicked his finger. Bite! The blade clearly did not move, but a knife mark about an inch deep had already appeared on the iron frame. Nice knife. Ji Ming couldn't help but praise her, then looked at the girl and asked, "Does this knife have a name?" Ah! The girl was stunned for a moment, and quickly woke up from the shock before, and said belatedly, "Reply, sir, this knife has no name." "No. Isn't that bad? I'm the worst at naming. What should I call it?" "Got it." The sound of the sword is like the cry of a monkey in a deep valley, and also like the surging of a deep sea. Let's call it Emolin. Girl, what does what you said earlier have to do with the name behind it? Ji Ming looked at the long sword in his hand and couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Sir, will you not reconsider it?" When the girl saw that Ji Ming really wanted to choose this knife, she asked nervously. This knife has actually had several owners before. However, without exception, all of these sword masters died tragically due to various reasons. Moreover, people who used this knife did not have good luck. Over time, the legend spread that this knife would harm its owner. No need to think about it. Ji Ming shook his head, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Just choose it. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and said to the girl, "Can you find me 2 maps? One for Hunan Province and one for Langyu Prefecture. I'm going to Langyu County in a few days. I don't know the way, and I'm afraid I won't be able to find the place." "Sir, what did you say? You're going to Langyu County?" Chapter 40. Langyu County. Chu is surrounded by mountains. The peaks in the southwest are especially beautiful with forests and valleys. The one that looks lush and deep is Langya. This is the Langya described by Ouyang Xiao, and it is indeed true in fact. But this beautiful scenery now belongs not only to humans, but also to demons. Langya County was originally one of the richest counties in Hunan Province, and was ruled by a top family, the Langya Wang family. Only, as demons continued to invade and encroach, most of the original Hunan road was lost, and Langya County, which was located in the center of the country, became a border town surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. The demons are the knife, and Hunan is the fish, and Langya County is the barb left after the fish of Hunan is shaved clean and the meat is thick, which is deeply embedded in the demons. In recent years, the demons have put a lot of effort into removing this thorn, organizing 1 or 2 sieges on the city almost every month, and even sending a number of demons to cross the river in white clothes to launch sneak attacks and harass nearby villages and towns. Ji Ming was riding on the horse, recalling the information the little girl had told him, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. In fact, as early as when his identity was tampered with, Ji Ming felt that this might not be a bad thing. Although we don't know who the person behind this is, his purpose is nothing more than to frame him or to test his weight. Ji Ming couldn't think of who was responsible for the first reason yet, but the second one. It would most likely be that old woman. But no matter which one it was, the place Ji Ming went to was destined not to make him feel very comfortable. Come to think of it, it has been more than half a month since I left Weizhou. I have killed many monsters along the way and learned many sword techniques. But why haven't I broken through the most important barrier yet? Ji Ming rode on the horse's back, holding the gourd and pouring the drink into his mouth. He felt quite depressed, the kind that even alcohol couldn't get rid of. Since the time for taking office was not too strict, and he only had to arrive within a month, Ji Ming simply visited all the places marked on the map before leaving. In the past half-month, Ji Ming hunted many monsters. Not only did he open up all the acupoints of the 8 extraordinary meridians, but he also opened up 35 of the 36 major acupoints where the Tianmai intersected. With only 1,000 spiritual essences left, Ming will be able to cultivate the existing 10 major meridians to perfection. But then again, my level of cultivation has reached the 10th level of opening meridians according to the panel, but none of my 12 meridians have been opened yet. Don't I need to open up the 12 meridians and train my internal organs to break through the Dan Ding realm? Ming thought about it and thought that maybe this was really possible. With a level 4 physical body, Ming's physique alone has far surpassed that of ordinary warriors who have opened their meridians to the 10th level. As for his true chi, it goes without saying that after being tempered and condensed by the 10 major meridians and 183 acupoints, his true chi has long since turned into liquid. Even a warrior who has just broken through to the Dan Ding realm may not be stronger than him. There are a total of 108 major acupoints in heaven and earth. Are they really just a number? If you don't want to train your body, then don't do it. Ming put down the gourd and lightly clamped his legs around the horse's back. He couldn't wait to get to Langya County. Dan Ding Real. Only 1,000 spiritual essences left. The demon hunting department of Langya County is right next to the county government office. Although its scale is far smaller than that of the Weizhou branch, it is also very impressive at first glance. Especially the attic in the middle, which has 7 floors, is the tallest in Langya. At this moment, after revealing his identity, Ming was being taken to the office by a deacon to meet his immediate superior. Please stay here for a moment. The master will be here soon. After arriving at the office hall, the young deacon made a cup of tea for Ming, whispered some instructions, and then left. Ming didn't care, but looked around the hall silently, while recalling the scene he saw when he just came here. Starting from the time he entered the door, he passed the front hall, the middle hall, and then crossed a courtyard large enough to accommodate 4 basketball courts, and finally arrived at the so-called office hall. The distance between them was at least 300 or 400 meters, but Ming didn't see many people along the way, and he didn't even see any demon hunters or fire-suppressing demons in the uniforms of the Demon Hunting Bureau. It was completely different from the scene he saw in the Weizhou branch before. Are you all gone to kill monsters? Then the competitive pressure is a bit too great. Ming, Boing. At this time, a steady and powerful voice sounded from outside the door. Looking back, I saw a middle-aged man who was also wearing the official uniform of the demon suppressor, but the color was crimson, walking in. He is tall, with a high nose and clear and profound facial features, especially those silkworm eyebrows and red phoenix eyes. If it weren't for the short beard in his face that wasn't maroon, Ming even doubted whether he saw Yang Yuan. Shun Ke, the demon-suppressing envoy of the Langya Demon Hunting Division. The man had already walked up to Ming, slightly arched his hands, and introduced himself first. Although his voice sounded serious, his expression was full of enthusiasm. I've met Mr. Shen. Ming stood up quickly and saluted. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the man in front of him. At such a close distance, he couldn't even feel a breath of the other person's body, just like an ordinary person. Being so restrained, his cultivation must be far above his own. Alchemy realm? Sit first. Shun Ke took Ming and sat down beside him, and asked with a smile. Xiaoyu has come all the way, so he must already know something about Langya County, right? I heard some, but not much. Ming replied truthfully. Shun Ke nodded slightly and said with a smile. Now that you know something about it, it's naturally the best, but it's my first time here, so I still need to explain some things to you a few more times. I hope you won't find me too verbose. Ming heard this and said quickly. Master Shen can take time out of his busy schedule to receive me and help me clarify my doubts. It's not even late for Ming to be grateful, so how can he feel disgusted? Haha, that's good. Shun Ke smiled heartily, and then began to introduce the current situation in Langya County to Ming in detail. Ming had already heard the introduction of some of the previous contents by the little deacon girl when he was in Weizhou. But later on, Ming couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. Especially at the end, his expression began to look a little unnatural. It turns out that Langya County is not only surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, but also surrounded by 4 major demonic forces. One of them is the Dragon Palace under the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. It is guarded by 3 Yuan Shun Realm Sea beasts and 1 Mortal Realm Dragon. It is one of the biggest enemies in the eastern border of the Tang Dynasty. Most of the land lost by Hunan Road is due to this Dragon Palace. Given. The second is Crouching Tiger Mountain. The person who is in charge is a tiger monster at the peak of Yunshun. Although its background is far inferior to that of Jiaolong Palace, It is better because it is a land monster instead of a water descendant, and there are many monster soldiers, tens of thousands in total. The third is the Qingqiu fox demon. In his early years, the Qingqiu tribe leader was bullied to death by the young master of the Jiaolong Palace. This led to the Qingqiu fox and the Jiaolong Palace becoming a mortal enemy. Now they are temporarily allied with the Tang dynasty to jointly resist the Jiaolong Palace. As for the last force, Jiming couldn't help but clench his palms slightly. Are there really such coincidences in the world? Chapter 41. Fox Demon Sioux. There is the Sioux Fox tribe, the last force outside Langya County, and the only force that has not taken sides at present, has 3 powerful men in the late stage of Yinshan realm in the clan. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of everyone in Langya County. Nowadays, Langya County and foreign demons are barely maintaining a dynamic balance. If the Fox Demon Sioux makes any move, this balance will be broken. Of course, if we look at the national strength of the entire Tang dynasty, these 4 forces are nothing. After all, the most powerful dragon palace only has 1 dragon in the transcendent realm. In the Tang dynasty, not to mention other powerful men, the King Jingbei, who is in charge of the northern border, is already half a step into the realm of heaven and man. In addition, the leaders of the 3 Taoist sects, the director of the Imperial Observatory, the chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau, all have at least reached the return to truth realm. Any one of these people could easily break the deadlock in Langya. However, the Tang dynasty is now under attack from all sides. The demonic threat in the north has been lingering for a long time. The Buddhist country in the west is eyeing it covetously, and the barbarians in the south are ready to make a move. As for the east, half of Hunan Road has been occupied. Although the lion is brave, it cannot withstand too many hyenas. The Tang is in such a situation now. Therefore, Langya County can only rely on itself, and no one can count on it. Okay, that's all I want to say. As for the other details, it's getting late today, little friend. You can learn more about it later. After Shun Ke introduced these, the blood-red sky dyed red by the setting sun had long been shrouded in darkness. He stood up slowly and said with a smile, I still have some official business to deal with, so I won't keep you company. Later, I will ask 2 demon-suppressing people to take you out for a walk and find a restaurant for a meal. One is to help you clean up the dust, and the other is to give you a chance to get to know your colleagues. After all, there is still a long time to come. We need to spend time together. Calculate the time. They will return in a quarter of an hour at most, and I will let them come to you then. Thank you for taking care of me, sir. Ji Ming understood this and stood up and bowed again. Shin Ke nodded slightly, said goodbye, and left. Looking at the back of his boss, Ji Ming's eyes couldn't help but twinkle slightly. I don't know if it's out of misunderstanding, or if this is how Lord Shun has always been. He always felt that something was wrong with the way the other person looked at him, like the elders in the family treat the younger ones the same, and the kind that have never been masked before. Master Shin may have such a personality. He takes special care of everyone. Ji Ming thought about it and felt that this possibility was more reliable. After gathering his thoughts, he recalled the Suhu clan mentioned by Shun Ke just now. The reason why they are so sensitive to the Yusuf Fox clan is because the Beishan Fox Demon is a descendant of the Yusuf Fox clan. Although it is a side branch, it still has some bloodline. Moreover, what she said before about returning to the ancestral land to break through was actually returning to the Yusuf tribe. Ji Ming originally wanted to leave Shiwu County to avoid the Fox Demon, but he didn't expect to meet it here again after traveling thousands of miles. I don't know if she has returned to Shiwu County. If not, Ji Ming shook his head. I have to hurry up and break through the realm of Dan Ding. As long as I break through the realm of Dan Ding, what does it matter even if she finds me? Thinking about, there were footsteps outside the door. Not long after, Ji Ming saw 2 demon-suppressing men wearing the same color and style as himself walking in. Both of them are not very old and look to be in their 20s, less than 30. The guy on the left was about the same build as Ji Ming, but a little shorter. He had a smile on his face with a slightly raised mouth, and his eyes were narrowed, looking a little wretched. As for the one on the right, he is very tall and strong. In terms of height alone, he is much taller than the demon-suppressing man next to him, at least 2 meters and 2 meters tall, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and looks quite honest and simple. When they saw Ji Ming, they stopped and bowed. But Brother Ji Mingji? Finally, my courtesy name is included. Exactly. Ji Ming bowed slightly. What are your names? Lin Yen San Woyan. The demon-suppressing man with narrowed eyes spoke first. Zhao Qishu, mm, mm. Another tall and strong demon-suppressing warrior also introduced himself, but halfway through, he scratched his head, looked at his companion next to him, and asked in a somewhat naive manner, Lin Yin, how do you pronounce the word on the left of the word iron? Just say your name is Taiju, and no one will be able to guess what those two characters are. Lin Yin looked at this guy speechlessly. Really? Zhao Taiju was skeptical, then looked at Ji Ming and asked, do you know what those two words are? Ji Ming paused and asked tentatively, iron and copper skin and iron bones, pillar in the pillar that supports the sky. Hey, you really know. Zhao Taiju clapped his hands and said happily. Lin Yin walked up to Ji Ming and explained softly. Taiju was in poor health when he was young. He got sick and his brain was damaged. I hope Brother Ji will forgive him. Since we are colleagues, we should do this. Ji Ming responded with a smile. I feel relieved by what Yuki and I said. Lin Yin gave him a grateful look and said, let's go. Let's go to the moon viewing tower first. Thanks to Brother Ji, Lord Shun gave me 3 ingots of precious silver today. We must have a good meal tonight, especially the full moon deer and moon shadow drunk in the moon viewing tower, which are the best in Langya. Brother Ji, you must try them. 3 ingots of precious silver, 150 taels. Lord Shun really spent a lot of money to entertain me. In this way, Ji Ming followed his 2 colleagues to attend the first social event after traveling through time. Moon Viewing Tower, the largest restaurant in Langya County. In a private room, a young man was leaning against the windowsill, supporting his chin with his hand. He was dressed in a purple brocade robe with cloud patterns and flowing gold, a white jade ring around his waist, a jeweled short crown, and fluttering black hair, showing his wealth. In addition, behind this young man, there were 2 muscular men with bare chests and exposed breasts standing on both sides. The aura revealed on their bodies showed that they were all at the Kaimai stage. At this time, a group of maids in brightly dressed walked into the treasure chest, tremblingly carrying all kinds of delicious food. The young man just casually glanced at the various dishes that looked so mouth-watering, then looked away with a lack of interest. Not very interesting. However, just as he was about to continue staring out the window, his eyes suddenly fell on a maid who was about to go out. Wait a minute. Upon hearing this, many maids stopped walking and stood still as if they were frozen in place. The young man slowly stood up from his seat and walked slowly towards the maid. What's your name? My name is Jure. Pearl. The young man leaned forward slightly, sniffed the maid's neck, and then let out a satisfied groan. Sure, what a nice name. Thank you very much for the compliment, sir. How sensible. The young man smiled slightly, gently lifted the maid's hair with one hand, and then slowly moved it to the back of her snow-white and delicate neck and whispered, kneel down. The maid was stunned when she heard this. She didn't understand how she had offended this rich young man, but, looking at his eyes, she hesitated for a moment and finally knelt down obediently. You are really obedient. Seeing the maid being so obedient, the young man couldn't help but raise a wicked arc at the corner of his mouth, and he brought the girl's head closer to his arms. Come on, open your mouth. The girl's pupils suddenly contracted, and she screamed. No. Sir, please let me go. Tisk, why are you suddenly not behaving well? Hearing the girl's plea for mercy, the young man's face suddenly darkened, and a hint of murderous intent surged in his eyes. But he still kept his temper and said in a gentle tone, be obedient and open your mouth. Don't let me say it for the 3rd time, okay? No. Sir, please let me go. I beg you. Chapter 42, Kill the Demon. No. Sir, please let me go. In the private room, Ji Ming and 2 colleagues were preparing to order food when they heard a woman begging for mercy from next door. Without waiting for him to say anything, Zhao Taiju, who was sitting on his right, slammed the menu on the table. The sudden loud noise startled the receptionist next to her. Zhao Taiju tensed up, had a stern face, breathed a little quickly, and clenched his fists tightly. He stood there for a long while, then suddenly scratched his head, cast a help look at Lin Yin, and said a little aggrievedly, Lin Yin, what should I say at this time? I forgot. Ji Ming looked at this iron-hearted brother, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. No. Sir, please don't do this, please. At this time, the maid's voice begging for mercy was heard again from next door. Then, it seemed like something was knocked down hard, and then there was a scream, as if someone was frightened by something. Ji Ming frowned slightly, looking a little ugly. As if sensing Ji Ming's uneasy mood, Lin Yin sighed and suggested, "Let's go out and take a look." As they spoke, the three of them stood up and went outside. Then, then I saw in the next room that a maid had been pierced through the chest by a sharp wooden wedge and was nailed tightly to the opposite wall. There was a blur of blood. The maidservant was not dead yet, but blood kept gushing out of her mouth, making her unable to make any sound. "Why are you so disobedient?" At this time, the extremely impatient voice of the young man in fancy clothes slowly sounded. He was seen walking out of the box slowly, holding a snow-white embroidered handkerchief in his hand, wiping his hands which had never been dirty. Not human. Ji Ming's spiritual consciousness spread out, covering the entire moon viewing tower. After sensing the aura of the young man and the two strong men behind him, murderous intent surged in his eyes. Are demons so rampant here? Not only did he go straight into the city of Langya County, but he also dared to commit murder on the spot? The black scales on Ji Ming's waist have been unsheathed, and the true energy in his body has instantly risen to its peak. The monster hunting division? Sensing the faint murderous intent coming from the side, the young man turned his head away, and then he sneered. "What? Are you going to attack me? Do you know who I am?" He took a step forward, and three illusory fox tails suddenly rose up. "Little town monster, I'm standing here for you to chop me down. Do you dare?" Lin Yin and Zhao Tieju's faces suddenly changed when they saw the three illusory foxtails. Qingxiu Fox Clan? When they met, the three demon-suppressing men did not make any move, and the smile on the face of the young man in gorgeous clothes became more and more rampant. "Since you don't dare, give it to me over there." Clang! Suddenly, a series of ethereal sword sounds were heard. Then, a flash of black light suddenly appeared in the bright aisle of the restaurant, as if it had cut off all the light. The young man was startled and felt a chill under his neck. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, the head fell off his neck. All this happened too suddenly. Not only the young man in the fancy clothes, but even Lin Yin, Zhao Taiju, and the two followers were unable to react. "Since you were still in a daze, then just go to hell." After Ji Ming killed the young man in fancy clothes, his figure flashed instantly, and the next moment, the dark black light once again cut through the bright corridor. Boom boom! Two more heads tumbled down. Kill the Qingxiu Fox Demon with the 4th level of Opening Meridians, Opening Wisdom, Spiritual Essence plus 1,332. Kill the 7th level Qingxiu Fox Demon, Enlightened, Spiritual Essence plus 2,331. Cheng'er. TSK. Not only do they have 6,000 spiritual essences, but they are all intelligent fox demons. After hearing the prompt on the panel, Ji Ming couldn't help but smile a little more. But he soon regained his composure. Ji Ming walked up to the maid who was nailed to the horse and enveloped her with his spiritual sense. Soon he saw that the maid's heart had been pierced by a wooden wedge. The reason she didn't die was because the wooden wedge prevented the blood from collapsing. As long as the wooden wedge is pulled out, the girl will surely die. Ji Ming murmured for a moment and said softly, "You can't survive anymore. I'll send you on your way." The girl looked at Ji Ming, tears glistening in her eyes. She was reluctant and afraid of death, but in the end she nodded slightly. Clang! Another faint light flashed by, and the girl's energy, which was as thin as a thread, was finally completely cut off. Walk! At this moment, Lin Yin finally came to his senses. He grabbed Ji Ming's sleeve and rushed outside without saying anything. Zhao Taiju followed closely behind, and his previously dull face showed an unprecedented solemnity. Ji Ming didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't resist and let his two colleagues drag him out. That's all. The three of them quickly rushed out of the moon viewing tower, and then ran all the way towards the demon hunting bureau. However, before they had walked halfway, Ji Ming's expression changed slightly. Then, an angry roar came from behind. "Where are you going?" Ji Ming looked back and saw an old man in brocade clothes and two strong men chasing after him quickly. "Run!" Lin Yin shouted again. But soon the road ahead was blocked by 5 or 6 strong men. The three of them were surrounded in an instant. "Take it from me!" The old man screamed suddenly, and 7 or 8 strong men in the Kaimai realm rushed forward instantly. Finished. Lin Yin suddenly felt hopeless. With 7 or 8 mid to late stage Kaimai realm warriors, plus an old monster at the peak stage, today's events will definitely not be kept secret. Unless... There was a fierce flash in his eyes. Immediately, he circulated the energy in his body to its peak, but before he could make a move, the familiar, ethereal, and distant sound of a sword came from behind him. At the same time, a strong wind came from nowhere and invaded past him, and then a black shadow was seen shuttling back and forth quickly among the Ji Ming Kaimai realm masters. The cold sword energy burst out, and in just an instant, the burly men were covered in blood. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? You killed my child and my disciples. You deserve to die. Come and die. Seeing that the men he sent out were no match for the young man with the knife, the old man immediately burst out his internal energy, and with 4 illusory fox tails behind him, he rushed towards Ji Ming to kill him. His eyes were red, his face was ferocious, and his sharp claws were like golden hooks, dancing wildly. Each strike was faster and stronger than the last, and there was even some flavor of the Dailang sword technique. The violent attack was several times stronger than that of the previous 7 or 8 strong men. Not good. Lin Yan looked at this scene, and his eyelids twitched violently. Although I had guessed that this old man would be no simple person, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Even if I tried my best, I might not be able to stop him. We must not let this old man escape. Otherwise, if today's incident is exposed, the 3 of us will surely die. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan drew the long sword from his waist and rushed into the battlefield. Without any hesitation, he directly used his strongest attack, determined to kill with one blow. But just when his long sword was about to succeed in a sneak attack at an extremely tricky angle and land on the old man, a faint light suddenly burst out on the blade of his sword. Clang! Caught off guard, the sword that was supposed to pierce the fox demon was several inches off. Lin Yan widened his eyes and looked at Ji Ming in disbelief. What are you doing? Clang! A cold light suddenly appeared, like a dragon's roar. Before Lin Yan could finish what he was saying, the old fox demon's head had already fallen at his feet. Scarlet hot blood splashed all over his face. Chapter 43, Danding Real Fox Demon. Gurgle! Lin Yan's throat twitched, and his eyes, which were originally just a slit, widened like copper bells, as if he would never do anything, and he didn't even blink. This guy, is he a human or a ghost? Including that old fox, there were a total of 9 Kaimai realm experts. They were all gone in just a few breaths? Even if Tai Zhu and I risked our lives, let alone whether we could kill so many monsters at the same time, even if we could, it wouldn't be so fast, right? Are we going to eat now or go back to the Monster Hunting Bureau? Ji Ming put the sword back into its sheath, as if nothing had happened. If you listen carefully, you can even hear a little surprise in his tone. No. What are you surprised about? Lin Yan opened his mouth, hesitating for a while before finally spitting out 4 words from between his teeth with difficulty. Return to the Demon Hunting Division. Excuse me, Lin Yan has something important to report. After the 3 returned to the Demon Hunting Bureau, they went straight to the central secret pavilion. Soon, an elderly deacon came out and said softly, Lord Shan is upstairs right now. Thank you. Lin Yan bowed slightly to the old man, then took Ji Ming and Zhao Taizhu to the inside of the attic. Soon, the 3 of them came to a study on the 3rd floor. Come in. Shinkei's powerful and solid voice came from inside. Sit anywhere. Shinkei seemed to be reviewing official documents. When he saw Ji Ming and others coming in, he did not raise his head, his eyes still stayed on the desk. While he was making circles with his pen, he asked softly, What happened? Lin Yan glanced aside. Although he and Ji Ming had not known each other for even a day, let alone any brotherhood between them. But Ji Ming's last stab was clearly intended to put him out of the situation so that he couldn't even be an accomplice. He, Lin Yan, has always had a clear distinction between grudges and grudges. If you respect me 3 points, I will respect you 1 foot. If you humiliate me for a while, I will pay you back for the rest of my life. Reporting to Lord Shen, Ji Ming and I accidentally killed several Qingqiu fox demons today. Lin Yan leaned forward and reported to Shun Ke what happened tonight with slight modifications. Actually, this is all my fault. It was my impulse that caused Ji Ming to cause a catastrophe. If you want to punish him, Lin Yan is willing to. Qingqiu by Qinshan, please see Master Shun Ke. Just when Lin Yan wanted to take the main blame on himself, an overwhelming shout suddenly came from outside the attic. Lin Yan's face turned pale instantly. Did the other party come to the door so quickly because he discovered the murderer, or did he just want an explanation? If it's the latter, it's better to say that Master Shin only needs to deal with it for a while, and then find a scapegoat, and the matter will be revealed. But if you find out that it was you and others who did it, Lin Yin couldn't help but look up at Shun Kei on the main seat. At this moment, the latter silently put down the brush in his hand, and then stood up slowly, with no expression on his face. He slowly walked to the balcony and stood with his hands behind his back. I saw a young man standing in the sky in the distance at the same height as the attic. He was dressed in a white robe with gold threads, and 3,000 green threads stood up high, like an immortal in the sky. Unattainable. Is this a strong person in the alchemy cauldron realm? Stand in the air. This alone is an insurmountable gap in the pulse opening realm. Fellow Taoist, I came to visit late at night. If you are not welcome from afar, please let me know inside the house. Shun Kei spoke loudly, his voice still so strong and thick. Don't dare. The young man on the sky screen sneered and said leisurely, I guarantee that as soon as Mr. Bai enters the gate of your demon hunting department, he will be attacked by your demon hunting men's swords and die without a burial place. Why did fellow Taoist Bai say this? Although he was shaken, Shun Kei still had no expression on his face. He looked at the young man and continued. No matter how much Datong and Qingxiu are allies, how can the demon hunter turn swords against fellow Taoist Bai? Ally. He. The young man in white sneered, but soon his aura suddenly changed. He became furious, and his eyes turned extremely red. Since we are allies, why did your demon hunting division kill my housekeeper and harm my people? The sudden burst of sound instantly rippled in the air, and the energy contained in it even made the surrounding tiles tremble. However, before this energy could reach Ji Ming and the others, Shun Kei dispersed it with a wave of his sleeve. Fellow Taoist Bai, is there any misunderstanding here? Shun Kei's voice was calm and still calm. Misunderstand? He. The young man in white clothes laughed angrily. He casually grabbed it in the air. Suddenly, in the distance, more than 10 women wearing the costumes of the maids of Guanyue Tower were violently picked up and then thrown into the central secret like garbage. In the square in front of the main court. Because they had no cultivation base, a few of them were in poor physical condition and fainted on the spot. As for the others who were in relatively good health, their mouths were bleeding and their hands and feet were severed. Ji Ming frowned slightly and glanced at Shun Kei in front of him, although there was still no expression on the latter's face at this moment. But, with the help of his spiritual sense, Ji Ming still vaguely caught a hint of murderous intent in Shun Kei, and even, there was a bit of a sharp aura like a knife. Tell me about it. The young man in white stood proudly in the void and said indifferently, Tell Master Shin everything you saw and heard today. If there is anything hidden, the young man in white stopped talking abruptly, but the threat he conveyed was already self-evident. The few maids who were still sober knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. After hearing the words of the young man in white, they immediately told him everything about how Ji Ming killed the fox demon in Guanyue Tower. Master Shun, is this still a misunderstanding? The young man in white raised his eyes to look at Shun Kei and asked coldly, Somebody come. Shun Kei spoke indifferently. In an instant, several warriors wearing deacon costumes ascended to the attic, pressed down Ji Ming, Lin Yin, and Zhao Taizhu and whipped them 100 times. Yes. When the deacons heard this, they immediately detained Ji Ming and the others and escorted them downstairs. Shun Kei, what do you mean? The young man in white looked at this scene and couldn't help but asked in a deep voice, Kill more than 10 of my people and just whip 100? Master Shun, is he trying to deceive me? Qingxiu no one? It sounds like you have someone in Qingxiu. Ji Ming silently complained in his heart. Since fellow Taoist Bai is not satisfied, Shun Kei paused and said softly, Then how about I add 1,000 taels of silver and 100 qi and blood pills from the demon hunting department? Silence, deathly silence. The moment Shun Kei's words fell, the air around him seemed to freeze. The young man in white robe stared with a ferocious expression, and the strong sense of suffocation made him open his mouth for a long time without being able to say a word. Ho dash! Finally, after a long stalemate in the air, the young man in white finally made a move, as if he had finally returned to the shore after struggling for a long time after drowning, breathing heavily. He stared at Shun Kei, the veins popping up on his forehead beating with his heartbeat. Okay, good, very good. It doesn't matter. I can do it myself. The young man in white shouted loudly, and his cultivation in the early stage of Danding Realm poured out instantly. The next moment, his overwhelming murderous intent directly locked onto Ji Ming and the other two. D. Chapter 44. The heart of the sword enters the spirit. D. The aura emitted by a Danding realm expert cascades down like a waterfall from a high mountain. Ji Ming and his two companions, along with the several deacons who were escorting them, felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. The enormous pressure not only imprisoned them, preventing them from moving at all, but the intense oppression also made them feel suffocated. Lin Yan looked at the young man in white, who was getting closer and closer. His face flushed and his body trembled uncontrollably. This was not a tremor of fear, but a tremor of desperate resistance under that tremendous pressure. The same is true for Zhao Taizhu and the other deacons. On the contrary, Ji Ming, who was the instigator, only frowned slightly, and his body did not seem to be greatly restrained. It seemed that as long as he wanted to move, he could still force himself to move. Although the speed will be greatly limited and far less than the peak state, it can still be done just by dodging the attack in front of him. After all, the opponent has not completely killed him. Is this the oppression brought by the strong men in the Alchemy Cauldron realm? You can easily suppress the pulse-opening monks with just a raise of your hand. Ji Ming murmured in his heart. Seeing the young man in white getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but cast his eyes on Shinkei. Sure enough, just when the young man in white was about to rush towards Ji Ming and the others, Shinkei finally made a move. He pointed it as a knife and casually slashed it in front of Ji Ming and the others. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword energy burst out, not only tearing apart all the air in front of Ji Ming and others, but also forming an invisible barrier in its place. This is... Ji Ming looked at the sword energy that was still raging in front of him, and his pupils twitched fiercely. Even if he faced an attack from an alchemy realm monk, he showed no signs of movement. At this moment, he was acting a little out of sorts, and his body was trembling slightly. Especially the hands hidden in the sleeves and robes were clenched tightly, and the nails were already dug into the flesh. Bang! The sound of something breaking sounded in Ji Ming's mind. At the same time, a ripple spread out in his soul sea and heart lake at the same time. The heart of the knife enters the soul. It turns out that this is the sword's heart entering the soul. The thing that I have been searching for so hard, but can't find, is actually shown in front of me in this way at this moment. Sen, the young man in white clothes stopped and shouted angrily again. Fellow Taoist in the final analysis, it is your tribe who takes action first. Your people are our fate, but the lives of my people in Langya are not our fate, right? Shinkei's originally expressionless face finally showed sarcasm and coldness. He looked down at the young man below and said calmly, "This matter ends here." "Master Shin," I said, "that's the end of the matter." The young man in white still wanted to say something, but Shun Kei's voice came again, and his tone was not only indifferent, but also a little angry. "Good, that's it." The young man in white took a deep breath. He glanced at Ji Ming and the others coldly, then turned into an afterimage and flew away into the distance. Lin Yan, Zhao Taizhu, and several deacons looked at each other, with a bit of happiness in their eyes in addition to the remaining fear. To be honest, today's matter is actually quite big or small. It was nothing more than the death of a few Qingxiu fox demons. These Qingxiu foxes were usually arrogant and domineering, and often bullied the people of the Tang dynasty. However, due to the fact that both sides are still in an alliance and have a common enemy to deal with, this layer of skin is not torn. For example, in today's matter, the Alchemy Cauldron Realm Fox Demon clearly had a better solution. As long as he speaks in a gentler tone and is willing to go into the house and sit down and have a good talk, he will certainly be compensated. But he chose the worst way, and even tried to commit suicide in the worst way, daring to kill his demon hunter in front of the chief envoy Shinkei. What's the difference between this and standing in front of Shinkei, slapping his ears wildly, and then shitting and pissing on his head? No matter how you say it, Shinkei is still a strong person in Yunshin realm. Talking politely to you is already enough to give you face. If you are not grateful and give up when you don't see good things, and you are still being arrogant, do you think you are useless in this life and want to be reincarnated? Is everything okay? At this time, Shinkei had fallen from the attic and arrived in front of everyone. "Thank you, Master Shun." Lin Yan, Zhao Taizhu, and others bowed heavily to Shinkei. When Ji Ming saw this, he also bowed. No need to be polite. Shinkei waved his hand casually, and a soft wind suddenly lifted everyone up. He looked at the three of them and said softly, "Now that this matter is over, You can go back and have a good rest. Go back and rest? Hearing this, Zhao Taiju scratched his head and said with some confusion, "Aren't the three of us going to get another 100 lashes?" As soon as Zhao Taiju finished speaking, Ji Ming, Lin Yin, and the surrounding deacons all cast strange looks at him. Especially Lin Yin, his fists were clenched a little tighter. Huh, Taiju is still so honest and honest. Shin Kei smiled heartily, patted the big man on the shoulder, and said softly, "The three of you are all demon suppressors of the Demon Suppression Department, and you are also the pillars of my Tang dynasty. Although Qingxiu Fox is an ally, it is only an exchange of interests. Those who are not of my race must have different minds. Our ancestors are right if they stay. If the East China Sea Dragon Palace retreats, their Qingxiu Fox will definitely fall out with us. You killed more than a dozen of them at the Pulse opening realm this time. It's too late for me to be happy. So how can I be willing to really beat you? It's all just for show." That's it. When Zhao Taiju heard this, he couldn't help but have a silly smile on his face. In addition, Shin Kei paused for a moment, and his tone was no longer as relaxed as before, but more solemn. Although today's matter has been revealed, Bai Qianshan will definitely not give up. He may not do anything in the county, but outside the county, it is not so easy to say. Tomorrow I will bring some special things to Qingxiu to contain Bai Qianshan himself. Even if he wants to take revenge on you, he will only let the other little demons in his cave take action, and he will only be at the peak of the Pulse opening realm. With your strength, you only need to be a little careful when going out to perform tasks. It shouldn't be too difficult to keep yourself safe. This is a punishment for your impulsive actions this time, and it is also a test. I hope you can understand." After saying that, Shin Kei waved his sleeves and signaled that everyone could leave. Lin Yin and Zhao Taiju immediately handed over their hands and retreated. But just when Ji Ming was about to leave with the three of them, Shin Kei's voice suddenly came to mind. "Come to my study." Soul transmission? Ji Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. This was his first experience. But then again, what does Mr. Shin want to do by leaving me alone at this time and asking me to go to his study? Not long after, Ji Ming stepped into the Privy Council again, and an old deacon by the gate was already waiting for him with a smile. "Master Ji, please come with me." The old man bowed slightly, and then took Ji Ming to a small cubicle on the third floor. Shin Kei was making tea at the main seat. Seeing that Ji Ming had come over, he smiled and asked him to sit opposite him and made a cup of tea. "The Weizhou branch has already mentioned your matter to me. In just 2 or 3 months, he broke through from the early stage of qi condensation to the Pulse opening realm. After that, he even planned to clean up the 4 Great Pulse opening realm monsters in Shiwu County. This qualification is still a matter of character." When Shin asked himself, he was far inferior to his peers. Regarding the matter in Shiwu County, Yang Xiu made 2 preparations. One side was given to the people of Shiwu County, and the other side was given to the imperial court. The former was slightly modified in order to stabilize people's hearts. Although the latter was also modified, it is at least 80% true, and the main purpose is to clear Ji Ming's name. Master Shun is too complimentary. Ji Ming responded politely. Ji Ming's success was not all due to himself. When Shin Kei heard this, he waved his hand to interrupt him. No matter what the process is, the result is here and no one can change it. In addition, Shin Kei calmed down his emotions slightly and asked, "Do you know why I asked you to come to the study this time?" Ji Ming shook his head. He really hadn't guessed this. "You can't be trying to play with the hidden rules with me, right?" Boom! Just when Ji Ming was thinking this, a pressure suddenly fell. No warning. Chapter 45. The 11th level of opening pulses. The sudden scene made Ji Ming's mind suddenly tense. He quickly used his true energy to resist the pressure, and at the same time raised his head to look at Shin Kei. There was confusion in his eyes, and a bit cold. But the latter seemed not to notice, lowering his eyes slightly and drinking tea silently. At the same time, the pressure around them increased again. Shun! Boom! Just as Ji Ming was about to speak, the pressure that had already increased again, and it no longer seemed like there was a pause before, but continued to increase bit by bit. Click! The floor held by Ji Ming's hands suddenly sunk into 2 palm-sized holes, and the surrounding area was covered with dense cracks. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but Shin Kei didn't seem to want to do what he wanted. The pressure was still increasing, like mountains piling up on him, still rising and expanding. As time passed, when the pressure reached an extremely terrifying level, Ji Ming was finally overwhelmed and was completely crushed to the floor. It was at this time that the endless pressure that fell on him slowly receded like a tide, until after a few breaths, he completely recovered as before. Shen Kai put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Ji Ming, and asked with a smile, "What now? Do you know?" "Ho! Ho!" Ji Ming lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Although his body was overwhelmed and completely exhausted, the thoughts in his brain were constantly running. Until a certain moment, Ji Ming's expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, Shen Kai couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you have guessed it. Obviously, you are only at the pulse-opening realm, but you don't even pay attention to the alchemy cauldron realm. Ji Ming, you are so brave." Although there was criticism in the words, there was a smile behind them. "I was careless. I thought that a big demon like him at the alchemy cauldron realm wouldn't pay too much attention to me, a little ant in the open pulse realm." Ji Ming whispered, his face becoming a little solemn. "You are indeed careless." Shen Kai also stopped smiling. He put down the teacup in his hand and said in a solemn voice, "I didn't take action at that time, and the feeling was not that real. I just vaguely saw some clues. But as by Qinshan, who personally took action to suppress you, he can only see it more clearly than me. I just exerted pressure that was twice as strong as by Qinshan's to completely suppress you. But what about by Qinshan? A dignified late-stage alchemy realm monk used nearly 80% of his coercion, but he couldn't even suppress a young Kai Pulse realm warrior. How do you think he must have felt at that time? If he only cares about his face and keeps this matter in his heart, that would be fine. But if you don't have that face and reveal your story to the entire Qingxiu Fox, and even the East China Sea Dragon Palace, what kind of situation will you be in?" Listening to Shen Kai's words, Ji Ming became more and more afraid as he thought about it. If Bai Qinshan really makes this matter known to everyone, let alone slaying demons, it would be good if he is not chased and chopped by demons. Moreover, the monsters that are chasing and slashing him are at least starting from the alchemy cauldron realm, and there will even be many great Yunshun realm monsters. With his current strength, facing them, there is absolutely no chance of survival. But you don't have to worry too much. Alchemy-level masters all have their own arrogance, and Bai Qinshan is also a very respectable being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Demon Enforcement Division today to punish a few servants. Shen Kai's powerful and thick voice continued to come. "Of course, don't take any chances. Even if this matter is not revealed, Bai Qinshan will try his best to kill you. Even if I go to Qingqiu Mountain specifically, at most I will only make him expressly restrained." Ji Ming's face was slightly condensed, and his brows were furrowed together. He hesitated for a moment, then set his eyes on Shen Kai again, then bowed respectfully and said solemnly, "Please, Master Shun, teach me. That's what I've been waiting for." When Shen Kai saw this, a hint of joy could not help but appear in his originally serious eyebrows. But he still tried his best to restrain himself and, at the same time, tried to calm himself down. Shen Kai let out a long sigh, as if he had been thinking for a long time, and finally took out a piece of writing paper from the side, dipped his pen in ink, and wrote. "You also know the situation in Langyi County. If you want to completely hide from Bai Qinshan, there is only one place. Yulongpes. That is the fortress that our Tang dynasty specially built to defend against the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. Not to mention Bai Qinshan. Even the leader of the Qingxiu Fox clan can't even think of touching you. I have a disciple who serves as a general there. When you come there with my letter, he will take good care of you until you have the strength to fight against Bai Qinshan. A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years. With your talent and your current cultivation level, you can reach the level of Alchemy Cauldron in at most 2 years. In another 5 years, it will be more than enough to deal with the likes of Bai Qinshan." After saying that, the letter written by Shen Kai had been written. He gently dried the ink stains, then stuffed it into the envelope and handed it to Ji Ming. Ji Ming took the envelope with both hands and saluted Shen Kai heavily. "Thank you, sir. Your Majesty. Ji Ming will never forget your great kindness. If there is any mission in the future, even if you die, I will not refuse." Shen Kai nodded slightly. He was not polite to Ji Ming's words and accepted them all happily. Although we can get away from Bai Qinshan when we reach Yulong Pass, the danger level is far worse than that of Langyi County. Before your strength grows, you must first learn Zongfeng. Thank you for your advice, sir. Ji Ming will definitely keep it in mind. Shen Kai nodded and said, "Go back. Have a good rest, and don't show your face recently. In a few days, it will be time for the county and city to transport supplies to Yulong Pass. By then, you can blend into the team and arrive at Yulong Pass safely. Yes. After that, Ji Ming withdrew from the Privy Council and returned to his temporary residence under the leadership of the housekeeper. In the room, Ji Ming was sitting at the table, his eyes twinkling slightly. Old fox. He cursed lightly and silently opened the system interface. Although there are many dangers tonight, but the harvest it brought was extremely rich, especially Shun Kei's sword. Even though this caused him to be targeted by a Dan Ding realm demon, Ji Ming still felt it was worth it. Name, Ji Ming. Cultivation. Open Meridian level 11, body strengthening. Heart Meridian of Han Shaoyin, 4176/1W. God, consciousness first level. Acupoint intersection progress, 7575. Tianmai intersection progress, 3636. Earth vein intersection progress, 7272. Zongfu progress. Lungs pericardium. Available spirit points 5. Martial arts 4. Knife, spell 4. Body dharma 4. Body method 4. Yang, Chongyang body 4. Has absorbed Qingqiu fox fairy spirit, spirit lower. X3, can be condensed or devoured. Talent none. Has absorbed Qingqiu fox fairy spirit, spirit medium. X2, can be condensed or devoured. Talent. Can slightly increase the strength of soul perception. Chapter 46, Yulong Pass. This time, Ji Ming killed a total of 11 fox demons in the Kaimai realm, including 4 fox demons in the late Kaimai stage, 2 in the middle Kaimai stage, and the rest were in the early Kaimai stage. As for the 5 spirits, the 3 low-grade spirit essences all came from 3 other fox demons in the late stage of Kaimai realm, and the 2 medium-grade spirit essences came from the father and son. Ji Ming swallowed the 3 low-grade spirit essences without a second thought, earning 300 soul-exclusive spiritual essences, and his consciousness realm reached level 4. It was similar to the first time I increased my spiritual energy, feeling tingling and numb, as if something was growing inside my brain. As this feeling ended, Ji Ming suddenly discovered that his spiritual vision had become clearer. If his previous spiritual vision was 1.0, then now it was 1.2. In addition, the spiritual consciousness's field of vision has also expanded from the original 100 meters to 400 meters. However, this only expands the spiritual field of vision, and the physical body's perception still remains at 100 meters. Increase the strength of soul perception. Ji Ming looked at the mid-grade spirit essence left behind by the father and son, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Devouring soul essence can improve the level of the soul and increase the range of perception. As for the intensity of perception, Ji Ming couldn't figure out what it meant for a moment. He immediately consumed 2,000 ordinary spiritual essences and condensed the essence of the young fox demon. Soon, there seems to be a stream of light flowing before my eyes, which is extremely wonderful. Then, the light slowly condensed and flowed, and finally took the shape of a fox. The Qingqiu fox fairy spirit, spirit medium, has been condensed successfully. As a prompt popped up on the panel, Ji Ming felt as if a cool breeze was blowing through his brain. Ji Ming quickly gathered his mind and tried to spread his soul. The perception range has not changed, and the limit is still 400 meters. As for the so-called increase in strength, Ji Ming just felt that his spiritual vision was a little different from before, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was different. So, what exactly is this perceived intensity? Just as Ji Ming was thinking this, a new prompt popped up on the panel. The successfully condensed spirit can be strengthened and upgraded by devouring the spirit of the same race of monsters or genius treasures of specific attributes, thereby increasing the talent bonus. Can it be strengthened and upgraded? Ji Ming glanced at his relatively rich spiritual essence, and then merged the remaining spirit of the old fox demon into it. The next moment, spiritual essence, 2000. Cultivation, 4176/1W 2176/1W. Spiritual swallowing is successful. The feeling is exactly the same as before, and the perception range is still the same. But this time, Ji Ming finally understood what the so-called perception intensity meant. Clarity. The clarity of the soul's vision. At this moment, within the range of his spiritual vision, Ji Ming could clearly see any detail he wanted to see. It was no exaggeration to say that he could see everything very clearly. As for the role of perceived clarity, there is naturally no need to say more. Being able to detect more details means that Ji Ming can make better judgments when being attacked by the enemy, and can even more easily discover some clues about some extremely hidden hiding places and ambushes. The talents brought by this father and son are of great significance. Call. After a long time, Ji Ming picked up the wine jug and took 2 sips of wine. Only when his mind was completely calm did he reopen the panel and focus his attention on his cultivation, opening the meridians to the 11th level. I thought I could start to enter the Danding realm after opening all 36 Tian my acupoints, but I didn't expect that I could continue to break through after the 10th level. That's good too. I can get a few more spiritual points in each major realm. Thinking of this, Ji Ming finally smiled slightly. Even though there are still a lot of spiritual points left, you can't add more even if you want to. Later on, as you master more and more skills, the spiritual points brought by the 7 major realms will no longer be enough. Being able to gain a few more spiritual points now means being able to master one more skill in the future. But then again, Ji Ming closed the panel, immersed his mind in his own body, and murmured softly, I have already officially started forging the 12 meridians and the 5 internal organs. Why do I feel that the increase brought by the realm breakthrough is not as strong as before? Even in actual combat, there is not much improvement. Could it be? Is it because my body is too strong? Ji Ming tightened his fists, thinking that was the reason. The benefits brought by the level 4 physical body, plus the level 4 purple yang body, have far exceeded the effects of body training in the pulse opening realm. On the way from Weizhou to Langya County this time, Ji Ming didn't even use his true energy. He managed to take down several Chimera realm monsters on the mountaintops with just his physical body. That's all. If there is no improvement, there is no improvement. Breakthroughs can give you aura points. Ji Ming gathered his thoughts and immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to comprehend the sword that Shinkei had wielded in the attic of the Privy Council. He had a premonition. It won't be long before the sword's heart enters the spirit. In the next few days, apart from attending a welcoming banquet with Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu at Guanyue Tower, Ji Ming spent the rest of his time either drinking or practicing sword skills. Although he still hadn't entered the spirit realm, he was getting closer and closer. This membrane has been broken, so how difficult can the subsequent exploration be? It just takes time. Master Ji, we have arrived. Ji Ming was practicing sword skills when he heard a soft call from outside the carriage. He slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the car. A few hundred meters in front of me, I saw a city as majestic as a mountain, stretching for who knows how many miles, with no end in sight. In the late evening, the rays of light shine down, and the city walls are like thousands of giants holding hands, standing at the border between demons and humans. There are twinkling lights and curling smoke. The rosy clouds were as red as blood, and everything was scarlet. This is Yulong Pass. Master Ji, please follow me. A soldier in cloth armor bent his body slightly and spoke softly. Logically speaking, as a demon suppressor, Ji Ming is actually no different from these soldiers guarding the pass, especially now that he has to live under someone else's roof. But there was no way. In the Tang Dynasty, as long as you entered the Demon Hunting Bureau, you could at least be considered a 9th rank official. Although you had no real power and were not registered on the books, that was the nature of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Even when it came to matters involving demons, the power of the local branches was even greater than that of the government office. Soon, Ji Ming followed the soldier into a mansion with simple decoration. In the front yard of the mansion, a young man wearing soft armor was dancing with a sword. The knife skills are clean and neat, without any fancy moves. But if you look closely, you can faintly feel an extremely powerful and sharp force from the opponent's knife. The sword moves have reached perfection, and it is only one step away from being subtle. Ji Ming could tell the level of swordsmanship of the young man in front of him with just one glance. After all, he is a cultivator in the Danding realm, so how could his swordsmanship be so low? Don't you pay much attention to it in normal times? Ji Ming muttered to himself, thinking that he should be right. After all, this young man was only a few years older than himself. Such a young Danding realm cultivator must have spent most of his time on realm breakthroughs, and swordsmanship was just auxiliary. Wu Sanbao, 3rd-rank soldier of the Wu camp, greets the general. Next to Ji Ming, the soldier knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and handed over his luggage to the young man. The young man stopped, nodded, and said, Thank you for your hard work. If you have nothing else to do, please go back first. Yes. The soldier nodded, then respectfully left the mansion. The young man held a knife behind him and fixed his eyes on Ji Ming. He said, I've read the letter from Master. You've been able to kill more than a dozen fox demons of the same realm in a row. You're pretty good. But the young man suddenly changed the subject. His eyes became sharp, and his tone became a little colder. Chapter 47, I will only practice once, so watch carefully. To act without regard for the consequences, to be brave for a moment, and to put Lang Yu in danger. This is not being a hero, but being a reckless man. If Qingqiu is like you, regardless of the consequences, and is determined to take revenge, what can you do with your mere Kaimai realm? What can you do? The young man's tone was cold and a little angry. I know you want to avenge that woman, and I also know that the fox demon is arrogant and domineering. But besides killing him on the spot, there is obviously a better way. But you had no choice. You may not have even used your brain to think about it. Instead, you drew your sword decisively in a moment of rage. You are happy to take revenge. But what about Master? That's enough, brother. Just as the young man was talking excitedly, a light shout suddenly came from a distance. But a young woman, also wearing armor, walked in. She stood in front of Ji Ming and looked directly at the young man in front of him. No matter what, Ji Ming drew his sword for the people of Langya. As a demon suppressor, if he doesn't kill the demons when he sees them wantonly abusing and killing humans, what kind of demon suppressor is he? After saying that, without giving the young man a chance to speak, the woman pulled Ji Ming towards the inner courtyard. My brother actually has no ill intentions, and he is not targeting you on purpose. He just has a bad temper and doesn't know how to talk, so don't mind it. Arriving at the inner courtyard, the woman poured Ji Ming a glass of water and explained softly. Ji Ming nodded slightly. General, you are right. I was indeed not thoughtful enough about this matter. I think you did the right thing. The woman shook her head and snorted. If it were me, I would probably be even more extreme than you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wu Yunxi. You could just call me Yunxi. Okay, Miss Wu. After drinking tea, because the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Wu Yunxi arranged a room for Ji Ming and left. It was not until the next morning, before it was fully light, that Ji Ming was awakened by Wu Yunzhou. Although I am a little dissatisfied with what you did, Master has told me in the letter to take good care of you, so I will not turn a blind eye to it. In the spacious front yard, Wu Yunzhou took out 3 booklets from his arms and handed them to Ji Ming, saying, Master said in the letter that you are good at body training and swordsmanship, so I picked a body training method for you, a matching fist and kick technique, and the swordsmanship I mainly practiced when I was in the Kaimai realm. They are all spiritual grade top grade, and suitable for Kaimai realm cultivators. If you can master these 3 books, you will be the best in your realm. Ji Ming took the booklet with both hands, with obvious joy on his face. The 3 booklets are called Dragon Tiger Body Building Method, The Art of Subduing Dragons and Tigers, Shock Knife Technique. When he was in Weizhou, he went to the armory and saw that a top-grade spiritual level mental method would require at least 6,000 contributions. If it was more special, it might even cost 10,000 or 20,000. Although the techniques are much cheaper, the best spiritual level ones are generally more than 2,000 contribution points. You should know that killing a great demon at the first level of opening the meridians will only give 100 contribution points, and for every additional small realm thereafter, there will only be 10 more contribution points. As for the Qi condensation demon, no matter what realm it is in, it only has 1 point. It is quite difficult to collect a book of mental methods. I don't know much about body training and boxing and kicking. You can only figure it out on your own, but I do know a thing or two about swordsmanship. Wu Yunzhou's voice continued to be heard, and he waved his hand casually, and a long sword nearly 5 feet long, which looked like a Miao Dao, appeared in his hand. From today on, if there is nothing happening in the army, I will practice this for you every day at this time. Please watch carefully. After saying that, Wu Yunzhou suppressed his own realm to the Kaimai realm and began to practice the Zhan Dao technique. He explained as he waved his long sword. The essence of Zhan Dao, Fa, lies not in the sword technique, but in the word Zhan in the front. The word Zhan has 3 realms: Force Shock, Energy Shock, and Momentum Shock, which correspond to the 3 levels of minor success, major success, and perfection respectively. Watch carefully, especially when I shake the knife. To break the state of concentration by shock, is this the shock knife method? Quite interesting. Ji Ming couldn't help but murmur as he looked at Wu Yunzhou, who was dancing with a sword in the center of the courtyard. With his current level of swordsmanship, as long as the technique is not too obscure, he can basically figure out the general idea at a glance. But it seems that Wu Yunzhou has not yet fully mastered the Zhendao technique and may have just barely perfected it. During the time that Wu Yunzhou was practicing, although Ji Ming did not review the sword techniques, with his level 4 comprehension and level 4 sword technique realm, he had successfully included the Zhendao technique and brought his proficiency to the perfect level. Even with his understanding that was infinitely close to the state of sword heart entering the Tao, Ji Ming also slightly improved the vibration sword technique, but because he had not practiced it, there was no prompt on the panel. In this way, Wu Yunzhou used the 3 different levels of force, energy, and momentum to practice different moves such as chopping, wiping, lifting, cutting, and stabbing one by one. Okay, that's all for today. You can slowly learn from it in the next period of time. Wu Yunzhou hid his knife behind him and turned around and left after he finished speaking. General Wu, please stay. Seeing this, Ji Ming hurriedly chased after him. I didn't understand a few things just now, and I want to ask you, I've said that before. Before Ji Ming could finish, Wu Yunzhou interrupted him and said indifferently, as long as there is nothing to do in the army, I will practice with you every day, and I will not hide anything when practicing. As for how much you can learn, it's all up to you. You don't need to ask me. I don't have time to answer you. Ji Ming stood there in a daze. He originally wanted to help Wu Yunzhou perfect his sword skills in the name of asking for advice. No matter what, Shen Ke had helped him a lot. He couldn't find a chance to repay Shen Ke for the time being, so it seemed good to be able to teach his disciples for him. Now it seems Wu Yunzhou doesn't seem to want to give himself this opportunity. Well, Ji Ming sighed softly. It's okay. If my brother doesn't teach me, I'll teach you. Just when Ji Ming was about to go into the room to study these 3 books, Wu Yunqi walked out of the room at some point. She had her hair tied up, and she was still wearing soft armor. Her wheat-colored skin and her vigorous cheeks made her look like an aggressive lioness. I have also learned the shaking sword technique. Although I am not as good as my brother, I have managed to master the knife shaking technique. I can consider it to be perfect. Wu Yunqi walked up to Ji Ming with a knife in hand and asked with a smile, "What don't you understand? I'll teach you. Since they are brother and sister, there is no difference." Ji Ming murmured in his heart, and then started asking from the most basic questions. He wanted to see how advanced Wu Yunqi's swordsmanship had become so that he could formulate a special plan for him. I can't say much more, but it is not difficult to master the Zhendao technique perfectly and then enter the subtle level. In this way, Ji Ming started from the simple to the complex, using both coaxing and deceiving methods to get the little girl to practice the shaking knife technique several times. Then, he frowned and began to doubt his life. Girl, do you have any misunderstanding about perfection? Chapter 48, Dragon and Tiger Refining Secret. Seeing Ji Ming's frowned face and thoughtful expression, Wu Yunqi thought that the latter didn't understand. She whispered comfortingly, "The shot blade technique is a spiritual level, top-grade sword technique. It is difficult to understand. When I first learned it, I was not much better than you. I also couldn't figure it out after studying for a long time. Don't be discouraged. If you haven't learned it yet, I'll practice it with you a few more times until you do." As she said this, she was about to pick up the knife and continue, etc. I can't bear to watch it any longer. If I continue to watch it, not only will I not be able to enter the spiritual realm, even the state of great perfection and subtlety will have to be retreated. Ji Ming called Wu Yunqi, and after some thought and planning in his mind, he decided to start teaching him from the most basic techniques. In Ji Ming's opinion, whether it is practicing swordsmanship or cultivating one's own realm, it should be done step by step, from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple, step by step, and slowly advance. But the little girl in front of him has already mastered the knife skills. But whether it is the simplest exertion of force or the subsequent luck and momentum, I only have a superficial understanding of it. It's a bit like Ji Ming, who spent 2 or 3 years in college. He learned elementary, middle, and high school mathematics as well as university advanced mathematics, but he was not proficient in any of them. When it came to exams, he could do the simple questions, but once the difficulty level increased, his true colors would be exposed if he had to make the slightest detour. But then again, the brother has a pretty good foundation, and there's nothing wrong with it. So why is the sister so bad? Does he usually teach his sister the same way he taught me, just rehearsing once and then leaving? That's all. Ji Ming started teaching from the simplest method of shaking the sword with force. Under the pretext of asking for advice, He let Wu Yunxi practice the most basic moves over and over again. If Wu Yunxi had any questions, he would interrupt him directly and help him correct them bit by bit by asking questions. This training lasted the entire morning. I have to say that Wu Yunxi's comprehension is quite good. Under Ji Ming's careful training, his basic techniques have reached the same level as Ji Ming's in just this morning. Not bad. Ji Ming didn't know what perfect swordsmanship looked like, but he was sure that what he was practicing was absolutely correct. This is Ji Ming's current state. After lunch, the brother and sister left because they had other matters to attend to in the army. Ji Ming sat alone in the yard, reading and recording the 3 booklets Wu Yunzhou gave him one by one. Shock Blade Technique, Spiritual Extreme Perfection. Art of Subduing Dragons and Subduing Tigers, Spiritual Ultimate Perfection. Dragon Tiger Body Building Method, Spirit Extreme Perfection. Triggering Yang Attribute Mutation. Dragon Tiger Bodybuilding Method, Spirit Extreme. Dragon Tiger Refining Secret. Precious next. Ji Ming was slightly startled, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Mutation. After waiting for so long, the passive talent is finally triggered. He quickly immersed his mind in the technique. The original Dragon Tiger Body building method used specific techniques and corresponding medicinal materials to harness the true qi to impact the internal organs. It's like forging iron, hammering it over and over again, using various catalysts until the embryo is forged into the shape and strength you want. Until perfection, the energy is as strong as a dragon and as powerful as a tiger. Now, after the Yang attribute mutation, the method of impacting the internal organs has been slightly adjusted. The original auxiliary medicines have also been canceled and replaced by the innate purple qi hidden in the Purple Palace. Although the original medicine can strengthen the body, medicine is somewhat toxic. If you have a good physique and high talent and understanding, using less medicine will not have much impact. However, if one's understanding is poor and one's own condition is not good, auxiliary drugs may even have a counterproductive effect. But the innate purple energy is different. It comes from the spirit of heaven and earth and is not harmful at all. In addition, the Ziyang body can also utilize the innate purple energy to slowly strengthen the physical body. Now, with the cooperation of special spells, it will only complement each other. Run it once first and see the effect. Ji Ming immediately calmed his mind and then began to follow the methods and the formula to control his true energy and begin to train his lungs, which had already been strengthened among his internal organs. Boom, boom, boom. Just like forging iron, the true qi continuously impacts the lungs through the hand-tying lung meridian. At first, apart from some pain, he didn't feel anything. But as the number of impacts increased and more purple energy was absorbed, Ji Ming felt that his breath was longer than before. At the same time, the circulation of true qi also becomes smoother. Before I knew it, 3 or 4 hours had passed. Ji Ming slowly opened his eyes, his face clearly showing a strong sense of joy. The effect of these few hours of training is even more obvious than opening up the hand-tying lung meridian before. It has been mentioned before that the Kaimai realm cultivators rely entirely on their true qi in combat, and the battle will continue as long as the qi is not exhausted. I remember that when Ji Ming first opened up the 3 major meridians, he killed at most 30 or 40 qi condensation demons in one rage. Now that all 8 extraordinary meridians are open, as well as the heaven and earth meridians and the 2 main meridians, Ji Ming estimates that he can barely deal with 20 great monsters in the early stage of the meridian opening realm at the same time. But after today's tempering, the words estimated to be barely can be removed. 20 great monsters in the early stage of Kaimai realm are enough in one breath. In the following time, except for accompanying Wu Yunxi in practicing swordsmanship before the morning hour every day, Ji Ming put all his attention on the dragon and tiger refining technique. As for the knife skills, put it aside for now. With his current level of swordsmanship, all he needs to achieve is a hearty fight to reach the level of swordsmanship. Of course, you can enter the spirit realm by just working in isolation and spending more time, but it is not necessary. It would be better to use this time to exercise your body. However, to be honest, Wu Yunxi's comprehension is really good. From the time she started practicing swordsmanship with Ji Ming to now, it only took her less than 10 days to already master the art of controlling the sword with force. This time it is a real achievement, not just a half-baked knowledge before. As for the previous techniques and luck, they have laid a solid foundation. I don't know how perfectly I have mastered them, but it's pretty good anyway. Seeing Wu Yunxi's rapid progress, Ji-Ming felt both pleased and jealous. The reason I feel happy is that I taught my child well. Jealousy. This girl is only 18 years old, but she has already reached the late stage of Kaimai realm. Not only that, her comprehension is so good that she mastered the sword skills in just over 10 days. You should know that even with the golden finger, Ji-Ming also took about the same amount of time to do it. After that, it took more than a month to go from the beginning to perfection. As for entering the spirit, it's better not to say anything. Buzz! On this day, Ji-Ming was asking Wu Yunqi for advice on swordsmanship as usual. Suddenly, a horn sounded from inside the pass. Wu Yunqi's face suddenly stopped, and he cast his gaze towards a mountain-like city wall in the distance. Buzz! Buzz! 3 sky-shaking horns? Wu Yunqi's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils trembled slightly. The Jintian horn was a tool commonly used by the Tang dynasty to convey information during wartime. The battle begins when the horn sounds. The number of horn sounds represents the level of the battle. The higher the number, the higher the level. The highest is 5 sounds. 3 sounds like the one before us mean that the battle level has reached Class B, which means that there are many Danding realm powerhouses among the invading enemy forces, and there may even be some in Yinshan realm. That's all for today. I'm going to gather my men and rush to Yulong Pass right away. I'll go with you. Wu Yunqi glanced at Ji-Ming, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Stay close to my team and don't leave without permission. This is an order, not a negotiation. Chapter 49, Demonic Invasion. Although the incident happened suddenly, but Yulong Pass had already made corresponding preparations. The moment the horn sounded, all the battalions assembled in less than 2/4 of an hour with clear division of labor. Wu Yunqi is in the Wu camp, whose commander is Wu Yunzhou, who is in the middle stage of the alchemy realm. The Wu camp is one of the 2 guerrilla camps. It has a small number of people, only a few thousand, but they are all elites. All the people in the camp are in the middle stage of Kaimai or above, and they are all the most powerful among the same level. When Ji-Ming and Wu Yunqi arrived at the gate of Yulong Pass, the battle had already begun. The 3 vanguard camps came out in full force, and the battlefield was in chaos. Looking at the huge army of demons in the distance, Ji-Ming's hand involuntarily clenched the hilt of the knife. Adrenaline was pumping through my body, and my heart was beating wildly. In those deep eyes, there is not only heat and excitement, but also greed. At this time, Wu Yunzhou flew down from the city wall and landed at the front of the team. He handed flags of different colors to the leaders of the strongest teams, and then more than 1,000 people from the entire camp went straight out of the city. Because Ji-Ming's eyes were full of demons, and he didn't pay any attention to Wu Yunzhou and the others. He didn't know what was said. Of course, most people in the team didn't know the military orders. They just had to follow their own team. After all, once we really get to the battlefield, who would have the time to convey orders and command intentions one by one? Therefore, the most important thing for a soldier is not strength, but obedience. Just follow it and it'll be done. Because it was a guerrilla camp, after leaving the city, Ji-Ming did not directly join the battle, but followed the team from the side. After making a big circle, he divided his troops into 3 groups and attacked the monsters from the side. Ji-Ming quickly released the perception of his soul and body, and after locking onto Wu Yunqi's position, he began to circle the demons within a radius of 100 meters with her as the center. Looking at the huge army of demons, Ji-Ming did not lose his mind. Nor did he rush in a battle just because the demons on the field were all small fry. Even during a fight, Ji-Ming would advance 7 points and defend 3 points, dividing his true energy into 7 and 3 parts. 7 points to kill the enemy and 3 points to defend, so as not to let himself fall into a state of exhaustion. Once the chi is exhausted, it will take a large amount of time to fully recover. This is a battlefield, and things change rapidly. This is not a one-on-one fight. You can't be sure when an accident may occur. It is wise to leave room for maneuver. Relying on the 4th level body skills, sword skills, physical body, and the true chi that had already turned into liquid, Ji-Ming killed more than 20 chi condensation realm demons as easily as chopping melons and vegetables in just a breath. Afterwards, it was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, quickly harvesting other demons within the targeted area. The original mission of the Wu camp was just to harass the left wing and disrupt the offensive rhythm of the demon army. Everything was going as planned, and the Wu camp indeed achieved the expected results in a very short period of time. But because of the variable Ji-Ming, The team Wu Yunxi was in not only successfully attracted the attention of the demon army, but also tore a crack in their location. Although this crack is not worth mentioning in the entire demon army and can be almost ignored. But the leader, the cultivator at the peak of Kaimai realm, made an immediate decision and joined forces with another team to continuously expand the rift. If we can completely tear open the left wing of the demon army, no, just tear it in half, and the pressure on the city wall will definitely drop sharply. The demon's vanguard army will be hit hard by the vanguard camp due to insufficient reinforcements. As for whether doing so would put the Wuxing in a desperate situation, oh, hundreds of people in exchange for thousands of demons. Is this even worth considering? Don't even think about it. Kill directly. With the breakthrough created by Ji Ming, the commander took only half a quarter of an hour to tear a shocking gap in the left wing of the demon army. Not only did they disrupt the rhythm of the flank support, they even successfully affected the vanguard of the demons at the front. Such a great effect allowed the Tang dynasty, which was originally at a disadvantage, to seize the opportunity to counterattack on the spot and directly reverse the situation. Of course, the actions of the Wu camp also brought about crazy revenge from the demon army. Originally, the flanks just chased away the Wu camp like swatting a fly. But now the Wu camp was like an insatiable peregrine falcon, completely arousing the murderous intent of the demon army. Before long, the entire camp of nearly 1,000 people was surrounded by the enemy's army that was several times larger than theirs. The commander was killed on the spot by a dozen powerful demons at the peak of the Kaimai realm. Dozens of soldiers from the Wu camp in the front also died under the monster tide. If Ji Ming had not restrained his true energy when charging and fought purely with his physical body, even Wu Yunxi would have been killed at this moment. Withdraw! Another commander immediately ordered a withdrawal. The front and rear troops turned around and began to break out frantically. It's easy to get in, but how difficult is it to get out? The demon army suffered such heavy losses due to a moment of carelessness. How could they easily let the Wu camp leave? These demons have become bloodthirsty. All they see is crazy and endless revenge. Today, no matter what the cost, these insidious and cunning guys must be killed. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly serious, Ji Ming no longer aimed to kill the monster. Instead, he used his body skills to constantly dodge and then closely protected Wu Yunxi behind him. At this moment, the other members of the Wu camp were basically at the end of their strength. The original front team was being chased by monsters and had no chance to breathe. Although the rear team kept coming up, it was just a temporary solution. Ji Ming couldn't protect the others. He still had 90% of his internal energy. He only hoped to get Wu Yunxi out before his internal energy was exhausted. In this way, the entire Wu camp fought and retreated, with his comrades constantly sacrificing their lives. Ji Ming finally led Wu Yunxi back to the edge of the battlefield. Logically speaking, for the sake of the overall situation, the demon army should give up the pursuit at this moment. But demons are demons after all, and only a few of them can be enlightened, even though the order to withdraw has been issued from the rear. But some stupid demons who were bloodthirsty ignored the military orders and continued to chase and kill. Ji Ming's face was gloomy and his eyes were as cold as a blade. At this moment, he has less than 10% of his true energy left, and the most he can do is use the demon ceiling slash to block 2 or 3 more people in the Kaimai realm. From now on, you can only resist with your physical body. Although his physical body was no weaker than that of a powerful demon at the peak of Kaimai level, the other side was so numerous, how could he be their opponent? Don't mind me. At this time, Wu Yunxi pulled Ji Ming heavily behind him. She saw everything Ji Ming did. Although her swordsmanship is average, she is not a fool. She might not be able to see it in 1 or 2 days, but how could she still not see it after 7 or 8 days? Those who are teaching themselves every day are actually trying to teach themselves in every possible way. If she really needed to teach, would she bring Ji Ming to the battlefield? I am a soldier, and dying on the battlefield is my best destiny. You are a demon suppressor, and it is your job to slay demons and eliminate evil. Wu Yunxi held his sword in front of Ji Ming, looking at the demon army that had already caught up to him, and chuckled. That's enough. Chapter 50. The sword heart enters the spirit. Kill. Just when Wu Yunxi was preparing to die heroically, suddenly, there was a deafening roar from the side. The two men looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, and saw a fully armed cavalry team rushing into the battlefield at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of demons in the Kaimai realm were crushed into pieces by this iron cavalry. Wu Yunxi stared at the scene blankly, a smile of relief appearing on his face. Stop grinning and get going. Seeing that this girl still had time to giggle, Jiming was also so angry that he laughed. While there was still a little energy in his body, he grabbed Wu Yunxi's armor and used the dragonfly skimming the water technique to run all the way towards the demon-suppressing pass. In a short while, the two of them had completely withdrawn from the battlefield. Jiming stopped and looked back. After this sudden attack, it seemed that there were only less than 400 people left in the Wu camp, which had a total of 1,000 people. This is because the other team did not follow up. Otherwise, it will only be more tragic. Jiming sighed silently. At this moment, he no longer had any joy from slaying the demon, but only an inexplicable discomfort. Every inch of land is stained with blood. One dead soul, one lamp. If there were no brave men ready to die, where do the bright lights come from? Jiming withdrew his gaze and walked into the demon-suppressing pass with an expressionless face. He was not a soldier, so he did not wait until the end of the war like Wu Yunxi. Instead, he dragged his tired body back to his room. Until now, Jiming only then realized that he had unknowingly accumulated more than a dozen scars of varying sizes on his body. He felt no pain. I just don't feel any pain. After all, some people don't even have the chance to feel pain even if they wanna. Kill the Chi Condensation Level 7 Rat Demon. Kill the Lobster Monster with 5th level of Opening Meridians. Kill the 7th level Sea Crab Monster. Cultivation. Open Meridian Level 13 Body Strengthening. Foot Xiaoyang Gallbladder Meridian 644/1W. Zongfu Progress. Lung, Pericardium, Heart, Large Intestine, Triple Burner, Small Intestine, Spleen, Liver, Kidney, Stomach. Lungs, perfect. Heart. Getting started. Understand the sword's heart and soul, and you can add points to your sword spell. Sword, spell intention 4-5, need to comprehend the true meaning. Finally, I have entered the spirit realm. Jiming murmured, but he didn't seem very happy. In this battle, he killed more than 40 demons in the Chi Condensation realm and more than 50 demons in the Meridian Opening realm. It may not seem like much, but on the battlefield, it is already an extremely terrifying number. As for the sword's heart entering the spirit, it was a breakthrough during the process of tearing the left wing. The improvement of his swordsmanship made his killing power increase again. If he ignored the battle situation and did not confine himself to that small circle, he could actually kill more monsters by relying on his swordsmanship to break through. But the price of doing so would be that not only would he not be able to save Wu Yunxi, he himself would also die. Call. Jiming closed the panel, calmed his mind, put aside all distracting thoughts, and then began to use the dragon and tiger body tempering technique to continue attacking his heart. Because a war broke out, Wu Yunzhou and his sister did not return to their mansion that day, but stayed in Jinyao Pass to finish the work. Now, in the military meeting hall of Jinyao Pass, an old man wearing heavy armor and with white hair and beard walked quickly from the door with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Ha ha! What a joy! What a joy! The old man let out bursts of loud laughter that sounded like thunder. As the commander-in-chief of Jinyao Pass, he did not go to the main seat immediately at this moment, but went straight to Wu Yunzhou and punched the latter's chest several times with his sandbag-sized fist. The fist from the late stage of Yinshin realm hit Wu Yunzhou, a small alchemy cauldron, so hard that his blood surged. Good boy. You are amazing. This fight was really beautiful. Pass my military orders. After beating Wu Yunzhou, Commander Qin Kuai glanced around at the generals present and said loudly, "For all the soldiers in the Wu camp, the pension for those who died in battle will be doubled, and they will be awarded a higher level of honor. For those who were injured, their merit will be increased by 1 level. The rest of them will be awarded the 7th level of military merit. There are 9 levels of military merit in the Tang Dynasty, and the 5th level is to be credited for being the first to reach the enemy line, breaking through the enemy lines, and capturing the flag. Those who slay the demon elixir cauldron will be awarded the 4th-class merit. Those who slay demons and contain spirits will be awarded 3rd-class merit. And so on. This time, the demons dispatched a total of nearly 50,000 troops. The 50,000 here does not include baggage, logistics, and auxiliary troops, but the actual number of troops participating in the battle. It is one of the top 5 entities that Jinyao Pass has encountered in the past few years. The Wu camp, with a force of 1,000 men, tore through the left wing of the demon army numbering over 10,000, allowing the three vanguard armies of Zhang Yao Pass to turn defeat into victory. It is no exaggeration to record them as seventh-class merit. It can be said that without the Wu camp, regardless of the outcome of this battle, the losses would definitely be several times, or even dozens of times what they are now. Listening to the reward from head coach Qin Kuai, Wu Yunzhou felt as if he was in a dream. After the war started, he was busy dealing with a big demon in the Danding realm. He was even besieged by 3 Danding realm monsters from the opposite side for a while and almost lost his life. He didn't pay any attention to this side of the battlefield at all. He did not return to the demon-suppressing pass until the demon army retreated. Then he saw that out of the 1,000 elite soldiers under his command, there were only more than 300 left. He just thought that the battle was brutal and his heart was bleeding for it. But no one expected that these 1,000 people could achieve such a remarkable feat. An army of thousands of people tore apart tens of thousands of demons. How is this done? Even if each of them is at the peak of Kaimai realm and is the best in the same realm, this is not possible, right? The battlefield is not a one-on-one duel or a ring fight. It doesn't mean that if we pick 1,000 elites who can fight 10 at a time, we can fight 1,000 against 10,000 on the battlefield. These are two different things. After the meeting, I will ask my subordinates about it. In this way, the meeting lasted until noon of the 3rd day. The minimum requirement for being able to attend the meeting is to be at the Danding realm, and 3 days of sleepless nights is nothing to them. After this meeting, Wu Yunzhou was asked to reorganize the Wu camp, and the number of people was increased from 1,000 to 5,000. This time, he also benefited from the military achievement of the Wu camp, and his merit was increased to a higher level. But just when he was about to find his subordinates to inquire about the battle situation 3 days ago, Qin Kuai, who had already finished the meeting, called him back through voice transmission. In addition, there are 3 others in the Danding realm. Several people looked at each other, and then followed Qin Kuai out of the meeting room. Another 7 or 8 days later, after that day, you seemed absent-minded. In the outer courtyard, Wu Yunxi retracted the knife in his hand, sat in front of Ji Ming, and spoke softly. Maybe it's normal emotion after the war. After all, this is the first time I have entered a battlefield in my 2 lifetimes. Ji Ming smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "Nothing, just a little distracted." Seeing that Ji Ming was unwilling to say more, Wu Yunxi did not ask any more questions. Although they had become friends of life and death in the last battle, she knew that Ji Ming was a person with a strong sense of boundaries and was somewhat different from everyone else in the barracks. Therefore, if the other party is unwilling to talk, she will not express her concern too much. However, just as she was about to stand up and continue practicing with the sword, a guard ran in quickly. "Miss, there are 2 demon-suppressing people outside the door asking to see you. They said they are here to see Master Ji." Chapter 51, Missing Persons Case. I came to Yulong Pass this time because I learned that a war had taken place some time ago, and I wanted to come and visit Brother Ji, and also, the people who came were Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu. Lin Yin paused and continued. Some time ago, there were several cases of missing persons in several villages 40 miles north of Yulong Pass. We suspect it was the work of those roaming demons after the war. Just this morning, news came from Lianzi village that another person was missing. Taizhu and I plan to go over and take a look. For cases like this in special areas, the Monster Hunting Division usually conducts investigations in groups of 5. However, Langya County is not very peaceful right now, and there are not enough monster hunters or monster suppressors in the Monster Hunting Division. So, Taizhu and I came here just to ask Brother G if he's interested in going with us. Of course, if Brother G has something to do and it's inconvenient for him to go out, that's fine. I'll go. As soon as Lin Yin finished speaking, Jiming nodded in agreement. He was in a bad mood these days and wanted to kill monsters. Lin Yin was stunned at first, but soon a look of joy appeared on his face. In that case, Brother G, just pack up, Taizhu, and I will be waiting for you outside. Need not. Jiming stood up and raised his knife. I can leave now. After that, Jiming looked at Wu Yunxi again and said softly, I may be away for a few days. During this time, you can practice according to the ideas I teach you. With your current foundation, you can fully master the sword moves in 5 days at most. When I come back, I will teach you in detail. Wu Yunxi nodded obediently, like a child facing his parents' instructions, and whispered, Then be careful. Ji Ming responded lightly, then followed Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu out of the courtyard. After leaving the mansion, Lin Yin couldn't help but look at Ji Ming with some curiosity. If I remember correctly, that person seems to be General Wu Yunzhou's sister. What is her relationship with Ji Ming? Why does it feel weird? Lin Yin thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. So he shook his head and gave up. Instead of thinking about these things, you might as well think about how to slay the demon. After leaving the main urban area of Yulong Pass, the three of them rode at full speed and arrived at a small hill 20 miles away. There was a man and a woman waiting there with horses. In addition to the three of them, Lin Yin also brought two other monster hunters on this trip. It's the couple in front of us. The man's name is He Xinghuai. He is at the peak of the 10th level of Kaimai, and he is just one step away from reaching the alchemy cauldron. The woman's name is Mu Jingxi, and her meridians are at the 9th level. The two demon hunters are both outstanding in the Kaimai realm in Langyi County, and their achievements are also very remarkable, especially He Xinghuai. So far, he has killed more than 500 great demons in the Kaimai realm alone. Converted into contribution points, the minimum amount is 50,000, which could be exchanged for a Danding realm technique. After the five people gathered together, they headed straight for Lianzi village. On the way, Mu Jingxi held the reins, turned her head to look at Ji Ming, and asked with a smile, "What is Brother Ji good at? Head-on close combat? Stealth attack? Or pursuit and interception? Since we are working together, we should have a clear division of labor. This will not only improve the efficiency of killing monsters, but also prevent us from losing our balance when facing strong enemies. Of course, if the demons in Lianzi village this time are just a mob, then just do whatever you want." Ji Ming said without hesitation. "I know a little bit. It depends on what you need." Laugh. As soon as Ji Ming finished speaking, He Xinghuai, who was walking in front, couldn't help but sneer. "We all know a little bit, but it depends on our needs? What a big tone." Among the five, he has the strongest killing power, and his cultivation has reached the great perfection of opening his meridians. He is only one step away from the alchemy cauldron. It is no exaggeration to say that he is invincible after opening his meridians. But even so, he didn't dare to say that he knew everything, but chose the sword technique he was best at and fought head-on. This kid really doesn't know his place. I heard that you have only joined the Monster Hunting Bureau not long ago. It was probably some young man from a noble family who came out to gain experience, hoping to gain some fame and reputation with the Demon Hunting Bureau so that he could go back and fight for the family property. Ridiculous. After hearing Ji Ming's answer, Mu Jingxi was also stunned, thinking that Ji Ming didn't want to reveal too much. After all, we didn't know each other before, so it's normal to be a little wary. She smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Ji should cooperate with Brother Zhao to cover the retreat. With two people here, the possibility of someone slipping through the net can be reduced." "Can. But when it's time to grab a kill, I won't be polite." Ji Ming nodded in agreement and added silently in his heart. As I said, he was in a bad mood these days and wanted to kill monsters. Lianzi village is located in the northeast of Langya, sandwiched between two mountain peaks and backed by a lotus pond more than 10 miles wide. In summer and autumn, there are countless lotus pods in full bloom, hence the name Lianzi village. After entering the village, the five people split up to expand the search range. Ji Ming fully opened his spiritual vision and kept scanning the village and its surroundings, hoping to find some clues that would allow him to follow the path to the source. But it was not known whether the monster was too cautious this time or was just good at hiding. Ji Ming searched outside for more than half an hour, but found nothing. Just as Ji Ming was about to walk some distance outside the village, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. His spiritual sense followed the sound, and he saw Lin Yin, an old man and a woman holding a child, rushing towards the village entrance. "Have you found a clue?" Ji Ming murmured softly, and his figure flashed quickly. Not long after, the five people who had been separated reunited. These two are the village chief of Lianzi village and the family members of the missing person. Lin Yin introduced them softly and continued. "I heard from them that Lu Zhuang, the missing person, went up the mountain around 9 p.m. yesterday morning, saying he was going to cut some firewood for burning, but he didn't come back until the evening." Yes, yes, the old man who was the village chief quickly added. "Yesterday, I, the old man, specially found a dozen men in the village to look for him. We searched the land at the foot of the mountain thoroughly, but we couldn't find Zhuangzi." "What about inside the mountain?" Mu Jingxi asked subconsciously. "This?" The old man shrank back and said with some embarrassment, "There have been demons going around recently, and several people have gone missing in the neighboring village. We are just ordinary farmers. So how dare we go into the mountains and search carefully? We can only try our luck at the foot of the mountain. If we can find it, that would be great. But if we can't, we'll have to trouble you, masters of the monster hunting division. He Xinghua glanced at the old man coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Which mountain is it?" "The one in the north." The old man was frightened by He Xinghua's gaze and tremblingly pointed towards the hill in the north that was covered with weeds and wild trees. "Let's go up the mountain first." He Xinghua withdrew his gaze, said something to everyone as if giving an order, and then walked directly towards the top of the mountain. Ji Ming glanced at the top of the hill. He had been up the mountain before when he was searching outside the village, but he was searching the one on the south side, and he hadn't gone deep into it. "It seems that my luck is not very good. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get kills next time." But just as Ji Ming was about to walk out of the village with everyone, he saw in his spiritual vision that the old man who had been timid suddenly changed his expression. His eyes were solemn, and there was a hint of anger on his face. He pointed at the woman and kept saying something, seeming to be very anxious. Since his physical senses were limited to a range of 100 meters, Ji Ming had no idea what the old man had said, and could only roughly determine it through lip reading. "You don't? Think about it. Not growing up, child." Chapter 52. Catching a turtle in a jar. After a few people went up the mountain, they began a carpet search. Before long, they had searched from noon to dusk. Seeing the sun setting and the light getting dimmer, Lin Yan suggested, "Why don't we stop here today and continue searching tomorrow morning?" "That's fine with me." Mu Jingxi nodded. After all, a martial artist at the Kaimai realm still had to rely on his five senses to act. If they continued searching, it would be completely dark, and it would be a problem to get down the mountain by then. Although He Xinghua was unwilling, he could only nod in agreement. Etc. Just as they were about to go down the mountain, Ji Ming suddenly spoke. He pushed aside the two relatively dense branches in front of him, pointed at the slightly fallen weeds on the ground, and said, "If I remember correctly, we haven't been there since then, right? What's the meaning?" He Xinghua looked at Ji Ming and frowned slightly. Ji Ming just glanced at He Xinghua and didn't say anything. Mu Jingxi couldn't help coughing and said softly, "You mean this might have been left by Lu Zhuang?" "I'm just guessing. I can't be sure." Ji Ming reserved his opinion and pushed the decision-making power to Mu Jingxi and He Xinghua and continued, "It will be completely dark in half an hour at most. Do you want to continue searching?" Mu Jingxi lowered her eyes and gently pinched her chin with her white fingers, obviously in a dilemma. "Search." At this time, He Xinghua spoke indifferently. He glanced at Ji Ming coldly and said indifferently, "Now that we have found the clue, why should we give up so easily? If you are so hesitant even on such a small matter, how can you be a demon hunter? Then search it." Mu Jingxi's expression looked a little unnatural. Although He Xinghua's words were mainly directed at Ji Ming, she was also implicated. She had no choice but to go ahead. As for Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu, they never thought of listening to He Xinghua from beginning to end. Seeing that Ji Ming did not refuse, they did not say much. In this way, the five people, led by He Xinghua, went deeper along the path that seemed to have been walked by people. Actually, Ji Ming had already seen the abnormality here when he just came here. Only, he didn't think this road was left by Lu Zhuang. Lin Yin said before that Lu Zhuang went up the mountain to chop firewood. If he was chopping firewood, why did he have to cross the mountainside? Besides, if you were chopping wood, you would have to bring a machete with you, right? If you had a machete, how come there were no signs of chopping when there were so many branches covering the road? Combined with the old village chief's behavior before leaving, Ji Ming felt that the road in front of them seemed to be carefully arranged and left for them on purpose. Of course, these are all Ji Ming's speculations, and it is too early to draw a conclusion now. That's all. As time went by, the light became dimmer and dimmer. Several people followed the path, not knowing how far they had walked. Finally, just before it was about to get completely dark, everyone finally reached the end. I saw two torn burlap pieces hanging on a broken branch of an old crooked tree not far away near the cliff. Looking further ahead, although the light was already dim, I could still clearly see a field of fallen shrubs and weeds. Did he fall? Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and said naively. Ji Ming glanced casually and then looked away. You know what, it was done quite well. I could see a lot of blood along the way with my spiritual sense. That's why they go to so much trouble. What are you afraid of? He did fall, but whether he fell accidentally or was thrown down after death is debatable. He Xinghua sneered. What's the meaning? Lin Yin and Mu Jingxi couldn't help but speak. Although they also had some suspicions, they didn't find any other clues. No matter how unnatural this result is, they can't find any reason to refute it now. After hearing what Yi Xinghuai said, Jiming's eyes flashed with surprise. The latter raised a confident arc of the Dragon King's mouth and said leisurely, "If you fall from here, the total height is only 10 feet. Even an ordinary person would not die as soon as he hits the ground. Since he is not dead, if he falls from the mountain, he will definitely try his best to grab any object around him to stop himself from falling. But on this trace of the fall, we only saw some weeds and bushes being crushed, but no signs of anyone struggling. Don't you find it strange?" "It's true." Ji Ming extended his spiritual vision downwards and really didn't see any signs of struggle along the way. And isn't the rolling trace too smooth? Although the slope was very steep, people are not balls after all. How could they roll so far without being stopped? It's not realistic to go down the mountain now. Let's just stay here tonight. We'll follow this trail down the mountain at dawn tomorrow. Yi Xinghuai spoke again. Having turned the game around, he now felt refreshed, and even the evening breeze from the mountains smelled fragrant. But then again, if he hadn't accidentally fallen down the hillside many years ago, he wouldn't be able to see anything today. He still remembers the scene vividly. Although his mind went blank when he rolled down the hillside, out of fear of death, he grabbed everything he could, including mud, stones, branches, and weeds. Just like a drowning person, he would hold on to even a straw. In this way, the 5 people spent a night in the mountains. Although cultivators in the Kaimai realm cannot practice fasting due to their body training, they no longer have a strict requirement for sleep and can keep their bodies active by simply regulating their breathing. "Let's go down the mountain and take a look." When the east was already bright, Yi Xinghuai looked down the mountain, then leaped up and dived straight to the bottom of the mountain. Seeing this, Ji Ming and others quickly followed. That's all. Everyone rushed down the steep slope. Finally, we followed the trail to the bottom of the mountain. Just as expected, no body was found at the bottom of the mountain, and everything was a disguise. Ji Ming was just about to open his spiritual vision when he saw dark shadows moving in the bushes in the distance. "Chase!" Mu Jingxi drew out the sharp blade, quickly circulated the internal energy, and dived directly towards the black shadow. As for Lin Yin, Zhao Taizhu, and He Xinghuai, although they were a little slow, they followed closely in the first moment. Jiming looked at the black shadow and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he followed it. However, while chasing, he pushed his spiritual vision and physical perception to the extreme. In this way, the 5 people chased the black shadow and soon arrived at a deep cave. Such a rich blood energy. Lin Yin frowned. "Come in." He Xinghuai drew out his long sword and said in a deep voice, "I'll lead the charge. Lin Yin and Mu Jingxi will lead the charge, and Ji Ming and Zhao Taizhu will cover the rear. Old rules. First disable, then kill. The credit is divided equally." After saying this, He Xinghuai's aura had already climbed to its peak, and then he rushed into the cave with his violent sword force like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Ji Ming walked at the end, and he took a deep look at the mountainside not far behind him. There are 2 water monsters there, seemingly trying to catch the turtle in the jar. Because his spiritual sense can only perceive visual field and cannot see clearly, Ji Ming cannot judge the other party's realm for the time being. However, since these monsters went to such great lengths to plot against themselves and others, it seemed that their strength was not that great. If anyone had a little ability, he would have killed me and the others long ago. Why would he go through so much trouble? Ji Ming took advantage of the situation and followed He Xinghuai into the cave. There were various broken bones scattered along the way, and the strong smell of blood mixed with the damp, rotten smell in the cave was particularly pungent. It was not until the deepest part of the cave that, with the dim light of the fire, everyone saw 2 huge crab monsters with foam at the mouth and a snake monster with a human head and a snake body. "Are you finally coming in?" The snake demon stuck out its tongue and revealed a sinister and ferocious smile. "I originally planned to just eat a few people and leave, but I didn't expect you monster hunters to be so nosy. In that case, then stay here forever." He Xinghuai couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Just as he was about to retort with a few sarcastic remarks, a sinister and shrill laugh came from behind him again. "The blood of 5 Kaimai realm masters is much more nutritious than those cheap bones. Look back. I saw a toad covered in pus, and a alligator." "Oh!" A cold and sarcastic laugh echoed from the cave. The crocodile dragon just raised its front legs slightly, and the tidal pressure poured down like a broken dam. The pupils of He Xinghuai, Mu Jingxi, and Lin Yin suddenly contracted. This is a great demon in the Danding realm. Chapter 53, Bloody Battle, Part 1. Another Danding realm? Ji Ming's pupils trembled, and he tightened the Mo Lin in his hand. Really hindering the master? In just 1 month, he had experienced 2 life-and-death crises. Now for the 3rd time, let's do it. The giant alligator's hoarse voice slowly sounded in the cave. Yes. The other 4 little demons in the Kaimai realm showed a sinister smile and walked slowly towards the 5 humans in the Kaimai realm. With the young master's pressure, these 5 people are like fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered at will. TSK, TSK, TSK. The blood food of 5 people in the Kaimai realm. With their nourishment, the young master's depleted energy and blood should be able to be restored to a large extent, right? Although he is still injured, with most of his energy and blood, it will be enough to return to the Dragon Palace as long as he doesn't encounter those plague gods. Several little demons thought so in their hearts. But just when they had arrived in front of Ji Ming and others and were ready to take action, buzz! Suddenly, a series of ethereal sword sounds were heard in the cave. The dim firelight shook slightly at a certain moment, and then these little demons in the Kaimai realm froze in place. Those who turned into half-human forms were directly decapitated, and those who did not turn into human forms were torn into pieces. They were all dead beyond death. The giant crocodile, who was originally at ease and ready to wait for his subordinates to put blood food into his mouth, was stunned for a moment, and then bursts of cold, murderous intent burst out in his eyes. How dare he? A mere Kaimai realm cultivator, faced with the pressure from the Danding realm, instead of kneeling down and begging for mercy, he suddenly attacked and committed murder. Damn it! Damn it! Roar! The giant crocodile immediately roared. The moment the sound exploded in the cave, it turned into circles of invisible ripples that swept in all directions. The terrifying energy even distorted the surrounding air. Puff! He Xinghuai, Mu Jingxi, and the other 3 who were affected by the roar instantly vomited blood. Their faces turned pale, and even their pupils became a little dilated. This roar not only contained a huge breath of pressure that made them feel their hearts and livers were about to burst, but it also contained a soul-stirring awe. The big demon in Danding realm can easily crush the warrior in Kaimai realm, and now with the help of Soul Shock, the possibility of a comeback has been completely eliminated. Mu Jingxi looked at the giant alligator that was so close to her, and her eyes, which had finally regained some spirit, were now filled with deep despair. However, just as she watched the giant alligator approaching her, the familiar sound of a knife rang out again. Under the cold light, a black shadow suddenly rushed to the front of the giant crocodile at an extremely strange and terrifying speed. A look of surprise appeared on the giant crocodile's face. He was caught off guard, and the cold light had already landed on his head. Clang! The ink-scaled blade collided heavily with the scales on the giant crocodile's head, making a crisp sound of metal collision. The 5th-level swordsmanship, the 13th-level cultivation of Kaimai, combined with the sharpness of the ink scales themselves, actually allowed Ji Ming to cross a major realm and leave a shocking crack on the giant crocodile's indestructible scales. How is that possible? The giant crocodile was shocked. How could a mere Kaimai realm cultivator hurt him? Absurd. It's ridiculous. The giant crocodile gradually became more ferocious, and its cold eyes were filled with murderous intent and endless brutality. Roar! He roared again, and this time he gave up the idea of teasing these ants. At the same time, he mobilized all his energy and blood to its peak. The terrifying pressure, along with the shock to his soul, rushed towards Ji Ming frantically. TSK. How noisy! Ji Ming snorted coldly. Although the giant crocodile in front of him is at the Danding realm, his realm should not be as good as Bai Qinshan's. Because judging from the sensation brought by the pressure alone, the pressure Ji Ming felt was less than 70% of that felt by Bai Qinshan. As for the soul shock, he hasn't even reached the middle stage of Danding cultivation. So how strong can his soul shock be? You should know that Ji Ming's current soul strength has reached the 4th level of the consciousness realm, which is comparable to the soul strength of a cultivator at the 4th level of the alchemy realm. This crocodile monster is not even as good as Bai Qinshan, yet he dares to use soul-stirring power on him? How ridiculous! Clang! Ji Ming slashed down again, and at the same place. With the blessing of dialing demon sealing slash, each strike is stronger than the previous one. This blow actually completely broke the cracked scales on the giant crocodile's head. After the first strike was successful, Ji Ming quickly followed up with the second and third strikes. Clank, clank, clang. 5 or 6 consecutive slashes, all in the same spot. The giant crocodile's scales flew all over its head. Its skin was torn, and its flesh was bloody. The giant crocodile roared again. But this time it was no longer the shock to the soul, but his wailing. Seeing Ji Ming coming at it with another heavy blow, the giant crocodile, unable to bear the heavy burden, finally couldn't bear it anymore and transformed into a human form, barely avoiding the attack. He was a young man dressed in white, with a ferocious face. Not only was he extremely pale due to lack of blood, but he also looked a bit cold and violent. You were just a mere Kaimai realm cultivator, but you were so proud of yourself for forcing me to this point. D. The young man in white shouted loudly, and his sharp claws like hooks collided heavily with Ji Ming in the air. The Danding realm is the Danding realm. Even if he was seriously injured, even if Ji Ming had the advantage in the beginning and beat the giant crocodile back step by step. But in a real head-on confrontation, with just one hit, Ji Ming flew backwards like a cannonball, and then with a loud bang, he was heavily embedded in the stone wall. Puff! As his blood and chi were turbulent, Ji Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his physical body is no longer the same as before. The 13th level of Kaimai cultivation not only provides 108 additional acupoints, but also cooperates with the dragon and tiger refining technique to take the strength of the internal organs to a higher level. Although the giant crocodile's attack was very powerful and made him look very embarrassed, he was not completely unable to withstand it. Don't worry. The giant crocodile walked towards Ji Ming step by step. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth due to the forced force, showing his brutality and hideousness. As the first Kaimai realm cultivator who forced me into this situation, and also the last one, I will remember you firmly. I will destroy your meridians later, imprison you tightly, and then make you open your eyes wide and watch how I eat you bite by bite. Aren't you good at using a knife? Aren't you good at chopping? Then I will use your knife, starting from your hands, to chop them off piece by piece, and then throw them into my mouth. In front of you, I will bite your flesh and blood into pieces bit by bit. Oh! Ji Ming dragged his body and jumped down from the stone wall. He shook his neck, making a crackling sound, then looked at the defeated young man in front of him and sneered. You can try? Court death. The giant crocodile was completely enraged. It suddenly tapped its toes and shot out like an arrow. At the same time, Ji Ming on the other side also raised his sword to fight. After a while, deafening collision sounds were heard in the cave. The 4 people who had been attacked several times by the soul shock finally came to their senses at this moment. Seeing Ji Ming fighting with a young man in white, the fear in his eyes was finally replaced by deep shock. Especially He Xinghuai, he looked at Ji Ming as if he was looking at a ghost. Fight head-on with the great demon in Danding Realm? Is this something a cultivator at the Kaimai Realm can do? Help me now? Just as he was roaring madly in his heart and doubting his life, Lin Yin suddenly spoke. Then, regardless of the difference in their own strength, he picked up his sword and joined the battlefield directly. Zhao Taiju was already eager to join the battle when he saw Ji Ming fighting, and now seeing Lin Yin going up, he naturally joined the battlefield as well. Crazy! They're all crazy. He Xinghuai cursed at the 2 people who were going to die, then ran out of the cave without looking back. Instead of thinking about escaping at this time, they're going to die. These people are either mentally ill or have problems with their brains. If you want to die, then die quickly. I want to live anyway. Although Mu Jingxi did not escape immediately, when she saw He Xinghuai had already left, she hesitated for a moment and then followed him out of the cave. Ji Ming is very capable, but he was only a cultivator at the Kaimai realm, while that giant alligator was at the Danding realm. How could they possibly be a match for him with only a few of them at the Kaimai realm? Even though the fight is going back and forth now, the Kaimai realm cultivator has limited true energy, while the Danding realm cultivator has the purple palace and the golden elixir, and his true energy is endless. If this goes on for a long time, he will undoubtedly be defeated. Chapter 54 Bloody Battle, Part 2. Bang, 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 bang. The terrifying collision caused the entire cave to tremble violently, and countless large and small pieces of debris rolled down. Although Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu are both top-notch in Kaimai realm, in front of Danding realm, as long as they're normal Kaimai realm cultivators, no matter what realm or level they are, there is actually not much difference. Just like now, the young crocodile monster was fighting against Ji Ming. Although he was always harassed by Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu, and was even ambushed by these two people several times with all kinds of insidious means, he was not affected too much, and his rhythm was not disrupted at all. It was like two fierce men were fighting to the death in the ring, and suddenly a weak woman came out, punching their chest with her little fists and shouting, "Stop fighting. Apart from a little noise, what other impact can it have? Kneel down for me." The crocodile monster roared, clenched his claws into fists, and simultaneously stimulated his body and blood to the extremes that he could now stimulate. A tremendous impact and pressure suddenly exploded at one point in an instant. Although Ji Ming reacted early and used the phantom Bawa step to move his body in the first moment, most of the huge impact force still fell on him. With a puff, Ji Ming's blood spurted out and his body was smashed into the rock by the crocodile monster like a wooden stake. Fortunately, Ji Ming's body was strong, and he had been tempered by both the Dragon Tiger refining technique and the Purple Yang body. Although this attack caused the true energy in his body to run wild and his blood to surge, it did not cause completely irreversible damage to his physical body. Seeing that Ji Ming was still standing straight despite withstanding such a powerful attack, the crocodile monster's eyes clearly showed a bit more anger. While Ji Ming's legs were embedded in the rocks and he couldn't move around, he quickly gathered his strength and threw out a second punch. Seeing this, Ji Ming didn't care too much and quickly picked up Mo Lin and placed it across his head. Bang, 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 bang. The giant alligator's fists kept pouring down like a violent storm. Although the power was far less than the previous charged attack, it was definitely not something that an ordinary Kaimai realm cultivator could withstand. D, D, D. The roar of extreme anger and the sound of fists hitting blades continued to merge and echo in the cave. Ji Ming's body was also sinking a little bit. The gravel that was originally only at his knees had now completely submerged his waistline. His face flushed red, and the red-black blood that originally only flowed from the corners of his mouth now continued to seep out from all parts of his body, until it soaked through his ink-black robe and dripped onto the ground. Damn it, is this the Danding realm? Even though he was seriously injured, even though his chi and blood were depleted, even though his current strength was far less than the 11th of his peak, even though he had cultivated the Kaimai realm to the extreme, even though his physical body, sword skills, and body movements were far superior to those of ordinary people, even surpassing most Danding realms, but still can't cross this gap? Ji Ming gritted his teeth and even opened the panel, trying to find a way to make himself stronger or escape. But no matter how he searched or how he thought, he could not find a way out. Behind the crocodile monster, Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu became increasingly anxious and panicked, their heartbeats accelerating. In fact, they could escape now. After all, the crocodile monster was completely blinded by anger and had no time to care about them. But he thought of how Ji Ming knocked his sword away in Langya County, and how Ji Ming resolutely stood in front of him when he first entered the cave. How could Lin Yin leave? How could he leave? Seeing that Ji Ming's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Lin Yan's eyes were completely covered with bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly, hating himself for being incompetent. After chopping so many times and for such a long time, he still couldn't cut off even a single scale from the crocodile monster's back. However, just when he was completely desperate, suddenly, a shrill and painful roar came from the front. Lin Yin looked up suddenly, only to see that the crocodile monster suddenly stretched its neck and raised its head, spurting out large amounts of blood for some unknown reason. Back waist. Zhao Taizhu was stunned for a moment. Then he turned back and looked at Lin Yin and said excitedly and tremblingly, "It's the defensive midfielder. It's the defensive midfielder." Bang! Before Zhao Taizhu could finish his words, his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Lin Yin looked up suddenly, only to see that the giant crocodile had stopped its actions at some point and had fixed its cold and terrifying pupils on Zhao Taizhu. "You deserve to die." The young man transformed from the crocodile monster roared. His body exploded instantly, and he swooped down toward Zhao Taizhu at a high speed. At the same time, energy and blood continued to rise and condense above his fist. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Zhao Taizhu was not Ji Ming. If this punch landed on him, he would surely die. Without any hesitation, He chased after him with sword in hand. At the moment when the crocodile monster's fist and claw were about to fall on Zhao Taiju, Lin Yin resolutely blocked it with his sword. Clang! Bang! First there was the sound of the sword blade being forcibly broken, followed by a muffled sound. Lin Yan's eyes bulged out halfway, and he vomited a large amount of blood, even with some of his internal organs mixed in. The crocodile monster's attack not only broke his sword, but also broke his sternum, leaving an extremely shocking arc. Fortunately, what was behind him was not solid rock, but Zhao Taiju. Although this punch was powerful and fierce, it only took away half of his life. Seeing that this attack did not kill Lin Yin, the ant, the crocodile monster's eyes became even angrier. He raised his fist again, ready to strike back. But at this moment, a sound of a knife suddenly exploded behind him. The crocodile monster was nervous and a little panic appeared on his face. He turned around and tried to resist, but he was still a step too late. That position is still injured. Roar! The crocodile monster roared in pain again, and his angry eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot. He endured the pain, twisted his body, and punched hard behind him. Jiming quickly drew his sword to dodge the punch, but he did not step back. Instead, he turned the blade and used the shock knife technique to push the crocodile monster's giant claws back. The sudden force, coupled with the spiritual level shaking sword technique, caused the crocodile monster to stagger and fall backwards involuntarily. Ji Ming seized the opportunity and gathered his strength to deliver the knife. Although he did not stack the knives beforehand, with the spiritual level top-grade shaking knife technique, this attack was enough to seriously injure him. Chi's strength and momentum are instantly united, first entering the subtle and then the spiritual. The terrifying and domineering sword force suddenly burst out at one point. Seeing that he had no way to escape, the crocodile monster's face was completely filled with hideousness. He completely gave up dodging and resisting, and was determined to draw together all the remaining energy and blood in his body, even at the cost of affecting his injuries. Two extremely terrifying energies were brewing, and the moment they collided with each other, even the cave was shaking violently, like an earthquake. Finally, after both energies reached their peak, boom! Ji Ming stabbed the crocodile monster in the back with his knife. The force of the knife suddenly stopped at the moment of sudden burst out, and then poured out again. As for the crocodile monster, since it had no time to dodge, all its strength was concentrated on its elbow, which then hit Ji Ming's chest hard. The moment the two men collided, not only the cave, but the entire mountain seemed to shake violently. Dense cracks spread out in all directions with the two people as the center. As the knife fell, the force of the knife swept out like a meat grinder, turning the crocodile monster's already seriously injured lower back into pieces of meat. Moreover, the knife force did not stop there, but spread rapidly to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. It climbed to the heart in just a moment. As for Ji Ming, after being hit hard by the crocodile monster's elbow, a shocking blood hole was blown open in his abdomen. The violent energy even rolled his clothes into pieces, revealing his skin covered with bloodstains and cracks. Chapter 55, Breakthrough Soul Realm. Late at night, a heavy and sad atmosphere filled the spacious room. The flickering candlelight moved with the wind, illuminating the entire room, but it could not dispel the gloom in Wu Yunxi's heart. Is there any news from Lord Shin? Wu Yunxi walked out of the room and looked at Zhao Taiju with a sad face and Lin Yin wrapped in bandages in the courtyard, and couldn't help but ask another question. She had asked the same question countless times in just 3 days, but the answer she got was exactly the same every time, without any change. Looking at the two silent people, Wu Yunxi clenched his fists and returned to the room. She looked at the person lying on the bed, her eyes slightly red. You promised to teach me in detail when you come back. But you've been back for 3 days, why? Why haven't you taught me yet? Wu Yunxi murmured in a low voice. She had faced life and death countless times without shedding a tear, but now, for some reason, she couldn't stop crying as she looked at the person in front of her. Especially when the scene on the battlefield that day appeared in her mind. Her throat and heart felt like they were pierced by needles. General Wu. At this time, suddenly, the voices of Lin Yin and Zhao Taiju were heard outside the door. Wu Yunxi suddenly turned around and rushed out of the room. But in the courtyard, there was a young man with a sullen face, standing silently. Brother, Wu Yunxi spoke while choking with sobs. I see. Seeing his sister like this, Wu Yunzhou's face became even gloomier. He was originally carrying out Qin Kuai's secret order with several other generals. However, halfway through the mission, he found that the soul he left for his sister, Wu Yunxi, was shattered. I thought my sister had met with an accident, but I didn't expect that she would go to such lengths to crush the soul jade to come to me, just to save that rash boy who only acted on impulse and completely disregarded the overall situation. Moreover, listening to my sister's anxious tone, the relationship between them seems to be quite simple. He never interfered in his sister Wu Yunxi's life, even when it came to her marriage. But if it's this kid, then that won't work. Wu Yunzhou suppressed his anger, glanced coldly at Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu, and then walked straight into the room where Ji Ming was. Seeing Ji Ming dying and about to die at any moment, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Why couldn't he just die before I got back? He had to make such a gesture in front of me. Although he didn't know why Ji Ming was so seriously injured, this did not prevent Wu Yunzhou from being prejudiced against Ji Ming. In his opinion, Ji Ming was most likely acting on impulse and provoking the big monster whom he could not afford to provoke. Then, because he was not as skilled as the other person, he was beaten half to death by his opponent and ended up in his miserable state today. How ridiculous! Brother. At this time, Wu Yunxi had also walked in. Looking at Wu Yunzhou standing next to Ji Ming, she was about to speak when she heard the latter say in a deep voice, "Master once asked me to take care of him in a letter. If he encounters a critical moment, I will try my best to help him once. Even if you don't tell me, I will save him. But just this once." As he spoke, Wu Yunzhou turned his palm over, and a golden elixir with a faint halo suddenly appeared on his palm. Wu Yunxi's expression suddenly changed. "Is that the healing pill? Brother, this is the breakthrough gift that my master gave me when I broke through the Danding realm. Since I broke through and came to Yulong Pass, I can't remember how many times I've been in desperate situations. There were even several times when I almost didn't make it. But even so, I never thought of using this pill, because this is something my master gave me." Wu Yunzhou held the pill lightly, a rare smile appearing on his gloomy face. But soon, the smile was suppressed again. He turned around and looked at Wu Yunxi, expressionless, and said, "But now, in order to save this kid, I have to use this pill no matter how reluctant I am." Brother, Wu Yunxi wanted to say something, but was interrupted again. "You don't have to apologize to me. I told you I would have saved him even if you hadn't mentioned it. As for this pill, since it was given to me by my master, I can use it for what my master asked me to do. For me, this is the best use of it, and it is used in the right way. Besides, I can't think of any other way to save this kid's life except the rejuvenating pill." After saying that, Wu Yunzhou did not hesitate and directly shot the pill into the bloody hole in Ji Ming's abdomen. Perhaps because he was quite resentful in his heart, the force he shot was not light. "I still have a mission to complete, so I won't waste your time. When he wakes up, tell him that from now on, he is not allowed to step out of the Wu mansion without my permission." In the hazy and dim world, Ji Ming is like a mayfly, without purpose or direction, sinking and drifting at will. He wanted to grab something, but there was nothing around him and he couldn't grab anything. He thought about giving up several times, but every time this thought came to his mind, Ji Ming felt as if something was leaving him, and he was losing something very important. Then he struggled desperately, trying desperately to grab something, even if you don't catch anything. But as long as he is still struggling, those who are about to leave and those who are about to be lost will stop briefly or slow down their dissipation. But as time passed, Ji Ming found himself getting more and more tired. He couldn't struggle anymore and couldn't grab anymore. But just when he was about to give up, a beam of light suddenly fell from the originally gray world. Ji Ming was slightly startled, but soon he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and desperately climbed up along the beam of light, climbing up until, at the end of the vast beam of light, Ji Ming saw a black dot, and as he continued to climb up, the black dot became larger and clearer. He finally saw clearly what the black spot was. He was a young man wearing a black robe. Isn't this me? Why am I here? No, why do I see myself?" Ji Ming took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand to touch something, but before his hand could get close to his body, he heard a snap, and the young man in black robe exploded like a broken mirror. Ji Ming groaned, feeling as if his brain was hit hard by something. He quickly calmed himself down, and then was surprised to find that his body, the young man in black robe, was healing rapidly again. However, before Ji Ming had a chance to react, the body sitting cross-legged in front of him exploded again. At the same time, a stabbing pain swept through Ji Ming's mind. Ji Ming quickly calmed his mind, and the body in front of him began to heal. But as long as he relaxed a little, his body would quickly collapse again. That's all. Ji Ming just watched helplessly as his body jumped back and forth between healing and collapse. Until one moment, a familiar reminder tone sounded in my mind. Kill the first level alligator dragon in the alchemy cauldron, spiritual essence plus 6,000. Exclusive spiritual essence of the soul plus 1,000. Cultivation. Open meridian level 13, body strengthening. Foot Xiaoyang, gallbladder meridian, 6644/1W. Spirit, consciousness, soul, 400/10W. Chapter 56, Conspiracy. It hurts. After seeing the system interface, Ji Ming felt as if he was pulled by something, and then his vision went dark. When his vision returned, he found himself lying on the bed. Am I being sent back to Wu Mansion? Who sent me back? Taiju? It should be him. After all, no one else can send me back except him. Ji Ming murmured a few words and immediately fixed his eyes on the panel. I didn't expect that by killing a Dan Ding realm cultivator, I could obtain an additional 1,000 soul-specific spiritual essences. This is really a pleasant surprise. If I'm not mistaken, the strange dream I had before should be the process of refining my soul after I broke through the soul realm. Thinking of this, Ji Ming tried to release his spiritual sense. In a moment, Ji Ming felt as if he was riding on a sky elevator. His vision was constantly being pulled higher and wider. In a short while, everything within a 2-mile radius came into view. Ji Ming saw the soldiers patrolling in the main city of Yulong and the guards standing guard in the military camp not far away. Besides, in the next room, Lin Yan was wrapped up like a mummy, Zhao Taiju was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and Wu Yunxi is bathing in the room opposite. Hiss! Ji Ming quickly withdrew his spiritual vision, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Fortunately, Wu Yunxi is still in the Kaimai realm. He has no consciousness and no soul, and cannot sense his own existence. But then again, when in the state of consciousness, one's perception and vision are still the same as those of the naked eye, without any penetrating effect. I didn't expect that after breaking through to the soul realm, not only would my field of vision expand several times, but it would also have a penetrating effect, and I could even feel the strength of the other person's aura. Is this the ability of a strong person in the soul condensation realm? An expression of joy that was difficult to suppress appeared on Ji Ming's face. All right, that crocodile monster is at the Danding level after all, so its spirit should be pretty good, right? Ji Ming quickly exited the panel and turned to the prompt interface. Already absorbed, the crocodile spirit treasure upper can be condensed, swallowed, or gathered. Gathering. Consume 3,000 soul-specific spiritual essence and 30,000 common spiritual essence to condense the absorbed essence into a new shape. After gathering, the essence inherits 50% of the attributes and 100% of the talent before death. Crocodile talent. Soul shock active. Huh? There's actually another way to use spirit essence? Ji Ming looked at the introduction on the interface and couldn't help but be moved. This crocodile dragon is, after all, a great demon in the Danding realm. Even if it only inherited 50% of its attributes, it is still far beyond the reach of an ordinary Kaimai realm cultivator. You know, when Ji Ming fought with the crocodile dragon this time, the latter was not only seriously injured, but also depleted of energy and blood, and his strength was not even at his peak 11th level. But even so, Ji Ming was still beaten by him, without any chance to fight back. If Zhao Taiju had not accidentally found the crocodile dragon's wound and seized the opportunity to inflict severe damage on it, the three of them would have died completely in the cave. That's right. This also takes a great geographical advantage. A strong person in Danding realm can stand in the air. If this battle took place outside the cave instead of inside it, even if Zhao Taiju discovered the crocodile's weak spot, Ji Ming would be of no use. He's just a powerful warrior in the Kaimai realm and cannot fly at all. How can he deal with an enemy who can fight in the air at will? I must hurry up and break through to the Danding realm. Only in this way can I truly have the power to protect myself at this stage. The Kaimai realm, even if you cultivate to the extreme, it is only the Kaimai realm. After all, it is still too weak. As his mind raced, Ji Ming condensed the crocodile dragon spirit. He also wanted to gather the crocodile into a shape, but the conditions did not allow it. Not to mention the 3,000 exclusive spiritual essences of the divine souls. He couldn't even afford 30,000 ordinary spiritual essences. The alligator dragon spirit treasure top was condensed successfully. Get talent. Soul shock can carry out a deterrent attack on the target soul, and the stronger the soul is than the target soul, the more obvious the deterrent effect. Activate skill attribute. Soul skill. Soul, skill 0, perception and realm of soul-related attack methods. Not only did this crocodile dragon give me a soul-stunning skill, but it also helped me activate a new skill attribute. Ji Ming immediately took out most of the spiritual points he had earned during this period and put them directly into his soul skills. Soul, spell method 04. Need a break through the soul realm. Soul shock, perfect. A large amount of information continued to flood into Ji Ming's mind like a tide. Although these memories and information were extremely rough when they poured in, Ji Ming did not feel much pain. It's not because the content of the soul skill is so easy to accept, but because Ji Ming's soul has broken through and his comprehension has improved. Naturally, when faced with the forced infusion of this information, he no longer has the same resistance as before. That's all. It didn't take long for Ji Ming to digest all the content. At the same time, he compared the soul shock used by the crocodile dragon before with his own. How should I put it? It's just like waving an axe in front of Lu Ban and a sword in front of Guan Gong. Although his courage is commendable, he overestimates his own abilities. This is without considering the fact that Ji Ming's own spiritual power far exceeds that of the crocodile dragon. If the strength of the soul is taken into consideration, even if the crocodile monster is not injured and is in its prime, Ji Ming will be invincible. The gap in the soul realm is too big. Although Ji Ming's physical body and cultivation are far inferior to the crocodile dragon, the skill of soul shock is enough to save his life. Thinking of this, Ji Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. Call. He let out a long breath, calmed his mind, and then slowly stood up, dragging his heavy and painful body. Now that you're awake, you should go say hello. Although, it's still late at night. Outside Yulong Pass, Qingxia Road. The young man in black leaned lazily against a boulder, yawned as if he was sleepy, revealing his fangs stained with blood. He casually crushed a skull, splattering his hands with minced meat, and said weakly, "You said they've already sent people here. Why don't they send a few more people over?" "Who knows?" The colorful-clothed woman next to her casually drained the blood and energy from the Danding Realm cultivator in her hand, and then threw the corpse aside like garbage. She glanced at the headless corpse in the hands of the black-shirted young man and said expressionlessly, "Give it to me if you don't want it. What's so good about human blood? It smells like rust." The young man casually kicked the headless corpse aside, leaned forward slightly, and his lazy eyes showed a little more brightness. "Why not try mine? It is rumored that you have Su Yaohu, a woman with a naturally charming body that can balance yin and yang. Let me have a taste of her. If that is true, why not give you a few drops of her essence and blood?" As he spoke, the young man raised his fingertips and tried to hook the flawless jade jaw of the woman in colorful clothes. "Oh!" The woman sneered and took a half step back. Although her voice was numbing, her tone and those captivating eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. The young man's raised hand froze in midair, and a hint of coldness suddenly appeared in his eyes as he looked at the woman. He was the prince of Jiaolong Palace, but he was rejected by a fallen fox. Why does she? Just when he was about to explode and severely punish the vixen, several figures came rushing over from a distance. A burly man with a tiger head and a human body spoke indifferently. "We searched 3 times along the way, but couldn't find the 6th person. Please ask Su to seal the letter and ask what's going on at Yulong Pass. If this plan is exposed, the Tang dynasty will be furious. By then, not to mention taking over Yulong Pass, we will have to give up most of the territory that our 4 clans have swallowed up." Chapter 57, Accumulation Method. Time passed little by little, and before I knew it, half a month had passed. Because of his previous spiritual breakthrough, Ji Ming's comprehension has now broken free from the shackles and has been increased to level 5 by him. During this period, Ji Ming stayed in the Wu Mansion to recuperate and used his upgraded understanding to deduce new skills and techniques. In addition, Ji Ming learned from Wu Yunxi and Lin Yin that he was able to recover so quickly this time thanks to Wu Yunzhou's healing pill. There are 5 grades of elixirs, and the recovery pill is a 2nd-grade high-level elixir that can revive the dead and turn their bones into flesh. It is priceless. As for the chi-nourishing pill that the fox demon gave him before, It was a 5th-grade low-level pill, worth 3 to 4 taels of silver each. However, Ji Ming suspected that it was poisonous, so he threw it directly under the bed of the original owner's hometown and never ate it. There is also the Qi and Blood pill that Shun Ke paid to the Qingxiu Fox clan. It is a 4th-grade low-level pill, suitable for monks in the realm of opening pulses. It can fill the Qi and Blood and strengthen the body. One piece is worth 50 taels. If it is of better quality, it will be higher. I originally wanted to offset some of the favor by teaching Wu Yunshi sword skills, but I didn't expect that the favor would become bigger and bigger in the end. Ji Ming couldn't help but think with a wry smile. Kong, 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 boom! In the small courtyard, Wu Yunshi shook the sword 3 times, raising the true energy and sword power in his body to the peak, and then lightly touched the stone pier in front of him. It was as if a tremendous force suddenly erupted from the tip of the knife, and the terrifying force of the knife instantly shattered the stone pier into pieces. I succeeded? Wu Yunshi stared blankly at the pile of rubble in front of him, his slight and tiny voice mixed with a bit of surprise and confusion. She turned to look at Ji Ming beside her, only to see the latter smiling and nodding slightly. Even after getting Ji Ming's affirmative answer, Wu Yunshi still couldn't believe it. In detail, this is something that even my brother couldn't do. She actually did it before her brother. And all this actually just came from the casual guidance of the young man in front of him every day. Thanks. Wu Yunshi took a deep breath and solemnly saluted to Ji Ming as a disciple. I should be the one thanking you. Compared to General Wu's healing pill, my little gift is nothing. Ji Ming shook his head slightly and asked, I have another sword technique here that barely reaches the threshold of precious techniques. Do you want to learn it? May I? Certainly. Ji Ming smiled slightly, then looked at Lin Yan and Zhao Taizhu who were staring at him and swallowing their saliva with envy, and said, You two can learn along too. This sword technique is called sword technique only because I use a sword. If I use a sword, a stick, or a gun instead of a sword, then it can also be called sword technique, stick technique, or gun technique. Spirit lies in spirit and power, not in form and appearance. After saying this, Ji Ming put his fingers together to form a knife, and the internal energy began to circulate rapidly. I saw him gently placing his fingers on another intact stone pier. Every time the true energy circulates through the body, it forms an invisible circle which is temporarily pressed between his 2 fingers. As time passed, the number of invisible rings on Ji Ming's 2 fingers had accumulated to 5. It was at this moment that Ji Ming's 2 fingers suddenly loosened. The sword power and true energy condensed by the 5 invisible circles were released in an instant, pouring down like a mountain torrent bursting its dam. Boom! There was only a loud bang, and the stone pier instantly turned into countless pieces of gravel that flew out. Not only that, the bluestone floor tiles underneath the stone pier were also turned into powder at this moment. This is a new sword technique that Ji Ming improved upon after his breakthrough in comprehension, based on the dialing demon sealing slash, the accumulating power method. The grade is not displayed on the system interface, but Ji Ming feels that it is much stronger than the shock knife method. Moreover, compared to the previous stacked waves demon sealing slash, the charging method no longer increases the sword's momentum by stacking swords, but can complete the charging before the sword is drawn, with 1 breath as 1 round. Theoretically speaking, as long as the enemy is talkative enough, Ji Ming will have enough time to build up his strength until the villain has finished his last words, and then he can kill him with 1 strike of the sword, even if he is at the Dan Ding realm. Certainly, the time required to build up strength is a big problem. If it is the injured crocodile from before, Ji Ming estimates that he will need to build up strength for more than 10 breaths in order to severely injure it without attacking its old injuries. If you can accumulate strength for 15 breaths at a time, you can kill it directly. In addition, the power accumulation method has extremely high requirements for the physical body. With Ji Ming's current physical strength, his limit is to accumulate power for 25 rounds, which is 25 breaths. Now he not only has 13 layers of meridians opened, but also 10 of the 12 main meridians have been opened. His body has also been continuously tempered by the dragon and tiger refining technique, and 80% of his internal organs have reached perfection. Ordinary people, if they don't have a solid foundation in Kaimai realm, can only accumulate energy for about 10 rounds at best. Of course, even if it's just 10 rounds of accumulation, it's completely enough. At least in Ji Ming's opinion. No one in the Kaimai realm can withstand a blow after accumulating energy for 10 rounds. At the same time, Wu Yunxi and the other two widened their eyes when they saw Ji Ming easily shatter the stone pier and the blue stone floor tiles underneath with just a flick of his finger. Of course, shattering the stone pillar itself is nothing. As long as the cultivator in the Kaimai realm is not too fragile, he can do it with all his strength. What's important is how much effort and how much inner energy are needed to break the stone pillar. How much of your true energy did you use? Lin Yin asked quickly. Seeing this, Wu Yunxi also turned his gaze towards Ji Ming. She had used the vibration knife technique to break up the stone pillar before. Although it looked extremely easy, and she didn't even have to exert any strength. Her knife power was operating at its maximum, and her internal energy had reached nearly 40%. How much true energy can Ji Ming transfer? 30%? Still, 20%. Less than 10%. Ji Ming spoke softly, calmly. Mr. Duo? Less than 10%? Lin Yan's eyes widened, and his voice almost broke because he was too shocked. When Wu Yunxi heard this, he also took a breath of cold air silently. Less than 10%? What kind of swordsmanship is this? How can such limited power produce such a terrifying effect? That's right. As if he had thought of something, Ji Ming added. Just now, I was just controlling the sword with force, but I didn't use it to its full potential. If you can get the point right, even if there are a few more bluestone bricks under the stone pier, it can still be broken. All right, there's no point in saying more. I will first explain the secrets and methods to you, and then I will copy down the sword technique, and you can study the contents carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, I'm here anyway. You can always come and ask me. Boom! Just as Ji Ming finished speaking and was about to explain the method of building up momentum to Lin Yin and the other two huge doors came crashing down on him, along with countless broken wood chips. Under the natural perception of his body, Ji Ming circulated the true qi in his body at the first opportunity. He suddenly took a step forward, protecting the three people behind him, and then grabbed the edge of the rapidly rotating door with one hand to quickly block the debris. But it was at this time, an extremely powerful aura rushed in from behind the door at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that Ji Ming didn't have any chance to react. Boom! The wooden board broke with a sound. At the same time, a thick and hard arm stretched out from it. Chapter 58 Battle with Wu Yunzhou. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Dull noises continued to explode in the courtyard. Although Ji Ming had immediately put his hands in front of him to block the strong arm, his body was still unable to stop retreating under this completely irresistible force. He kept moving backwards until his feet embedded in the ground, blowing up countless tiles and leaving a shocking groove. Finally, a beam of the main hall in the backyard was broken by the smash on his back, and then the door panels, screens, and back walls were smashed one after another. Until the wall of the main hall was completely penetrated, Ji Ming was pressed heavily against the brick wall of the backyard by the giant hands. The enormous force instantly turned the brick wall, which was more than a foot tall, into ruins. Cough! Ji Ming coughed slightly, and intuitively felt that the internal energy in his body was constantly turbulent, as if it would burst out from his chest at any time. He raised his head with difficulty, only to see the familiar figure standing silently in front of him. The dazzling sunlight dimmed Ji Ming's vision, but Ji Ming could still clearly see the anger and grief on the other person's face. What exactly happened, brother? At this time, Wu Yunxi and a few others also rushed over. When they saw that the person who attacked Ji Ming was Wu Yunzhou, they all looked confused and surprised. Brother, you! Wu Yunxi walked forward and wanted to say something, but the next moment, she saw Wu Yunzhou wave his hand, and suddenly a transparent air wall blocked her way, preventing her from getting closer. Wu Yunzhou stared at Ji Ming intently. His anger made the veins on his forehead bulge, and one could even see the beating of his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes were so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water. He circulated his true energy several times and wanted to take action, but in the end he held back. Wu Yunzhou raised his head and let out a hoarse breath. Finally, after smashing Ji Ming hard into the ruins, he turned around and left. Ji Ming, lying in the ruins, looked at the other person's broad back and felt a little dazed for a moment. So, what was the reason for my beating? Wu Yunzhou has not left his room since he came back that day. During this time, Wu Yunxi knocked on the door several times, but received no response. Ji Ming looked at the tightly locked door and couldn't help but sigh. He was truly invincible in the Kaimai realm, But facing a Danding realm cultivator in his prime, he still had no power to fight back. It seems that I have to find some time to go outside and kill some monsters to replenish the missing spiritual energy as soon as possible. Only by truly breaking through to the Danding realm can one be considered to have a certain ability to protect oneself. Buzz! Just as Ji Ming was thinking this, a powerful horn sounded suddenly from the main city wall of Yulong Pass. Unlike last time, the horn was only blown once this time. It seemed that the attack from the demons was not fierce, and they were not even at the Danding level. Ji Ming's eyes couldn't help but flash a little. Isn't this just like sending a pillow when you're sleepy? Thinking of this, Ji Ming immediately picked up Mo Lin and prepared to go out of the city to fight. However, before he walked out of the courtyard, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Did I let you out? The four people who were about to go out paused and looked at the closed room with some confusion. General Wu, demons are attacking the city. Since I am the demon suppressor, I should do my part to protect the Dragon Pass. Ji Ming bowed slightly and clasped his fist towards Wu Yunzhou's room. But just as he finished speaking, Wu Yunzhou's extremely sarcastic voice came from the room. Then you were beaten half to death by a demon, and then asked my sister to ask for the elixir for you? Wu Yunxi frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, Ji Ming patted her shoulder gently. The other party was angry and was deliberately targeting him. If Wu Yunxi spoke up for him at this time, it might even affect their relationship as siblings. Ji Ming took a deep breath and said softly. If Ji Ming heard correctly, there was only a horn sound coming from the city wall just now. This also means that there are not many demons attacking the city this time, and there are no Danding realm demons among them. Although Ji's strength is not good, it is more than enough to deal with the Kaimai realm demons. Arrogant. There was a bang, and the door suddenly opened. Then, a shadow swept out of the room and suddenly stopped in front of Ji Ming. The strong wind brought by the powerful aura not only created tiny tornadoes in the courtyard, but also made Ji Ming's clothes and hair flutter high backwards. Wu Yunzhou stared at Ji Ming's eyes and said word by word, Don't you claim that you are more than capable of dealing with Kaimai realm demons? I'll give you this chance. I have suppressed my realm to the 5th level of Kaimai realm. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will let you out of this gate. If you can't, 1 move. Wu Yunzhou was stunned when he heard this. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Ji Ming. What did you say? Ji Ming took a step back, and at the same time, his true energy circulated slowly in his body. It only takes 1 move. You don't have to suppress your realm to the 5th level of Kaimai realm. As long as it's not Danding realm, it's the same in my eyes. Although he owed Wu Yunzhou a huge favor, the other party's tone of voice and the way he did things really made him unhappy. Especially that day when he came back. He beat me up without any explanation or reason. Although they were just minor flesh wounds, Ji Ming was still unhappy. In addition, this battle is related to Ji Ming's breakthrough. To ruin someone's future is like killing his parents. You want to kill my parents. Even if you save me, I will repay you with evil. When Wu Yunzhou saw Ji Ming's arrogant look, he was so angry that he laughed. Okay. 1 move. 1 move. Since you are so ignorant, I will make you understand clearly what it means that there are always people better than you, and there are always higher things better than you. After saying this, Wu Yunzhou's aura suddenly began to rise, and at the same time, an extremely sharp sword force poured out from him. He really kept his word and did not use his Danding realm cultivation. But both his true energy and sword power had been pushed to the extreme by him. This is what Ji Ming said himself. As long as they are not in the Danding realm, they're all the same in his eyes. That's it. Then let this arrogant kid, who doesn't know his place, fulfill his wish. There is no spare energy. Wu Yunzhou displayed all the strength he could exert in the Kaimai realm. He threw a powerful punch, and a terrifying gust of wind condensed into a strong tornado with his fist as the center. Although it was a punch, it was actually a knife. The explosive sound of the sword and the terrifying sword force even caused the surrounding air to begin to distort. Ji Ming couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. If Wu Yunzhou had taken action earlier and not pushed too hard, he would not have made such an arrogant statement as 1 move. As for now, excuse me, I have been gathering my strength for 13 breaths. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, anyone who is at the Kaimai realm must give it to me. Kneel down. Chapter 59. Perfection of Meridian Opening. Clang. The sound of knives rang out from the courtyard. different from Wu Yunzhou's violent sound. The sound of the sword was as ethereal as the cry of a monkey in a valley, and as deep as the roar of a whale in the deep sea. Ji Ming stretched out 2 fingers, which made contact with Wu Yunzhou's fist. Just a moment. The extremely sharp blade poured out, rolling Wu Yunzhou's robe into pieces, revealing his muscular arms. At the same time, a terrifying and extremely violent force suddenly erupted from between Ji Ming's fingers. Wu Yunzhou groaned, and his body flew backwards completely out of control. The surging qi and blood constantly shook his internal organs. Although it suppressed his cultivation, his physical body was truly at the Dan Ding realm. But even so, Wu Yunzhou still staggered back several steps, with a trace of scarlet blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Ji Ming, his chest heaving violently, but no sound came out for a long time. Ji Ming slowly withdrew his fingers. Wu Yunzhou's body was truly powerful. If he had not already mastered the art of swordplay and was able to use the sword's power to the utmost precision, those 2 fingers would have been crippled by that collision just now. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said softly, "General Wu, can I go out now?" When Wu Yunzhou heard this, the energy and blood that had originally calmed down began to surge again. He clenched his fists tightly and gasped for air, his breathing becoming hoarse. I wanted to teach this ignorant kid a lesson, but I didn't expect that he would be severely punished by the other party. So, what kind of demon could have hurt this kid like that? Dan Ding Realm? Impossible. It seems even more impossible. Wu Yunzhou took a deep breath, opened his mouth several times, and hesitated, and finally could only squeeze out 4 words hoarsely from his throat. Be safe. He could force Ji Ming to stay, but there was no need anymore. First of all, he keeps his word. If he loses, he loses. Furthermore, with a horn sounded, there would be no Dan Ding realm monsters outside, and Ji Ming would be invincible with his strength, and he could even help take care of his sister. Thank you. Ji Ming clasped his fist slightly towards Wu Yunzhou. Ji Ming will never forget the favor of saving my life. If I have the chance, I will repay you tenfold. After saying that, Ji Ming turned and walked out of the yard. Wu Yunxi, Lin Yin, and Zhao Taizhu stood there in a daze. It was not until Ji Ming walked some distance away and began to urge them that they realized what was happening and regained their composure. If I read it correctly, it seems that what Ji Ming just used was the method of accumulating strength that he taught them some time ago. Lin Yin rolled his throat and stared at Ji Ming's back. How can this be, Brother Ji? These are clearly my reborn parents. At this moment, Lin Yin just wanted to hug Ji Ming's thighs and yell, "Godfather, please accept Lin Yan's greetings. From now on, the son will follow his father. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I only ask my godfather to teach me how to live forever. By the way, is it too late for me to give up my sword and practice knife skills now?" Because they were delayed in the courtyard for a while, by the time Ji Ming and others arrived at Yulong Pass, the rest of the military camps had already assembled. Ji Ming followed Wu Yunxi and quickly entered the Wu camp. Although the 2 were late, the commander of the Wu camp did not say anything. Those who were lucky enough to survive could still vividly remember the great battle a month ago. Without Ji Ming, the Wu camp would have no chance of tearing apart the enemy's left-wing army that consisted of more than 10,000 demons. If it weren't for Ji Ming, it would have been impossible for them to withdraw so many people after being completely surrounded by the demon army. So much so that, after the Wu camp expanded its enrollment, the veterans would say a few words to the new recruits. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the sound of war drums sounded. The newly formed Wu camp, a full 5,000 armored soldiers, instantly poured towards the distant demons like a flood that broke through a dam. Although there was only one horn, but there were quite a lot of demons, so numerous that there was no end in sight. Ji Ming opened up his spiritual perspective, and at the same time, circulated the internal qi to its maximum. Although he is invincible in the Kaimai realm, a lion still needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. What's more, Ji Ming had 2 mission targets for this battle. First, to fill up the Lingyun pond. That would require 14,000 Lingyuns, which would translate to only 10 demons in the middle stage of the Kaimai realm. The second is to accumulate 30,000 contribution points. Excluding the monsters he killed on the way up and in the first battle, as well as a Danding realm crocodile monster, Ji Ming has now accumulated more than 18,000 contribution points. There are still 12,000 or so that is about 100 Kaimai realm demons missing. This is not a small amount of money. After rushing into the battlefield, Ji Ming did not use the charging method, the shaking sword method, or the overlapping waves to seal the demon. Just casually draw the knife. The sword's heart has become spiritual, and in his eyes there is no such thing as swordsmanship in the strict sense. The sword he wields is the Dharma, he has realized. There is no need to deliberately draw the true energy, nor is there any need to pursue the so-called strength. The sword comes out, the monster dies, it's that simple one. Come, however, is convenient. As for Wu Yunxi, Lin Yin, and Zhao Taizhu, although they could not do it as easily as Ji Ming, with Ji Ming's training during this period, their strength has also increased by more than a little. Especially Wu Yunxi, his ability to charge into battle is much stronger than before. In this state of subtlety, she looks like a sharp blade that can kill any demon she finds. The Wu camp, which was charging behind them, looked at Ji Ming, Wu Yunxi, and the other three in front of the formation with their eyes widened. Especially the new recruits, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. When they first entered the Wu camp, the old soldiers had already told them the story of Ji Ming slaying the demon countless times, and their ears were calloused from hearing it. Although it was true that the Wu camp tore apart the demonic left-wing army, they still felt that the old soldiers were exaggerating. But now, he was really on the battlefield and happened to meet that god of killing. Only then did they realize that the veteran's words were not an exaggeration at all, but were too restrained. What does it mean to be 1 against 10 and to be unstoppable? It's all bullshit. You call this 1 against 10? This is fucking like 1 is worth 100. 1 is worth 1,000. And with unstoppable momentum, bamboo is so hard that you can't break it without some force. This is just like cutting tofu with a rolling knife. It's all scum. Kill the 5th level snake demon in Kaimai realm. Kill the Chi condensation stage 7 rat demon. Kill the crab spirit at the 7th level of Kaimai realm. A series of reminder sounds rang in Ji Ming's mind. He mowed the grass one after another, like mowing the lawn. With the 13th level of Kaimai cultivation, over 80% of his internal organs in perfect condition, and a level 5 swordsmanship, Ji Ming's strength is much stronger than when he participated in the first battle against demons. It took him only a few breaths to fill up the spirit pool after he joined the battlefield. At this point, all 12 meridians are opened. He has already stepped half a foot into the alchemy furnace. But Ji Ming had no intention of stopping there. While taking care of Wu Yunxi, Lin Yin, and Zhao Taizhu, he tried to kill as many Kaimai realm demons as possible around him to accumulate contribution points. But just when Ji Ming was killing with all his might, a strong heart palpitation suddenly came over me. Ji Ming suddenly turned around and looked in a certain direction, while his spiritual perspective was fully opened. But after searching around, I found nothing, and the palpitations I felt before seemed to have never appeared before. Chapter 60 Demon Transformation. Sister, what's wrong? On a hill several miles behind the demon army, a girl in a green chest-length skirt looked at the woman in colorful clothes next to her and spoke in a coquettish voice. Nothing. The colorful-clothed woman raised her lips slightly, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Before returning to Shiwu County, I learned from the local people that the Jianshi Ji Ming was killed by a new cultivator in the Kaimai realm with the same surname Ji. She was so sad about this that she went to great lengths to massacre 3 villages near Beishan to bury him. But I didn't expect. The person she had been thinking about day and night appeared in front of her again. Oh, the new Mr. Ji. You hit it really well. You actually deceived me for so long. I was so infatuated with you that I even sacrificed my freedom for 100 years in exchange for the marrow cleansing pill for you. Oh, go back. Su Ri gently rubbed the girl's head and said softly, "We will take down Yulong Pass in the early spring of next year. Xiao Qian, you must practice well. If you can break through to the Kaimai realm before the beginning of spring, I will give you a realm-breaking gift." Breakthrough ceremony? There were stars shining in the little girl's eyes. What is the realm-breaking ceremony? I won't tell you. Su Ri lightly touched the little girl's nose and said in a teasing tone, "It's a surprise. So, you must not die. My Master Ji." Since there were no great demons from the Danding realm attacking the city this time, and their number was only half of that of last time, the battle did not last long. In less than half an hour, the demon army began to withdraw. Ji Ming looked at the Lingyun pool that had been completely filled up, and a smile appeared on his face. I can finally start to break through the Danding realm. In this battle, he killed a total of 130 demons in the Kaimai realm, which was double the number before. The contribution value has also exceeded 30,000, which can be exchanged for a low-level alchemy method. As for why I don't save up more contributions in exchange for advanced alchemy techniques. First, Ji Ming didn't want to continue to have any more trouble, so he needed to break through as soon as possible. Besides, it is not necessary. With the 5th level of comprehension, one can easily deduce the precious method of the alchemy cauldron. And after breaking through the alchemy cauldron, the physical body and the purple yang body can break through again, and then deduce again according to one's actual situation. The new alchemy method obtained may not be worse than those advanced methods. After the war, Ji Ming returned to Yulong Pass and was immediately greeted by many armored soldiers from the Wu camp. They surrounded Ji Ming as if they were looking at the god of war. This made Ji Ming, who was not very good at dealing with this kind of situation, feel embarrassed. Fortunately, Wu Yunxi and several commanders were there, so Ji Ming waved his hand and said a few polite words before leaving in a hurry. After returning to Wu Mansion, Ji Ming did not go in again. Instead, he said goodbye to Wu Yunxi and explained that he was going back to Langya County. But, Ji Ming added, I will return to Yulong Pass after I finish dealing with things over there. Although Wu Yunxi was reluctant, he still forced a smile and said, Keep your word. Certainly. Ji Ming also smiled back, and then took Lin Yin and Zhao Taiju back to Langya County. The return journey was relatively smooth. I encountered a few little monsters on the way and killed them easily. Among them, there was a Qingqiu fox hiding in the dark. Ji Ming did not kill it, but acted as an actor and pretended not to see it. So what if I ask you to tip off? When I break through the alchemy cauldron, even if you were just by Qinshan, there is nothing you can do for me. Returning to the demon hunting department, Ji Ming wanted to visit Shinkei first, but was told that the latter left Langya County during the period and has not returned yet. Although the Langya branch is far inferior to the Weizhou branch, it still has a large number of skills and techniques in its arsenal. Ji Ming went to the reception hall to check his contribution, which totaled 32,150 points. There are a total of 12 redeemable alchemy methods. Ji Ming read through the introductions to these alchemy techniques one by one, and finally settled on an alchemy technique called demon transformation. The introduction said that this technique was originally supposed to be of rare or even higher quality. However, because only the first chapter is incomplete and subsequent cultivation requires different demon essences and blood, it is too difficult, and no one has succeeded so far, so it was downgraded to rare and low grade. Judging from the thick layer of dust on the introduction booklet, it is clear that few people have tried this technique. Anyone who has saved up money to make a contribution to prepare for a breakthrough would carefully select the cauldron, and would even rather slow down the speed of his breakthrough for the sake of a good technique. But Ji Ming doesn't need to do that. Firstly, his breakthrough in a small realm mainly depends on spiritual energy. No matter whether his technique is good or bad, or whether it is difficult to practice later, it will not affect his subsequent breakthrough. In addition, his comprehension will also improve as his spiritual realm improves. If level 5 comprehension cannot deduce the appropriate technique, then level 6, and if level 6 doesn't work, then level 7. You can always deduce what suits you. It's decided to be you. Ji Ming took out the introduction booklet of the martial arts and went downstairs directly. Back to the reception, Ji Ming was greeted by an old man. Not the old man Yang from before. Huh? Demon transformation? The old man's face changed when he saw the booklet in Ji Ming's hand. Master Ji, do you know that this technique is a fragment? No. Since ancient times, the best works have come out of fragments. Besides, I still have an incomplete sacrifice technique. But then again, the last time I fought the crocodile monster, it was clearly a matter of life and death. So why couldn't I improve my proficiency in the sacrifice technique to a higher level? Just as I was thinking about it, the old man's voice came again. Then Lord Ji, do you know that this technique requires corresponding demon blood to break through each realm, and no one has mastered it so far? No. Ji Ming still nodded. My breakthrough has nothing to do with the technique. It doesn't matter. The old man stared at Ji Ming for a long time, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Since Lord Ji already knows everything, I, an old man, will not say any more. Lord Ji, please wait for a moment. After saying this, the old man took the booklet and left. That's all. Ji Ming waited there for less than a quarter of an hour before the old man returned with a beautifully bound and sealed booklet in his hand. This is a copy of Demon Transformation. Lord G only needs to place the token on the cover of the copy, and the seal on it will be automatically unlocked. The old man explained softly and then handed the secret method to Ji Ming. This anti-theft awareness is quite strong. Thank you. Ji Ming took the secret and left quickly. Finally, I can. The alchemy cauldron has broken through. Chapter 61. Breakthrough Alchemy Cauldron. Inclusion successful. Demon Transformation. Jinji minor success. In the dim room, Ji Ming sat cross-legged on the bed and officially began to break through the realm of alchemy. The so-called Dan Ding realm is to use the body as the cauldron, the qi as the medicine, and the spirit as the guide to condense the golden elixir in the purple mansion. After the golden elixir has turned 9 times, the elixir furnace has been completed. It sounds simple, just a dozen words, but if there is no corresponding method and you have to rely on yourself to explore, it will be like being pulled by a thread on a cliff. If you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces and there is no way back. After Ji Ming successfully collected Demon Transformation, he was not in a hurry to break through, even though the method of breaking through the realm was written very clearly in it, which could be said to be meticulous. But the methods of breaking through the realm here are only general methods. Although they can help break through the realm, they may not be the most suitable for you. Especially Ji Ming, who not only possesses the heaven and earth vein, but also the purple yang body. If he can mutate his martial arts, or combine it with the heaven and earth vein, not only will he be able to break through the realm with twice the result with half the effort, but it will also bring him many other benefits after breaking through. That's all. Ji Ming immersed himself in the deduction of the martial arts method, trying over and over again to combine it with his own physique. Time passes by little. Ji Ming had only a slight feeling at first, but he didn't have a specific model. However, as he continued to deduce, he finally, after nearly 7 days, new prompts appeared on the panel. Demon Transformation. Jinji. Spiritual Demon 5 Transformations. Spiritual Demon 5th Transformation. Minor success. No rank again. Ji Ming looked at the introduction on the panel and couldn't help but mutter. The original transformation of the demons was to absorb the essence and blood of the 3 demons, dragon, tiger, and phoenix, and to refine dragon tendons, tiger bones, and phoenix blood for themselves. It can be said to be a complete method of strengthening the body. No wonder no one has mastered it so far. Just these 3 kinds of monsters are extremely difficult to find. Among the 4 animals, the dragon, tiger, and phoenix, the tiger is a little easier to find. For example, there are many tiger monsters in Wo Mountain and Langia. And the dragon. Apart from the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, Ji Ming couldn't think of where to find a dragon. Moreover, there is only one real dragon in the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, and that is the master of the Dragon Palace. As for his offspring, they're all a mess. They say they're descendants of real dragons, but they just have some dragon blood in them. Most of their characteristics are inherited from their mother. And the divine bird phoenix. The original owner had only seen it in some books of strange stories, and had never heard of the existence of the phoenix in or around the Tang dynasty. And after Ji Ming's transformation, the spirit monster's 5 transformations, the original 3 monsters, dragon, tiger, and phoenix, were replaced by dragon, tiger, rhino, leopard, and ape. They correspond to tendons, bones, skin, flesh, and spirit respectively, while lowering the quality of the monsters. Remove the original blood tempering and instead temper the body and soul. This ensures the tempering of the body, while also taking into account the cultivation of the soul. Although the 5th transformation of the spirit monster looks rougher than the transformation of the demon, its quality and style are also much lower. However, the 5 transformations of the demon are easier to achieve, and many of the details are also integrated with Ji Ming's Ziyang body and the heaven and earth veins, so it can be said to be tailor-made. Judging from the effect of body tempering and the achievements after the technique is perfected, the 5 transformations of Spirit Demon is indeed not as good as the original Demon transformation. However, in terms of difficulty and adaptability, the 5 transformations of Spirit Demon is far superior to Demon transformation. After modifying his technique, Ji Ming officially began to break through. Use your body as the cauldron, your qi as the medicine, and your spirit as the guide. As Ji Ming continued to circulate his qi according to the method of the 5 transformations of the spirit demon, his body was also quietly changing. First, the skin slowly turned red from its original slightly bronze color. Then, the qi in the body that had already turned into liquid continued to compress and refine towards the dantian, and gradually deepened from the original light blue like water to light purple and purple red. The true qi in Dantian increased, and its color became darker, like a small alchemy furnace that was constantly burning. Although the period was extremely painful, Ji Ming could clearly feel that the true energy in his body was undergoing a qualitative change. He gritted his teeth and continued to practice the 5 transformations of the spiritual demon. Until a certain moment, a little light the size of a grain of rice suddenly appeared in the Dantian, from the true qi that was almost overflowing. Ji Ming was suddenly overjoyed. That is his golden elixir. He succeeded. No, not enough. This is just a pill embryo, not the real golden pill. Ji Ming gritted his teeth and continued to draw his true energy to irrigate it. The 12 main meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the 2 meridians of heaven and earth were all squeezed to the extreme. Just like that, with the continuous influx of true energy, the light of the rice grain became bigger and stronger. At that time, south of Manga County, there are mountains with red maple leaves all over the field, and the autumn wind blows through like a sea of fire. The young man in white stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking the prosperous county town in the distance. Mountain Master! At this time, a blue-eyed white fox came galloping down the mountain path, then transformed into a human body with a fox head, knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and reported. The little demon down there sent me news that the man passed through Fuhua Road from the east and headed into the city. Into the city? The young man in white snorted coldly, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Sure enough, he went to Yulong Pass. Oh, if you had stayed in Yulong Pass, I really couldn't do anything to you, but now, since you've entered the city, don't even think about leaving. After that, Bai Qianshan took out a small tuft of fox hair from behind his ear and said indifferently, "Distribute these spiritual hairs that contain my spiritual consciousness to guard the 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and northeast of Manga County. If you find that guy leaving the city, inform me immediately." Yes. In the dim room, there was a red and purple halo that flickered continuously as if it was breathing. The source of the halo, the young man, was naked, truly naked. Because, at this moment, Ji Ming was like a furnace burning with raging fire. His whole body was red. Especially in the Dantian area, there is a red and purple light, as bright as the sun in the sky. As Ji Ming continued to inject true energy into his Dantian, the grain of light in his Dantian was now the size of an egg. Moreover, as the golden elixir continued to grow, the innate purple energy originally stored in the Purple Mansion Palace also merged into it on its own, condensing into light purple lines on the surface of the golden elixir. It is also because of the infiltration of purple energy that the originally bright red golden elixir has an additional layer of purple halo, making it look even closer to the sun in the sky. Now that the golden elixir has taken shape, it's time to guide the soul into the elixir. Ji Ming urged his mind to split the soul in the Yuan Palace into 2. One part continued to guard the Yuan Palace, while the other was directly poured into the golden elixir that was as scorching as the sun. Although his soul was burned to ashes the moment it came into contact with the golden elixir, Ji Ming felt a piercing pain like needles and fire in his mind and Dantian. But he did not stop there, but transformed his soul into a huge mouth of the abyss and swallowed the golden elixir in one gulp. Although the golden elixir is ready, if I cannot use it, it will be a useless elixir. The moment the golden elixir was swallowed, Ji Ming felt as if he had swallowed a red-hot iron ball. All the cells in his body were shaking violently, making a sizzling sound. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his temples, and his frowning brows became even more furrowed. Although the golden elixir is powerful, it is ultimately a product of the Danding realm. Ji Ming's spirit has already reached the soul realm, comparable to a powerful person with a strong spirit. The two confronted each other for only a moment, and the dazzling light on the golden elixir gradually began to dim, until Ji Ming's soul was completely immersed in it, and the golden elixir completely turned into a night pearl, with only a faint and gentle red and purple light flashing. It was also at this moment that Ji Ming felt a mysterious force coming from the outside to the inside, and then from the inside to the outside, as if cleansing his body. At the same time, there was an indescribable, inexplicable, invisible, and intangible energy between heaven and earth, but it could be felt and captured. It kept pouring into his Dantian and then spreading to his limbs and bones. Chapter 62, Yin Yang Meridian. Is this the spiritual power of heaven and earth? But don't I have a spiritual vein? Why can I still absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Moreover, this spiritual energy seems to be slightly different from what is recorded in the technique. After a cultivator at the Danding realm injects his soul into the golden elixir, he can sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth through his spiritual veins, and thus draw the spirit into the body, tempering the physical body while feeding back to the golden elixir, thereby improving the quality of the golden elixir. For cultivators like Ji Ming who have no spiritual veins, they can only give up their spiritual power and take the path of pure body training. That is what people often call a warrior. Although warriors and Qigong practitioners are essentially different, there is no difference between them. The former cultivates the body and bones externally, and the Qi, blood, and soul internally. After achieving perfection, he can also move mountains, fill the sea, and destroy cities and overthrow countries. As for the Qi refiners, they only need to use the spiritual power of heaven and earth to temper themselves, and at the same time feed back to their spirits and souls. After they have achieved great success, they can fly into the sky and into the sea and be invulnerable to water and fire. Wherever their mind and method reach, it is the will of heaven. The reason why people prefer to refine Qi before refining the body is mainly because the path of a martial artist is too difficult and bumpy. Whether it is the external training of the body, muscles and bones, or the internal training of Qi, blood, spirit, and soul, everything depends on oneself. In comparison, the Qi refiners are like rich young men who have everything provided for them. All they have to do is shout, communicate with their spiritual power, and their body and soul will be tempered automatically. And the better you shout, the stronger your ability to communicate with spiritual power will be, and the better the tempering effect will be. Because Ji Ming has the golden finger, he only needs to keep slaying monsters to obtain spiritual essence, and there will be no obstacles in breaking through the realm. Therefore, for him, it doesn't matter whether he is a warrior or a Qi cultivator, as long as he breaks through the realm and upgrades. Therefore, apart from being a little unhappy about the fact that he had no spiritual veins and could not become a Qi refiner, he did not have any other emotions. As long as I can become stronger, I will cut off as many spiritual veins as you want. But now, Ji Ming discovered that the spiritual power that had been indifferent to him and had long been abandoned actually came to him on its own initiative, and this spiritual power seemed to be even purer than what was recorded in the book. There was even a very special energy in it. It's like the goddess you once couldn't get suddenly changes her mind and not only licks you crazily, but also licks you in different ways, such as JKOL, Lolita. As long as you can accept her, she will do whatever she wants. Oh, since you have sincerely admitted your mistakes to me, then I will mercifully accept you. Ji Ming raised the corner of his mouth and immediately activated his golden elixir, madly devouring this energy that was similar to the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Not long after, the edges of the faint purple lines on the golden elixir were coated with a layer of red gold film. Although this thin line was still very dim, Ji Ming could clearly feel that the efficiency of the golden elixir in attracting Qi and blood was much stronger than before. And the communication between the soul and the body seems to have become stronger, etc. What the hell is this? Just when Ji Ming was about to quit his training and experience the Danding realm, he suddenly discovered two strange-shaped meridians in his body that were intertwined, but not intersecting. Ji Ming was stunned. He had been busy refining the golden elixir and had not looked at the panel. He didn't know if there were any relevant prompts on the panel. The innate purple energy has been successfully integrated. Soul fusion is successful. The purple gold pill was condensed successfully. Cultivation +1, or a +1. Break through the Danding realm and gain an additional 2 spiritual points. The evolution of the heaven and earth vein was successful. Yin Yang Meridian +1. Successfully communicated with the spirits of heaven and earth. Purple extreme, golden pill, purple gold yin yang pill. So, these 2 meridians are the yin and yang meridians. I have opened up 2 more great meridians, and these 2 great meridians can help me communicate with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. No, it's the spirits of heaven and earth. Ha, ha ha ha. Happy. Ji Ming laughed out loud, then looked at the attribute panel again. Purple gold yin yang pill. First turn. Danding first floor. 0/10W. Golden Body, First Level, 0/10W. God, Soul Realm 2, 400/100W. Available Spirit Points 4. Wooey 5. Knife Intention 5. Body Dharma 4. Physique Method 4 can add points. Yang, Chongyang Body 4. Soul Method 4. Note: the spiritual essence plundered by killing demons can only be added to one of the Chi, Golden Pill, and Body, Golden Body. Wow. To break through one level in Dan Ding Realm, 100,000 spiritual essences are needed, and the gases cannot be added at the same time, so you can only choose one. I only had 6,000 spiritual essences to kill that crocodile monster before. If I want to break through the realm of Chi and Body, don't I have to kill more than 30 monsters of the crocodile dragon realm? This is only the Dan Ding realm. If he reaches the Yunshin realm in the future, won't it be even more terrifying? Jiming was a little uneasy. Although I knew that the experience required for each breakthrough would increase dramatically, I didn't expect it to increase so much. I miss the days of Chi condensation. From now on, I can't just rely on killing demons to improve my cultivation. I also need to practice myself. As for the distribution of spiritual essence, for the time being, I will focus on the physical body. After all, refining the body is much more difficult than refining the Chi. Moreover, I still have the two major meridians of Yin and Yang to help me absorb the spirits of heaven and earth. Even if I don't rely on spiritual essence, my cultivation speed is faster than that of ordinary Dan Ding realm cultivators. With this in mind, Jiming looked at the physical column again. You can add some. Level 5 swordsmanship has given him a feeling that all methods have their roots. Combined with level 5 comprehension, he is no longer restricted to one or a certain type of swordsmanship. Now, Jiming can do whatever he wants. What about level 5 physique? Jiming immediately added a little spiritual light to his body. In an instant, the pain that ripped my heart and lungs apart, gnawing at my bones and marrow, swept over me. Although Jiming was prepared for the pain that would come with adding points to his physique, his body, cultivation, and soul had all grown dramatically and were no longer the same as before. But when the pain came over him, it still made him question his life. Puff, puff, puff. It was as if something had burst, and Jiming's originally fair skin was instantly covered with dense cracks of all sizes. Scarlet blood mist gushed out, instantly turning Jiming into a bloody man. Ah! Jiming let out a shrill and hoarse scream. He felt like his skin was being peeled off bit by bit with a knife. Boom! Boom! Jiming knelt on the ground, his heart and chest beating violently, and even the dragon-like blood vessels in his arms were shaking violently. Pain! It hurts so much. Jiming clenched his teeth tightly. If he had not been able to clearly feel his skin constantly cracking and healing, he would have even suspected that there was something wrong with his golden finger. And so, time passed little by little. With the continuous circulation of Qi and blood and the spirits of heaven and earth in his body, Jiming's skin finally healed faster than it cracked. Until all the dense cracks on his body were restored one by one. Jiming seemed to be reborn, and he looked brand new. His skin was no longer the slightly bronze color it had before, but had become smooth and white like jade. The well-proportioned lines and nearly perfect muscles make Jiming look like someone other than an ordinary person. But just when he thought his physical upgrade was over, his heart suddenly stopped. Chapter 63, Level 5 Physique. Jiming's expression suddenly changed. But before he had any time to react, his heart, which had stopped beating, began to beat violently as if stimulated by something. And both the beating speed and intensity are many times higher than before. Jiming could even clearly see that the skin on his left chest was constantly expanding and contracting, and the contents inside seemed to be about to burst out of his body at any time. Puff! Jiming, who finally felt relieved, fell to his knees again and vomited out large mouthfuls of blood. In a short time, the entire bed sheet was dyed a dark red. The severe pain came again. This time it's no longer about the skin, but about your own flesh and blood. And this kind of pain is still pulling on Jiming's nerves with the beating of his heart. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned and pulled by some kind of force, and actually formed a huge whirlpool with Jiming as the center. The spiritual power continued to condense and circulate, and then, regardless of whether Jiming agreed or not, it poured in frantically from all directions. Ah! Jiming let out another hoarse roar. and at the same time, the blood in his body seemed to flow out of his mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes uncontrollably. All the blood is dark red. And after leaving the body, the cells in Ji Ming's body began to frantically devour the spiritual power of heaven and earth that was uncontrollably and completely poured into him. Every time a bit of spiritual power is absorbed, fresh blood is born, until all the original blood in Ji Ming's body was replaced, and these cells stopped their violent and greedy swallowing. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have lost its pull and slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Is this the end? Ji Ming rolled his throat, and there was still some fear and dread on his face and in his eyes. It's so scary. He really didn't want to experience this kind of pain for the third time. Snort! Ji Ming suddenly groaned, and then he raised his head and screamed in anger and pain. Ah! Fuck you! Ji Ming could no longer remember how much time had passed, how many times the pain occurred, or where exactly it hurt. He was lying on the floor with blood, saliva, and tears still lingering at the corners of his mouth and eyes. It was already scabbed over, but he didn't bother to clean it. The whole person seemed like an idiot with dull eyes and expressionless face. Snap! At this moment, a slight sound suddenly came from the beam. Old houses are like this after you've lived in them for a long time. Even if there's nothing in them, they'll still make a noise. Ji Ming slowly stood up, casually activated the internal energy in his body, and shook it lightly. In an instant, the dust and dirt remaining on his body turned into powder and disappeared without a trace with a wave of his hand. Ji Ming changed himself into clean clothes, then walked out of the room and came to the small courtyard in front of the house. Now that the upgrade is complete, he naturally wants to feel the changes in his body. I don't know why, but Ji Ming's heart was unusually calm, yet unusually uneasy at the moment. He always has an illusion. It seems as if he is the only one in the world. Anything, any object, any person, any demon, no matter the realm, no matter where they came from, in his eyes, all garbage. The corner of Ji Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that his brain was damaged by the pain? How could you have such an idea? If this were to be revealed, he would probably die without knowing how. He quickly dismissed these absurd thoughts, then immersed his mind in his body and looked around. From skin to flesh, from blood to marrow, everything was replaced. Fortunately, his spirit and soul have not changed. Otherwise, he would have doubted whether he is still the same person as before. Although I didn't feel the most direct increase in combat power from this physical upgrade, it seems that the communication between my entire body and the spiritual power of heaven and earth has become easier. It's as if I can borrow the spiritual energy within 100 meters at will with just a thought. So the function of the 5th level physique is mainly to passively enhance the ability of the Danding realm to communicate with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. With my current physique, even those sect geniuses with extreme spiritual veins are far inferior to me, right? In addition, Ji Ming's physical perception range has actually been improved from the original 100 meters to 1,000 meters. It can be said to be a qualitative change, but compared to communicating with the spiritual power of heaven and earth, this function seems insignificant. Ji Ming's mind moved slightly. The golden elixir in his body began to circulate, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth around him and the blood in his body began to boil instantly. He just tapped the ground with his toes, and the blood and spiritual power in his body suddenly burst out, and his body suddenly rushed into the sky like an arrow. The speed is so fast that it is several times, or even dozens of times faster than performing the Phantom Bagua step at the Kaimai realm. This is the Danding realm. No wonder those people in the mountains would say, only those who can form the golden elixir can be considered as our kind of people. Whether it is condensing chi or opening meridians, it is all martial arts training, and it only stays at the martial arts level. Only when you reach the alchemy cauldron can you truly practice Taoism and attain immortality. Ji Ming turned a few circles in the air and then returned to the courtyard. There is more than one Danding cultivator in Langyu County. If he is too ostentatious, it will attract the attention of other cultivators at the same level. He doesn't want to be exposed yet. After all, there is a fox on a mountain in the south that has been eyeing him. If he accidentally alerts the snake or scares the fox, thousands of spiritual energy will be wasted. After returning to the courtyard, Ji Ming made a move with his hand, and Mo Lin, who was originally lying in the house, rushed out as if he had a spirit, and then hung quietly beside him. Controlling objects through the air, like standing in midair, are abilities that can only be acquired after reaching the Danding realm. However, everyone's spirit, true chi, and blood, as well as the ability to mobilize spiritual power, are different, so the ability to control objects also varies. Like Ji Ming, he can only capture some light and small objects within a range of 100 meters. If the distance exceeds this, or the mass and volume are too large, there is nothing we can do. As for what is called lighter mass and smaller volume, well, anything below 1,000 pounds is light, and anything within 1,000 square meters is small. It's just the first level of the alchemy cauldron. Certainly, this is Ji Ming's first level of alchemy core. If it were an ordinary alchemy core cultivator, to achieve this kind of ability to control objects, he would need to be at least at the 5th level. However, what really brings about a qualitative change in the combat power of Danding Realm cultivators is not standing in the air or controlling objects through the air. Rather, it is the solidification of chi and blood, the borrowing of spiritual power, and the release of true chi. Ji Ming's fingers lightly outlined, and the ink scales came out of the sheath, emitting an ethereal and deep trembling sound. He gently grasped the hilt of the knife, and with 2 fingers of his left hand, he lightly stroked the bumpy blade like dragon scales, while at the same time drawing out a trace of true energy to gather strength on the blade. Then, he slashed out at random. Clang! The air in the courtyard seemed to suddenly solidify. At the same time, an air blade rushed out, tearing the solidified air apart, and then crashed straight into the stone table not far away. The air blade dissipated. The stone table looks good intentions intact? Chapter 60, For You Disappoint Me So Much. After successfully breaking through, Ji Ming was not in a hurry to leave Langya County. Instead, he stayed in the demon hunting division to continue consolidating his cultivation. If he had free time, he would simply give Lin Yin and Zhao Taiju some pointers on their practice, and also help them revise their techniques. Both of them have spiritual veins. Although the quality is not high, it is more than enough for the alchemy cauldron to break through the realm. Especially after Ji Ming helped them modify their skills, if the two of them could practice step by step, they would be able to break through the Danding realm in 2 to 3 years at most. That's all. Ji Ming stayed in the Demon Hunting Bureau for another half a month, until he was completely familiar with and mastered his current strength. Then he picked up the wine jug, rode his horse, and slowly walked out of the county town. At the same time, the other side, by Qinshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain and regulating his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. His light, golden eyes stared towards the east of the county town, and his voice was cold. Finally, you're willing to leave the city. The words fell. The young man slowly stood up, his white robe with cloud patterns and gold edges fluttering in the wind. He just took a step forward. The next moment, his entire body rose into the air, carrying with it the boundless power of the 2nd level of Danding Realm, as if a god had descended to earth and rushed straight to the east of Langya City. Boom! Ji Ming was sipping wine leisurely on horseback when he suddenly heard a roar like a Boeing plane cutting through the sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the southwest sky. I saw a white shadow shooting towards me like an arrow. Idiot! Ji Ming curled his lips and didn't care. If Bai Qinshan sneaked up on him and suddenly attacked him from behind, he might have taken it seriously. But like what is happening now, making such a big noise, making people feel as if they don't know he is coming, what kind of idiot is that? What? If you don't pretend to be so cool, is it because your knife is too blunt to cut people? Or is it because you are too weak to exert any strength? Moreover, this guy is really bad at pretending. Boy, we meet again. The young man in white, who looked like a banished immortal, stood in the air, looking down at Ji Ming on horseback. His eyes were sharp and he sneered, trying to see the panic and confusion on Ji Ming's face. However, waited for a long time. The young man on the horse seemed to have no idea who he was, and there was no change in his expression. This made Bai Qinshan feel like he was punching cotton and he couldn't use any strength. He took another step forward, and at the same time, the aura on his body poured towards Ji Ming like a flood, and his voice was ferocious and crazy. If you beg for mercy now, I might be able to give you a quick death. Otherwise, what else? Ji Ming was still sitting contentedly on the horse's back, holding a pen to his chest, with a teasing curve at the corner of his mouth and a playful look in his eyes. The sudden interruption choked Bai Qinshan. His eyes flickered. The behavior of the human boy in front of him was too abnormal. He quickly spread his spiritual sense, covering an area of nearly 400 meters. This is the bloodline magical power exclusive to their Qingxiu Fox clan. The range of their spiritual sense perception is far greater than that of ordinary Danding realm cultivators, and their perception ability is also more detailed. At the same time, Bai Qianshan was still recalling the scene when he arrived. After a moment, Bai Qianshan's changeable eyes returned to their coldness. There are no other Danding realm cultivators nearby. This human kid was just bluffing me. It was ridiculous that I was actually fooled by him. Thinking of this, Bai Qianshan's anger rose again. He stared at Ji Ming with a face as dark as water. I gave you a chance out of kindness, and granted you a quick death, but not only did you not cherish it, you also repeatedly angered me. In this case, I will let you know what it means to be unable to live or to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qianshan made a hand gesture, and a shadow of a fox suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, a fierce demonic aura escaped from his body, carrying with it a murderous intent, and crushed directly towards Ji Ming. The power was so strong that even the air around it became stagnant. However, such a monstrous evil spirit, when it fell on Ji Ming, was like a gentle breeze on his face, only ruffling some of his hair. That's what you said. Ji Ming looked at the young man in white in front of him and sneered. Can't live, can't die. You. Bai Qianshan opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was full of disbelief. Although he knew that Ji Ming was somewhat unusual, he was able to withstand his pressure with his Kaimai realm cultivation. But he is now using all his strength. He even used the bloodline power of the Qingxiu Fox clan, and the pressure of the soul and the pressure of blood came together. This human kid can withstand the pressure of his blood and qi. Can he also withstand the pressure of his soul? Or does he have other treasures? Are there any other means? Ji Ming spoke again, and he picked up the gourd from his waist again. The black-scaled long sword that was originally on his waist was casually stuck into the ground by him. He took a sip of wine leisurely, his contempt evident in his words. When Bai Qianshan saw this scene, he clenched his teeth and his face turned red. He was a cultivator at the Danding realm, but he was treated with contempt and ridicule by a cultivator at the Kaimai realm. It was simply outrageous. Sword! He just let out a light shout, and a streak of light instantly flew out from his waist. At the same time, the shadow of the fox behind him instantly shrank and circled, and finally merged with the streak of light, turning into a green sword. Cut! Bai Qianshan was no longer careless and attacked with his full strength. The green sword slashed straight out, carrying with it murderous intent and demonic energy. It not only tore the surrounding air in half, creating layers of twisted creases, but also dyed the sky and earth within a radius of dozens of meters into light green. However, it was a sword that was so sharp and so powerful. When it was about to fall on Ji Ming, it was suddenly frozen. In front of the sword tip, there was an ink-black long sword suspended in the air. No matter how the sword blade trembled and rotated, it still could not move forward at all. Bai Qianshan's eyes widened. You are also Danding Real? Ji Ming didn't say anything, but picked up the wine jug again and took a sip of wine. He glanced at the stunned and dazed Bai Qianshan and exhaled lightly, smelling a strong whiff of alcohol. In an instant, Bai Qianshan felt that he was enveloped by an extremely terrifying existence. He looked up blankly and was about to run away, but the next moment, it was as if an invisible giant hand slapped him heavily. It was actually a soul attack. Although Bai Qianshan summoned the spirit fox phantom to resist at the first moment, in front of the giant palm, his spirit fox phantom was instantly shattered into pieces like paper. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the pain of his soul being torn apart instantly swept through his mind, making his face look deathly pale. Well, Ji Ming sighed lightly, slowly rose into the air, and then took Bai Qianshan into his palm. He pinched the young man in white who was so arrogant just a few seconds ago and said indifferently, "You disappoint me so much." After saying that, all I heard was a click. Bai Qianshan, who was at the Danding realm, was completely annihilated. Kill the Qingxiu Fox Demon at the second level of Danding. Spiritual Essence plus 7,000. Exclusive Spiritual Essence of the Soul plus 2,000. Absorb the essence of Qingxiu Fox, Precious Upper. Can be condensed, swallowed, or gathered. Talent. Soul Perception. After refining, it can expand the range of one's own soul perception by 100%. Chapter 65. Magical Weapon for Accommodating Objects. Qingxiu Fox's spirit, treasure top, was successfully condensed. Get talent. Soul perception. As the panel prompt came down, a virtual shadow of a spirit fox appeared in Ji Ming's Naiwan palace. At the same time, it seemed as if something was attached to his soul. He slightly expanded his soul, and in just a moment, everything within a radius of 2 kilometers was in sight. After knowing the specific effect, Ji Ming quickly withdrew his soul. Although Danding realm cultivators can use their spiritual perception to detect people and objects, but we cannot investigate at will. If it affects other cultivators of the same realm, or even higher realms, it would be a complete offense. Of course, if you just look at the cultivators in the Kaimai realm, or the cultivators in the same realm who are weaker than you, it doesn't matter. The strong prey on the weak. There has always been a place for the strong in this world, and there will never be a place for the weak. If you want to survive, if you want to live with dignity, then you must keep getting stronger until you break this fucking rule. After briefly counting the harvest, Ji Ming leisurely rode his horse, carrying the wine jug, and slowly headed towards Yulong Pass. To be honest, Bai Qinshan really disappointed him. In his memory, the fight between the Danding realm cultivators would not destroy the heaven and earth, but at least no grass would grow within 100 miles. But who would have thought? This guy's soul couldn't break his defense, and he was even more vulnerable to his strongest sword. If he didn't like using a knife, he could have blocked the sword with his fist. Rubbish. Ji Ming curled his lips, but his expression soon changed. I'm not really hurting my brain, am I? Ever since his physical body was upgraded, he felt that his brain was a little abnormal. Everyone I see looks like an ant. Seeing him should be like an ant seeing the blue sky. Totally out of control. That kind of contempt came from the heart. If he hadn't tried his best to suppress it and try not to look at others, that kind of contempt and disdain would even be expressed in his words. Tons. Ji Ming took a few gulps of wine and tried hard to suppress the strange emotion. Only after he felt a little more normal did he set his eyes on the fox demon's corpse. The jade belt around his waist still emitted a faint glow. If I'm not mistaken, the sword that appeared before floated out from this belt, right? So, is this the legendary magic weapon for storing objects? Ji Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a casual move he brought the jade belt and the green sword in front of him. He immersed a ray of his mind into the jade belt, and soon he felt the restrictions on it, as well as the phantom of a fox grinning at him. Ji Ming curled his lips. Just divine consciousness. Bang! Like the sound of glass breaking, the grinning soul was instantly shattered into pieces, and the restrictions on the jade belt were also lifted. Vulnerable. Yulong Pass, the military meeting hall. The bright candlelight swayed and flickered slightly, reflecting 2 burly figures. On the main seat, Qin Kuai twirled his beard lightly. He looked at the young man with a lonely and absent-minded expression below and said comfortingly, "You can't be blamed entirely for this. To be able to kill 5 of our Danding realm cultivators so quietly, the opponent must be much stronger than us. It doesn't really matter whether you're here or not." The old man doesn't seem to be very good at comforting people. After saying this, the young man lowered his head even lower. Feeling a little embarrassed, Qin Kuai simply changed the subject. "Did you notice anything unusual when you came back or rushed there again? Logically speaking, this secret order was only between me and the 6 of you, and no one else. How did the demon know about it?" "I have no idea." Wu Yunzhou shook his head slightly and spoke hoarsely. He stared at the teacup, and the tea reflected his eyes full of self-blame and grief. Qin Kuai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he just sighed. The sudden loss of 5 Danding realm masters at Yulong Pass was more serious than simply suffering a direct defeat. Danding Real, the true backbone of the Tang dynasty, capable of guarding a county anywhere. Even if 1 person died in battle, it would be a huge loss, let alone 5 people dying in succession. Din Hu. At this moment, Wu Yunzhou suddenly looked up. A gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed in his originally lonely eyes. "I suspect there is a traitor in the army. Please, General Qin, grant me the privilege to investigate this matter thoroughly." An insider. Qin Kuai looked at the candlelight in the distance, his eyes flickering slightly. "I started to suspect it when the 5 of them got into trouble, but apart from the 7 of us, I really can't think of anyone else who could know about this, and how they could have informed the group of demons in advance. Unless..." He set his eyes on Wu Yunzhou. A look of surprise first appeared on the latter's face, but soon a cold light flashed across his face. Only the 7 of them knew about this. So, the traitor can only be among these 7 people. If the traitor is neither Qin Shuai nor himself, then this person can only be Call. Wu Yinzhou let out a long breath. He slowly stood up, bowed slightly to the old man in the main seat, and said softly, "I will take my leave." After saying that, he directly left the military meeting room. At the same time, outside Yulong Pass, among the continuous mountains, the tiger-headed young man sat in front of the torch, looked at the colorful dressed woman not far away, and asked, "Any letter from Yulong Pass?" The woman in colorful clothes shook her head slightly, and the clear and melodious sound spread gently in the cave like ripples. The failure to find a 6th person shows that the matter has already revealed some clues. If there are more correspondence at this time, it will only reveal more. In addition, the Dragon Palace has issued an order that we can start preparing for the formal siege after winter comes. Our 3 tribes need to prepare a large army for the exhibition as soon as possible, especially the strong men in the Danding realm. Each tribe must have no less than 10 people. After saying that, the woman in colorful clothes glanced at the young man in black clothes not far away. The latter's eyes flashed coldly, and he grinned and gritted his teeth and said, "It's just 10 Danding realm masters, haha, my Jiaolong Palace will give them to you." However, just as he finished speaking, Su Ri's gentle voice continued to sound. "The Jiaolong Palace needs 5 more late-stage Danding masters and 1 Yunshin realm expert." Boom! Don't go too far. The young man in black robe stood up suddenly, and his alchemy skills at the peak of his powers burst out instantly. Too much bullying? Su Qingru couldn't help but sneer. You really are going too far. You! The young man in black robe realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately calmed down. Okay, the tiger-headed young man said indifferently. Instead of wasting time here, why not think about how to fight the war after winter comes? Although Yulong Pass lost several Danding realm masters this time, it did not cause any harm to the overall strength. Also, since our elders have already taken the demon-suppressing master away, I would like to ask you 2 tribes not to stand idly by. Don't forget, Langa Monster Hunting Division still has 2 gold medal monster hunters. Chapter 66. War begins again. Master Ji, your wine. Inside the small courtyard, Wu Yunshi deliberately lengthened his voice and placed 2 exquisite large gourds on the stone table in front of the young man. Upon seeing this, Jiming quickly picked up one of the pills, uncorked it, and took several gulps. Oh, comfortable. Seeing Jiming drinking so voraciously, Wu Yunshi couldn't help but smack his lips. This wine can be said to be the strongest wine in the entire Langa County. Under normal circumstances, few people would drink this stuff. It is used to paralyze the soldiers guarding the pass when they are injured. Over time, this wine got a new name, anesthetic. Well, as for its original name, I guess even the tavern owner can't remember it. Can I ask you a question? Wu Yunshi supported her chin with both hands and stared at Ji Ming with her watery eyes. The latter took another sip of wine and felt a slight dizziness brewing and spreading in his mind, which made him feel a little better. He put down the wine jug and said casually, "If you don't know anything, just ask directly. Don't be so polite." Wu Yunshi curled her lips and then expressed the confusion that had been weighing on her heart. "It's been 2 or 3 months since you first came to Yulong Pass. I don't think I've ever seen you practice swordplay. Moonstick and year sword. This is what ordinary mortals who cannot practice cultivation say. In the eyes of cultivators, any level of weapon technique needs to be constantly tempered and polished. First gather the momentum, then go into details, and then give it spirit, understand the true meaning, and finally attain enlightenment. As for terms like entry, minor success, major success, and perfection, those are terms used by mortals and cultivators in the chi condensation stage. If you want to truly master a weapon, the first thing you need to do is to gather your strength. This is the threshold. If you can't cross it, everything will be in vain. Although cultivators with an innate heart or body of Tao can have an advantage in cultivation, it is just an advantage. Cultivation is inevitable. After all, God gave you a pair of fast legs, but if you are not willing to run even a few steps, how can you surpass others? But Wu Yunshi discovered that although Ji Ming had been practicing since he entered Yulong Pass, he had never touched a knife. Although she has no Taoist heart or body, she is extremely obsessed with swords. Although his realm is not high enough to comprehend the essence of it, it does not mean that he cannot see Ji Ming's realm. Just like a gourmet, his own cooking may be just SOSO, but that doesn't mean he can't taste the good or bad of other people's work. Wu Yunxi could clearly feel that Ji Ming's swordsmanship had been improving, especially after the first battle between demons and monsters. She felt that Ji Ming's momentum and charm of swordplay had changed, become more free-spirited and more absorbed in painting. So, how did you reach this level of swordsmanship? Wu Yunxi stared at Ji Ming closely, his eyes filled with curiosity and a bit of anticipation. Of course I cheated my way up there, Ji Ming muttered to himself, then pretended to be serious and said, "You have been in the subtle realm for a month, right? Do you know the essence and key to entering the subtle state?" Wu Yunxi pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "Is it about practicing the technique to the extreme subtlety?" "You are talking nonsense." Ji Ming looked at the girl speechlessly. Originally, he planned to follow the other party's imagination and make it complicated and mysterious so as to deceive people. After all, that's what was written in the books I read before. Now it seems, Ji Ming sighed silently in his heart, and then sorted out his insights when he entered the subtle state and said, "No matter what kind of technique it is, it comes from the art first and then the method. This is the order, and it cannot be messed up." As he spoke, Ji Ming tapped the stone table in front of him with 2 fingers together. Nail, nail, nail. The crisp sound slowly spread out, and at the same time, an extremely sharp yet invisible and colorless ripple slowly spread out. He looked at Wu Yunxi and continued. The so-called subtlety is to cultivate the swordsmanship to the most subtle point. Whether it is a technique or a method, it needs to be in-depth and meticulous. You can't forget the previous technique or method just because you have gathered your strength. We cannot underestimate the skills and methods just because they only have a form and remain at the level of mortals. So, the key to subtlety is to start from the most basic technique, go down to the next dimension, and unravel the details to gain insight into all the details. When you have checked and filled in all the subtle details and made in-depth analysis to make sure that nothing has slipped through the net, then you have achieved great success. After saying that, Ji Ming lifted his 2 fingers off the table and made them into a blade, then made the simplest chopping motion. It seems light, soft, and weak, but a closer look will reveal that Ji Ming's chopping move, whether it is the physical movement or the circulation of true qi, even the gathering of strength, has been done to the extreme, and there is nothing wrong with it. Wu Yunxi stared blankly at the knife that Ji Ming swung, her eyes flickering slightly. And then, as if she felt something, she slowly raised her right hand, put 2 fingers together, and then gently pointed forward. Buzz! The air around them began to tremble violently, as if stimulated by something. The next moment, a circle of transparent ripples suddenly spread out. Ji Ming's eyes widened. "I just said a few words of experience, and you broke through immediately." Buzz! Before he could feel the impact of Wu Yunxi's sword, a horn sounded again from Yulong Pass. Buzz! Buzz! 3 times? Ji Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a flickering light in his eyes. Bai Qianshan did not satisfy him before. This battle is just the right opportunity to test my current level of killing power. Outside Yulong Pass, there was cold wind and flying snow. The demons, so dense that there was no end in sight, slowly advanced under the red clouds. Above the army, more than 10 black shadows could be vaguely seen flying in the air. Ji Ming stood at the top of the city wall, leaning on his sword with both hands, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Behind him was the Wu camp, with 5,000 soldiers in armor and ready for battle. Boom! 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 At this time, the war drums on the top of the city wall finally sounded slowly. The 5 commanders of the Wu camp raised their weapons in an instant, and the next moment, 5,000 elite soldiers rushed towards the demon army in the distance like a torrent. As for Ji Ming, he took a step forward, and then suddenly touched the ground with his toes. In an instant, his figure soared into the sky like a cannonball. He did not use spiritual power to fly in the air, but relied purely on the burst of physical strength. When his entire body reached the highest point, Ji Ming drew his sword from its sheath, then adjusted the angle and swooped down towards the vast army of demons like a flying swallow skimming the water. When Ji Ming was about to land, he suddenly threw the ink scales in his hand and opened his hands wide at the same time. In just a moment, Mo Lin pierced through several little demons in the Kaimai realm. As for Ji Ming, he grabbed the heads of 2 demons in the Kaimai realm with his open hands and smashed them to the ground. Boom! The huge impact force made the entire ground look like a lake hit by a huge rock, causing circles of rolling ripples. The demons within a 10-foot radius were instantly blown away, and the little demons in the chi condensation realm, who were not at their highest level, were turned into bloody mist on the spot. Ji Ming raised his hand to take Mo Lin back, and just when he was about to continue sweeping away these little monsters in the Kaimai realm and chi condensation realm, his body suddenly froze, and he looked up blankly at the sky. Chapter 67. Killing Big Monsters in a Row. At this moment, Ji Ming only felt his heart a little tight. Literally tight. It was as if he was being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. If he made the slightest movement, this giant hand would instantly crush his heart. What's going on? Ji Ming's face darkened. Kill. At this moment, a roar suddenly broke out from some little demon, and then more than 10 demons in the Kaimai realm rushed towards Ji Ming. Ji Ming was struggling over whether to move or not, when suddenly, the big hand seemed to disappear. Clang! Ding, ding, ding. The demon's weapon has already fallen on Ji Ming, but the scene they imagined did not appear. Whether it was the halberd or the machete, after coming into contact with Ji Ming's body, it actually made a series of metallic knocking sounds. Ji Ming made a move and used the power of controlling objects to collect all the weapons of the little monsters. Then he pushed back with his hand, and the confiscated weapons instantly scattered in all directions, piercing all the little monsters that were besieging him. Just as Ji Ming was about to move forward to slay the demon, that feeling of palpitations came over him again. His face suddenly changed, and his body involuntarily took half a step back. Who is it? Is there such a powerful one among the demons? Is the other party the Danding or the Yunshin? If it were only at the Danding level, this method would be somewhat terrifying. Killing without anyone noticing, without even knowing how the other party did it. Whoosh! At this moment, a streak of light came rushing from afar, at such a fast speed that it seemed as if the distance could be reduced to 1,000 miles. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Guang had rushed in front of Ji Ming, and with just one strike, Ji Ming was knocked away with his sword. Ji Ming quickly steadied his body and stabbed the ground with his knife, and he flew backwards dozens of feet before he was able to steady his body. Whoosh! At the same time, the streak of light swept over again. Ji Ming's eyes turned slightly cold. He picked up his knife and turned around, slashing at the streak of light. A tremendous amount of force was gathered at one point and exploded the moment it came into contact with the flowing light. Boom! Both sides flew backwards almost at the same time, plowing a shocking gully on the ground. The flowing light groaned, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned out to be a burly and extremely old man with a pale face. He looked at Ji Ming, grinned, and said, "A new face? Coming for support? Nice knife. Since I arrived at Yulong Pass, I have fought 13 times, with 10 wins and 3 draws. I have killed 7 of your Yulong Pass Danding monks." He raised his hand, signaled the surrounding demons to retreat and clear the battlefield for him, and then hooked his finger at Ji Ming. Come, come, let me see if you, a rising young man, can escape from my hands alive." Ji Ming smiled brightly, revealing his sharp white teeth. He raised his head to look at the sky and saw that the giant hand had disappeared again, and he couldn't help but sneer. "You are just in the middle stage of Danding, and you dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you really think you can compete with me by just a sneak attack? Ridiculous." With this thought in mind, the golden elixir in Ji Ming's body began to circulate slowly. At the same time, the spiritual power around his body began to flow into his body frantically as if it was summoned. He grasped the hilt of the knife, his blood and spiritual power gathered together, and his golden elixir and golden body emerged simultaneously. Ji Ming was seen holding the hilt of the knife and walking slowly towards the old man as if he was strolling in the garden. One step, one breath, one movement of the body. There are 7 steps in total, and the power of the 7 levels of Zhodian is condensed. The old man still didn't move, so Ji Ming could continue to gather his strength. But the other party was only in the middle stage of the alchemy core, level 7, which was already a great blessing to him. Boom! Ji Ming suddenly tapped the ground with his toes, and his spiritual power and blood burst out at the same time. Combined with his level 4 body skills, his speed reached an extremely terrifying level. When the old man saw this, a look of surprise first flashed across his eyes, but soon he was filled with ecstasy. Good, good, good. Just in time. He opened his fist stance, aimed at the young man who was rushing towards him like a moth to a flame, and threw a punch. Clang! The ethereal and distant sound of the sword echoed in this small world. The old man maintained his punching posture, but there was no more madness or ferocity on his face. Instead, there was only confusion and puzzlement. Laugh! Rubbish! Ji Ming swung his sword lightly, his cold and indifferent eyes full of contempt and disdain. He twisted his neck, making a crackling sound, and then looked around at the chickens and dogs that had already been frightened silly. He did not covet the dense spiritual energy, but directly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the sky above the Yulong Pass. There were more than a dozen Danding realm masters fighting in a melee. Among them, there was a disheveled figure that Ji Ming was familiar with. It was Wu Yunzhou. At this moment, he was being besieged by 3 great demons in the Danding realm, 2 in the early stage and 1 in the middle stage. Just as Ji Ming was about to help, his eyes fell on the woman in tight clothes who had reached the middle stage of Danding cultivation. To be more precise, he looked at the tiger-shaped shadow behind the woman. Is this a tiger demon? Ji Ming let out a long breath. The originally cold eyes gradually became hot. Tiger demon! Ji Ming began to gather his strength again, his burning eyes fixed on the woman who was constantly harassing Wu Yunzhou on the sky. 1 breath, 2 breaths, until 7 breaths. Ji Ming's figure suddenly rose from the ground, and the ink scales in his hand made long noises. Clang! With a swing of the sword, 7 levels of gathered power suddenly poured down at this moment. The tiger demon who was chasing Wu Yunzhou felt as if a thorn in her back. She ignored Wu Yunzhou's counterattack and suddenly retreated to the side. It was at this moment that the overwhelming sharp sword energy whizzed past her original position, and the terrifying sword force even left densely packed, transparent cuts in the void. Tisk! A cold look flashed across Ji Ming's eyes. I'm trying to give you a quick death with good intentions, but you don't know what's good for you and insist on avoiding it. In this case, whoosh! Upon seeing a new Danding realm cultivator entering the scene, the other 2 Danding early-stage monsters that had been besieging Wu Yunzhou immediately turned their attacks and attacked Ji Ming. Get out of here! A young demon in the Danding realm looked like a young man, looking at Ji Ming rushing towards him, and immediately drew out a 3-foot green sword, wrapped in layers of sword energy, and suddenly pointed it out. Get out of here! He was already in a bad mood because of his failure, and now he saw 2 annoying guys blocking his way, making his life difficult. How could he not be angry? With 1 blow of his sword, Ji Ming dispersed the rotten sword energy, and then he took advantage of the situation and changed his target to the young man who handed him the sword. The waves are stacked to seal the demon. Ji Ming swung his sword like rain. His spiritual power and blood circulated, and in just a moment he formed an impenetrable sword curtain in front of the young demon. The latter still had hope and tried to break the knife curtain with sword energy. But how could his paper-thin sword energy resist Ji Ming's sword curtain? The sword energy had just condensed when it shattered in an instant. Booz, booz, booz. The dense sound of swords whistling past like a mountain wind. The great demon in the Danding realm was finally killed on the spot after just a single encounter. Chapter 68, Killing the Tiger Monster. Wu Yunzhou, who was in a stalemate with the tiger demon woman in the distance, was not too far away. After noticing the movement on Ji Ming's side, he involuntarily paid some attention to it. When he saw the young man with the alchemy cauldron being killed easily, a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. Although the opponent is only in the early stage of Danding, his strength is not bad. To kill so easily, one must be at least in the middle stage of Danding cultivation and have extremely outstanding killing power. Just when Wu Yunzhou was wondering which colleague had made the move, the next moment, he saw a face that was familiar, yet unfamiliar. Is it him? How is this possible? Wu Yunzhou felt like he was struck by lightning, and even lost his mind temporarily because of it. The tiger demon woman took advantage of this opportunity and slapped Wu Yunzhou hard on the chest. Puff! Wu Yunzhou, who was ambushed, was like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily towards the city wall. He did not stop until he had smashed a huge hole in the thick wall of Yulong Pass. Tisk! A look of deep disgust flashed across Ji Ming's eyes. He is still distracted in a life-and-death fight. Is he careless or stupid? The tiger demon woman originally wanted to take advantage of the victory and kill Wu Yunzhou directly, but when she saw Ji Ming was chasing her closely, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and give up. Although Wu Yunzhou is a human prodigy who achieved the alchemy cauldron before the age of 30 and can fight against the middle stage with the early stage, but compared with one's own life, killing the human race's genius is still a matter of urgency. We are an alliance. Why should I risk my life and effort? In just a moment, the tiger demon woman was hundreds of feet away from the top of the city. Just when she was about to move to another battlefield, she found that the madman did not stop, but continued to bite her. In such a huge battlefield, there were more than 10 Dan Ding great monsters, and there were also 5 or 6 in the early stage. Why do they want to focus on me? Are you treating me like a soft persimmon? Although the tiger demon woman was extremely angry, she did not let her anger get to her head. Although she did not feel the knife attack from Ji Ming that happened earlier, she felt that she could not withstand the residual force left in the air. That's all. She ran away, and he chased her. In a short while, the two flew all the way from the battlefield to a barren mountain dozens of miles away. The tiger demon woman no longer had the anger she had before, but instead had a sneer of success on her lips. She looked back at Ji Ming, pretending to be angry, then gritted her teeth and fell straight towards a valley. Ji Ming couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked at the woman's clever look. His soul can now cover an area of 2,000 meters in radius, and the tiger demon woman is only 100 meters away from him. It's okay to harbor evil thoughts in one's heart. After all, no matter how wide the soul's reach is or how closely one looks, one can't see into someone's heart. But the tiger demon woman showed everything in her heart on her face. It was hard for Ji Ming not to know. Seeing that they were about to enter the valley, Ji Ming silently practiced the method of accumulating energy and began to gather strength. That's all. A demon and a human entered the valley one after another. It was at this time that Ji Ming's spiritual vision caught a glimpse of a burly figure above the valley. Another tiger monster. After careful investigation, the other party's realm seems to be the middle stage of Danding. 2 middle stage alchemy furnaces? No wonder this woman is so confident. Ji Ming silently added 3 more circles of potential energy to Mo Lin. A total of 10 levels of gathering power. I dare not say that one strike will kill, but as long as it hits, it will definitely injure the opponent seriously. Just like that, Ji Ming continued to chase the tiger demon woman, seemingly not noticing the burly man getting closer and closer behind him. At a certain moment, the tiger demon woman suddenly stopped, turned around, and swung out a palm. Ji Ming turned his body slightly to avoid the palm strike. When the tiger demon woman saw this, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Fell into a trap. She widened her eyes and looked at the burly man who suddenly appeared behind Ji Ming. The joy in her heart was beyond words. However, just as the burly man was about to hit Ji Ming hard with his tiger claws, clang! A burst of sharp knife sound suddenly broke out in the valley. Buzz! Thousands of sword auras, wrapped in sword force, instantly burst out from Mo Lin and then slammed heavily into the burly man who suddenly attacked. Ah! The sturdy man let out a sharp and painful tiger roar. There was a bloody hole as big as a head piercing through his sturdy chest. The bones and organs inside seemed to have been severely ground by a wall-breaking machine, and all turned into minced meat, splattering everywhere. As he thrust out a knife, Ji Ming hooked his 5 fingers onto the sturdy man's ferocious face. The art of subduing dragons and tigers. The chi, blood, and spiritual power in the body suddenly burst out. Bang! The head of this tiger demon in the middle stage of Danding was crushed on the spot. Ji Ming shook off the meat paste and broken bones in his hands with disdain, then looked at the tiger demon woman not far away and asked with a smile. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing? Gurgle. The tiger demon woman's throat twitched, and her delicate and fair face no longer had the previous arrogance, only fear and panic. With a plop, the tiger demon in the middle stage of Ding actually knelt down in front of Ji Ming, tears streaming down his face, begging bitterly. Please, please, don't kill me, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything you ask me to do, be a slave or a maid. I won't complain. As she spoke, she knelt on the ground and quickly moved to Ji Ming, and then the 5 fingers gathered into a hook-like claw and rushed straight up from the bottom 3 directions. Clang! Just as her fair arm was about to fall on Ji Ming's lower abdomen, a flash of cold light flashed across. Then, her arm, along with the white mass, broke away from her arm and flew backwards. Ah! The tiger demon woman let out a shrill scream. Then her body transformed into a several-meter-long, menacing white tiger with hanging eyes. Anything else? Ji-Ming leaned on his knife, looked at the white tiger rolling back and forth in pain, and sneered. If there is no other means, you can die. Baihu stared at Ji-Ming intently and roared in pain and ferocity. I will never let you go even if I die. Oh, really? Ji-Ming smiled brightly, slowly raised the ink scales in his hand, and swung it down. Kill the sheep monster at level 4 of Danding. Kill the raccoon monster at the 2nd level of Danding. Kill the 5th level tiger monster in Danding. Kill the 4th level tiger monster in Danding. Spiritual Essence plus 3.5 W. Exclusive Spiritual Essence of the Soul plus 1.5 W. Absorbing the spirit of the sheep fairy. Absorb the spirit of the tiger demon, which can be condensed, gathered, and devoured. Talent. Burning blood. You can burn your blood essence to increase your blood strength in a short period of time. After the burning blood effect, you will enter a weak state. The more blood essence you burn, the longer the weak state will be. This talent seems to be good. Although this approach will hurt the enemy by 1,000, but will hurt yourself by 800, it can save your life at the critical moment. Ji-Ming took a quick glance at the panel, and finally swallowed up the spirits of Yang Yuan and the raccoon monster, replacing them with the exclusive spiritual essence of his soul. As for the white tiger spirit, Ji-Ming chose to condense it, and the remaining 5th level tiger monster was used for fusion to enhance the talent effect. After doing all this, Ji-Ming came to the corpses of the 2 tiger monsters. With a slight movement of his mind, the powerful power of his palms began to frantically absorb the essence and blood in the corpses. After a short while, 2 fist-sized scarlet blood beads floated above his palms. Chapter 69 Tiger Bone. After obtaining the essence and blood, because there was no specific container to store it, Ji-Ming could only build a cave nearby to absorb it on the spot. Otherwise, by the time we return to Yulong Pass, our essence, blood, and spiritual power will dissipate, and it will be no different from ordinary demon blood. After sealing the cave, Ji-Ming began to practice the tiger bone transformation among the 5 transformations of the spirit demon. He wrapped the essence and blood with his spiritual power and then swallowed it in for absorption. But not long. The unique energy contained in the tiger demon's blood was extracted by Ji-Ming and then traveled throughout the body according to a specific trajectory. Finally, under the guidance of the golden elixir spirit, it slowly attached to the bones of the body. Bah! It looked like a red-hot iron was put into the water. The moment the essence and blood came into contact with the bones, Ji-Ming felt a burning pain. However, this kind of pain was nothing compared to the previous physical upgrade. Ji-Ming didn't even frown. Moreover, I don't know if it is due to the upgrade of the physical body, but the efficiency of the bones in absorbing blood essence is much higher than Ji-Ming expected. According to the records in the original demon transformation, the essence and blood absorption rate must reach more than 30% in order to be considered successful in tempering. After downgrading to the 5th elixir, Ji-Ming expects the absorption rate to be around 50% because the requirements for blood essence and blood are not that high. But now, after 2 drops of essence and blood entered his body, Ji-Ming was surprised to find that the absorption rate reached over 90%. This was even because there were some impurities in the blood of the 2 tiger goblins, which Ji-Ming did not absorb. If the blood essence of these 2 tiger monsters is extremely pure, then wouldn't the absorption rate be infinitely close to 100%? Level 5 physical body, so terrifying. A look of deep joy appeared on Ji-Ming's face. That's all. As time passed, the 2 fist-sized pieces of blood essence that Ji-Ming had swallowed had been completely absorbed and refined by him. Ji-Ming could clearly feel that his bones had undergone a qualitative change. He quickly opened the skill attribute interface. Spiritual Demon 5th Transformation. Minor success. Dragon Tendon progress. 0%. Tiger Bone progress. 20%. Rhino Skin progress. 0%. Leopard Body progress. 0%. Monkey God progress. 0%. 2 drops of blood essence increased the value by 20%. Ji-Ming raised his brows slightly. This progress far exceeded his imagination. After closing the panel, Ji-Ming walked out of the cave. His eyes flickered as he looked at the stone mountain in front of him and murmured, "Let me see how much improvement the so-called tiger bones can bring to my physical body." After saying that, Ji-Ming threw a punch. He did not use any spiritual power, nor did he circulate his golden elixir. His sword energy was completely restrained, and even his martial arts techniques were not used. This punch is powered only by the body's energy and blood. Boom! At the moment the fist collided with the mountain, a colorless ripple slowly spread out. The mountain shook violently. The huge rock in front of him, which was taller than the attic of the secret court of the Demon Hunting Bureau, was reduced to powder in an instant. This strike alone is no weaker than the third level of the energy-gathering method. This is still Ji Ming's pure physical strength. If it is combined with spiritual power, swordsmanship, and technical skills, how powerful will it be? This improvement is huge. In a cave with a flickering bonfire, Su Rui's beautiful face was slightly cold, and even the flickering flames in front of her eyes could not melt it a bit. On the battlefield a few days ago, she met the man again. I don't know what happened, but his realm has actually reached the Danding realm. In the eyes of others, perhaps an early-stage Danding cultivator is nothing. But only she knew that a few months ago, Ji Ming was just a young cultivator at the second level of qi condensation. In just a few months, he broke through 2 major realms. This speed of cultivation would not be exceeded by more than one person in the entire Tang dynasty. Moreover, judging from the strength shown by Ji Ming, his realm was not reached by relying on elixirs, but was actually in the Danding realm, and the quality of the golden elixir was extremely high, and his early stage was as strong as that of an ordinary middle stage. If we allow him to continue growing, the consequences will be disastrous. So, Su Rui felt murderous at that moment. She had secretly planted a master-servant soul contract in Ji Ming earlier. After all, the other party had a pure yang body. If he took the path of a pure warrior, there was a great chance that he would be able to achieve the golden body realm. The purpose of planting the soul contract between master and servant was to prevent Ji Ming from surpassing himself in cultivation one day and having evil intentions. So, after seeing Ji Ming break through the Danding realm, Su Rui activated the master-servant soul contract without hesitation. But what she never expected was that after the master-servant soul contract was activated, not only did it not kill Ji Ming, but it also caused her to suffer a backlash. She didn't understand and didn't comprehend. Obviously, Ji Ming is only a cultivator in the Danding realm, and the strength of his spiritual consciousness has not surpassed his own. Even if it has surpassed his own, as long as he is still in the Danding realm, he will still not be able to escape the soul contract's killing. Unless his spiritual consciousness has transformed into a spiritual soul. But how is this possible? Ji Ming is only a cultivator at the Danding realm. No matter how high the quality of the golden elixir is, it will never give birth to a soul before the 9th transformation. Thinking of this, Su Rui actually felt a little scared. Ji Ming is now completely out of his control. If we meet again in the future, elder sister. At this moment, a clear call suddenly came from the direction of the cave entrance. Su Rui collected her thoughts and looked back, only to see a little girl in green clothes running towards her. Seeing this scene, a gentle smile gradually appeared on Su Rui's originally cold face. At this moment, although winter has already arrived, a slight spring breeze blows by, making the originally cold cave a little warmer. Sister. The little girl threw herself into Su Rui's arms and said in a coquettish tone full of surprise, Xiao Qian has achieved a breakthrough again today. It's the 7th level of qi condensation. Yeah. Su Rui gently rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, Xiao Qian is really amazing. But don't be complacent. Yeah. The little girl in green nodded her head obediently, then transformed into a little white fox with phoenix eyes and snuggled in Su Rui's arms, saying sweetly, There are still 2 months until the beginning of spring. Xiao Qian will definitely be able to break through to the Kaimai realm. Su Rui smiled when she heard this, but the smile was a little bitter. Yamavrai, I'm going to break my promise. After successfully breaking through, Ji Ming originally wanted to return to Yulong Pass. But as he walked, he discovered something very serious. Is lost again. Clearly the distance was only 50 or 60 miles at the beginning, but after so many twists and turns, it has now become an unknown number of miles. Ji Ming didn't dare to move forward in one direction, because at this moment he had completely entered the territory of the demons. If he accidentally chose the east and walked all the way to the territory of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, with his cultivation level of only Danding realm, he would probably never come back. So, Ji Ming planned to wait until night, observe the stars, look for the North Star, and then head west so that he could return to Yulong Pass. Even if it is not Yulong Pass, we can definitely enter the territory of the Tang Dynasty. Just as Ji Ming was thinking this, suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Ji Ming couldn't help but feel a little nervous, because, judging from the sound, the owner of the source of this sound was at a level far above his. Chapter 70. The Powerful One with the Spirit. Chio Shushi, your soul is damaged and your spiritual power is almost gone. If you continue to fight, you will surely die. Why don't you be my concubine? Not only will I spare your life, but I will also take over Yulong Pass and give you the entire Langya County. Above the sky, a burly middle-aged man wearing a round-necked stone-blue robe with gilded dragon claws on his sleeves stood in the air. He held the hilt of the knife in one hand and slung the machete, which was as big as an ordinary family's door panel, over his shoulder. His narrow pupils reflected the woman in green not far away. Besides a hint of sinisterness, his eyes also showed deep greed and mockery. The woman didn't say anything. Her cold and beautiful face was as calm as autumn water, without any expression. She silently raised the 3-foot-long green sword in her hand, and gusts of breeze slowly swirled around the blade. At first, the few wisps of breeze were not noticeable, but as the woman raised her sword higher and higher, the breeze swirling around it continued to expand and accelerate. In just a few breaths, it condensed into a giant tornado dozens of feet high. Stubborn. A hint of anger flashed in the round-necked man's eyes. Although the other person was a human, his appearance was extremely good, especially his cold and aloof temperament, which made him like him the most. Chio Shushi, even though you want to die, I will not grant your wish so easily. After saying that, the man's hand holding the knife suddenly paused forward. In an instant, the void trembled violently, and the majestic scarlet blood, wrapped in the extremely rich spiritual power of heaven and earth, all attached to the blade. Want to exchange death for injury? Wishful thinking. Not only will I not kill you, I will also abolish all your cultivation, and then let you watch helplessly as I ride on you at will. Boom! Suddenly, the tornado on the woman's sword was rushing towards her. The round-collared man shouted suddenly, and his broadsword along with the blood mist turned into a ferocious giant crocodile and slammed into the tornado fiercely. At the moment of collision, the terrifying energy turned into circles of giant ripples that continuously spread in all directions. Even though the two were hundreds of feet in the air, the strong airflow that swept out still swept up countless flying sand and gravel on the ground. Many large trees that provided shade were uprooted and then shattered into countless pieces under the energy ripples. After the first strike, the two did not stop, but instead engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Although there are no more dazzling and magnificent techniques, the power and momentum exuded by the collision is even more powerful than before. The other side of the mountain, after feeling the vibrating energy between heaven and earth, Ji Ming chose to flee far away without any hesitation. Although his mind became a little abnormal after the breakthrough of his physical body, he could still easily maintain basic rationality and clarity as long as he did not encounter any monsters. I just don't know if it was just bad luck or if the two energies in the sky did it on purpose. No matter how he fled, even changing direction several times, the two energies always followed him. Finally, after riding the wind for more than 10 miles, Ji Ming was still unable to escape the impact of the two energies. The powerful airflow and storm swallowed him completely the moment they swept through. Ji Ming frowned. Although the energy generated by the fight between the two strong men was strong, it was not enough to cause any harm to him. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder-like collision sounds continued to explode above the head. Ji Ming looked up at the sky and saw a middle-aged man holding a giant machete and hacking at the woman in green in front of him in the midst of the mighty hurricane. The machete was so huge that the woman in green looked extremely small in front of it. And, judging from the current situation of the fight, the woman in green has already shown signs of defeat. Although she can still barely resist the man's crazy attack, her momentum is like a candle in the wind and can be extinguished at any time. Tisk! Ji Ming originally planned to take a look at the trend of the fight between the two strong men and then leave in the opposite direction. But when he saw the stupid way the middle-aged man used the knife, his brain seemed to have cramps and he was completely out of control. His expression was somewhat distorted, and his originally deep and calm eyes suddenly revealed a strong sense of contempt and disdain, and even a deep disgust. Ah, what a rubbish sword technique. It's a dirty eye. Ji Ming growled, then took a step forward. The ink scales in his hand began to tremble violently, making bursts of sharp, piercing sounds. One breath, two breaths. Ji Ming stood amidst the flying sand and rocks. Letting the storm ravage his long hair and robes, he remained unmoved. Time passes slowly. 18 levels of power have already gathered on the black-scaled blade. However, Ji Ming did not put down the knife. Instead, he clenched his teeth, revealing his bright red gums and sharp white teeth. He stared with bloodshot eyes at the middle-aged man who was still swinging the knife blindly above the sky. The power of the 18 cycles was gathered. If it were an ordinary Dan Ding realm cultivator, he would have exploded and died by now. But Ji Ming relied on his level 5 physical body to compress and compress the sword forces again and again, until gather power to the 20 levels. Blood mist was constantly bursting out of Ji Ming's arm, and he shouted at the middle-aged man on the sky. "Stop it!" Boom! A sound like thunder exploding in the storm. At the same time, the effect of shocking the soul also swept towards the middle-aged man who kept chopping. The sudden scene made the middle-aged man, who was completely unprepared, suddenly stiffen. As a powerful person in the soul condensation realm, his soul is naturally no stronger than Ji Ming Rua's, and is even much stronger. But he only had eyes for the woman in green, so he was not prepared for Ji Ming's attack at all. This is like an adult who is caught off guard and is suddenly hit on the back of the head by a child's fist. You won't be beaten to death, but you will definitely be confused. The middle-aged man tried his best to calm himself. Although he was attacked suddenly, his level of cultivation was there after all, and he came to his senses in an instant. However, at this moment, the sword force that Ji Ming had unleashed had already come whistling, like a long river flowing back, pouring down in an instant. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and countless blood mists burst out from his body, as if the mountains were suddenly covered with rhododendrons. Ah! The intense pain made the middle-aged man let out a shrill roar. It was at this moment that the woman in green seized the opportunity, and the sword in her hand trembled violently. Countless tiny streams of light, as small as silver needles, burst out in an instant, and even the surrounding space was covered with dense cracks. The middle-aged man was first shocked by Ji Ming's soul, and then he was unable to dodge and was hit by the 20-level energy-gathering technique, so his body had already become stiff. It was also because of this that he could have dodged most of the silver needles, but now all of them were stabbed into the middle-aged man's head. In just a moment, the man's head was pierced into a pool of blood and minced meat. The woman in green had already suffered severe injuries, and she overdrawn herself by using her strongest sword before her death. She groaned, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, and then she could no longer maintain her body shape and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 71, Dragon Blood. Ji Ming wasn't much better. Forcibly delivering a 20th level concentrated sword strike had already drained too much of his energy, blood, and spiritual power. He staggered to his feet, his hands tightly gripping the hilt of the knife. The ferocity on his face had long disappeared, replaced by endless fear. Ji Ming's throat twitched, and he murmured with heavy breathing. "What's wrong with me? Why do you feel this way?" If that woman hadn't come to the rescue this time, and I was the only one left, Ji Ming didn't dare to think about it anymore. His sword, which had gathered 20 levels of strength, was powerful enough to severely injure or even kill even a powerful demon in the late stage of the Danding stage. But the middle-aged man just now was in the Yunshin realm, a whole realm higher than him. No matter how powerful his sword is, he can never kill a big monster in the soul-enriching realm, and it would be difficult to even seriously injure it. Even though the middle-aged man screamed heart-wrenchingly after being stabbed, and even his body was covered with blood mist, he was not actually hurt. It's just like a normal person being scratched dozens or hundreds of times by a utility knife, and each cut only causes a slight abrasion of the skin and a little blood. It hurts a lot, but the injury is not serious. Being able to chop the middle-aged man down and make him stiff while he was off guard was already a pleasant surprise. "Call." Ji Ming forced himself to calm down, then looked at the direction where the middle-aged man and the woman in blue fell. After a moment of hesitation, "I'm hesitating," Ji Ming ran towards the middle-aged man without thinking. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is a crocodile monster? In other words, it can barely be called a dragon? Thinking of this, Ji Ming's face, which originally contained some fear, now showed a little more anticipation and nervousness. This is the essence and blood of the soul condensing realm. How much can it be improved? The essence blood of two tiger monsters in the middle stage of Danding realm has brought the tiger bone completion rate to 20%. This crocodile monster must be at least 50%, right? Thinking of this, Ji-Ming quickened his pace. After a while, he found the middle-aged man in the ruins full of rubble and wood chips. To be precise, it is a giant headless crocodile with a body length of more than 10 feet. As expected of a powerful person in the soul condensation realm, even though he is already dead, he still exudes a terrifying pressure. Ji-Ming looked at the corpse of the crocodile monster and slowly extended his hand. Not long after, the huge absorption force began to frantically suck the blood essence of the crocodile in front of it. Compared to the previous time when he absorbed the blood of two tiger goblins, this time it took obviously longer. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that a drop of scarlet blood as big as an adult's head condensed on Ji-Ming's palm. The noise here is too loud, and it will definitely attract the attention of other demons. If I break through here, I will definitely put myself in danger. Let's move to another place first. Ji-Ming murmured softly and did not absorb the essence and blood on the spot like he did last time. Moreover, the blood essence of this alligator is large enough and pure enough. He may not be able to absorb it all at once, so the loss of some is nothing. The most important thing is to ensure your own safety. With this in mind, Ji-Ming threw the crocodile's blood into the jade belt he had snatched from Bai Qinshan before, and then prepared to leave. But, after walking for a distance, Ji-Ming suddenly changed direction and stopped at the bank of a not-too-wide river. At the same time, on the pebble beach in the middle of the river, there was a beautiful woman in green clothes lying. She closed her eyes tightly, and her cold face was pale and sickly. Even her lips, which should have been rosy and soft, had lost their color. That token, is she a monster catcher? Ji-Ming accidentally caught a glimpse of the woman's slender waist and saw the token hanging next to her. To save or not to save? Two familiar faces involuntarily appeared in Ji-Ming's mind. He Xinghuai and Mu Jingxi. Ji-Ming did not hold a grudge against the two people who resolutely abandoned him. If he were in his place, he would definitely do the same if he met a demon that he could not defeat. If it were just like this, Ji-Ming would probably have left without even looking back. But he happened to think of the two idiots Lin Yin and Zhao Taizhu at the same time. That's all. After hesitating for a moment, Ji-Ming sighed and rushed into the river. He picked up the woman and quickly fled into the distance. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed since Ji-Ming left. Several figures were rushing towards us from a distance. One of them was wearing a black shirt, and next to him was a young man with a tiger head and a human body, as well as two restrained old men wearing cloaks. The young man in black shirt looked around with a frown on his face. The silence around him made him feel a little uneasy. He twitched his neck slightly, as if he was feeling something, but soon his expression changed abruptly, and he circulated his spiritual power and rushed directly towards a hill not far away. The young man with a tiger head and a human body next to him didn't understand what was going on, but after hesitating for a moment, he followed closely. Regardless of how long, he saw the young man in black shirt standing in midair, staring straight ahead with trembling eyes. The young man with the tiger head could not help but follow his gaze, and the next moment, he froze in place like the young man in black shirt. Dead. The third prince of Jiaolong Palace, a powerful man at the 4th level of Yinshan realm, actually died. If I remember correctly, the gold medal monster hunter that the third prince went to deal with was only at the 2nd level of Yinshan, right? Is the news wrong? Call. At this time, another figure came rushing towards them from the distance. He was a shirtless, muscular old man with white hair. Young master. When the old man saw the young man with a tiger head and a human body, he knelt on one knee and said sadly, "The lady, she was killed." Boom! The tiger-headed young man felt as if struck by lightning, and his sturdy body staggered uncontrollably. A moment later, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the tiger-headed young man. Who? He stared at the white-haired old man in front of him with his scarlet eyes and shouted hoarsely, "Who did it?" The old man trembled, opened his mouth, and finally turned his head away, ashamed and angry. This old slave? I don't know. When I saw the young lady's fate card was dim in the mountains, I immediately used the soul-searching method to look for her. But when I arrived, the young lady and her guards had already been killed, and even her blood had been sucked away by the thieves. After saying this, The old man lowered his head heavily, tears flashing in his fierce eyes. You're bullying me too much. You're bullying me too much. The tiger-headed young man raised his head and roared again. The terrifying sound scared away the little demons that had come to watch. Chapter 72, Blood-Quenching Failure. Whoosh! A shadow quickly shuttled through the dense jungle. Ji Ming ran all the way holding the woman in blue in his arms, and only slowed down a little after he was dozens of miles away from the crime scene. He put the woman aside, half-knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Practicing the 20-level energy-gathering method had already consumed too much of his energy, and now he was overdrawing his blood and spiritual power again while running wildly. Ji Ming felt the blood in his body surging, and his chest felt like a huge rock was pressing down on it, making him suffocate. Although Ji Ming felt extremely uncomfortable at the moment, he did not relax at all. He spread his soul over a 2-kilometer radius and conducted a detailed investigation. After making sure that there were no Dan-Ding realm monsters following him, he turned over and lay on the ground in a big letter shape, covering his eyes with one arm and breathing heavily. It was not known how long it had passed before Ji Ming felt that the pain in his chest was no longer as severe as before. He moved his arm away and turned his head to look at the woman in green next to him. I don't know if it's a coincidence. At this moment, the woman's face was also facing Ji Ming. If she wasn't still unconscious with her eyes closed, then with Ji Ming turning his head, their eyes should have met, right? Looking at it from a closer distance, the face of the woman in green becomes even more stunning. Even though he had fallen into a coma, his slightly furrowed brows and eyes tightly closed with a hint of pain still revealed a sense of coolness and detachment. Coupled with that flawless fair face, it adds a bit of luxury and dignity to her original aura that keeps people at a distance, making people only dare to admire her from afar and not touch her. Ji Ming slowly moved his gaze down along the woman's beautiful face. Well, it was more magnificent than that girl's Jean. What was I thinking? Ji Ming shook his head to dispel those messy thoughts. Then he stood up with a somersault, picked up the woman in green, and continued to flee into the distance. Until, as night fell, Ji Ming found a more secluded cave and settled the woman down. Only then did he relax his tense mind a little. Not awake yet? Ji Ming looked at the woman who was still unconscious and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. The fluctuation of my breath is even weaker than when I was in the chi condensation stage. How much blood and spiritual energy has been overdrawn? As if remembering something, Ji Ming sank his soul into Bai Qianshan's jade belt. After searching inside, he found more than a dozen exquisite jade bottles of different colors. He opened the jade bottles one by one and sniffed the faint medicinal fragrance wafting in the air. After a moment, Ji Ming picked out the red porcelain bottle with golden patterns on the edge, took out 2 blood-colored pills from it, and stuffed them directly into the woman's mouth. Then he picked up the other 2 jade bottles, took out a golden pill and a sky blue pill from each, and repeated the previous operation. You know what? Although it's a little dry and bloodless, it feels really good to the touch. Ji Ming rubbed his fingers, put all the remaining pills back into the jade belt, then stood up and walked out of the cave, sealing the entrance. He looked around and saw that he had dug another cave a few hundred meters away from the cave. This distance is not only within the perception range of the soul and body, but also the distance that Ji Ming can reach instantly. After briefly cleaning up the surroundings, Ji Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the crocodile blood essence from the jade belt. After nearly a day's consumption, and without a dedicated storage container, the energy contained in the crocodile's blood had been lost by nearly 30%, and the quality was no longer as pure as it was at the beginning. But this was also expected, and Ji Ming didn't feel it was a pity. After simply removing the impurities from the essence and blood, Ji Ming activated the 5 transformations of the spirit demon and began to temper the dragon tendons. Strictly speaking, the alligator dragon is not a dragon, but the two are very similar, and the Jiao blood in the 5 transformations of the spirit monster is originally used to replace the extremely difficult to obtain dragon blood. Now there is no dragon blood, only crocodile blood. The worst that can happen is that we can just make a simple modification. With this in mind, Ji Ming devoured the energy in the essence and blood while modifying the operation formula of the 5 transformations of the spirit demon with his mind. Because of the experience of the first modification, it did not take too much time to modify Ji Ming again. He just followed the same method and simply combined the characteristics of the crocodile blood essence with the running method. In this way, Several hours passed, and Ji-Ming not only completed the modification of his mental method, but also completely devoured the crocodile's blood essence. Get ready to temper the dragon tendons. Ji-Ming took a deep breath and activated his golden elixir at the same time, wrapping the crocodile monster's blood with his spiritual power and transferring it throughout his body. Yulongpas, the backyard of Wu Mansion. Wu Yunqi sat alone at the stone table, his chin resting on his hands, listlessly leaning on the table. His big, watery eyes were staring at the big gourd filled with wine in front of him, motionless. She hasn't practiced swordplay for a long time. I haven't practiced swordplay since the last battle between demons and monsters. It's not that I don't want to practice. It's just that someone was not around, and her knife always felt like it was missing something. At this time, suddenly, there was a dull sound of footsteps outside the courtyard. Wu Yunqi quickly got up and ran out of the backyard, but when she saw her brother Wu Yunzhou's gloomy expression, her little face also fell. You know it without asking. My brother didn't get any news about him. He's better than me. Wu Yunzhou spoke in a muffled voice. Although the realm of that tiger demon is high, its strength is similar to mine. Wu Yunqi responded lightly, then went back to the backyard and continued looking at her, or should be his gourd. My brother has said these words many times. She doesn't want to listen. She just wanted to know when he would be back. Inside the cave, Ji-Ming sat cross-legged on the ground with a frown on his face, like a burning furnace. The scorching heat not only burned his skin red, but also caused the surrounding air to distort and fluctuate. I thought that after the modification of the technique, crocodile blood could replace dragon blood to temper dragon tendons. But Ji-Ming seemed to think too simply. When the alligator blood soaked into his tendons and bones for tempering, not only did the expected effect not appear, but Ji-Ming also showed some signs of going astray. The mixture of crocodile blood and dragon blood recorded in the demon transformation is completely different. Force fusion even shows signs of corroding tendons and muscles. In desperation, Ji-Ming could only extract the alligator blood he had absorbed before one by one. But it is impossible to undo what has been done. After the two different types of blood mix and become one, how could it be so easy to extract them? Ji-Ming tried several times, but the results were minimal. In desperation, he had to imitate the blood transfusion method during the 5th level physical body upgrade. He used spiritual power and true energy to stimulate the blood, and took advantage of the different natures of the two bloods to forcibly separate them, just like the distillation method used to separate different solutions. The method is very simple and does not require many skills and practice. The only difficulty is that it is too painful, and it is not much different from the previous blood transfusion. Fortunately, Ji-Ming had already undergone a blood transfusion and was mentally prepared. He finally survived and successfully removed all the crocodile blood from his body, leaving only a trace of true dragon blood hidden in his tendons and muscles. Ji-Ming exhaled a hot breath slightly hoarsely, checked his body repeatedly, and after making sure that there was no problem, he completely relaxed and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, he silently opened his own cultivation progress panel. Chapter 73 Healing. Spiritual Demon 5th Transformation. Minor Success. Dragon Tendon Progress. 1%. Tiger Bone Progress. 20%. Rhino Skin Progress. 0%. Leopard Body Progress. 0%. Monkey God Progress. 0%. Only 1%? Ji-Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the progress interface of the martial arts. In fact, this is the result of the crocodile possessing a trace of true dragon blood. If it were completely impurities, not to mention the progress of tempering, the entire tendons and bones would be ruined. But this failure has reminded me that although the skills can be improved, they cannot be modified without authorization. If my physical body had not broken through in advance, and I could not forcefully temper my blood, the consequences would have been disastrous. No matter what, it is the experience accumulated by countless predecessors. Even if it is not perfect, not everyone can add to it. Otherwise, there are so many talented people, but how many of them can create and amend laws? After all, the skills and techniques are not techniques. They are related to the rules of practice. Before one has sufficient strength, they will not change due to personal likes and dislikes. At this time, the woman in green, lying in another cave, seemed to be moving. In the spiritual vision, the woman's brows were tightly furrowed, and there was some color on her cold face. She looked much better than before, but her expression was extremely painful. Ji Ming hesitated for a moment, then left the cave and headed towards the woman. He landed gracefully on the ground. He had sensed the movement before, but he had only roughly sensed it with his soul. Now that he had gotten closer, he felt the bloody smell coming towards him. A large area of his chest had been soaked with blood, and judging by the trend, it seemed to be getting worse. With this rate of bleeding, even a strong person in the soul condensation realm might not be able to bear it. We have to seal the acupoints and stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Ji Ming flicked his fingers and tapped the woman's chest several times quickly. Then he immersed his spirit into the jade belt and took out 2 bottles of pills and a robe of excellent texture. Tear open the cuffs and pull off a strip of cloth 2 palms wide. Then take out the ink-colored pill, crush it, and spread it evenly in the center of the cloth strip. Then, Ji Ming looked at the woman lying on the ground and murmured, "If I do this, will she repay me with hatred after she wakes up? Well, even if she does, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. In her current state, I can beat 10 of them with one hand." Thinking of this, Ji Ming did not hesitate any longer and immediately unbuttoned the woman's clothes. However, just when he was halfway through revealing the towering peaks, the woman, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Ji Ming. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with deep coldness and murderous intent. "Woke up." Ji Ming stopped what he was doing, but he did not panic. Instead, he said calmly, "You're badly injured, and the bleeding needs to be stopped as soon as possible. Since you're awake, you can do it yourself." After saying that, Ji Ming put down the cloth strip coated with the medicine powder, stood up, and walked out of the cave. However, as he turned around, he silently circulated the blood and spiritual power in his body. If the woman did anything stupid, he wouldn't mind sending her to reincarnation. Seeing Ji Ming leave, the woman's cold eyes gradually softened a little. She glanced at the medicine powder next to her, sensed it briefly, and after making sure that there was no problem, she prepared to get up and bandage it herself. But just as she was struggling to get up, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly swept over her. Not only that, there was a fierce energy in her body that kept crashing into her internal organs. Puff! The woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground. She wanted to struggle to get up again, but every time she moved, the pain became more severe, especially the remaining internal energy in her body, which would start to run rampant and wreak havoc if it was slightly disturbed. After many unsuccessful attempts, she had to turn her head to look at Ji Ming outside the cave. The latter was leaning against the stone wall, holding a gourd, and seemed to be in a daze. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask Ji Ming for help, but when she thought about the location, she couldn't say the words. Seeing her body getting weaker, the woman finally gritted her teeth and whispered, "Can you help me?" Her voice was very soft, but it was particularly clear in this quiet cave. Ji Ming withdrew his thoughts, but did not move. Instead, he turned back to look at the woman and said calmly, "Are you sure?" Hearing Ji Ming's voice, the woman bit her red lips lightly, with a hint of annoyance on her face. It would have been fine if she had just said this difficult thing once, but he actually asked her to repeat it again. However, due to her current physical condition, she could only turn her head away and not look at the young man, and hummed lightly. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Ji Ming put the empty gourd in his hand back on his waist, then walked forward slowly. He closed his eyes lightly and helped the woman up from the ground. Then he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and used the method of controlling objects to unbutton the woman's clothes, revealing her beautiful white skin and the creepy wound underneath. The woman's delicate body trembled slightly, but when she saw that Ji Ming did not open his eyes and did not release his spirit, she felt a little relaxed. However, just as Ji Ming was about to wrap the strip of cloth around it, he suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and said, "Your wound has been invaded by the sword energy. If you don't remove it, even if you stop the bleeding now, the wound will be torn again by the sword energy." The woman's eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, "In my current state, I can't break this sword energy. I can solve it," Ji Ming said calmly. Hearing Ji Ming's words, the woman's face showed some doubt. She stared at Ji Ming and said in a deep voice, "This is the subtle level of Gang Qi, and it comes from the hands of the soul condensation realm. Can you decipher it? It's just a tiny bit of energy." Ji Ming's mind seemed to have entered a state of madness again. But this time it was obviously not as serious as the previous time when he saw the middle-aged man drawing the knife. He calmed himself down a little, then flicked his finger towards the cave next to him, and the same subtle energy burst out instantly. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air began to echo in the cave, lasting for a long time. The woman's eyes trembled again, and a look of surprise and shock appeared on her face. The young man in his 20s in front of him not only has reached the Danding realm, but his swordsmanship is also so advanced. Just looking at the realm of that sword strike, it seems that it is a bit better than the third prince of Jialong Palace. Thinking of this, the woman took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Let me know in advance." Ji Ming still had his eyes closed, and his voice was as calm as before. "Removing the qi requires skin contact. There is a gender difference between me and you. If you can accept it, I will do it. If you don't want to accept it, it is not impossible for you to suppress your injuries and wait until you reach Yulong Pass for treatment." Skin contact. The woman's body trembled again, but seeing that Ji Ming had his eyes closed and remained motionless, like a Buddha in meditation, she slowed down her voice and said softly, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I am not a pedantic person and will never repay kindness with enmity." "In that case, I will start." Ji Ming responded softly, and immediately mobilized his spiritual power to gather a trace of sword energy in his palm, and slowly placed it on the warm part of the woman's chest. Chapter 74. Clearing the Sword Qi. Ji Ming placed his palms between the towering mountains. He could not only detect the sharp energy in her body, but also clearly feel her slightly disordered heartbeat and the temperature beneath her tense skin. The crocodile monster's swordsmanship was not very good. In Ji Ming's words, it could even be described as terrible. However, as the strong energy had penetrated too deeply into his body and was endangering his internal organs, Ji Ming could not use force. He could only slowly extract it thread by thread and then carefully disperse it with more powerful, strong energy. "It will be very painful when the energy enters your body. Just bear with it," Ji Ming whispered, and then a strand of qi came out from his palm and slowly penetrated into the woman's wound. As soon as the qi entered her body, she felt a sharp pain. Moreover, the new qi entering her body caused another qi in her body to become abnormally agitated and active, causing her entire body to tremble violently. She could vaguely hear painful moans between her nose. Ji Ming was not distracted by the tingling sound that penetrated his bones. The expression on his face remained solemn, and the energy in his palms entering his body did not pause or slow down at all. It is the same now as it was at the beginning. That's all. About 2 or 3 hours passed. Ji Ming slowly withdrew his hand and used his power to control the cloth strip covered with medicine powder to cover the woman's wound tightly. Then he put the blue dress back on the woman. "It's already healed." Ji Ming slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "After that, you just need to rest for a while and you will be back to normal. As for the excessive consumption of your blood and spiritual energy, you can only deal with it after returning to Yulong Pass." After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the cave. Looking at the tall and handsome figure, the woman hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I know your name?" "Ji Ming." "Ji Ming." The woman silently memorized the name, then smiled and said softly, "My name is Shiluo." Ji Ming paused slightly. Shouldn't she be called Qiu Shushi? Is Shushi a courtesy name? But if that's the case, what is the relationship between Shiluo and Shushi? As a person who fell into the trap during the 9-year compulsory education, Ji Ming did not think much about it and just thought that the name Shiluo was just a pseudonym of the other party. After walking out of the cave, he carried the empty wine jug, half lying on a smooth boulder, looking at the bright stars in the sky, and continued to be in a daze. He hasn't drunk alcohol for more than half a month. Although he didn't crave the taste of alcohol, Ji Ming always felt like something was missing after losing that slightly tipsy feeling. Especially the brain that became a little abnormal after seeing the monster. Without the suppression of alcohol, it became more rampant. Even when he was clearing the woman's internal energy just now, he almost couldn't suppress the inexplicable anger. Do you really think that Ji Boying is Liu Xiaohui, who can remain calm when faced with such a beautiful woman? It's just that I don't have the mind or energy to think about those things. Ji Ming opened the wine flask, sniffed the remaining alcohol in it, closed his eyes, and murmured to himself, "When I return to the demon suppression pass and accumulate some spiritual energy, I will talk to Lord Shin about changing my job to a demon catcher." Then go back to Weizhou and ask the old senior if he knows any doctors. This brain is a hidden danger. Sooner or later, it will cause me to die without a burial place. It must be treated. Over the next few days, Shilua stayed in the cave to recuperate. As for Ji Ming, he wandered around, hunting monsters. By the way, he picked some demons with abundant qi and blood and killed them with fierce methods, and then brought back their flesh and blood for simple boiling, which could be regarded as a diet therapy to help Shilua recover the depleted qi and blood as soon as possible. By the way, this method was taught to him by Li Zijin. Huh? Not in the cave. On this day, Ji Ming, as usual, simply swept away a circle of demons, and then killed two unknown bird monsters that looked like pigeons, but had red feathers, silver beaks, and golden claws, and prepared to use them as food. After simply dealing with the two monsters, Ji Ming returned directly to the cave. However, just as he reached the entrance of the cave, his expression suddenly changed. Shilua, who was supposed to be in the cave, is missing. Damn, he's not gone. The reason why he took such good care of this woman during this period, and even often hunted monsters for her to provide her with food supplements, was because he hoped that the woman would get better soon so that she could take him away from this hellhole and return to Yulong Pass. But who would have thought? Today I just walked a little further to shoot two pigeons, but they just ran away. Damn it. I saved your life and took care of you every day, and you just won't say goodbye. Are you back? Just when Ji Ming was feeling like thousands of horses were galloping in his heart, a pleasant sound suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, I saw a graceful figure slowly walking towards the cave entrance. She took off her bloodstained green clothes and changed into a sky blue dress. There were still some water droplets in her hair, which were casually draped over her shoulders and soaked through the clothes that were clinging to her skin. Compared to her previous coldness and arrogance, she now has a more graceful and gentle charm. Thanks to your care over the past few days, my depleted qi and blood have shown signs of recovery. I estimate that in a few days I will be able to recover nearly 20% of my peak combat power. Shilua's voice was clear and pleasant. She walked up to Ji Ming, took the two processed bird demons from his hands, and said softly, "You've worked hard these past few days. Let me do it today." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the fire deep in the cave, leaving only her graceful and curvy back to Ji Ming. Feeling the fragrance lingering around him, Ji Ming hesitated for a moment, looked at the back, and whispered, "She's so beautiful. Can she cook?" Out of the most basic trust between people, Ji Ming finally did not ask this question, but quietly walked to the side and began to meditate. In fact, Ji Ming's self-cultivation speed is not slow. Especially after his physical body broke through to level 5, his perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth far exceeds that of other alchemy practitioners. Basically, practicing for one night is equivalent to 600 spiritual essences. According to this progress, he would be able to cultivate the golden elixir to the 9th level in 4 to 5 years at most. Such a speed of cultivation can be considered extremely terrifying in the eyes of other Danding Realm masters. After all, most of the Danding Realm cultivators may not be able to complete the 9th transformation of the golden elixir even if they practice for a lifetime. People like Wu Yunzhou can only break through from the first level to the middle level within 4 to 5 years, and it will be even slower after that. With Ji Ming's speed, it is no exaggeration to say that he can make great progress in a day. Ji Ming. It was unknown how long it had been, but Ji Ming, who was transporting the spiritual power of heaven and earth, heard a clear call. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Shilua in a sky blue dress coming to him with stewed pigeon soup. Smells so good. She actually knows how to cook. Do all women in this world know how to cook? Shilua is, and so is Li Zijin. Wu Yunxi is still debatable. I haven't seen this girl enter the kitchen yet. Ji Ming tried to use the chopsticks made from a tree branch to pick up a small piece of meat and put it into his mouth. How about it? Shilua knelt in front of Ji Ming, her originally cold eyes now filled with a smile full of expectation. She is obviously older than Ji Ming, in her 30s, but it is not obvious because of her beauty and cultivation. But at this moment, she is waiting for Ji Ming's evaluation with joy like a little girl.